There's a bug in the room. There's a bug. There's it literally as we were switching. There's a bug in the room. Hello, everyone, and good morning. Welcome to the Spring Championship doubles. Of course, today we have EU and South America, but more importantly, is that I'm joined by none other than Ajax. Ajax, how's it going?
What's going on, Duke? It's Spring Championships pre-show, phone a friend edition, and I'm super excited to be able to join you once again. It's been a little while, but I it's a stacked weekend. We're talking about EU doubles, and honestly, it's kind of been of a shift of lately. Usually, at this point in time, we're pretty dead set on what we think is just going to be a win, but things are a little bit different now in EU. So I'm super looking forward to talking about it.
Yeah, it's really cool. I was looking at the bracket before we got here today, and there's so many teams that I'm like, you know what? I think this team could make it top 8 easily. And then that team, and then that team, and then that team. And suddenly I have 16 teams that I'm like, these are all really strong teams. So EU has a really stacked 2v2 scene, and I'm really excited to see what's going on with it. So let's jump into it. Of course, we got to talk about our 5th seed, TM and Delta. Ajax, what do you want to say about this team?
I mean, we're talking about one of the few teams in all of EU that was actually able to crack a W. We're talking about a team, a region that has been stacked and dangerous with Acno and Blaze for so long, and a new team that's been at the top. But one of the few teams that's been able to do it is France coming back to try and take the podium. And they only really fell last time to Simple and Heisen, which is one of the actually was it them? It might have been the follow up team, excuse me. But the fact that they even held one of the W's, and they've been performing super well. Delta's been popping off of late. You're talking about how strong and consistent he has been, and then TM just right there to give that support. France loves 2v2s. We heard it from Sparky God knows how many times now, and it's only proven to be accurate. So I think that TM and Delta are going to be one of the biggest threats going into this. I think that if anybody's sleeping on them, it's going to be a bad idea. Every single set they go to is pretty much game 5, so I think they're going to be real dangerous today in Springs.
Yeah, it's a really cool team to see play together. Again, they've been together for a really long time, and it's kind of cool that they've been kind of coming up together. Again, two French players, of course, they've met in the France region, and they've been competing alongside each other. I obviously have some extreme nostalgia goggles when I think about this team because I always remember the double Taros. That isn't exactly what they've been doing. They've branched off since then. Of course, you're seeing the Bryn on your screen right now. But like you said, more importantly, they're one of the very few teams in the European region to go home with a gold medal. There are not a lot of teams that have been able to crack into the gold medal territory in EU. Specifically, I mean, we're talking about the region where one of these teams had a winning record. They had a win streak in the region. So to be able to get a gold medal is impressive.
Yeah, it's like you said, it's the fact that they're one of the few that even has a gold medal in this region is just it's an accomplishment in of itself. It is so difficult to get anyone, since you can see that one gold medal hovering over them. That 78% win rate too is no easy feat in this region. It's a region that we've been knowing for 2v2s for quite some time. It's nice to see too, because Delta, we talked about it last year a ton with 1v1s, was able to get that last chance qualifier and never really took his foot off the gas pedal after that. After that BCX last chance qualifier to get that much further. Actually, it was 2 years. It was a full year ago past that at this point. Time is just one individual bubble that is exploded at this point. But it's really impressive to see how he's been able to stay consistent, and the fact that it's only probably just the beginning for what he could do. And then you have TM, who's just been just as strong as, like we said, in 2v2s. It's not about the one-man show. It's about team together, and they've both been able to just spark something really amazing with France. And I think, again, I know we said at the start, but this is a team I have my eye on heavily going into this weekend.
Yeah, they're still a relatively young team, but of course, very cool to see that progress and expecting more progress from them. Let's shift on over to Coco and Spyrox. Ajax, what do you want to say about this team?
So this is a team that pretty much has like a friendship relationship that they don't want with Nathan 5th place. That's pretty much all they get. They do have one second place, which was actually the second place position right behind TM and Delta. So they came really close, but they just can't get through that bridesmaid position. They've been able to get they're consistently there. They're always at the top, and they're a very dangerous team at that. And again, another team that basically goes to game 5 every single time. And you're talking about a pretty dangerous core too. You got Wushang and you got Ogrim. That's a lot of dangerous coverage in 2v2s, a lot of KO power. It doesn't matter where the meta kind of shifts. That team still does very well. I got them 9th place at BCX, and it continues to do well for them in other spots too. So I think that this is one of the most dangerous teams lined up. They do have to have that bracket path into the #1 seed if they make it, of course, to the winner's semis portion of bracket, which is one of the most dangerous positions to be in the entirety of bracket. I think they're capable of an upset, but that #1 seed team we'll get to a little later is very difficult to get by right now. So that's kind of gonna that guarantees, Duke, that if they get there, they're set back to that spot of could be 5th place once again. Will this be the time that can actually get by it?
Yeah, this team it's super cool to see. Again, you're seeing the singular silver medal on them. But Coco and Spyrox, it's a fun team in the sense of like you took 2 things that were like conceptually strong. You know, the Wushang, the Ogrim. You're seeing the Petra on the screen, but generally it's like that Wushang and the Ogrim. And then you put them together, and Coco and Spyrox, they made something special by making this comp together. And of course, the thing that always stood out to me is their ability to come in with these very fresh team combos that you're not really seeing from other teams out there, these different setups, and then the ability to consistently make those team combos happen. That's one of the things that makes them really stand out above other teams, in my opinion. But at the same time, if they're not hitting those team combos, that's where you're going to see them start to struggle. When they're not being able to get those setups to get to the teammate, then that's where you're going to see them get picked apart a little more.
Yeah, you just saw, again, consistency is key. You saw 19 top 8s for Spyrox. That's just, you can't have asked for a better thing in a partner to be able to get that point all the time. But eventually you got to get that championship. You got to get that W. And like you were saying, the team combos, they're always on point. Like, they're doubled up and they're still able to jump everyone. It doesn't matter. If you go in between the 2 of them, you're asking for trouble, which is really easy to line up to, considering their team comp, like you said. You got Lance, you got Gauntlets, you have so many things that are going to either cash out heavy or set up something for someone else perfectly. And I think that's what's so frightening about them long term. I think you hit the nail right on the head with that combo game. And I think the only people who are able to get away from that are the ones who are at the top. It's pretty much only the podium finishers who ever get away from those combos because they just know what they're looking for.
Yeah, I mean, I'm literally just sitting here watching each of these clips, and they're insane because they're just such good team combos. But like you said, they've been hard stuck 5th for a hot minute here, and it's really just a question of, are they going to bring that extra little spice to kind of push them through that 5th place barrier? We'll see as we continue on. Let's talk about the 3rd seed of the tournament, Hyson and Simple.
So, Hyson and Simple only fell to the team that won last time out in Winters. And that's it. They only fell to the 1st place finishers. So what would have happened if they actually didn't have to deal with them? Hyson and Simple is the kind of the case in point of what good defense is in any titleship run. And as we all know, defense wins championships. You know, getting 3rd at Winters, continuing to just improve. Simple is one of the most dangerous people to have on any team. So you couple that with Hyson, who has really good burst offense every once in a while when you really need him to pull it off. I think that if they get the right bracket path, if an upset happens to get rid of that team that they couldn't deal with before, there's a good shot that they could win today. It all depends, though, because I was looking at the bracket path again. It's a very similar path to last time that might line them up one more time for that. And also just to get to 3rd, they went through, I think it was 3 game 5s in a row. That's very difficult to repeat as you go. Oh my goodness, you talk about consistency again too. Hyson with 38 top 8s. 34 top 8s. Duke, that's just that you couldn't have asked for better.
Yeah, that's definitely some nice performance coming out from Hyson. I mean, these 2 are players that have been in the scene for a really long time. Like, Simple has basically been a podium player for longer than anyone else in our conversation right now. Like, Simple's been in the competitive scene at the top for an incredibly long time, and putting him alongside Hyson, who's been kind of this rock in the region. There's times where he can struggle, there's times where he seems like he's the weak link, but at the end of the day, this is a very consistent, classic team that you know, again, maybe those nostalgia goggles kicking in, but I want to see them do incredibly well. They have solid character pools. Simple's got all sorts of sword characters. Hyson has been generally leaning to hammer characters, like I'm used to seeing the Thor come out, but of course we've seen the double Bodvar back in the day. We'll see what they end up going to, as again, Bodvar starting to come back in the meta. He fell out for a little bit, but people are starting to like it again, being like, you know what, hammer actually does have some cool stuff.
Yeah, he had vacation time. He had to use it. You want to make sure you don't let it go. And I think, honestly, this is a case of not if, but when. Like, I think that this team will hold a championship some point. I don't know if that's going to be today, because the trend of the people above them, it's a little bit much right now. But from what I've been seeing, it looks like they're right there. They need just a few adjustments to be able to get through, which is way easier said than done, of course, against the top 2 seeds. But I think that this is one of the most capable cases of it. You were talking about it before. Simple has been around for a long time, has 8 first place finishes to his belt, kind of known as the bridesmaid, not the bride, in the region, with how many times he's always in second. So you can always rely on him to be in that top 3 position. Can he do it, though, along with Hyson? I think it's coming. I don't know if it's today, but I definitely think that it's on its way.
Yeah, definitely a very solid team to not be discounted. All right, let's go on to the second team. And this is a team that, if you've been watching Brawlhalla Esports EU Doubles, you know this team. Acno and Blaze. Ajax, what do you want to say about them?
This is interesting, because we're talking about Acno and Blaze not once, not twice, but yet another time not in the #1 seed position of the tournament as EU. And also the fact that we might be questioning finally, is this truly still the best team in EU? I don't know if that's the case anymore. The two that have held over a literal chokehold on that first place position for years, it's really difficult to pull away from that. For a long time, when you are as consistent as they were, as long of a win streak as they had, it's very difficult to look away from that 17 gold medals. And Acno is as dangerous as Acno is. It's Blaze who is as best of a support, and sometimes the best 2v1 player we've ever seen at moments, to allow you to get those wins. But they've run into a little bit of a wall the past couple events, losing to the first place team 2 times in a row, both at BCX holding 3rd place and at Winters holding 2nd. So even though they won in Winners Finals at Winters, they got the reverse. They got the win on them in Grand Finals and a Game 5, and then a straight 3-0 that kind of looked like Acno and Blaze were starting to fall away a little bit, like they were kind of just crapped out. Stamina was falling apart. I don't think that I'll ever put enough doubt on them to ever think that they won't be able to get a W again, because they absolutely will. Like, that's just a matter of case in point. They've already shown it with the results. But Duke, it is pretty interesting to look at this team and not just immediately go, yeah, Acno and Blaze are winning it all.
Yeah, it's so fascinating, because again, I'm pretty sure they have the most gold medals in doubles out of any of the teams that we're going to talk about this weekend. Like,
pretty sure. Oh yeah, for the teams to talk about easily, yes.
Yeah, they are absolutely insane. And at the same time, like, they kind of fell off. Like you said, they have not been getting those same gold medals. And it's one of those things where, like, for a lot of people, if you're in that winning position and then you start to struggle a little bit, it's kind of either going to be a wake-up call where you go like, oh, other people are getting better, I need to start practicing again. Or it's going to be one of those things where you just get frustrated, you double down, you go, you know what, like, I just got to keep doing my game, and eventually it's going to work out. And I think for Blaze in particular, it was a little bit of a wake-up call. I remember looking at his tweets and him saying, like, you know what, I've been taking it too easy. It's time for me to start hitting the grind and practicing. So I'm really fascinated to see if they're going to start to have that success again. Because you know what, like, I want to see another win streak, but at the same time, there's a bigger team that is beating them out right now, and that's that team of Godly and Fozy.
Godly and Fozy, the Titans of BCX, only falling to 2nd place behind the powerhouse of Snowy and Boomy. That was an insane finals, but also they didn't really fall off of that. They got Winters Championships too. They were able to beat Acno and Blaze after getting sent into the elimination side. They won with that reset and that 3-0 afterwards. This, I think, finally might be the case of saying, might be the new best team in the EU. And it's not even just Godly, because we're always talking about how strong Godly is. Fozy's the problem. Fozy is the issue with doesn't matter who he's playing. But when Azario's out, you just don't get to do anything on screen. There's nothing you can do. And as the match progresses, Duke, it enables Godly to figure things out, and then everything just goes south.
Yeah, it's so fascinating the way that this team kind of got built. I would compare it to Acto and Blaze in the sense of like Acto and Blaze set these roles, these positions of like you have your like front player, this aggressive 1v1er, and then you have a fantastic support. So then you come out, Godly's one of the best 1v1ers, he's dominating in the region, and then you find out Fozy is potentially the best support in the region right now, coming in 3 gold medals. Not all of them are with Godly. Instead, Fozy has been actually an incredible 2v2er, showing his prowess, his capabilities alongside other EU players, and now he's finally kind of filling that role alongside Godly. That makes for a scary team, a monstrous team.
Yeah, that is actually crazy. The fact that he's been so good for so long, but now you couple that with one of the best players in the entire game at in 1v1s and in 2v2s. Godly's been able to get the job done with a couple people before, but since finding a home here along with Fozy, this has been the power couple of EU of late. And I still, again, don't think that it's going to be very long before we see Acno and Blaze retake that. They've been able to beat them before. It's not like they're unbeatable, but they haven't been able to beat them where it matters most so far the last 2 events. Can that repeat? Who knows? Winters is always chaotic. Springs now is where things kind of cleared. You have your refresh. It's now the second tournament of the season. It's time to pick things up. And like you said, when what Blaze said earlier, the fact that Blaze kind of got kicked in the back a little bit, like, all right, it's time to get moving. That also means that Godly and Fozy are going to be trying to make sure that they answer that too. Are they going to be able to answer it this time, Duke? I don't know, but I'm super looking forward to it because this rivalry they now have has been really fun to watch.
Oh yeah, absolutely love a good rivalry. And again, you're looking at Godly. He's one of the most dominant players in the region, not just 1v1s, 2v2s, coming hot off the win in Spring Championship singles. Like, it's definitely a monstrous player that is going to be coming into doubles today. I'm excited to see what's going to happen. But I think it's time we start getting ready for some predictions. I think wait, you can vote with us on twitch.tv. Those of you who are watching at home, go into open up Odin's journal, and then you pick some people. I've never done it. Usually somebody does it for me because I'm over here. But you know, you can probably put in some predictions and see if you do better than Ajax and myself.
Yeah, I mean, look, you're definitely doing better than me of late because I have been holding a lot of L's. I'll get them to the top 3, but I can't get the order correct. So I have where they want to go. I'll get a couple points. Make sure you go ahead and vote on with that. So I guess I will go first. So for me, starting off in 3rd position today, this was one of the most difficult ones to figure out, and I know you're on the same boat with me on this, but I'm going to believe in France today. I'm going to go with TM and Delta. I think that they have been incredibly strong. I think that the fact that they are one of the few who actually has a championship to their name, BCX is out of the way, the first big one of which is out of the way, so the stress is gone. I think they might make a run back today and get to 3rd. 2nd place, kind of easy, kind of story was already being told. It's going to go to Acto and Blaze. I think that they're going to get that podium back. I don't think it's going to be today, though, because I think that Godly and Fozy, once again, are going to go back to back to back. They're going to get the 3P, and they're going to take yet another championship title here.
I agree with a lot of what you're saying. The only swap I did was in 3rd place. I was trying to think of who I think can make that lower bracket run, because ultimately I agree with you on the top 2 making that upper bracket run. So I was trying to decide who I think has the most potential to make that lower bracket run, and so I went with Hyson and Simple, a very consistent team, long-standing. They have that experience to help them shake off any sort of tournament nerves or any sort of stressful situations. So I got to give it to Hyson and Simple for that 3rd place spot. In 2nd place, though, I got to agree, Acno and Blaze, an absolutely massive team, powerhouse team, but they're just falling a little short of the #1 seed. That's Godly and Fozy, a still insane team. They have so much going for them to make them such a massive team that I got to keep Godly Fozy on top for now.
Yeah, I mean, remember, you can use hashtag BH Esports if you have predictions as well. You want to let everybody know. We could also check them out throughout the tournament, throughout the day. You can see it on here on the main stream and on the side stream of Pro Brawlhalla. So make sure you use anything you'd like us to see in that hashtag BH Esports. So let's take a look at what the chat believes in here today.
Oh, they're going to tell us.
Oh,
okay.
all right, they're gonna tell us.
In 3rd place. Hyson Simple. Okay, what's 2nd? Acno, ? Blaze. In 1st place, Godly Fozy. Are they just copying me?
Y'all basic, okay?
just
All right.
copied me.
Everybody looked at the you all
Looked at the top three seeds.
You looked at the top 3 seeds and said, "This is what I'm gonna go with." Actually, I kind of lined it up though because I said, "Don't go with me," because I have been dropping lately. So maybe it was a juke in and of itself. April Fools, I don't know. But either way, I think honestly with those top 3, it's kind of hard to go away from like success. I think that's gonna be a really dangerous top 3, and EU's been crazy of late. It's not the same story every single time, so all that could get destroyed. I'm looking forward to seeing how it goes down today.
Yeah, nobody knows for sure what's going to happen. We've already had upsets in singles. Definitely expect some upsets in doubles as well. I mean, not to discount Knees by any means, but he's currently sitting in place to get into the top 8 as well. He's in the top 16. So there's a lot of other teams, again, that like, if you said their names and was like, yeah, I put them in third, I'd be like, I kind of get it. It's a strong team.
Yeah.
So you never really know what's going to happen. It's going to be a great day. Of course, we got Spring Champs. Again, we got 2 streams. We have here at twitch.tv/Brawlhalla and twitch.tv/ProBrawlhalla, where you can watch some of those elimination matches. But also, it's time. Time's like super running out. But if you still want to go to DreamHack San Diego, make sure you get those tickets because in basically a week, we're going to be there in person in California, casting some of those matches in person. So if you want to meet us, if you want to meet some of your favorite pro players, if you want to meet Ajax in person, he's a great guy, make sure you go to DreamHack San Diego. Time's running out though, because if you need to get a hotel room, you're getting it like in less than a week, which means that you're dealing with like some insane pricing. So like you kind of messed up, but maybe you can still get a place. Maybe you can find some friends and hit them up and be like, hey, can we share a room? DreamHack San Diego.
That's how it all works. You already know. Also, that is he ? From production. That felt personal. Okay, wait till I see you next week. Again, everybody.
Toast really just trying to be like.
Of course, everybody's gonna be able to see us. So it won't be phone friend edition next week, but you can also make sure you check out the brand new merch. We talked about it a bunch at the last event. We had the winter merch. Well, we got spring exclusive merch too, as you can see down there. Brawlhalla.com/spring merch. It is exclusive, which means it's a limited time. It's been going on since last week, and it continues here this week. It ends. Do not miss out on it. You don't want to be the one who doesn't have it. I mean, it's just incredible, and also goes right back into the events themselves. So again, thank you for that. And also, Duke, I think about that time we get ready to get into the action.
Yeah, production really wanted to kick you off ASAP. So thank you again for watching the pre-show, everyone. Thank you for participating in your predictions and mirroring mine as well. But it's time to get into the action. We got EU Spring Championship doubles coming at you in just a little bit. We're going to take a short little break, and when we come back, the action will be kicking off. Stick around.
Welcome to Brawlhalla.
Live from Atlanta, Georgia, it is Saturday morning with, of course, the Spring Championship doubles. We've got so much action coming at y'all in just a little bit. And look at that beautiful shot of Atlanta, Georgia. Man, we're sticking on this for a long time.
You got to get the full rolling, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
Can we do
you
the-
got to get as much of Atlanta as you can.
That's right. That's right. Can we get the like the freeze frame jump high five?
Oh yeah.
Oh well.
I didn't realize you were gonna do it, and then I was like, well, you're already frozen. I need to freeze now. Okay, so doubles action. What's going on right now? Of course, we got Fozy Godly currently sitting in the top 16.
Ooh.
We got Frydazol and the Ninja, I believe, going to be going up against Bartu and Zyder. That'll be here in just a little bit. Coco Spyrax versus Scream and Noah, both of them with question marks. That'll be over on Pro Brawlhalla.
Cool.
TM Delta already in the top 16. Acno Blaze versus Vocal and Addy Mestic.
Yo.
That's a cool one. Seeing that here later. Blue and Kresu versus Hunter and Teoxys. Blue and Kresu ended up going into the top 16. Hyson Simple versus Psyotic and Sejaru. That's going to be over on Pro Brawlhalla. And Ted and Knees are currently sitting in the top 16.
Wow, man, that is quite the field. I just could not hold back my reaction when I heard Vocal Addy Mestic. I am just so excited to see them playing.
It's a really interesting one. That's not who I would have expected Addy to be with, but again, like, Addy's been around for a hot minute here. Definitely been a strong competitor, and so excited to see how well he does. I know, like, a lot of us old head who have been in production, who have been in the casting side, have been fans of Addy Mestic for a really long time. He's been, like, one of the longest players in the region. But alongside Vocal, I don't really know how to feel about Vocal. I haven't really seen Vocal too often.
Definitely an interesting construction. Another player who's been in the scene forever. I mean, you can't miss the dude whenever he comes to LAN. Like, he is built like a brick house.
That dude is jacked. That's one of the things that I know from Vocal of, like, well, I don't want to, like, fight him physically. I don't know how he plays competitively. Of course, he's been a competitor, definitely a strong competitor. He's earned his spot here, but definitely a question mark in terms of, like, I haven't watched him play.
Yeah, and that's why I'm just really excited to get to see them on stream here. Oh, man, but, I see we've got some folks locking in the lobby. This is the Zyder Bartu, Frydazol, and the Ninja 729.
This is going to be another interesting one. Zyder and Bartu, they're teams that I've, like, seen get into the top 8, get into the top 16. They're kind of like this fringe team. Haven't seen them get particularly far. But on the other side, Ninja and Frydazol, a little bit more established. We've seen both of them do pretty well, so not too surprised that this viewer vote leans a little bit towards Frydazol and the Ninja 729.
Yeah, I mean, Frydazol, he streams constantly, so you get to see and familiarize yourself with his gameplay. The Ninja 729, we've seen him constantly in top 8s. Longtime competitor, many podiums to his name even. Zyder, he's been around forever. Bartu, that's a little bit of the X factor in this match for me.
Yeah, it is going to be interesting. One thing that stands out in terms of, like, the character picks is, like, Bartu stole Sidra from the Ninja 729. The Ninja 729 was like, you know what, respect to the Sidra, I'm going to be over here on Aang. Like, he's known as, like, the Sidra. For the longest time, people are like, yo, if there's going to be a Sidra, I only believe in the Ninja 729. But he's not doing it. He's here on the Aang.
This will be interesting. I mean, it does give them a decent amount of range and very quick signatures. Frydazol rocking the Enchantress, Ninja 729 rocking Aang. You've got the side sig on Aang for that spear, incredibly fast. You've got the neutral sig on Orb for the Enchantress, incredibly fast. So you have these good, quick finishers that you can use in just momentary handoffs, you know, just 1, 2, and out. You can sneak those in even while the opponent's teammate is in game.
Yeah, looking really forward to seeing those handoffs. And then on the other side, again, we talked a little bit about this team of Zyder and Bartu. Zyder currently locked in on the Black Knight. We've seen Orions start to do well again. We saw, of course, Double Orion win in Australia just last night. So not a crazy pick by any means. And then Bartu coming in again on that Sidra. It's an interesting pick because I don't see that much cannon in 2s. We've seen, like, the Zols occasionally, but other than that, not a lot of cannon. But at the same time, like, you still have that kind of KO power, that ability to kind of drag someone really far off the screen and then come back in and do some crazy stuff.
Yeah, so now we've got the stage pick and bans going through, and it looks like we are going to land on
Wait for it.
Ooh, small Fortress of Lions to open up. Okay. Here we go. Game number 1, rocking in. First weapons going the way of Zyder and Frydazol. R2 left alone. Hasn't armed up yet. He went for the edge guard to try and get something going on Frydazol. Very aggressive choice.
Ooh, okay, looks like the red team wants to stack up a little bit. I do like the way that they're currently positioning, both of them kind of taking that central position, but blue team manages to kind of steal it back. And there you see in that dare, we talked a little bit about this yesterday, where the gauntlet dare now has a lot more vertical angle, but left side, Frydazol not able to hit the edge guard.
Oh, big Orion signature. It covers so much ground, and that's going to be Bartu actually getting caught out for the first knockout of the game.
I really like the Ninja's reaction there. He's like, we both got hit, but if I just throw out a ground pound, like, it's pretty much probably going to hit you, even if it sends you forward. I just want to hit you.
You just got to keep swinging sometimes, you know?
Yeah, never a bad idea to hurt the opponent.
Ooh, perfect punish on that spear ground pound. Frydazol splitting the red team wide, trying to get a little bit of a team combo over on Bartu. That seems to be the linchpin of the match here, as he's in orange, nearing knockout range of his second stock already.
Yeah, and I like that option from Fry there, throwing out the side light, goes for the active input for the stronger force over to the right side. And again, blue team's MO seems to be split the red team, keep them far apart, but the end sig from Zyder is going to launch Fry. Ninja comes back into this one, no weapon spawn just yet.
It's a little bit of the checkerboard pattern up in the top right for the health values. Unfortunately, Bartu down on that second second life. Dangerous situation here.
I love that improvised team combo from Fry and the Ninja. They're utilizing the Scythe active inputs to kind of keep swinging Zyder around there, and the Ninja was just like, I'll try to follow up wherever I can. Nice side air. Will even up that stock count, but the damage is being done to this red team.
Yeah, blue team has been doing a really great job just kind of destabilizing the red team, splitting them wide, not letting them get any kind of team combos. And there goes Bartu. Unfortunate friendly fire, I'll say.
that was like attacking the teammate twice, though. He like side-lighted, and then he was like, I'm going to side air my teammate as well. Like, I'm just going to keep hitting him. Nice pickup there from the Ninja 729. Got it down light. Couldn't quite get a follow-up off of it. But man, Bartu definitely looking like the target of the blue team right now with the fact that he's on his last stock. Oh, Fry can't touch.
Oh, wow. Okay, that is the big comeback that they needed. That equalized the game entirely.
Yeah, but now it's on Bartu to survive a little bit longer as he does get a downlight in there. Nice. And suddenly red team's got some potential here. Follow up. Yep.
Oh. There we go. Zyder falling down to his final stock. Now everybody down on one. The Ninja 729 going for a big read with that gravity cancel.
Okay, Bartu starting to swing. I love that weapon toss to open up the Ninja 729. Ninja with the chase up onto Zyder, but you're seeing the red team try to stay a little bit closer. They want to make sure they don't leave someone in the combo, but it gives Fry a double.
Yeah, that was a ton of damage that I don't know if they could really afford at this point. Gauntlets and Scythe, Fry and the Ninja starting to set something up. They've got Zyder off stage. Bartu goes to relieve the pressure.
Okay, nice dare. Fry is just throwing the red team around here. Side air. Lots of people in the red. Zare.
Zyder, that was just enough. Bartu's out of here. The Ninja's out of here. It's a 1v1. Everything on the table.
Just what big hit is it going to be? That side air puts Fry off screen. Nice dodge through, avoids the weapon toss. Zyder with that stage control. 2 exclamation points, 3 exclamation points, but Zyder can't catch him.
All right, once again, setting up the edge guard. Oh, the toss! Caught by the back end of the engine on that one.
And the game knew already. Like, that amazing was coming out as that weapon toss hit. Like, it was like, all right, he's done for. We already know. Get him out of here.
Jeez. You know, I got to give them props. Zyder and Bartu, it started off really rocky. Bartu losing that stock so early on and continuing on the back foot. But then when it was in that 2-1-2-1 situation, that's where they managed to get the early knockout onto Frydazol and really turn things around.
Well, they'll see if they can replicate it here as we get into game number 2. Falling Zyder coming out from the Ninja 729. Blue team, I mean, like, they had so many moments where they were looking solid, but the red team just managed to clutch up towards the tail end of that one.
Oh, Bartu in danger. That's got to be it. He doesn't have anything left.
Oh!
The anchor got the touch, but the Ninja 729 for the checkmate.
Yeah, he was ready for that. He's like, bro, I play Sidra. I know that you have that in the pocket. And he was waiting for it. Nice punish coming out. And that puts Bartu very early onto the second stock. But on the other side, Zyder basically untouched.
Yeah, he's been doing a good job just weaving himself in and out. He's used that side signature a couple times to race across the stage, tag one of the opponents just for daring to threaten Bar2, but I don't know how much he can keep up that protection.
I don't think Bar2 wants that protection as he's swinging all around, hits a nice side air onto the Ninja 729. You can see him trying to swing towards Frydazal, but Frydazal doing a really good job avoiding.
Yo, let's go!
Karatada Zyder takes down Frydazal. Frydazal on his last stock here.
Going for the setup. Zyder unarmed, manages to sneak in, grab that spear. He's the only one still with all 3 stocks, but the Ninja looking to put an end to that one. Side signature, that'll do it.
The Ninja 729 trying to activate all the avatar powers. He's throwing out so many heavy buttons, hoping that they'll at least bring that stock count closer, because if they take down Bar2, stock count will be effectively even.
Ooh, neutral signature. Bar2 trying to go for the fastball special. Manages to seal the deal.
He was out there and he's like, yo, you did this to me last time with that spear ground pound. It's my turn. Hits him with the side air after the whiff nair. And now final stocks here for both blue team members.
Oh,
nice.
Huge knockout. The Ninja 729 putting one up on the board.
Yo, but this blue team still needs a big swing in their favor. A team combo might be the thing as Frydazal.
Zyder in trouble.
Yeah.
Tries to race back to stage. Not enough, and Bar2 just could not rotate over.
And the combo keeps it going. Frydazal utilizing the active input of the scythe there. Bar2 in the red. But Zyder takes down Fry. It's just a 1v2 for the Ninja 729.
Man, yeah, Bar2 back playing the support role as he's the more damaged one on the team.
Who went for the target swap there, and
Beautiful.
Bar2 with the punish.
Red team wins.
Now I guess the question is, we've seen Small Fortress of Lions. Are we going to get a map swap?
Yeah. They banned it out. We're going to Apocalypse for game number 2. Some big plays again. Like, I think the biggest swing was Zyder hitting that Karatada, that Lance 0 to hero moment where he just took Frydazal down to his last stock so early that from then on, blue team is playing from the deficit. We'll see how well it works out here in game number 2, because maybe if he doesn't get caught by that, blue team might have a chance.
All right, so we find ourselves over onto Apocalypse. I feel like you've got just a little bit of a change-up. You don't have the pillar underneath. You've got probably a slightly taller ceiling, slightly farther knockout sides on the horizontal. But again, you've got that one platform up there that gives you a little bit of safety to land.
Ooh, okay. Interesting option there, Fry. Like, I think he had that kind of defaulted combo of going for the dare, but again, Scythe, it's a grab move, so he can only get one of the 2 red team members that were caught. Really solid damage, though, still being done onto Frydazal. Onto Zyder. Frydazal the only one undamaged.
Ooh, drops onto Zyder. The target swap over to Bar2. Frydazal putting damage on the board. Trying to make up this deficit.
He hitting. All right, blue team members taking down both red team members. Ninja won his 1v1 while Fry was chasing Zyder to the top of the map with that recovery.
Now here's just the trouble. Fry is so damaged, even just any stray hit knocks him so far away, it leaves the Ninja 729 alone for an extended period of time.
Yeah, he's got to be careful. Sometimes it's worth it to just get taken out so that you can stay around longer, but the Ninja 729 is taking a lot there. The dare is going to actually KO after bouncing him off the stage. That's how much damage was put onto Frydazal.
Bar2, beautiful rotation. Saved his partner, tacked some damage on the opponent.
And again, the target swapping coming out from Bar2, really utilizing that cannon sidelight to take a lot of space horizontally, both sides. Zyder takes down the Ninja 729.
All right, and this is probably the first time all set that we've seen Bar2 actually not the first one down on final stock.
Yeah, he's really holding it down. He's leveled up a lot since game number 1.
There's the hook. Oh, beautiful read. Frydazal almost getting the knockout on Zyder.
Yeah, just not quite enough damage for that one. Bar2 trying to go for that backswing as he's coming back. Left side, Zyder avoids the weapon toss. Bar2's in position to help just in case. But Fry with the ground pound.
Yeah, that was a clutch denial. Came in at just the right moment.
That's such a tough spot for Bartu to be in because he's like, do I need to hit you to save you or do I need to block out the opponent? He tried to go for the hit, but Fry came out from the top to take him down.
Yeah, I just like the oh, no!
That's your teammate. Oh, the wall kind of got in the way of there. But now red team down to their final stocks. There's hope here for the blue team, but I'm still watching the Ninja729 who's in the Orge on his last stock, and Fry is joining everyone else in that last stock category.
All right, so we find ourselves even situation. The Ninja729 getting knocked out wide. That final stock looking very tenuous, and it's gone.
Big side sig comes out from Zyder. Now it's all left to Fry in the 1v2. There is a chance here if Zyder mispositions, maybe throws out a crazy gravity cancel, that Fry can steal a stock away, but it's going to be a tough ask.
Yeah, you see him doing a lot of these flybys, using that soft platform just to stay up out of the fray, doesn't want to get sandwiched. Double, that's great damage.
Oh, but he didn't get anyone with that ground pound. You know he was hoping that one of the fish in that barrel would get caught.
Uh-oh, but now they're starting to swarm around him. The school taking Fry to school. And right now the denial. Oh no, beautiful recovery.
Fry's still living here. He knows this is the upper bracket moment. If he can clutch this out, but the down heavy from Zyder. He doesn't have a spear in hand, but he can still swing both sides, and he's going to take out Frydazol to win it 3-0 over Frydazol in the Ninja729.
Woo! Yeah, Bartu really putting on the pressure, turning this one around. I think he did a phenomenal job, was really the main factor in this game. I mean, just the amount of times that he was able to come in, give Zyder that support, the cannon downlight into neutral air to punish anybody who dared to tap Zyder.
Yeah, I really wanted to try to quantify how well Bartu was doing. I mean, coming in here, putting out just under the damage of Zyder. Zyder doing 577 versus the 522 of Bartu. Again, damage taken relatively even between the two. The number that stood out the most for Bartu is he threw out 104 light attacks compared to the second highest is 82. Bartu was just putting out all these hitboxes, making it really hard for the blue team to come in towards Zyder.
That's pressure. That is some serious pressure. And, you know, not too easy to do. I know, like, the cannon's got a lot of that movement, but that's something that makes it a little bit awkward in the doubles space, just because you can't choose your own location as much for how you're going to set this up, especially sandwich combos, leapfrogs, that sort of thing. You just got to go, hey, I'm barreling through this way. Please adapt to me.
Please avoid me. It's not my fault. But, of course, that win for Bartu and Zyder is going to put them up against Fozy and Godly coming up in just a little bit. Again, checking in with the bracket, seeing some matches happening over on Pro Brawlhalla, but our next match is going to be a match that you and production are both very excited for. It's going to be Acno Blaze versus Vocal and Addy Mestic.
Man, this is like such a potential throwback. I know that there's like the new construction of Vocal and Addy Mestic. We haven't seen that before. But again, Addy Mestic, former 2v2 world champion. Vocal, he's been in the scene for such an extended long time. Acno and Blaze, they've had eras of domination in the European scene for doubles. So this is definitely like a hallmark throwback who's who Hall of Fame going on here.
Yeah, it's so funny because, like, you know, the new bloods coming into the regions, coming into the scene, they're looking at Addy Mestic. They're like, who's this old man who's playing? I don't care about Paul McCartney. I don't care about the Beatles, whatever. But, like, you have to give it, like, this qualitative property of the fact that if you look across EU gold medals, Addy Mestic is one of a handful of people with gold medals, period, in the region. And again, when it comes to World Championship 2v2s, he, alongside his teammate, is the only EU team to get a gold medal in 2v2s. So it's still like he has that property that he's got that, like, you got to put respect on this Hall of Famer. But at the same time, it's like, all right, I get it. Old man, you've had your time in the sun. It's time for you to retire.
But now I just have this question of what are they going to be playing here? Because Addy Mestic, he was one of the early innovators of gauntlets. You know, we saw just a lot of the Val. He's rotated over to Bouchon a couple times. Just really big on the Addy Mestic gauntlets. Do you think we're going to see that here, or does he have something else prepared?
I will always say that Addy Mestic not playing Dragon Slayer Val is just doing a disservice to his mom, who got a tattoo of that skin. But
Wow, that is dedication.
But you know what? He's probably like talked to him and like, hey, I think it's time to change it up. Because we got the Tezca on screen for Addy Mestic alongside Vocal, who's going to be coming in on the Dalsim. That is that Rayman crossover.
All right, this is interesting because Addy Mestic, the first tournament that Tezca was legal, the Winter Championship, Addy Mestic did play him in singles, I saw. Unfortunately, didn't make it too far in that bracket, but I'm very curious to see what him and Vocal have been cooking up for doubles combos.
He was Dragon Blaze around at the top of the map there. He's still going, doesn't get the gravity cancel downlight, but my eyes are all on Addy Mestic right now because, I mean, those boots are kicking right now.
Yeah, Vocal trying to take some space control. He's got the Dalsim with that big axe just swinging. So much range, but Blaze, oh, he was swinging with his own axe, unfortunately disarmed.
All right, downlight recovery. Addy and Vocal going to take the stock lead over Acno and Blaze. And again, Acno and Blaze have the winningest record in EU history. So two big names on the screen right now.
I like that. Blaze was there for support, but recognized, hey, Acno, you got the downlight. Do you think you have the dash jump recovery? Oh, yes? All right. It's all yours.
Yeah, and again, trusting the teammate a little bit there to be like, all right, I don't need to come in here, mess things up. I know I could come in with an N-Sig, but I'll just let you do your biz. Acno still holding down that stock advantage for the blue team.
Whoa, Addy Mestic taking Blaze high once again.
Yeah, he's really been bringing Blaze vertical. He's been going for a lot of this aerial play against Blaze. Meanwhile, Acno holding down the stage control, going down, lights, throwing side sigs all directions. Addy on the left side gets back up safely. Nice interrupt.
All right, I love the way that Acno and Blaze have been playing this. You know, Addy Mestic was dragging Blaze around. He was getting a bunch of damage combos, really just setting him on his heels. So they swapped targets. Acno came in with the range of the blasters to keep those boots at bay, and it's been paying off. They've got Vocal and Addy Mestic down on their final stocks.
One thing that I saw a second ago there from Acno and Blaze was this team combo that they were doing. Like, a big question I've had throughout the weekend is, like, how are people going to adapt to the new dare angle? And Blaze's response was like, I'll just hit him before he gets launched super far. Like, I'll just do a side light early into the down air, and then we can get a different combo. But left side, Acno with the falling Sares doesn't get the final blow.
Chasing against Vocal, just popping him. Oh, Blaze getting revenge on Addy Mestic there. And Vocal short to follow. Acno and Blaze with a 3-stock victory. They started off on their heels a little bit. Blaze was the first one to lose his stock, but man, they really turned that around with those side swaps.
Yeah, it really felt like there was like this very small warm-up time where like Acno and Blaze had just put the keys into the car and they're like, all right, we got to give it a little bit of time there. But once they started going, like Acno really had all this control in the middle. Like looking at all these clips, he's basically just holding down the center stage where Blaze is the one who's going out there, again, utilizing all that aerial movement that the Lance has.
All right, so here we've got the stats from the last match going here. Most of the damage dealt by Acno. It looked like Vocal and Addy Mestic, just not enough. It started out really well, and then they just weren't able to accelerate. That's why you saw, you know, Blaze and Acno doing about double the damage that Vocal and Addy did.
Yeah, I mean, the damage really started to fall off for this red team. They'll see if they can pick it up again, as looks like they're going for 2 separate 1v1s. You don't see the red team trying to get close to each other. Instead, they're kind of just holding out on each opposite sides.
Yeah, I've noticed Addy Mestic, he's been doing this kind of like flyby. I'm going to rotate in just to get 1 extra tag and then back to my 1v1. But unfortunately, wasn't enough to take the pressure off Vocal. He's the first to fall.
Did get a nice pickup, though, in response, right? He got both blue team members with that downlight recovery. Probably about as much as you could have asked for in that position. Side sig connects. Addy's down to a 2nd stock.
Vocal trying to get a word in edgewise. Gravity cancel signature, not going to get the job done. He got disarmed, took too much damage while holding that axe, and now he just can't find his footing.
Yeah, he is struggling right now against the onslaught of attacks from this blue team. The weapon tossed down, and he spot dodges, which lets Blaze hit a big Sare. Right side, Addy's trying to get any stock off this blue team.
Yeah, they've done a phenomenal job extending. I mean, Blaze, Acno not even yet getting knocked out. damage taken is going to be so insanely high per stock here.
They've been extending so incredibly long. I love the decision there from the red team to go towards Blaze. They saw Acno was really far to the right side, and they're like, all right, power play opportunity here. They'll see if they can make more here as Acno comes in, hits the recovery. Both red team members down to their final stock.
Yeah, that's just the tried and true support that Acno and Blaze have. I would love to hear their comms sometime, you know?
Dude, I swear sometimes like top player comms are just like, hit him. Just go hit him.
Yeah. It's like, you already know. We've played so many matches together. The mind meld is true.
Downlight hits a side air. Vocal is out of there. It's all left to Addy against the 4 stocks of the blue team. A tall task for sure, but he might get Blaze with the down sig.
Oh, what a punish.
Nice punish, though, yeah.
The queen sacrifice, as it were, you know?
You know, sometimes it's worth it. You know, like the chess puzzles where you get the pawn all the way to the other side and you're like, oh man, I really want a queen right now. But then like chess.com is like, no, you're supposed to be a horse so that you can like do this like weird ladder thing.
Weird letter thing?
Yeah. Well, the L's, man.
Yeah, you start dishing out L's with those knights. Jeez, so Acno and Blaze, they're going to be sitting up at 2-0 in the set right now. Vocal and Addy Mestic, what do you think they need to change in their gameplay if there's going to be no swap in Legends?
This is going to sound harsh, but it has to come out from Vocal. Vocal's the one who's doing 250 in that last one. He was under 300. Addy, again, he's not putting out the biggest damage, but part of it, I want to say, is like Vocal, like second stock on, was kind of just in this backseat. Like he was trying to play that support role, but still getting caught a little bit. So he needs a little bit of a mix up, either like safer options or to just like be a little bit more present and putting in that hit stun. And it looks like the Asuri swap's going to be that decision.
Yeah, that gives him the toolkit for a lot faster attacks, more stable attacks, just because he was using the axe primarily in, you know, the past matches. And it just seemed like he wasn't able to get his swings. Every time that he would swing, that puts him in just a punish range so often. And that really just kind of added up outside of his favor. Unfortunately, the swap to Asuri, he's still the one taking the most damage.
He's taking a lot, but I think Addy recognizes as he is doing a lot. Addy he's basically playing a free-for-all right now, and he is hitting both blue team members, but yet no stock side sig from Addy gives him the slight lead. What's the follow-up? Vocal misses the Sair.
It's all right. He grabbed the recovery onto Blaze. That damage building up. He's going to get knocked down, but that is just to tie it up. So red team has a real shot here.
Ooh, Addy was charging up a signature, but the weapon toss, and here's the team combo. Vocal trying to get out of that. Addy Mestic was just trying to put out a hitbox. You saw that weapon toss and just be like, hopefully this will break that up.
Ooh, Blaze coming in for the support. Addy Mestic in dire straits gets ground pounded down.
What a good ground pound from Blaze, too. He did it while rising, so he kind of just stayed in position there, and Addy jumps up into that hitbox. Blaze still holding down that initial stock, and Vocal, he might be on his final here in a minute.
Great snipe, though. Blaze went for that slide charge signature, hoping to score the knockout on Vocal, send him down to the last, but Vocal with a perfect punish.
Okay, nice recovery. Vocal does get taken out by the Sair from Blaze, though. Addy really trying to keep this close. You see him swinging with these recoveries. Ground pound. Acno's down to his final stock as well.
Man, that one was literally from the top rope.
Yeah, he's like, you might have recovered me, but that just gives me longer time to charge this ground pound.
Uh-oh. Addy down on final stock. Blaze, the only one on his second, and he's healthy.
Yeah, he's got a lot of health to play with. Might be decision time for the red team to try to take down Acno, play those 1v2s. Cider comes out. Nice N-Sig pickup, but it's not going to take down Blaze.
That's right, keeping him off the heels, building that damage that they still need. Great interruption, saved Vocal's life there.
Needed to do something there, and he also was sweat beating, so he went for the nair instead of the recovery. And Sig thrown out, Blaze with the punish.
Searching for the option, recovery hits both.
Down Sig, takes down Blaze, last stock for everyone, but the red team needs to take Acno here now.
You see Acno going back, he's going to be playing support. He's got the range with those blasters. Uh-oh, Vocal out wide. They've got a momentary power play on Addy Mestic. Acno rotating over, trying to keep Vocal off stage here. And he's gone. Addy Mestic getting caught by Blaze's gravity cancel. What a phenomenal edge guard, and that's a 3-0. Acno and Blaze moving on in the bracket.
Yeah, really well done from Blaze. That's like twice where we've seen him kind of play that just perfectly positioned alongside this path that Adimestic's going, that horizontal. And he did it earlier with like Lance side airs, and this time he was like, you know what, I'll go for the active frames, just stay in position, gravity cancel, neutralite, catches Adimestic. Really well done. And of course, congratulations. That's a guaranteed top 8 finish, or top 5 because they're on the top side of top 8.
Ooh.
Wait, no, they're going to the top 16. I'm crazy.
Oh, okay.
I'm
yeah,
crazy.
This was
Yeah.
to go into top 8 qualifiers.
Yes. Top 12 finish from here. Better damage done from Adimestic. 885 put out total from this red team versus the blue team, which was, again, consistent, putting out 1,100 roughly game after game.
Jeez. Yeah, I always just love watching Blaze, especially in those high-pressure situations, because his edge guards, he does kind of set up that, I don't know if space control is the right word for it. It's more like the sphere of influence. You know, if you end up playing Go, it's like, okay, I just need to set a piece down here so that way I control this whole area. And he places himself just like that to go, oh, I'll be able to head you off at the pass, whether you go high, low, stay side, whatever.
Yeah, he's really good at just kind of, like you said, just taking a lot of that space control. And it's one of the things that like the Lance really affords him, right? Is like if he's, again, kind of taking all this space, the opponent comes in a little too close, he's got all this horizontal control. He can just jump up and take out the opponent. But of course, that will be our last qualifier to get into the top 16 of matches. We're going to take a short little break, and when we come back, we'll be bringing you that top 16 of the EU Spring Championship. Stick around.
We're here with the Brawlhalla Spring Championship. It's the European doubles bracket today. I'm TWK, joined here by Duke.
Hello.
How you feeling about this bracket?
It's fun. It's EU, and unfortunately, Addy Mestic's down in the elimination side of things, but still some fantastic stuff going on. Again, a little bit predictable because it's like, okay, yeah, I know this team's kind of that stronger team, but now we get into a little bit more of that spiciness. We just finished the top 32. Now we're getting to the top 16 of things, where again, that competition, it gets a little bit harder every single time we get further on into the bracket. Coming up next, we've got Fozy Godly versus Bartu Zyder. Bartu Zyder hot off the 3-0 over Frydazol and the Ninja 729, which chat had favored in they had it in favor of Frydazol and the Ninja 729. Language is hard.
Yeah, I mean, I don't blame them just because, you know, that's the name recognition you usually see, right? Zyder, I mean, he's very active over on the socials, but, you know, Bartu definitely one of the newer players of that whole four that were in that match. This does set up the qualifications for top 8. We're going to find out who goes on into winner's side. We've got the matches going on here, but we also have matches going on over on twitch.tv/ProBrawlhalla for some of that lower bracket action.
Yeah, but of course, we already got to watch 2 matches today. Frydazol Ninja, Bartu Zyder, talked about that a second ago. Acno, Blaze, and Vocal Addy Mestic up next, just talked about it. Fozy Godly versus Bartu Zyder. And then after that, we'll be catching y'all with some Coco Spyrox versus TM Delta. Some anti-French propaganda right there. Really going to try to start a revolution with that one. But we got Fozy Godly and Bartu Zyder on deck. The thing that really stood out to me was the fact that Bartu was able to level up in that set. He started off, and I was like, oh, it's looking a little rough here. But he really started to get a lot better. But he's running into a brick wall, and the viewers know it. 91% in favor of Fozy Godly.
Jeez, listen, I can't blame them. Fozy Godly, they are those dudes. They have been those dudes. They are such a dominant team, especially at this time. I think there's just a lot of fan favorites for Godly at the moment. He has just been having such an dominating performance for like the past year. And Fozy, one of the greatest 2v2 players of all time. He just makes anything work.
Yeah, he really is kind of defining his own meta in 2v2s and telling everybody else to keep up. Again, he was one of the few who really started early on with that Orion. We're starting to see Orion come out. He was the one who really started bringing out the Zariel. We're starting to see some other people bring out the Zariel. We'll see how well it works. On the other side, Godly coming in here on the Dalsim, it makes a lot of sense, but at the same time, I was like, yo, your Petra was doing work in 1v1s. I'm a little surprised that's not what he started off with here today in doubles.
Yeah, I mean, it still gives him the gauntlets. You know, there's a little bit of similarity there. But the axe, that is kind of like the old tried and true for European doubles, right? I mean, there were just whole years where it's like, okay, well, you need to run double axe on your team.
Yeah, really can't go wrong, and already definitely not going wrong as they took down Zyder with the N-Sig, Fozy with the down Sig. He's currently gotten 2 of the 2 KOs off the red team.
Yeah, I mean, Orion, just a phenomenal signature set. And I think this is going to be pretty telling. The fact that Zyder is also running that same legend, and Fozy just has been tagging him time and again.
Talk about tag. Zyder managed to get away from that narrowly, and he tags him back with the N-Sig. Right side, Godly manages to get back and doesn't get the ground pound onto Zyder.
Yeah, that was a great recovery by Zyder, just rotating out and around. You know, a lot of people, you just kind of, hey, I want to get back to the stage, at least touch the wall, reset my jumps. But he identified that was the path out, and they managed to score a knockout onto Godly. So we've got tied up stocks here.
Oh, but not for long, as Zyder not able to touch the wall. Nice pickup there for Fozy, down light into the side air, but Bartu's got enough health there to get back.
Fozy once again just coming in with that down signature. It covers so much space.
Big side sig, talking about space coverage, man. Fozy's got so many tools to take up all this space, and Zyder, Bartu down to their final stocks here.
Setting up the edge guard. Oh, beautiful interception.
That was rude. He had so many different options, and he's like, you know what? You did this to me earlier. It's my turn. But he doesn't hit the nair onto Bartu, so Bartu gets out of the team combo.
Yeah, he's got another chance at life here, but they got another chance at the combo. Oh, Bartu once again falling out.
Fozy not allowing those team combos to happen. Bartu gonna get caught though. Down like ground pound. Red team is done for. That was a 4-stock victory.
Fozy with 5 of those knockouts too. My gosh, it seems like Godly gets to run his game, you know, he's a major threat. They've always got to contend with him. And that gives Fozy the space to just come in with these massive signatures, really pile on the damage.
Yeah, I mean, he just recognizes these optimal situations to go in for those KOs. Like, Godly, he's definitely not doing nothing. Like, he's coming in here. I was watching him do those the build-up damage with his axe, side light and air, into side air hit, like, so many stinking times. Put out 452 damage in that one.
Ooh. So here we go, running this back. Again, Orion versus Orion.
Fozy getting some good juggles onto Bartu. Bartu tries to get away, but Godly comes in. Downlight recovery to snipe him out, and Zyder gets caught by both, but the Sig gets him back up safely, but he doesn't want safety. He wants KOs, but Fozy's going to deny it. Godly gets up.
Yeah, what a phenomenal save. Fozy was really looking for those knockouts there. He had starved out the options. He was like, if I'm going down, I'm taking you with me. But Fozy said, not just yet. That's my teammate.
Fantastic plays from the blue team to keep themselves alive. But Zyder does manage to get the snipe out, side airing Godly. Fozy's just going to sit on that wall until Godly comes back. Uh-oh.
All right, Zyder has been actually using that signature phenomenally well. He's been using it to just kind of tag out these checkmate situations of, hey, here's a really good dodge read. I'm scoring this knockout immediately.
Yeah, I mean, if you're off stage, you got to be ready for Zyder to come in with that. Fozy's got it himself, though. You see him try to do it on the right side, but Zyder had that punish. Down sig hits the teammate there. Zyder's got a down sig of his own. Bartu in the middle of all that, just cannon damage.
Yeah, really setting up that space control. Unfortunately unarmed at the moment. There it is with the sword coming in for the pressure relief. Uh-oh. Godly getting double damage and a big slide charge from Fozy.
Yeah, just caught him out there. Bartu finds the perfect spacing around Godly's charged up side six, slaps Fozy for a minute there, but he gets caught by the recovery. Team combo.
Team combo. There's so much damage on board. Yep.
Oh, he didn't go for it?
I know Godly didn't intend to get caught in there as well, but it was a good decision because you do deal, you know, less damage and force to your teammate. So may as well just kind of push that towards its conclusion.
Yeah, that's I thought for sure he would have just like gone for the damage there because again, like you said, you do less damage, less force to your teammate. But great interrupt from Fozy gets Godly out of that damage situation.
Yeah, what a save! Not a moment too soon. See Godly and Fozy immediately setting up for the sandwich every time. They just leapfrog over, and they're just looking for those huge confirms. So Godly and Fozy now going up 2-0. Dominating performance in that one as well.
Yeah, and Godly, that was a great sequence at the very end there. Godly had like the sidelight read, just some classic gauntlet play. Here's that team combo. Like again, I thought for sure he's like, he got the double down lane.
He was rotating to Bartu.
Okay, yeah. That makes sense then. I thought he was just like, you know, I don't want to hit my teammate anymore. I'm going to be friendly.
Man goes all the way out there with the side air.
Big lead for Godly and Fozy now. Bartu and Zyder. We'll see what they can do. Can they get themselves on the board? Because right now they're staring down a 3-0 victory in favor of Godly Fozy.
Well, the second game was closer than the first. I think they've got to identify some way to dismantle that space control that Fozy has. But I don't know how you get Godly off of you for that long.
It's still Godly. Oh, but he misses the down like ground pound. Just kind of mispositions it. And Bartu, he gets to do some extra stuff with his stock now.
Man, I think that's the major difference here, is that Godly and Fozy are just so good with those quick handoffs and the immediate rotations. And I don't know. I think we need to see Bartu's cannon get some sort of 1v1 string, but he's got to find the space to be able to do that. It's going to require a lot of support from Zyder.
Yeah, like if he gets this like center stage control, I think there's that potential, but at the same time, like Godly Fozy, they just pick it apart. Oh, team combo comes in. Zyder gets caught by the recovery from Godly to finish that combo off.
Bar2 sending Fozy wide, goes for the power play. Threatening almost the knockout.
Side light Sayre.
Beautiful.
Zyder's going to live. Yep, and the neutral light as well. Bar2 keeping this one close, but the damage is being done.
Yeah, that's what we like to see. Bar2 turning this one on. Unfortunately, that left side. Oh my gosh. And such a quick conversion. That combo Fozy with the spiking signature yet again.
Yeah, Bar2 was turning that one on, but Godly Fozy came into the room, immediately flicked that light switch back off. Godly with the axe damage on the right side. Goes for 2 down sigs. They don't connect, but Zyder goes the wrong way with his dare, and Fozy full capitalization. Last stock here for Bar2.
This is where I was saying Fozy just makes anything work. You know, Godly, oh my gosh, how did he catch that one?
He's just ready. He's like,
he makes
open space
anything
here?
work.
He does. He makes literally anything work. Well played to Godly Fozy, commanding victory. Oh my goodness, don't look at Zyder's damage.
Uh-oh.
Oh, look at that. Oh, show that. I didn't know the numbers went that low. Oh my god.
That, I absolutely loved that knockout. The one just previous to this, because Fozy, just a quick rotation, went all the way off stage, was, hey, I'm going to poke with this down air very, very quickly to secure the knockout, because Godly needs to go reset his options. I was keeping an eye on that, and I've got the perfect handoff.
And that's one of the reasons why we talk about how Fozy is such a good 2v2er, is being able to have that awareness. A lot of players will have just like this very narrow vision of like, this person's in front of me, I'm gonna hit them, he's gonna hit me, we're playing this game. But like Fozy's like, okay, this guy's right in front of me, but also y'all are playing this offstage game, and I can come over here and capitalize off the fact that he whiffed his down air. So really good, again, awareness. Again, credit to Fozy being that strong 2v2er.
He's got that panoramic shot, you know? That's just how that works.
Yeah, he's got a... Fish eyes sounds really mean now that I'm saying it, but it's like,
more
you know,
of a wide
like,
angle.
yeah,
you know,
like it does give you a little bit more perspective. But again, that is going to put Godly Fozy into the top side, top 8, guaranteed top 5 finish. Up next, Coco Spyrex versus Delta TM. Again, France is being attacked by production here.
Wow. They're just going for the knockouts. They got to take some of them out here.
Yeah, they got to hate on France whenever possible, and they're just like, only one French team can go into the top 8.
One of these days. One of these days we'll get the
So
spread.
it's just so sad in my ears. Just, no, you didn't do it on purpose.
All right, I am curious to see where this poll that just opened lands.
It is really a tough call. Okay, apparently not that tough for chat there. 69% in favor of Coco Spyrex. But it's a tough call. These are both, again, teams in France that kind of came up together. You started to see them have these various moments. I will say, again, TM Delta, they have that gold medal. They have performed when it came down to that situation. But at the same time, like, it is, again, really hard to call. I personally would struggle with making this gut call.
Right now, this is waffling. We see the seesaw happening just with all the percentage of the votes here. It was in favor of Coco Spyrex. Now it's TM Delta. It's just going to keep swinging back.
Can you explain that phrasing? I've heard the term waffling a bunch of times, and I'm like, waffles are pretty flat.
I mean, like, they're flat, but, you know, you got to, like, cook them one side, and then you flip the waffle iron to, like, cook the other side.
Do you have? You don't have to.
Just,
right?
you don't want it to run too much. That's the thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that why?
I mean, usually.
Okay. I guess that makes sense.
Yeah.
Because like modern waffle irons, like they just like both sides are heated and it's fine.
Yeah. I mean, you know, technology advances and it's really nice.
Okay.
So
so what I'm saying is like waffling as a term is not quite as relevant anymore. We are still waiting for TM and Delta to lock in. I do love what I'm seeing right now. Coco Spyrex, no surprise. We've got the Wushang Olgrim.
Yep.
But again, my nostalgia goggles, when it comes to TM Delta, Taros. I love the double Taros. That was like the classic thing. And like with the way the meta has shifted, I think there's potential for at least Taros Olgrim to really come into it. Because again, like gauntlets, they've been hit in ways that they aren't as clear cut in the 2v2 space. Still strong. We've of course seen a lot of gauntlets play. But I think there's room now for Taros Olgrim to come in. But it looks like they're just haters.
All right. Well, I mean, even though it's not Taros, I know that's like where your heart lies. You still get that EU classic, right? From around their era that they came up, double axe.
Yeah, lots of axe coming in. Spyrex, the only non-axe person here, but of course, can't blame him. The Wushang looks so good. He's able to get these fantastic SIG follow-ups off of like basically anything Coco throws to him.
Oh, yeah. Oh yeah, I mean they fire off quick. It doesn't really matter which weapon you end up having. They all serve similar functions on those signatures.
Okay, and we'll see if those functions come into play. As again, Coco Spyrax versus TM Delta getting ready for game number 1. One of the French teams is going to go down into the elimination bracket after this.
All right, so game 1 on Apocalypse. First weapons going the way of Delta and Coco.
And some nice pickups. There's that spear pickup for Spyrox. TM still yet to pick up a weapon spawn. He's hoping for one, but he's still sticking around trying to help Delta out, make sure he doesn't get collapsed on.
The damage build favoring TM and Delta. Coco and Spyrox poised to be knocked out.
Yo, but TM also starting to dip into that red. TM doesn't get the read there with that recovery. Right side, Delta manages to come back up safely. Spyrox disengaged.
Ooh, huge knockout onto Coco. Spyrox trying to land, manages to get over that weapon toss and around the ground pound.
Nice dodge through, avoids that ground pound, keeps the stock alive, and an interrupt there, and I love that he disengaged because he was like, you know what, I did what I needed to do. Oh, but he doesn't have the movement there. Spyrox gonna fall.
Oh, wow, big charge up, double ground pound. Coco in trouble here.
Oh! Wait, that was just a save. Oh!
He got the chase dodge, that's just enough.
He gets back up safely. Delta holds on too. TM tries to interrupt there, sends Delta flying to the right side, and the downlight from Coco's enough.
Man, damage building so incredibly high. The unarmed recovery knocking out as well.
There's the weapon spawn. Delta manages to pick it up. Spyrox!
Oh, no!
He saw someone flying at him, and he swung, but it was his teammate, but he makes up for it with a fantastic string onto TM.
Coco down on final stock now. Spyrox, wow, that was a really clutch dodge read. Almost managed to tag the other side light.
Spyrox really trying to play that target swap game. I love what he's doing. He threw out a side light, lots of hit stun, and then chase dodge down to go for the other red team member. But at the same time, still getting caught.
A little bit of an interruption. Spyrox trying to find his way to a weapon, ends up grabbing the spear, but it's gone along with his stock.
Oh!
Yo!
The fake out, and Delta takes that KO. He is dominating right now. You saw TM in position. He wanted that handoff. He's like, Serum, I'll come in with the N-Sig. But Delta ends up getting that recovery, and Spyrox cleans up TM stock, but there's still 3 left for the red team.
Yeah, this is a tall order, and Delta's axe has just been controlling the skies this entire match.
Bro.
Yo. He's flying them up off the top. He's flying them down below. Delta has transcontinental flights everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, like, he controls the sky, which we usually think is like above the stage, but like there's air down there underneath the stage. And Delta's axe, man, there was one where he hits a dare to punish the GC downsig from Spyrox that I was like, that is not an easy call to make right there, that one.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful, and tags out the recovery. Just insult to injury.
And here we go into game number 2. Spyrox going to change up the skin game, hoping that the Po Wushang is going to be the thing that helps him out here.
I mean, he is the chosen one, you know. That's how that works.
Is the avatar not more chosen? Who's more chosen?
Both of them equally chosen.
Oh, okay.
In different ways.
Very, very true and fair. Left side, though, TM with the Sair launches Coco, and Coco, he's taking axes to the face, and Spyrox cannot save him.
It's Delta's edge guards, man. He is just everywhere you want to be.
Like, his axe is insane. Like, I wish there was a damage breakdown. There might be, of just the axe damage from Delta.
All right, they're starting to tag up some of that damage onto Delta. They've got to take him out before Spyrox gets knocked out, but the axe neutral light from middle of the stage.
It's the hit. GC N light from TM. Yeah, looked at the numbers from the last game. 414 damage was done by Delta's axes. He goes for some recoveries, but the turnaround from Spyrox will take down Delta's first stock.
All right, but this is 5 stocks to 3, so already we see that wedge starting to form between the two teams.
You know, if they take down TM here, though, could be 4 stocks to 3, which is like nicer sounding numbers as Coco does it with the side air.
Delta waiting for TM to respawn.
I like that the blue team gave him respect. With the number of times Delta's just been chunking them with those dares off stage, like, you kind of got to give him the off-stage respect.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it is just proven to be dangerous.
Oof, and so is that.
What a handoff.
Gets the double. He got the side air on Coco and then the side sig on Spyrox. And Spyrox left against the 4 stocks of the red team. Oh, goodness.
Yo, they are just layering these swings.
Which axe do you want to get hit by? It's going to be TM's. The side air to close out game number 2.
Jeez. TM posting up 5 of those knockouts. It was like Delta set him up this time, TM knocked him down.
I mean, he had some fantastic follow-ups. Even this out in the open, the GCN light. He was doing so much work. He was like, you know what, Delta, you played great game 1. It's my turn.
Man, so good on these quick handoffs. And then this leapfrog, just constant rotation between the two. How do you get by that?
You don't, apparently. you just don't. And now we're going into game number 3. Spyrox back onto the Aang, hoping that the Avatar state is going to be the answer, because so far, TM and Delta have been handling business.
Ooh, big damage. Went for a little bit of a small team combo. Coco starting to hurt.
Sideline there. Goes for the GC downlight read on the right side. Delta with the rotation and Sigs Coco out of the first stock.
Yeah, that was early, and now they're starting to set up Spyrox as well. Big side air from TM once again.
Now Coco left to avoid this power play, but Delta still finding damage. Spyrox comes in, immediately clapped.
A little bit of friendly fire, but definitely worth it because they need to build up some damage on the opponents.
Yeah, they will take down TM here, trying to keep that stock count close, but man, I'm just watching Coco's health whittle away.
Yeah, that side light into neutral signature, huge from TM. Getting that extra damage, didn't just want the neutral air guaranteed or the side air for the chance.
Okay, nice read from Spyrox. Comes in, trying to take down TM here. They want to get that slight stock advantage because they're both in the red. Oh, here those team combos starting to come out.
Man, they're doing a great job avoiding all the pressure from TM right now. Usually they would just get completely caught out, but it's been a long time since they've been tagged by him.
Yeah, TM's really starting to just like throw out that heavy button. Delta does manage to find that side air, finally takes down Coco, but another N-Sig will take down Spyrox. They got this a little closer though, I want to give them that credit.
Yeah, those stocks are hanging by a thread. Coco and Spyrox, if they manage to score these knockouts before taking too much extra credit damage, they'll be in pretty good shape.
Nice big recovery comes in. Left side, Delta. Nice dip down the fast fall to avoid the pressure from the blue team. Delta's still holding on to the stock.
Yeah, that was really, really smart. Signature pays for it. Coco with the perfect punish, and this damage gap has been severely cut in half.
Definitely no breathing just yet for the blue team. They still got to finish out this game because otherwise they're going to the elimination bracket. No!
Jeez! The acceleration from TM and Delta is just unreal. Look at how quickly they pushed both of them into the red, knocked one of them out, and probably about to seal the game here.
Yeah,
and the set.
Spyrox is he is dancing around damage right now. The weapon tosses, close it out. Coco Spyrox going to the elimination bracket. Delta and TM showing which part of France is the better part as they continue on into the top 8.
Man, you hate when there's sort of like a team kill that happens there, you know?
It's always a tragedy. Unless you're production who hate France.
Wow, rude. Toast just saying no.
Just the saddest nose from Toast.
We need to mic him up, you know? Put him out on stream. Defend yourself, Toast.
He'll just mute my mic after a moment. You know?
Oh my gosh.
That's what's going to happen. Again, huge plays. TM and Delta showing why so many people were coming into this saying, like, you know what, I believe in the TM Delta. Ajax said it. Sparky's saying it on Twitter. People are believing in this team of TM and Delta, and it shows. The double axe play, the single axe plays coming out from Delta, the plays from TM as well. Like, they had their moments where they come together, do amazing things, and then they can separate and still do amazing things.
Yeah, power rank 6 and 7 over power rank 8 and 9. So they had the very slight edge by the stats, but when it's that close, doesn't really matter. But, you know, they'll definitely be bumping up those numbers a little bit because they're guaranteed a 5th place at least.
Yeah, always love it when Numby go up. Really well done from TM and Delta. They're, like you said, a guaranteed 5th place finish as they go into the top 8, but their next opponent is going to be Fozy Godly later on today.
Ooh, man, that is rough. I'm going to take a look at the upcoming matches here because we still have 2 more sets to go through to find out who is going to be on that other side of the winner side top 8. We've got Acno and Blaze going up against Blue and Kresu, as well as Hyson and Simple going up against Ted and Knees.
That is going to be an interesting one. Again, you have these kind of established names, but also these other teams that you're like, okay. Well, all right,
Did this poll just start and we only have like 2 votes in? Or
well, it's still sitting on that.
oh my gosh. Okay, yeah,
right.
there we go.
Shoutouts to the one extra believer.
I mean,
Blue
all right,
Kresu.
listen, like, Blue, he had his era of domination in the European scene as well. I mean, there was a while that in singles and doubles, he was just taking tournament after tournament. So, what he's got here for us today with Kresu, I don't know, but that is a tall order because Acno and Blaze definitely have the recency of domination on their side.
Yeah, like for you Brawlhalla EU historians, like Blue used to be that top player in the region where he was winning every single thing, even in doubles alongside Simple. Like that was back in the day. And then the team that kind of really knocked Blue down was Acno and Blaze. They were the team that started to take those W's over him. So this is kind of, in a way, a long-standing rivalry. But at this point, like with the success Acno and Blaze have had and with the kind of fall off that Blue has had, like I don't know if Acno and Blaze really are like, yeah, we care about what Blue does.
I mean, they're really just looking to go into winner side top 8.
For sure.
Right now, Kresu actually taking a good amount of space on center stage, hugging on that inside of the soft platform so that way he can fall down with the spear neutral air, cover a lot of space.
I actually really like what Blue did a moment ago. Like Kresu was getting caught and you saw Acno positioning for the follow-up there, and Blue just got in right between the 2 of them and nared, but it's going to be a trade out as Blaze takes down Blue and Kresu did take down Acno.
Ooh. Man, Kresu holding on to that dodge just to get away from that sidelight recovery that Blaze was threatening with. But Kresu getting knocked out. Acno sealing the deal. Uh-oh, Blue in danger. Sweat beads.
Still getting knocked around here. Kresu comes in, trying to interrupt, trying to give some breathing room. Blue finally comes back down, but he took a beating to get around that.
Yeah, that's what you hate to see. As soon as you come back on your next stock, that it like accelerates into the red in like just 10 seconds.
Yeah, it'd be nice if you saw it on your second stock a little while longer, you know. Deep red, though, for Blaze and Blue, but Blaze going to get taken out in the middle of the map by Acno there.
Yeah, that was like a pretty good snipe by Blue, just forcing the friendly fire. He's like, oh, you think you're going to dodge your partner's signature? No, I'll tack you, so that way it's guaranteed.
And knock him right on into it. Recovery comes out from Blaze, trying to take down Kresu. Acno not able to get the read. Blue comes in again, trying to interrupt, ends up just putting some damage onto Kresu.
Kresu down on final stock, and Blue shortly to follow. Acno and Blaze with a 2-stock lead.
Looking very reminiscent of the last time we saw Acno and Blaze, where it was like a little bit of a slow start for them, but once they get that momentum going, they really just start to take away everything that the opponents give them. And there's the side air. Again, Acno just leapfrogging over Blaze to get extra damage there.
Yeah, I think they're definitely one of those teams that Acno and Blaze, longer sets tend to favor them because they are just so good at adaptation, and you can see that even in Game 1.
They have so much experience as a twos team as Acno gets a nice 3-piece onto Blue. Falling side air puts Kresu out of game number 1, and Acno is dominating as he gets another KO.
Absolutely huge. 4 knockouts for Acno. Just massive damage, covering the skies, that neutral signature. Love to see it.
Yeah, just fantastic plays from Acno and Blaze. Great damage buildups from Acno as well, and that is going to give them game number 1. Looking at the damage dealt, nice split for Acno, 238, 287 across both weapons. Blaze also with a sizable split, 181 and 257 across his weapons.
Ooh. Team total of 1,000 versus 660. Still pretty efficient knockouts, I'll say.
Yeah. It's just, it's so fascinating that, like, Acto and Blaze, like, game after game, they're still putting around 1,000 damage. Like, that's the number that they hit, and then they hit their target and they win. It's just a matter of how quickly they hit that number.
Yeah, because it's like you turn red at 150. So if you've got 6 stocks to get through, if you're hitting them just as they hit red, that's 600, 300, 900 total that you're looking at. So hitting 1,000, that's really good.
Yeah, that's really nothing to scoff at. That's relatively efficient. But right now, the red team, after the swap over to the Val, looking pretty efficient with the fact that they got that damage advantage, and blue can't quite get that KO.
Blaze trying to find his way to just stabilize this match. Blue and Kresu seem to have found the answer.
Blaze getting launched there by that neutral light, but that's just enough to even up the stock count as blue did get taken down alongside Acno.
Ooh, Acno, he was looking for that handoff. Knew Blaze had that anti-air cooked.
Yeah, they were definitely like projecting that. You saw how Acno was going for those recoveries for a while there, and blue was trying to set up with that down light. Acno, he's really trying to play that support role, something that he's not too accustomed to, but he does manage to come in, get that recovery. Blue manages to trade it out, so they're keeping this one close.
Yeah, I imagine Acno is going to shift away from that support role right now, since Blaze got knocked off of that first stop.
He is staying a little bit further back, comes in with the down air. Blaze picks up both red team members, and the side air comes in. Blue gets launched.
Yeah, that's the great thing. You know, we saw in a previous set that Acno would hit the blaster's downlight. Blaze would trust him and say, oh, I can see you've got the recovery on deck. That time, he didn't have the luxury, didn't have the setup. The other red team was too close by. So Blaze came through and confirmed onto it.
Yeah, and great recognition as well, because, like, Acno didn't even try. Blaze just came in, hit the side air. There you see, and again, the recovery side air, and Blaze cleans up both of the red team stocks.
Oh, again, every time you tag Acno, you know Blaze is going to be coming in right behind to make you pay for it in kind.
That's that big brother syndrome, right? Like, what are you doing to my little brother? Comes in, starts swinging. Down sig. Okay.
Oh, all right, but you know, the
But I
only
can
one
hit
who
my
gets
little
to beat up
brother.
my little brother
Exactly.
is me.
Okay, Acno again having to play that support role. He has to play further back because he has that damage deficit. Blaze comes in, hits both red team members. He's doing a really good job of finding when the red team stacks up and getting that extra damage.
Wow, Kresu getting knocked out just in time. Efficient knockout there. Blue had a shot there, bringing Acno up towards the top.
Blue comes in, throws out a nair. Taking out Blaze would be nice, but still has to get Acno into the red as the neutral light from Blaze almost does it.
Options dwindling. Couldn't get back to wall. Too much coverage from Blaze, and that's 2-0 in the set now for Acno and Blaze.
Yeah, you talked about the sphere of influence that Blaze can have on the main stage. There you see it again in that edge guard where Blue is stuck thinking. He's like, do I go towards the stage, risk getting caught by a recovery, or do I try to hit him, put him in hit stun, go for this chase dodge? And like, he's stuck trying to decide what the right option is, and Blaze is like, well, I'll just give you none of them. I'll just wait for you to pick a decision.
I mean, you saw the Hail Mary. Blue, he had to go for that bow neutral air at the end. Blaze was just outside of it. He had the spacing, so that way Blue couldn't get the hit, couldn't get the chase dodge. That was the only option available.
And again, 1,075 damage put out from Blaze and Acno. They're sticking to that number, that efficiency that they bring to the table.
So now we're just going to run this right back. But I see Blue over onto the Hattori.
Okay. Trying to find the thing that works the best. Kresu also bringing out an Olgrim here for game number 3, saying, you know what? I think Olgrim's a good 2v2 character.
Oh, wow.
Nice
Going
punish.
for the big signature there, but a punish falling right on Kresu. Blue team looking a little worse for wear. Red team actually opened this one up. So the Hattori definitely working out. It's that extra speed lets Blue just kind of rotate where he needs.
But at the same time, like, that's kind of what happened in game number 2, where it started off looking pretty solid for the red team. They made that swap over to the Val. It was looking okay. And suddenly blue team's like, nope, it's time for us to win again. And there you see in sidelight recovery, Akno almost takes out Kresu.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that was just like the intersection cross-section. There's no way you're getting away from both of these attacks.
Yeah, no stoplights at that intersection. You just got to hope that you can get through it. And did not work out. Blaze with the neutral light almost takes down blue. Yeah, it will, denying enough movement.
Yeah, that's the big thing. If you can just catch your opponent right before they land, make sure they do not reset their jumps, their recovery, that can spell doom pretty early on. And Blaze has been phenomenal at catching landings today.
Back towards center stage. Akno gets launched, throws out a recovery, but blue is taking chunks of damage. Kresu takes down Akno's first stock.
And I love that. Kresu so quick to rotate to give the pressure relief for blue so that way he can get back on stage safely.
I mean, he knows how important it is to keep that stock of blue and don't let Blaze get that edge guard. Oh, the down sig, and blue is going to be down to his final stock. The follow-up, immediate team combo after Blaze took down blue and the edge guard, but blue's there.
Oh!
Can they finish it? Akno gets around it.
Man, they've managed to deal a ton of damage onto Akno in such a short amount of time. There it is, knockout on Kresu, 4 stocks to 2, but not that huge of a lead because Akno could get knocked out at the slightest touch. There it is.
Neutralite team combo opportunity into the side sig, not quite enough to KO, but Akno was coming back, so they had to get that early.
Blue really trying to chase down Akno here. Seems like he's got his number in the neutral game.
Oh, there's a chance here. Red team keeping this one close.
Beautiful, quick team combo.
Trying to get the damage that they can. Oh, but Kresu's getting caught up here a little bit by the blue team. Oh,
jeez.
was ready for it, sitting on the soft platform into the team combo, but blue avoids it, can't get the turnaround.
Oh, man, spent every option trying to get the knockout onto Akno, but Blaze there to just take you out as soon as everything's gone.
He's done such a good job time and time again, chasing high, misses a nair, but he'll hit that side air and get that KO.
Look at this handoff. Just the downlight anti-air, immediate recovery. They almost did the same thing over on blue, but blue so close to turning that one around.
There you see Akno and Blaze 3-0ing their way into the top 8. Not overly surprised to see, but at the same time, like, what a dominating finish. I think one thing that works really well against Akno and Blaze, surprisingly, is like keeping the character swaps going, because like each time the start of the game, it's like, oh, it's taking a little bit of adjustment time, but then they start to find that footing and really run with it.
Yeah, they have those quick adaptations. I mean, we've seen it in each of those games, but force them to keep doing that.
Yeah.
Because these tournaments, they are a marathon, and it does take a little bit of extra, mental energy to be able to make those adaptations. So you got to wear them down.
Yeah, collectively, we can all defeat Akno and Blaze. But for now, they don't have to worry because they're sitting in the top 8. We still got one more set to determine who is going to go into the top 8. Heist and Simple versus Ted Knees. Viewer vote, again, swinging heavily in favor of the higher seed. But Knees is the one coming to the Spring Royale, just saying. Like,
wow.
Give him some love.
Yeah, I mean, Knees, absolute powerhouse. And I think there's, like, a good fan base for Ted.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's Ted.
Yeah, you can't go wrong with a nice Ted. My head keeps trying to finish off and say Nivison, but obviously not the exact same person because Ted Nivison's from America. But Ted and Knees, there you see in Knees again. Known for his Mordex, but he's got a wide character pool. We've seen the Diana do very well. We've seen the Nyx do very well as well. But it looks like it's going to be Diana for this one at least.
Ooh, locking in the Lara Croft and Ted over on Hellboy. Unexpected pairing.
Yeah, this is a little bit of an odd one. Again, I love blasters in 2v2s. I think blasters is a really, really strong weapon set. Bow is kind of in that weird spot where it can kind of just like go a little too far, right? Like bow sidelight, people try to use that as the setup tool for combos, and then you end up getting too close because that arrow shot right at the end of it. But we'll see how well Ted and Knees can do this, because at the same time, like, Diana brings a really good signature kit where, like, if she sits on the corner, catches someone with a down sig, suddenly you're going to be in this edge guard situation that is very uncomfortable.
Yeah, just as interesting to see the double blasters there, because, you know, they've always been a bit of a double-edged sword in the doubles gameplay. They're great for setting up, kind of teeing up your teammate so that way they can come in and get consistent combos, but you do get kind of locked in place for a while.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like Queen Eye, right? Like, it's great in twos when you have the teammate, but when you go down to the 1v2, like, you'll just get caught a lot of times. And there you're seeing Ted and Knees catching everything right now, as Simple and Hyson are struggling here in game number 1.
Yeah, and they went right back to just refreshing their double blasters. I mean, they did a phenomenal job with the leapfrog gameplay. Hey, I'll get that neutral light, you'll come over with the down air, and we'll just kind of keep going with setup after setup. And it scored 2 knockouts really early on.
Tragic wire crossing there from Hyson and Simple, though, because Hyson charged up a side sig, and Simple was like, oh, I'm swapping weapons. Was I supposed to neutral light right now?
Unfortunate. I mean, they managed to get the knockout onto Ted. They're setting up the edge guard onto Knees. Whoa, big turnaround, but the coverage from Hyson to deny.
Great pickup from Hyson, but Ted puts him down to his final stock. Knees catching Simple on the left side with a down light recovery. The ground pound comes out. Simple tries to fast fall away, but Hyson's the one to guarantee the KO.
Man, it seems like every time Simple and Hyson try to fight their way back here, Ted and Knees just have another gear to shift to.
Ted and Knees, they came out of this. Nobody really expected it. I mean, like, the percentages were definitely in favor of Hyson and Simple, but man, Ted and Knees looking so strong here in game number 1. 4 stocks left for the red team. Okay.
Simple and Hyson definitely starting to button up their gameplay. A lot of ground coverage, a lot of landing on the denials on the landing. And that's why Ted and Knees have pretty much been thrown into the red, gotten knocked out, and Simple and Hyson barely got touched that stock.
No, it ain't over till it's over. Stock count evened up, and the damage is not too bad. Nice interrupt there from Knees, making sure that the launch of that neutral light from Simple doesn't connect, and Simple has to avoid the edge guard. Still gets the wall touch. He's good.
Oh, big side signature. Simple had to spend everything, those sweat beads coming out, just so he can get back on stage. Ted going out far. Pressure onto Hyson. There's the tag.
Meanwhile, Knees in the 1v1, the nair, and suddenly Ted,
my
the
gosh.
ground pound hits everyone. But blue team's the one to survive. It's left to Knees in the 1v1 now, as he does hit the side sig on Simple.
Sticking with the blasters. There's the setup, and phenomenal. Unbelievable even.
A little unbelievable. If I hadn't seen it just now, I'm not sure I would have believed it. But Knees clutching it out there. Good movement, good recognition. You saw Hyson really trying to swing after getting caught there.
Man, this was crazy.
Yeah,
Hyson just clearing the field, almost brought it back for his whole team. Knees just managed to squeak under and get back on stage. That second ground pound would have just completely given it to the blue team.
Yeah, if that didn't launch Knees towards the stage, that would have been amazing for the blue team.
Now we're going to be going into game number 2. Ted and Knees, slight momentum advantage, but I think Simple and Hyson were definitely adapting to them at the end of the game.
Yeah, they were creeping back into that one, but really the question for me is, like, what is the change up for Simple? Because he was under 300 damage in that last one, so he's going to need to be a little bit more aggressive in this one as he goes for the offstage, and Ted goes for the turnaround. That's a recovery, but Simple gets up with the help of Ted's recovery.
Yeah, I mean, he was like just about to touch the wall there, so may as well tack on the damage. But Simple, man, he has just been in dire straits this entire game. It's been 30 seconds where he just hasn't been on ground. He's been getting tagged left and right and just trying to get back in the fray.
Oh, man, the blasters play coming out. Again, double blasters from this red team has been so effective. No KOs just yet, but both blue team members in the red.
Man, so good at that leapfrog style play. Yep, you're going to tag my teammate. I'll make sure you pay for it. And, you know, if we trade all the way down, well, we started this first, so we've got the extra stock to play with.
Yeah, they were keeping track of how many things were hitting things, and team combo comes out. Simple with the target swap. Doesn't ground pound onto Knees, though. And so that means Knees still holds on, but a nice side air. But they need to take down Ted here.
Uh-oh, dangerous. Sweat beads, he needs help. Knees trying to go low, couldn't save him in time.
And now the stock advantage in favor of the blue team off the back of a fantastic edge guard. And now they go for Knees for the team combo, but Heisen not quite in position for the neutralite.
He's definitely looking for a weapon drop here. Sneaks in, it's the blasters.
Who comes in for the recovery. Who picks up Ted there, but no blue team member was ready for the follow-up.
Big recovery, not yet enough. Tall ceiling here. Not tall enough to keep Simple alive, though. Or Heisen off the second one.
So many recoveries coming out onto the blue team, despite the fact that they had that initial lead for a moment there. Red team really just picked apart what the blue team was doing. All right, follow-up. Simple goes in with a nair, but Knees with a target swap.
Man, Knees has been doing such a great job on these target swaps. It's hit after hit. Just the rotation, a little bit of pressure relief for Ted. He's just making every right decision.
The tear drops.
Oh,
Knees
man.
gets away. Side stick thrown out. That's a punish, and that's a follow-up.
Oh!
But the recovery keeps Simple alive. What's the hit?
Let's go!
Bounced him off the stage. Last stock here. Knees in the 1v2. Some health to play with here, but Simple's got to play that back line.
Man, Heisen really turning things around for the blue team. That double knockout, so clutch.
Nice, the nair, ground pound, side air, Knees running out of jumps here. Goes for the turnaround,
right.
taking someone with him, but that is a game for Heisen and Simple.
I respect making sure that you get the knockout there, even if it's not going to secure you the game.
Yeah, if I'm going down, I'm taking you with me. I'm going to grab your feet and bite your ankles.
I mean, even if it's just, you know, to send a message, get in their head, and even just a little bit of practice in those clutch situations.
Yeah, I mean, take all the chances you get. But well played to the blue team to keep this one close. Love that follow-up there from Heisen on that end sig. Wasn't sure what he was going to go for there.
Man, so Simple and Heisen on the board. Very efficient knockouts for sure.
Yeah, everybody staying under 1,000. Like you said, 900 is like that theoretical optimum. But
And Simple and Heisen pretty much hit that number on the head.
yeah, right. There's like a weapon toss too much. They're, all right, we'll do one
They
less
price
weapon
is
toss.
right today, you know? 901.
Simple gonna make the swap now over to the Bryn. Was not happy with his performance a second ago.
Simple just trying to find a way to land, but Ted not giving him any quarter.
Simple he's kind of missing a little bit of warm-up time on the swap to the Bryn. He has not been hitting too much here. All right, there's the nair. Heisen was not ready for the follow-up. Side sig connects. Simple chasing deep there off that side sig, and the ground pound does not need to connect.
Yeah, that was just a nice classic edge guard from Simple. Deny the options, starve them out, so that way they just can't make the distance.
Ooh, but a great interrupt there from Ted. Simple had the downlight onto Knees, but Ted came in from below, managed to make sure that he couldn't get that final hit. Big Sair. That's going to launch Knees down to his second stock. Ted comes in, hits the recovery, but the high ceiling of Demon Island.
Yeah, Simple and Heisen really riding this momentum wave. They managed to turn it around in game number 2, and now they've got a significant lead for game number 3.
Nice falling Sair. Here's the team combo into the Sair. Goes for the side light, still picks up more.
Good
Didn't
damage.
go for the big, yeah. They didn't go for the big sig, but still good damage.
Yeah, that's the main thing. If you find yourself in like a little bit of an awkward situation, at least get that little bit of tag. All the damage will add up, even if you're not able to confirm all the way for a knockout. Better than setting yourself up for punishment.
Side stick thrown out, but Simple with the punish. Yeah, nice wake up there from Knees.
Yeah, I'm watching knees. Ted now on final stock. Red team's got a little bit of their work cut out for him.
Oh, we've seen him do it before as the team combo launches Hyson. Hyson manages to get back up, but Knees manages to take down Simple while Hyson was coming back. Oh, nice recovery there.
Yeah, Blaster's recovery from the right and from the left. Doesn't matter which way you dodge. You are going for a ride.
Really just said good luck with that one. Full send. It will even up the stock count. Knees and Ted here have a chance.
Ted endangered.
Yeah.
Manages to get above that ground pound so that way he got knocked up, but, you know, he took the damage for it.
Knees is dealing the damage for it. Simple getting into the red there. Down light goes for the side air there.
Nice. Ted over on the gauntlets. There are some incredibly hard-hitting signatures. Doesn't even need it. That side air might spell doom for Simple. He's out of here. Hyson left alone.
1v2. He does have the most health here, but he's got to avoid getting caught, and he is very much getting caught right now.
There's been a little bit of some flubs on confirms, a little bit of friendly fire, but they're still building that damage onto Hyson, and there it is. Down air into side air. Classic Blasters to seal the deal, go up 2-1 in the set. Now Ted and Knees are on set point despite all the predictions.
About to knock down Hyson and Simple into the elimination side of the bracket.
This would be huge. What's the power rank difference on this one?
Does it say it over here? I can figure it out.
I am curious.
I can figure it out.
Oh, well, we got it on screen right now. 11 and 20 for Ted and Knees against 5 and 10 for Hyson and Simple.
That is a significant difference. Although I guess like if you really looked at it like 10 and 11, okay, that's kind of close. But look at Ted coming in PR number 20. Ooh. But he's still doing his work. Put out 610 damage, the most in that last game.
Yeah, tons of damage, tons of confirms. He's gotten those knockouts, those big signatures. And I gotta tell you, he just meshes so well with Knees. The coverage that they had to deny any kind of dodge on those double Blasters recoveries, unreal.
Now we're starting to see a little bit more bow play come out from Knees. It's definitely been a lot about that double Blasters from this team. Now we're seeing him try to play some bow, but Hyson comes in with a falling side air on the back of Ted. Another falling side air from Hyson. Charges up the down sig. Not going to connect, but the end sig from Simple.
Yeah, really just keeping Knees on his heels and scoring the knockout. Setting up the edge guard. Ted, can he make it back? Still needs to find his way around that corner. Simple denying and scoring the knockout.
Nice changeup from Simple there. I think in the earlier games, he was throwing out a lot of those side sigs over the corner. And now he's like, you know what, I'll play a little bit safer, kind of the classic Simple edge guard of staying on stage and then coming in with the side air.
Yeah, that was just really smart, so clean.
Good fastball, good movement from Simple around Ted. Right side, though, Knees starting to get that damage built up onto Hyson.
Ted looking to take out Simple here, just misses the dive kick, gonna reset everything for Simple.
Oh, the hit from Hyson at the top of the map. That means Ted's down to his final stock while both blue team members are on their first. Hyson tries to interrupt, but Knees doesn't get the double.
Yikes. All right, so Ted is going to have to play this game absolutely flawlessly. I imagine we're going to see him play a bit more of that support role, just because that's usually what we see when somebody goes on their last stock very early on.
Yeah, and I mean, we talked about it earlier, right? Blaster's a great tool as that support player. You can kind of sit further back, utilize that range.
Ted doesn't seem to care. I mean, he is just going off stage and swinging for it.
He's like, I could support, or I could KO one of them, and then we're basically back even.
He's looking to, you know, he's like, I'll carry my own weight. Those stocks that got taken from me, I'll take it back and double it.
That's me in Valorant saying, I got mine. Even if I didn't, I got mine. Side air from Ted, trying to take down Simple. Top of the map, Knees with the recovery. Simple's going to go down. Still a chance here for this red team, but Hyson's so healthy.
Oh, man, almost got the hit, but Ted is out of here. Knees left alone against 3 stocks. Just got the hit for the chase dodge. He's going to have to stick and move. Stay mobile. There's
Nice
1,
pickup.
2 to go.
Yo, Simple just catches him with the neutralite. Damage trades are not in favor of Knees, and this is what we're talking about.
Yikes.
Blasters in the 1v2. It just locks you down. Hyson comes in, hits that end sig. Downlight side air. Knees is done for game number 4. We're going to game 5.
Yeah, Simple's sword edge guards are just so clean. Just very textbook plays because he wrote the textbook.
Yeah, I mean, he's got just kind of that very classical sword edge guard style of like, I'm just going to sit here. You still have to use all your movement to come back up, and I'll just downlight side air. Eventually, it's just going to work out.
Absolutely beautiful. So we are bringing this all the way to a Game 5 full distance.
Tough calls all around as Ted and Knees make the swap here, bringing out the Rick for game number 5. Still keeping the double blasters, but he's like, you know what? Admittedly, not doing too much with my gauntlets. Put out about 19 damage with my gauntlets. Maybe I'll just throw out the axe and do one attack and basically do that much damage.
Okay, that's fair. Also, I think there might be a little bit of a decision here for the stats. You know, that Rick, he's got a ton of defense. Going to keep him in play for that much longer, especially because Ted was kind of the one to fall very, very early on.
Yeah, also a big call there with that high defense as Hyson
might not matter.
Comes in, swings, sends Ted to the outside, but he still survives that defense coming into play.
Okay, yeah, he would have been blasted out by those last 2 hits for sure on any other legend.
But you can only afford so many hits. Ground pound attempted. Knees gets back up safely. I didn't even call out the fact that Knees is the one who took the cross, is no longer on the Diana.
Man, you see Simple starting to just really bunny hop around, just all this dipping movement, jump, fastball, jump, fastball.
Ooh. But Knees catches both blue team members. Gets him with the downlight side air. Side air is his teammate there. Nice air from Hyson. Maintaining this lead as Ted might go down to his final stock early again.
Oh no, Ted, even with the swap for the high defense, first one onto his last stock, a minute and a half in.
But Knees really putting in the work that he can. He got a downlight recovery onto Hyson and then chase Simple for that ground pound.
Interruption stops the team combo. But man, Ted is taking hit after hit here.
Oh, and he gets
The
caught
quick
in the middle
handoff,
of it.
all right.
Knees with the interrupt.
Manages to save him, but Ted really can't take any more hits.
Yeah, he's got to play the ultimate support role right now.
Dangerous. He's just swinging over that corner. Unfortunately, Knees taking a ton of damage in the meantime.
Oh.
Spiked.
And it's all left to Knees. He might have 2 stocks left to his name, but so do both blue team members. 4 stocks left, very healthy, and they get their pick of weapon denial. Knees now, he's got to run the gauntlet.
Yeah, a little bit of leapfrog damage. Again, just everything adding up. And, you know, they can do that. They can go ahead and say, I'll hit you and my teammate. It doesn't really matter. We have enough stocks to play with.
I mean, like, even if you didn't have that, like, damage fall off on hitting your teammate, like, they still are coming in with more defense as Knees with a great edge guard there. Side air into the ground pound. And Heist just, like, watched it. He was like, we'll try again. Come back up here.
I understand. You know, you don't want to take any serious risks just because you can set up another double edge guard as soon as Simple respawns.
Very fair. And there it is. Hyson, Nair, Sair closing it out. Game 5, 3-2 victory for Hyson Simple.
Wow. I honestly did not expect that one to go to game number 5. I know chat definitely didn't.
Yeah, right?
Those predictions were like, yeah, Simple and Hyson are going to win this. You were right, but man, it was so close to not being so.
Yeah, I mean, Knees and Ted looked so strong early on, but then again, like Hyson and Simple, that experience really started to come into play, started getting a couple more victories, started finding the ways to get that gold, and they are continuing on into the top 8 of things. Ted and Knees now have to make that lower bracket run.
Jeez, that is dangerous. So now that does set us up with a full winner's side top 8.
Yes, we got Godly and Fozy, TM and Delta, Acno and Blaze, and of course, Hyson and Simple, that final team to get into the winner's side top 8.
Wow. You know, I don't think there are too many surprises in there. I think there are a lot of people that would kind of put those as like their main predictions for this bracket.
Yeah, I think maybe there were some people who were waffling on Delta TM versus Coco Spyrox.
Right.
But
Yep.
other than that, I think Fozy Godly expected, Acno Blaze expected, Hyson Simple expected. They're the top 3 seeds in bracket, so not too crazy to see, but still fantastic plays. You got to still again point out Heist and Simple. That one went to game 5. That almost wasn't them into the top 8.
Yeah, that was so close, and you have to make those clutch calls, and I think they definitely identified, hey, Ted might be a little bit more shaky, and they really started focusing him down, scoring early knockouts, really just taking him out of the equation. Even if they didn't score the final knockout on his last stock early on, it forces him to play very, very safe and very out of the way. So it may as well have been.
Yeah, it really just kind of like throws them off their game, right? You can't play the roles that you were coming in with that plan for because you're taking all this damage, you're getting knocked around, and so that means again, Heist and Simple go into the top 8. We still got a lot more action coming on. Again, over on twitch.tv/ProBrawlhalla, if you want to see those qualifiers for the bottom side of top 8, they haven't even started yet. We've got Coco Spyrex sitting on deck. Bartu Zyder versus XJ Cool J and Pavelski could be happening over there as well.
That'll be cool. I'm curious, who else is still in here? We got Frydazol and the Ninja729, of course. And a lot of other names that I don't really recognize. It would be kind of neat if they made it up into top 8.
Well, I was going to say S-Grape, yay, but also XJ Cool J and Pavelski already beat them. So, but Sarme Swat is still there, and Psyotic and Sejaru. I think that match is potentially happening in just a little bit on twitch.tv/ProBrawlhalla. Again, lots of cool action. We just watched 6 amazing matches here on twitch.tv/Brawlhalla, where we got to see so many people qualify into the top 8 of our winners bracket. But I think that's going to do it for now. Any parting words, TWK?
Man, I'm just ready to see how this is going to boil down. I'm so curious about that bottom side of top 8 because that is shark-infested waters. That is a bit of a toss-up.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing the lower bracket runs of like Ted and Knees in particular with the way that they just performed. I think they're going to do very well. Looking forward to seeing that one. But of course, we're going to take a short little break, give you some time to watch over on twitch.tv/ProBrawlhalla. Maybe go to the bathroom, grab some snacks because we've still got more action here on twitch.tv/Brawlhalla with that, of course, Spring Championship European doubles. You don't want to miss it, but we will be right back. On the screen right now.
Oh, Blaze getting revenge on Addy Mestic there. Power play on Addy Mestic. Stage here, and he's gone. Addy Mestic.
Allowing those team combos to happen. Bartu,
combo. There's so much damage on Scotty and Posey immediately setting up the stand every time. They just leave it off over, and they're just looking for those. That's what we like to see. Barty this man on. Unfortunately, that left side. Oh, Posey and Posey just makes anything work. Oh my God! How did that work? And Delta Zax has just been controlling the skies this entire match. Bro. Yeah, I mean, it is just proven to be dangerous.
So is that experience as a 2-team. Acto gets a nice 3-piece on some blue. Falling side air puts Crestu out of game number 1, and Acto is dominating. Oh, into team combo, but avoids it. Turn it around.
Oh, man.
Keeping track of how many things we're hitting things, and team combo comes out Simple with the target.
Big recovery, not yet enough. Tall ceiling here. Not tall enough to keep Simple alive.
Ooh, nice falling Sair. Here's the team combo into the Sair. Goes for the side.
Edge guard as soon as Simple respawns.
Very fair. And there it is. Heisen, Nair, Sair.
Hello, everybody! Welcome back to Europe 2v2s. My name is Keg, and I'm joined by Polly. We are coming close to the very end here, and we're up to the winners semifinals. Polly, are you as excited as me?
You already know it. Of course I am. Come on, it's EU, it's 2v2. We have all of the variables needed for me to really enjoy a tournament, and I'm so happy to be joined here by you tonight, Keg. It is going to be amazing.
Yeah, and this is your home ground as well. You know all these players like the back of your hand. You are a resident Europeologist, and, you know, being this far into Europe 2v2s, it's already super cutthroat. Like, we don't know who's going to win this one out. I feel like in the past, we've had a pretty good idea. It's been the era of Acno and Blaze, and sometimes it's been Fozy and Godly. But right now, things could be shaken up a lot. We're seeing metas change. We're seeing not a whole lot of partnership changes at the upper levels, but we may very well see some big upsets as we get to the very end.
100%, and I think you got it spot on there. I think for the first time in a very long time in EU, we are not like united in able to pick who is going to win. We are all thinking different things. You know, people are rooting for X, Y, and Z team, and all of them are 100% certain that they are right and no one else could possibly be correct. And you know, it's very competitive right now in EU. We have a lot of 2v2 teams making upsets, a lot of EU 2v2 teams, you know, going further and further for each tournament. I'm very excited to see what's going to happen tonight.
Well, now the big question is, who are we going to be watching first? And we have a banger of a series on our hands for winter semis. We have Fozy and Godly versus Delta and TM. And earlier today, like not even like an hour ago, we saw Delta absolutely destroy the competition on Brynn with that axe. I mean, it doesn't matter where they were playing on stage, or even on stage at all. They were able to go up above, beyond, near the blast zone, whether it be above or below. And as Duke said, doesn't matter where they were, there's still air below the map as well. So we were able to see a lot of capitalization with that axe, and I think, Polly, we're going to see that continue on forwards here.
Absolutely. Delta TM have been looking super good for a long time. I casted Slam Rock 2023 over on Brawl League, where they came out on top, and I talked about how I love their strategy and approach to the 2v2 game mode there, really being quite aggressive and not really caring for if they attack their teammates. They are just running in, swinging that axe in every direction, trying to deal as much damage as possible, and these teams are having a hard time dealing with it.
That's right, we have our viewer count down below, the vote, to see whether it's going to be Fozy and Godly or Delta and TM. And I gotta say, you know, normally I would agree with this vote, but I gotta say, the way Delta and TM have been playing today really makes me reconsider that 84-16 split. I would at least give them 25%. I think that's fair. 25 at least is like the bare minimum they should be getting.
Yeah, 25% as a bare minimum is definitely acceptable, but you know, Fozy and Godly, it makes sense. Fozy and Godly, they are like EU's babies right now. Like Fozy Godly, they got second at BCX 2v2. Of course, every single EU player sitting at home are like, we want this team to succeed as much as possible, because that means they're gonna have a greater chance at the next BCX. We want these guys to come out on top, get even better for every single tournament. But yeah, as you said, I think the competition here will be fierce. Delta and TM are not to be underestimated.
No, by no means. And I'm really excited to see as we get into map select here. We're banning away all the different maps. We have Miami and Apocalypse still on the board. I think those are going to be the most interesting to see, especially the footwork that Fozy's been able to bring out quite a bit in these last few tournaments. I mean, going back and watching Winter 2v2s, Fozy in the grand finals finally swapped over against Acno Blaze onto that Orion to get the bracket reset. Really important to see. Best legend, I would say, in their arsenal here. They're starting off with a fiery vengeance, though. They're bringing out that Orion straight away, and once the double lances are in hand for both these teams, I think it's going to be a strong anti-aerial game, Polly.
Definitely going to be quite anti-aerial, but also keep in mind, Delta and TM, they have that amazing ability at maintaining stage control, and Jesus Christ, Fozy already getting a knockout in the first 13 seconds in the game, starting a 2v1 combo as well. I can't even finish my sentence, Keg.
Oh, Easter's coming up soon, and Fozy right now trying to go for those 1v1s against TM off stage. Really low again, the pressured footwork that we're seeing. Godly taking a bit more of a backseat at the beginning of this game, but there we go. As I say that, the recovery comes through, and Godly takes down the first stocks now of both of Red Team.
Both Team and Delta on their second stock, indeed looking grim so far. Delta and TM are gonna have to try and bounce back as they take stage control here. Delta getting a couple of good hits and TM following it up. That KO would be instrumental for their success, but Delta isn't able to find it. He's gonna follow up with that end sig though.
And Fozzy still bringing all that pressure, of course, as I say that I'm the April Fool. Fozzy loses that first stock, but TM right now, all eyes should be on him. Forced to play for the ledge guard here, and Fozzy distracted by the down sig, unable to do much. Had great pressure though. Red team trying to maintain that neutral, doing so well, but again, the big strength that we've been seeing from Godly and Fozzy through, again, multiple tournaments has just been how well they can play off of each other. These small team-wide combos, these 2v2 ones that you simply cannot get out of. TM, the victim of one now, down to their final stock for game one.
And I feel like the most interesting thing is that's personally what I know Delta and TM for. They have super good synergy. They work very well together, but Fozzy and Godly seems to be beating them at their own game right now. Delta is going to be able to find that end light though, and the CR off stage, putting them in a better spot now. But are they going to be able to find the KOs? They're going to get one, and Fozzy will go down shortly after from TM's Lance. But that was a great effort from Godly and Fozzy to come back.
Oh, absolutely. But Delta's there at the bottom of the stage is exactly what we were talking about. TM, though, first to go down for the first game this set. Now this Axe, we talked about how much wonders it's been able to do earlier on in the 2v2s. Has to clutch up right here against Fozzy and Godly. We talked about how strong these 2v1 situations are. The follow-ups into the recovery is there, and the Axe is now lost.
Godly and Fozzy trying to look for this 2v1 combo. To be real, they don't even really need it. A couple of true combos and Delta is done for here. The end light comes out, the D-Sig from the spear catches him as well, and that is going to be Fozzy and Godly winning the first game of top 8.
Yeah, quite a fundamental game coming out from Fozzy and Godly. Again, nothing really too wild coming out there. Just, again, dividing out TM and Delta, ensuring that, like you said, they're so strong in their own 2v1 team-wide combos. Make sure that they can't do that. Make sure that they have to fight 1v1s. And like we saw TM at the beginning of that last game, unable to even use that first stock at all. As we go back to Apocalypse again, I don't really see the game plan for Fozzy and Godly changing at all.
Yeah, Godly and Fozzy, they're definitely having this kind of game plan where they are pushing TM and Delta constantly into a corner, trying to get them as stressed out and pressured as possible. And TM and Delta, so far, you know, they're used to being the ones in control. They are used to having the stage control and controlling the flow of the game. Godly and Fozzy are doing such a good job at just taking that away from them so far.
Yeah. So far, in this matchup, the Axe coming out from TM, already surviving much more than they did for the first stock in game one. A great download effort potentially coming out now. A really good reset here, a much more even game than we had seen. Though, Godly sent up into the air, so was Fozzy. Both of them, every single person on stage right now, down to their final inches of this first stock. It all comes down to the next hit. Instrumental. Whoever loses this first stock could very well lose this match, and Fozzy's the first to go down.
Godly stalling his stock for as long as possible on the edge, and does so successfully. I was definitely holding my breath for him there. But he is going to be coming out on top. But the dangerous part now is that the moment anyone gets knocked out, that's a 2v1 situation, and it's going to be TM. He's going to have to try and cling on to that stock, but he won't be able to.
Yeah, Fozzy's there for the follow-up. Godly, the last one, remaining with 3 stocks now. You can see the aggression from TM and Delta has aggressed so much more. They're trying to hunt down Godly, get that chip damage on Fozzy in the process. But at the same time, they know if that buffer room for Godly still exists, with gauntlets no less, that is very trivial.
Especially when you're on gauntlets. Very, very good detail, Kick. When you're on those gauntlets and you have a stock to spare, you can go crazy. But that is going to be Godly going down to Delta's Axe.
And great ledge guards coming out again from blue team. Red team now sent into the air, trying to find those follow-ups, but again, TM and Delta, they've been separated for the majority of the second game. They're unable to follow up with each other until it's a 2v1. Delta falls, and TM soon to possibly follow. Godly's there for the ledge guard, gravity cancel, D-Light into the recovery, so strong. But no weapons to be found at all. TM needs to hold on to the second stock.
Delta now on the Axe, has been in the air for so long, he can't seem to catch a break as he's now stuck in a 2v1. Godly de-sigging Fozzy though, this is a moment of opportunity.
And usually it's the other way around. Fozzy's the one with that secondary stock, and Godly takes the brunt of the damage. But he's been playing a little bit slower, a little bit more quiet this game. There's nothing wrong with that. It keeps Delta and TM on their toes. They can't catch on to the momentum and fully download the blue team. They have to fight these 2v1s wherever they can. But Godly and Fozzy allow very little opportunities to be separated out themselves.
And here we see Delta and TM starting to go deeper for every interaction. Delta throwing out like 6 spear airs in a row on the side of the stage. So they know that they need something big if they want a chance at winning here.
Look at this now. Everyone playing a little bit slower, a little bit more cautious, especially red team on stage. Fighting for the neutral. Great follow-up, almost against Godly. Fozzy's there to cancel the attack.
Whichever team gets a 2v1 first might just be the victorious one, and it's going to be TM trying to 2v1 Godly and Fozzy here. Definitely a spot none of us would want to be in, and that's the D-Lights here coming out. Fozzy finding the last KO, putting the set at 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, again, same fundamental pressure that we had seen come out from Godly and Fozzy. No real changes coming out there, but I gotta say, even in Winter Champs, we had seen a lot of top-level Ulgrim play come out from just about every team at this upper echelon, but not a whole lot of Ulgrim coming out this time around. And when we have seen Ulgrim, like in the last 2 games, it didn't really have a lot of pressure. We didn't really see a lot of Lance play against Fozzy's Orion Lance, but now we get to see the double Bryn switch up here. I like this change. Axes almost across the board for the red team once again, but now double spear might be even better. To just get a little bit more range, have that escape room against Fozzy especially.
Definitely, and on that spear, you're going to be able to zone out a lot of space and secure it for your own team, you know, making your stage control even better, which is exactly what they're struggling with here against Godly and Fozzy.
Oh,
Delta.
There we go. Fozzy falls. Is this the end of Fozzy for the first stock? No, they can just barely not make it back. You know what we call that, Polly?
What do we call that?
Holy moly. I can't believe it. But everybody else still has full stocks. TM, though, we may have spoken too soon. The possible launch guard against Fozzy, but they overextend too early. Now TM, a little far out of the water. Again, Fozzy goes for the gravity cancel, and Sig, it is able to find 1. Make that almost 2.
Fozzy is going crazy on this spear right now, throwing out signatures left and right, finding that knockout as well. It's now Delta on the 2v1 off stage against Fozzy and Godly. They go for the double grab pump, but they can't find it. Delta is still going.
Oh, jeez. I'm worried about TM and Fozzy right now. If they lose their second stock right here, right now, somehow, that's going to spell devastation. Especially for Fozzy, for Delta and TM. They lose this game, they're going to go down to the lower bracket. They have to hold on, but Delta falls, but now everyone's down to 2 stocks. It's still a relatively even game.
Super dangerous spot for TM. Delta able to come in and distract the other team so he can make it back up without getting knocked out. Now with a moment of stage control, able to do some damage, but TM just keeps finding himself stuck on this ledge. He's gonna fall victim to Fozzy's D-Lights.
Oh, I really love this adjustment from TM, forcing Fozzy over to the ledge multiple times in a row. Fozzy, normally looking comfortable in almost every situation, has not been able to consistently connect those ledge guard plays. Fozzy falls, now the tides have turned. The double Bryn plays working out well, having the stock lead. Truly a lead for the first time in a game at all in this top 8 series.
Beautiful DC coming out from Fozzy, and this is dangerous for Delta, who could get knocked out in a split second. But that's not going to be enough knockout to to close the deal. Godly finishing it up with that recovery. Now TM in the 2v1. This is dangerous.
It is dangerous. And Delta without a weapon picks up the spear. And this is that double spear we talked about. Great control of the neutral game. Fozzy and Godly can't play for the anti-air anymore as Godly falls. The 2v1 now, triple spears on the board. They're trying to entrap Fozzy. He's not going to allow it. He's trying to stay into the air, but it's all bait for the neutral Sig. Great work for Delta and TM to keep themselves in the winner's bracket, at least for just another game. And they only need one more, Polly, to bring things possibly to a game 5.
I loved this Bryn pick, man. The spear,
so good.
especially the Bryn signatures, are doing them so well on the Axis and on the Lances. You know, TM and Delta, they really are like a brute force kind of team. But I don't know if you paid attention that game, Keg. They both did 490 damage. Like, that is some efficient KOs. That is not a lot of damage.
It's not a lot of damage, but it goes to show how much more TM and Delta have been trying to play off stage. They're just trying to end these stocks really quick against blue team. And Fozzy, again, trying to start off this 4th game off stage, trying to just get an early stock takedown like we had seen in game 1, but this time the success factor's not really in that play. Team and Delta playing more so on stage, Delta at times taking the overextension off, and only then just minuscule chip damage being applied to both teams in the process.
I've had my eyes on TM this entire first stock, and I swear to God, he has hit the enemy players with at least 20 light attacks with the axe. I don't know what happened. TM leveled up from this Bryn swap.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think it comes down to the onus that TM wasn't able to find a lot of lance play with Olgrim. So I think swapping around to the spear, being more in sync with Delta, has been just a big benefit. And Bryn's signatures are pretty simple too. So you just cover a lot of space, a lot of damage at the same time. There's not a whole lot of setup as much involved.
Definitely, they are trying to find these KOs now and just solidify their lead even further. Jesus, I just took a look. I just took a look at the health. I did not notice how far Team and Delta are in the lead, and that is going to be Godly going down as well. Delta is soon to follow, but whenever Fozy goes down here, that's another 2v1 onto Godly. This is actually a pretty bad spot for blue team.
And Godly tries to maintain that aerial control, bouncing around. At least some chip damage against Delta, but there it is, the dare against one recovery, make that 2. Good for the Nair. Delta gets back on stage, though. That could have been the opportunity to even up the game.
Delta and the TM with the offstage synergy, able to get out of Godly's grasp there. But now that's going to be a quick 2v1 combo onto TM, giving him a hard time all the way down on red here now, across the board for the red team. And we're going to see stocks flying at any time, Keg.
That's what makes me worried most. Fozy and TM again, playing off stage. Each one of these again usually canceled out by that recovery. Fozy playing a dangerous game again, leaving Godly quite literally on an island. But Delta falls, and so does TM. A breathing room, but not the end of the road just yet. Godly's so low on HP. If they fall now, they leave Fozy in a 1v2.
Thing is, Fozy and Godly, they've kind of taken back the control of the game here. They are controlling the flow of the game, and they have the stage control, but TM finding the knockout, that's going to be a 2v1. Fozy is going to have a very hard time coming back here.
Oh, the setup is there. There it is, the double Bryn Wonder. What a shutdown. 2 games in a row, same exact conclusion. But I gotta say, Pauly, I'm really liking the double Bryn picks again. But I'm a little worried about Godly and Fozy because we're not seeing as much of that team synergy, that team-wide play that we've come to know from them. They're getting separated out so much. Fozy's opting to play almost exclusively off stage, and Godly's trying to help out with the on-stage cover, but it's just not clicking.
Keg, you know what I say, man. 2 dots make a line, and so far, I mean, let's just if you look at the last stock of that game, the last 2 stocks, and you looked at those in a vacuum, you would say that Fozy and Godly are playing a lot better as of right now. If they are able to keep up that level of gameplay, they're going to be winning this.
I mean, they just operate the best when there's a fire lit under them. We saw the same thing in the grand finals of Winter 2v2s. They forced the bracket reset against Acto and Blaze. They brought it all the way to the extensions there again. The full amount of games. And here we are again, game 5. Just exactly where Godly and Fozy like to be. And if you're right, Pauly, we should be able to see them play better than they've played so far this entire event. Right now, it's mostly the Godly game right now. A 2v1, Fozy trying to be there for the follow-up. Delta goes back up into the air, but so many nairs everywhere we're seeing dares in the process. And Delta and TM in the process of all this chaos are still setting up for these 2v1 combos.
Something changed in Godly. I see it in the look in his eyes, Keg. He is playing so differently now. Especially his gauntlets. He is looking so clean on it. Fozy is going to be going down with Godly, potentially soon to follow. Takes a spear there from Delta, and that's going to be him going down. But I have faith in Fozy and Godly. They're not to be underestimated.
No, by no means. But they have a deficit for themselves right now in the winner's bracket game 5. If they can't even up this game, turn back the tide, they're going to be going down to the lower bracket. But TM and Delta right now, we talked about them over and over. They've looked even more clean, I would argue, so far this series, but Delta falls. TM, the last one, with their 3rd stock. Soon to possibly follow Fozy there for the ledge guard, doesn't find the ground pound. TM just barely
Beautiful.
inching back, escaping by
Beautiful
pixels.
maneuvering. That was so clean by TM, able to get out of a spear ground pound when you have like one jump left. Anyone that's played like ranked ever knows how hard that is.
Fozy's taking a lot of damage in the process. TM and Delta targeting Fozy right now, attempting to find their way in, but Godly's there. Full neutral game. With those gauntlets, like you said, unbelievably clean, but unable to find the entry point is Fozy again targeted, down to red.
Beautiful Sair punish coming out from TM to catch Godly there. Now with the spear in hand, trying to go back onto him again. Now unarmed, very even, but as Delta gets knocked away, this is going to create a pseudo 1v1 for TM, which he takes care of wonderfully. Delta unfortunately hitting him with a D-line there, though.
Wow! That was such a great downsig from Fozy. It sent both Delta and TM away, but at the end, Fozy was still punishing Godly falls. It might not be that much of a lead, but it's still a lead nonetheless for Red Team.
Still a lead nonetheless, and TM and Delta, if there's any team that's amazing at riding the wave that is a lead in 2v2, it is going to be TM and Delta. They are able to run away with a lot of shenanigans, so Fozy and Godly need to take this away from them as soon as possible before it's too late.
TM just avoiding the 2v1. Plays to maintain that second stock, unable to do so. A great Sair coming out from Godly sends TMs away to their final stock. Final stock now for everybody in the winner's bracket. Only one team can remain and move forward to the winner's finals.
Delta on this axe, able to knock Godly away a little bit. To be able to pressure Fozy even more with their teammates. There's so much back and forth happening right now, Keg. This is so even.
Oh no. Fozy's been maintaining this final stock so well. Delta and TM have to play this carefully. Everyone down to red. There it is, a great Sair sends Fozy away. And now it's down to Godly in the 2v1. And we've seen how strong Red Team can be in those situations. Godly, though, with the Sair brings it to an even 1v1. And Godly, quite literal to his name, so good in these situations, sends TM away without a weapon. Not even any space. And by the skin of his teeth, they're able to go to winners finals.
There's
Wow.
nothing quite like seeing a Godly 2v1, and now is there 5 KOs to his name and 590 damage. He's able to close it out and advance into winner finals with Fozy. What a
That was
set.
just so close, yeah. And I mean, that we saw the adjustment away from the Ogremon TM over to Bryn, and things look so great for their team. But at the end of the day, the counterplay what we had seen from Fozy and Godly was just, okay, well, let's play slower, let's have them overextend, and we'll try to punish off stage. And more often than not, we didn't see Fozy really succeed with that in games 3 and 4. But by game 5, it seemed like Fozy and Godly had a game plan for the offstage play. They have full coverage both on and off, and they knew exactly what they wanted to do in order to succeed in those 2v1s.
Yeah, and I love how they started to play a little bit more slowly by the end there. Like, Fozy and Godly, in my humble opinion, are some of the most mechanically skilled players in the Brawlhalla when it comes to 2v2. They know that in a situation like that, whoever makes the first mistake, that will be your last mistake, and the other team is going to be advancing from there. They have that consistency to rely on, so they can slow down the pace, and they can pressure TM and Delta until they make that one mistake.
Yeah, and I mean, I can't wait to see what the adjustments from Fozy and Godly are going to be going to the winners finals too, because if you're this far in the tournament, you definitely need to be watching these games and see, okay, what are the weaknesses of these teams? And while I think, like you said, mechanically super sound, I do think there were some weaknesses from Fozy and Godly's chemistry in their 2v2s that might be able to be exploited as we go forwards towards the very end of 2v2s. But we'll come to that very soon, because we do have another series on our hands. We do have Blaze and Akno versus Hyson and Simple yet again.
Man.
This is another banger.
Oh man, it is a banger indeed. I pulled it up real quick because I was curious. The match history between these teams is 60 to 29. Arguably the most legendary 2v2 rivals in EU history.
It's a scary one, isn't it? But I mean, Acno and Blaze, they played a lot of counterplay in Winter Championships with their legend picks. We've seen Blaze maintain the Ulgrim through and through the last two 2v2 tournaments, but Acno, on the other hand, has had a variety of different changes. We've seen Kaya's, we've seen Koji's come out, and right now for this tournament, it's been mostly just the Luke pick. And I think these blasters have done really good for coverage based around Blaze, who's been the primary damage maker for the team. But again, now that we have a Val and an Ulgrim going up against that Luke, we might be able to see Simple find a little bit more pressure against Acno and not succeed as much with the blasters.
Now, we are just jumping straight into it, and I mean, Blaze and Acno are not holding back in any kind of way here, Keg. We see Simple and Hyson already down to orange as Acno and Blaze are having an explosive start here.
Good to see so far. Simple trying to go Gauntlet v Gauntlet against Acno. It's not working out too well. This boxing match is not in Simple's favor. It's almost a mirror match if you look at the weapons. But again, we had the two Gauntlet differences in Acno. A great side six sends Hyson away, but can't find the follow-up, and Hyson returns back on stage. Lance in hand, finds the 2v1 against Blaze.
Now with a 2v1 situation, Simple needs to be careful, but not for long. Acno will put them out of their misery very quickly with that D-Sig, and we're going back to the 2v2. Blaze and Acno very, very damaged here. They should be able to equalize it fairly quickly.
Yeah, and I love the way Acno and Blaze are playing right now. They have each other's covered so well. They have the follow-ups there. Acno this time, the big damage maker, finding again the follow-ups off stage. Simple, choosing not to overextend, doesn't want to chase Acno, needs to play for their lives. But you have to ask yourself, Polly, what lives? Because Hyson right now is just a few signatures, if not maybe even just one, away from losing it down to one.
Hyson's axe is looking very, very strong today, King. I don't know if you're seeing what I'm seeing, but Hyson is flying across the stage, going from point A to point B with those recoveries. That's not going to save you from a Ulgrim XD sig now, though, is it?
Had a lot of damage applied, but now both Simple and Hyson are down to their final stock. And you mentioned how well Hyson's axe has been playing. I've been mesmerized by Acno's gauntlets. They've just looked so clean, so strong, and really no one on Red Team has been able to 1v1 against it yet.
You talk about the gauntlets, I've been keeping my eye on those blasters. Acno easily...
it's just Acno.
It's just Acno. Like, he can pick up any weapon and we'll be like, oh, look at this. Look at these battle boots, the way he's playing. You know, he could play unarmed for all we know.
Yeah, the positioning for Blue Team is just looking fantastic right now in Game 1 here. Hyson falls for the last time in Game 1. Simple the last one left in a 2v1. Sword in play. Doesn't find the recovery.
Able to find that D-Light, though. He's wedged in between Blaze and Acno. That's definitely not somewhere you want to be. Now on the offstage, Acno and Blaze probably calming down a bit here. With a sigh of relief, they know that it's over with that recovery. Able to find that knockout with 3 stocks to their name. Acno had 5 KOs kick. What is this team? What is this team?
It's the same thing as we saw from Fozy and Godly. There's always that one, you know, KO maker that comes out, the one that just finishes those stocks. And Acno and Blaze, they've looked fantastic and just racking up damage to each other. And Simple and Hyson, you mentioned it yourself, they look clean individually themselves, but there wasn't a lot of that team energy again. Blaze and Acno are great about dividing out those 1v1s yet again. The coverage that we see from Blaze's Lance has been unbelievable to make sure that no matter what your positioning is, there's always that immediate punish, usually by a Sair or sometimes even a neutral sig. So Simple and Hyson right now, they keep trying to play into the air. Perfect opportunities for the blue team to capitalize on. And I'm hoping we get to see some adjustments in Game 2.
I feel like a lot of people have started doubting Blaze and Acno a little bit because ever since their win streak got broken, they have been fighting a little bit of an uphill battle, still getting incredibly good placements, but they are not to be underestimated, and they're here to show all of us why they're in the history books.
See, I don't think it's necessarily a Blaze Acno issue. I think it's just like an esports thing, right? Like, you have such a big dominating lead for so long that it feels like the other 2v2 teams in Europe have just caught up. Oh, but maybe they haven't. They're falling behind again. Simple and Hyson, they've both lost their first stock almost in unison. Again, love the coverage that Blaze is applying onto the stage itself, and Acno's there off stage for the ledge guard pressure. Though, Acno does lose that first stock. Blaze is there, though, to help out, but Lance in hand, can't quite find the follow-up yet, Polly. Oh, Never mind, he can't find it at all.
That's going to be the knockout, and I'm holding my breath for Akno here. He's going to be able to stay clear of a 2v2 combo, but he's all the way down in orange already, just from that moment of opportunity that they gave Simple and Heisen. Wonderfully played situation by them. But Akno and Blaze they look unfazed. They're just back at it.
Yeah, now Akno with a weapon too. Most of that was unarmed up until now. Trying to play off stage pressure again. Heisen takes the risk, goes across the entire bottom of the stage to avoid Akno's blasters. Simple's not as lucky though.
Good aerials coming out from the lands of Heisen here. Akno was on that ledge for so long. I knew he was planning something. He was definitely planning something fishy.
Wow, that was stolen. Did you see like that? Like, it was like a blink of an eye. Side air coming out from Akno completely stole the KO away from Blaze.
Now, still, Blaze and Akno very close to getting knocked out here. As soon as one goes, the other one should be flying very quickly thereafter, as Blaze is wedged in between Simple and Heisen. There's the D-Lights here to close the deal, and this is practically even, especially as Blaze is coming in here without the weapon.
And we can almost consider it a restart. Akno and Blaze playing it safe on stage yet again. Heisen, though, looking to find those 1v1s. Target Akno, unable to find the follow-up. Simple's taking a wealth of damage, so they have to play slow.
Trying to play it slow indeed here. Simple getting closer and closer to being knocked out, and even when he isn't, just getting knocked away that far gives them an opportunity to 2v1 onto Heisen. This is getting very, very hard to play, especially as Heisen is getting more and more damaged here.
Great neutral set coming out from both team members. Blue team bringing game one. Very, very close, all things considered. Up until that final stock, though, it seemed like it was definitely in blue team's favor. Blaze and Akno, they looked so strong, but towards the mid-game, Polly, we had just seen Heisen and Simple really clutch up, start racking away more of that damage, and putting that pressure again against Blaze and Akno.
I also love the fact that there's like no waiting in between the games. Like in a lot of cases, especially as you break into top 8, you'll have teams, take a moment, take a deep breath and, recalculate, talk to your teammates for a little bit, talk about the next game, strategize. These guys have quite literally done this more than 100 times. They're like, we go again, we know the deal, we know what's about to happen, let's just get it over with.
Yeah, you mentioned, I mean, these two teams have faced against each other so many different times. Like, they know each other's strategies, hopefully, to a T. But I also want to talk about the stages that we've been seeing so far, at least for our block today. It's been just APOC. Just Apocalypse, really. And I mean, smaller ledges, not enough to ledge guard on completely. The great blast downs to go up in the sky, perfect for someone like Akno to go for a blast recovery, not once, but almost twice over.
Okay.
And Simple was almost there to bring it back. Look how much Akno was in the air for. That was like a solid, what, 5-6 seconds?
He can't do that. He can't do that to us, Kick. It's too much. We can't handle it. He
My
keeps going up there, going for like 4 blast recoveries in a row. Simple tries to reverse it, but he's not able to. He's going to be able to get revenge just a little bit later, though, as he knocks him out off stage there.
Yeah, Blaze forced to play a little bit more on the defensive here. Tries to go for the dare, unable to connect. Great baited recovery against Simple. I don't think they can come back from that. No, they can. Blaze is the last one with 3 stocks.
Oh, which better move to do it than the axe ground pound off the side, and now with Simple stuck in the 2v1, that's going to be him very damaged. And Akno, does Akno even care anymore? He's just throwing out attacks in every direction at the same time, pushing button on his keyboard.
Just on a tear right now. Great Sarah to keep Simple at bay. Really, the onus has been on Heisen. All the damage being applied. Akno Blaze targeting him because he's the last one, well, only one on the last stock. And they're so low to begin with.
That's going to be Akno getting knocked out. A glimmer of hope for Simple and Heisen potentially, but they need to deal with Blaze as well. He's healthy on that second stock with the lance in hand, and both players in the red team are about to go down soon.
Blaze is unable to find a follow-up here. Simple and Heisen playing farther apart, looking for those extended 2v2 plays. Oh, possibly a follow-up. Everyone's a little bit nervous right now for those next attacks. Simple there for the punish. And there it is.
Beautiful
Great
dancing.
neutral sig.
You saw
Sense,
like
please.
one frame. You saw like one frame of a massive attack coming out from Blaze, and Simple
Yeah.
recognized that. Literally 2 frame of reaction speed there.
Yeah, it was really well read into by Simple. Still on their second stock, by the way.
While we're talking away, you know, Simple and Heisen, they're kind of pulling this off, Keg.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I was about to mention, like, Simple having a bit more of a quiet game has really stepped it up. Heisen's been the one fighting the majority of the damage, been in the battle a lot more, and even then, the recovery from Blaze doesn't send Simple's second stock away. Does divide out those 1v1s, though. Simple still has to be very cautious, tries to protect Heisen, but a great opportunity for Blaze to capitalize, sends things to a 1v1.
1v1. And this is the territory where Simple shines. I'm not going to lie. Simple, incredibly good 1v1 player. Do not underestimate Blaze on the other hand, though. And let me tell you, Blaze playing a 1v1 and Blaze playing a 1v1 from a 2v2, those are 2 different Blazes. I don't know what it is, but as soon as we enter the 2v2 game mode, Blaze's skill level quadruples.
Yeah, Lance has so much coverage, it makes me nervous. Simple, though, does have that buffer room of a single stock. Well, okay, maybe not so much anymore, April Fools, but down to the 1v1 again. Choosing the axe now over the lance, Simple without a weapon still engages.
Blaze on that axe, throwing out these aerials, just waiting for one slip up from Simple. Simple, though, with incredibly precise maneuvering, able to avoid most of them, but he still falls victim to some of those massive axe blows.
Oh, Simple's chasing down Blaze, and Blaze is just there for the immediate positioning follow-up. There we go, good punish from Simple. Not once, but twice over. Great repositioning for the ledge guard. Blaze can't get back on stage. Anywhere he goes, Blaze is there, or Simple's there, excuse me. The gauntlets racking up this damage immensely. Down to the 1v1 yet again.
Massive nair to give him some time to reposition, forcing Blaze into the air. Just one good D-Light combo now, away from getting this game on the set. He's looking for it. Blaze makes a mistake, but Simple misses the true combo. He goes for a second one, and thank God he hits this one. Simple and Heisen aren't out yet, Keg.
Oh,
Simple did 800 damage! 5 KOs, 800. I don't even know, Keg. I don't even know. Simple leveled up.
I want to know how much of that damage was in that final stock and a half from Simple, because that was so impressive. Just the way of maintaining themselves, holding on, and really just, you know, protecting Heisen for the longest time as well. But let's talk about Heisen for a second, too. 293 damage, not able to really find a lot on their own end in that second game. I would love to see an adjustment come out, maybe a new legend underway. I don't think we've seen Heisen move away from the Ulgrim this tournament, but it seems like Agno and Blaze have just the perfect range tools to shut down both options that Heisen has, but it does allow Simple to succeed a lot more.
Yeah, you know, Heisen, in my opinion, is one of the greatest support players in 2v2. If you're looking at specifically Europe, he will not necessarily. His work, might not necessarily show on the leaderboard. He might help win a game having dealt 350 damage, but as you mentioned, in this game, I feel like he's truly struggling against Acno Blaze here.
Yeah, and we do see that adjustment coming out. Now, Simple and Heisen, kind of doing what we saw Delta and TM do in their own series when they were backed up against the corner for the last game, is that now we see the double Val coming out here. I really like this choice. Gauntlets, we've been seeing a little bit more predominance as we go forwards in the upper echelons in 2v2s. Normally, it's usually the Axe and Lance game for the most part, but I think the double gauntlets are going to find a lot of up-close potential and really just get into that dead zone range that Acno and Blaze aren't really able to accommodate for.
Yeah, and I mean, especially for Heisen as, you know, a player trying to support Simple here. With those gauntlets, you're going to be able to do a lot of schmoovin. You're able to sweep in any kind of 2v2 situation and just come in out of nowhere, throwing out attacks. That was a crazy start from Acno and Blaze, though.
It was a crazy start, but I like what we're seeing now from the double gauntlets, or was the double gauntlets, because now Heisen and Simple are playing purely for punishes. They're waiting for Simple, Blaze, and Acno to make a move. They go immediately for the Sair punish, but of course now they're getting punished themselves. Blaze keeping Heisen to the air as Simple falls to their second stock, and now Edgeguard in play. Heisen with the sword almost connects against Acno.
this is the thing. I feel like we're already seeing like a glimmer of what I like to call the Blaze and Acno effect. These guys, compared to any other team, have the most amount of exponential skill gain in a 2v2 game. If they lose a game, they will get 10% better. It doesn't matter if we're on game at 29, they're going to get 10% better.
Jeez, I can't even imagine what that would look like. What is that, 2,000% better? I'm not a mathologist, I don't know. But I mean, regardless though, you're completely right. Every single game we're seeing from Blaze and Acto, they've looked much, much more clean. And I think a lot of that just has to do with kind of downloading their opponents and seeing what the fundamentals, like the macro game bar, like their positioning, but also just how the intricacies of each player's legends work. But I think that's a big strength, though. When we had seen Acno and Blaze go up against Fozy and Godly in the 2v2 Grand Finals, we had seen a lot of legend swaps come out, and Acno struggled. Now that we see Heisen swap away to the Val, I'm expecting to see maybe a little bit more of a struggle from Acno's end. And right now, compared to the two, they are finding a lot more damage applied, but they haven't lost that second stock yet.
That's what's so beautiful about this legendary 2v2 matchup. It's that both of these teams have so much experience with each other. They're able to stay so variable with how they play and which roles they play that you know it's never a fluke if you see them in top 8.
Oh, but Blaze and Acno both fall to their final stock. Simple and Heisen, the double Val has done wonders thus far. Simple still maintaining that second stock though, applying that chip damage as they wait for Heisen to respawn. I really love the gauntlet plays from both these legends.
Simple now, having one stock ahead of everyone else in the lobby. He's on that sword. He's going to be able to commit off stage, but Blaze with a beautiful Seer punish, jumping from the other side of the stage to save his teammate.
Heisen keeping Blaze into the air right now. A good follow-up from Simple as well. And it's just these team-wide follow-ups now, again, just taking advantage of the fact that the slow startups for both Acno and Blaze. Deep red on their final stock.
Deep red on their final stocks indeed. They're both on the gauntlets, looking for these knockouts now. Acno is racking up a little bit of damage onto Simple. It's not going to be enough though. They need the red team in the red here. And it looks like Heisen is going there as he is knocked down. Was that DI downwards for that funky angle? Acno getting knocked away from team damage though.
Oh no, the Seer comes by for Heisen and Simple. This could be their final stock in the upper bracket. They have to survive now. And look at this, the group up is there. What just happened?
Simple with the sword and neutral sig on the Val.
What?
Simple is so clutch today. Simple is so clutch today. I also need to see that replay. Did he line that up? I'm pretty sure he did. He saw that coming from a mile away, didn't he?
He had to have. I mean, again, that goes to show how great just being up close and personal you can be as the double Val, and just ensuring you can get these really cheeky lineups there. And there's the replay. No way.
Oh my god. Yeah, he saw the double spot dodge. He saw the double spot dodge, and he was like, I have nothing to lose if I just dash forward and neutral sig. Acno was unfortunate enough to jump just in that moment. He got caught up in it. If Acno was able to come out without getting knocked out there, that could have been a very different ending for that game. Nonetheless, beautiful option by Simple and Heisen. This is another Game 5, Keg. We're entering Game 5 City.
I know, we got really lucky this time around. But I mean, what a Hail Mary coming out to bring us into Game 5 too. We do have an adjustment though. We talked about how we did see some legend swaps coming out from Simple and Heisen did mean that Acno would struggle. So now Acno playing more for space, bringing out the Kaya pick. The spear and the bow underway. I like this choice. I think the bow is going to be good to keep Heisen and Simple in the air. Same with the nair potential of the spear. But I'm not too sure about the grounded gameplay if we're going to see a lot of that coming up from Acno's side.
I mean, you don't really need that much from Acno's side because Acno has a teammate, and this teammate is wielding a very special weapon known as the Rocket Lance. And this weapon has this one move called the Side Air, which covers a very, very large portion of the ground.
I mean, yeah, we haven't really seen too much of that from Blaze either, though. It's been mostly just aerial play, and yeah, that does keep them in the air, but again, a great opportunity found from one of the Vals. It's Acno to fall first.
Great knockout indeed, taking Acno down there, but he's on a fresh stock with a bow in hand. He's going to be able to make wonders happen, especially as he has Blaze to cover him. Able to get that quick 2v2 combo onto Simple. Neutral Sig as well. Akino ends against Blaze there. That's probably not what he wanted to do, but we're all good.
And these Vows, they're like piranhas in the water right now. Good for one. It's an even game right now. Hyson still taking the 1v1 against Akno. Really trying to target this Kaya pick. They don't want to see what kind of things Akno has up their sleeve. Last time we had seen Akno play up against Bo, it was a Koji.
Oh,
but a great combo since Akno so low on that second stock.
The part that hurts most about that is that Akino and Blaze, they had a knockout onto Hyson. If they were able to find that, you know, if Akino didn't do that team attack onto Blaze, that would have never happened, and Akino wouldn't be on their last stock right now.
Oh, overextension for Blaze, gets punished by Simple. Gets back onto the stage. Akno now having to play a little bit more cautiously, playing more towards ledge. Doing whatever they can to even up this stock in a macro level. Just bring things to a 2-1 stock line. But they're grouped up. The great ledge guard there from Simple tries to recreate history again with the neutral sig, but it doesn't connect.
And Akino and Blaze are not phased when things don't go their way. Give them an inch and they'll take half of Europe, or even all of it. They are going to be fighting this to the very, very last moment. Simple and Hyson are looking for those knockouts though, and Blaze is given a hard time. Hyson able to get that 1v1 onto Akno, but only able to find one Sayer out of it. And it's looking pretty much even again now.
It is, and Blaze now using that axe. No, maybe, okay, I guess not. But it does leave Akno in a very bad spot. Forced to be just on the ledge. Again, just fishing for these snares. Whatever Hyson can find, it's just chip damage away from Akno, and it leaves Blaze in a spot where he has to fight these 2v1s to protect Akno.
Now, Simple and Hyson looking for these D-Light combos onto Akno, but Akno is holding back. He's standing behind Blaze with that lance. Try and stay safe, allowing Blaze to do what he does best, throwing out Sayers on the left side of the screen, finding early knockouts, and this is a 2v1 situation. The tides have changed, Keg.
I cannot think of anything scarier than going in a 1v2 against Akno Blaze. At least there's a one-stock reprieve. Hyson just barely managing to get back onto the stage. That's a good start. But any signature will take them down to that final stock of the winner's bracket.
Hyson playing very cautiously here. He wants to sustain this stock for as long as possible. He's gonna fall victim to the axe and light coming out from Blaze. Now, getting a weapon is going to be very, very stressful, but with a good weapon spawn, he's able to get that sword in hand. He just needs to find that combo onto Akno. But don't tunnel vision. A couple of good 2 combos onto Blaze will do the deal as well. Sidelight coming out. They're able to find the punish. The 2v2 combo comes out, but the recovery doesn't connect, Keg.
Hyson just barely managing to hold on with this final stock. It's down to the 2v1 combos yet again. Oh, but the signature doesn't connect. Hyson goes deep, and there it is. You set him up. He knocks them down. Blaze. They continue on forwards to the winners finals.
With the bounce off of the wall, still able to line up that axe Sayer. Blaze, are you serious? If he was not able to recognize that there was like literally half a character model to bounce off of, that would not have he would not have been able to connect that. That would have been a miss, and that would have given Hyson an opportunity.
It would have, but again, when you're in a 1v2 against Akno and Blaze, it's a lot easier said than done. You're in a high-stress environment like that. Luckily, though, wasn't the elimination side, so there is still a chance we could see a revenge run, maybe towards grand finals, but we'll have to wait quite a while to see before that happens. But, Polly, you and I, we've had nothing but banger series today.
We've had nothing but bangers so far. Fozy and Godly going to Game 5 against Delta and TM, and now Akino and Blaze taking it from Hyson and Simple Game 5 as well. All of these teams are showing great potential today, Keg. This really sets the tone for the level of competition tonight.
Yeah, and it makes me wonder, what can we expect to see as we go forwards in the rest of the tournament?
I'm looking at the eliminations bracket, and I mean, I'm seeing some interesting names. I'm seeing Blue and Kresu going up against Ted and Nice, and Sarmei Swada going up against XJ, Cool J, and Pavelski. Funnily enough, I asked before coming in here, I asked a couple of my friends, what teams do you think are gonna, what teams do you think are gonna surprise people? They said, oh, XJ Cool, J Belsky, and Blue and Kresu. So this is like, people know. People that are good in EU, they know that these guys are in the queue. They know that these guys are practicing. They know that they're about to have a come up, and they've been able to break into top 8, and they're ready to prove themselves even further here tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited through and through just to see. Oh, man. I mean, are you excited as I am, Polly?
I'm very excited.
All right. Well, give us a quick prediction. Who do you think is going to win in this series?
In this series, the upcoming best of 5, or in the entire tournament?
How about entire tournament?
Entire tournament? Okay, I saw, of course, we all know Sparky's predictions. I always make fun of Sparky's predictions when it comes to Europe, but today, he actually had some pretty good predictions. I'm not going to lie. He predicted that Fozy and Godly are going to be coming out on top, which I think is pretty accurate.
Well, we'll have to wait and see how it all plays out. We're going to be going to a small break, though. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Oh, sorry. President Brawlhalla. Hey everyone, Alex Jubali here, Fighting Game Tournament Director from CEO, and more importantly today, DreamHack. It's honestly incredible to see how much Brawlhalla has grown since the first BCX event back in 2016 that I was fortunately a part of. Some of my favorite moments as a tournament organizer were working with Foda, Toast, the Brawlhalla team, and the community to bring Brawlhalla to some of our past events. Today, I'm here to share some exciting news with all of you and the return of Brawlhalla LAN events to DreamHack. This year, Brawlhalla is returning across 3 of our events for their Esports Year 8. starting with San Diego in April, Dallas, Texas in June, and Valencia, Spain in July. The even bigger news is that the Brawlhalla team is putting up $70,000 for each event to be divided between singles and doubles, totaling over $200,000 in prize pools at our DreamHack events together. To kick things off, we actually have San Diego registration live right now on start.gg/DHSAN23, with more information coming soon for Dallas and Valencia. That's it from me. Really excited about this announcement today. Keep playing and enjoying Brawlhalla, and we're going to see you soon at our DreamHack events. Oh, and I'd like to thank the Brawlhalla team for supporting me through the Cameo. If you'd like to find me on Cameo for more videos, I'm just kidding. I don't have a Cameo.
Hello everybody, welcome back. We're now in the lower bracket of Spring Champs European 2v2s. My name is Keg and I'm joined by Polly once more. We've had nothing but amazing series today as we got past the top 8 into the winners semifinals. But now that we go down to the lower bracket round 1, these games might be more competitive, more fierce, but there's only one victor. Whoever loses out in these matches now, Polly, they're out of the tournament.
They are going to be completely out, and all they can do really is go back to practicing and hope for a better result next time around. All of these players have already done so. There's so much dedication, passion, and work put into these couple of games that are going to be deciding of their fate here, and we are going to be starting with a matchup I'm very excited about. It's going to be XJ, Cool J, and Pavelski going up against Sarmay and Swada.
Yeah, I mean, these have been teams that have been around for a long time. Pavelski, I have known probably longer than you've been alive, Polly, but I mean, I've known him for a long time. Amazing person. What?
What do you mean?
Man. I am an old casting man compared to you. But actually, Cool J in People, a name that I wasn't too familiar with until BCX last year, was a finalist. But I mean, again, like all these players have just put in wonders in the last year for 2v2s.
100%. And XJ, Cool J, and Pavelski, I'm very much looking forward to see how they're going to be doing. XJ, Cool J, I've been advocating for this guy for probably upwards of 1.5 years at this point. XJ,
Wow.
Cool J, kid coming from the Netherlands, has to be the player with the most amount of potential right now, if you ask me, has been improving at such a rapid rate. Coming in here, teaming with Pavelski, this team, you should fear them. They should make you tremble.
I'm already trembling, can't you tell? I'm just shaking all over. But we are getting the map select right now. I'm not sure where we're going to be going yet because we have a variety of different legends in play. And I mean, but I mean variety. I mean, not only do we have 4 different ones across the board, but there are a variety of different weapons too. We have from blasters to swords to even cannons in play that I don't know if one stage is really going to benefit a team over the other. Short range, long range, both teams have that ability. And I'm not sure what the coverage is going to be looking like as we get into game 1 of lower bracket 1. But here we go. We have ourselves a Diana and a Sidra going up against Bryn and Cross. Now, we had just seen the Cross play very well with Acno, and I love the blaster coverage. I'm wondering if we're going to see some more of that again, or Pavelski's going to mostly rely on the gauntlets.
If I went back 2 years and told my younger self that Swada is going to be playing on Sidra in top 8, my younger self would have an emotional breakdown and lock myself into the room for a week. I have never seen this pick coming out from Swata in my life. We have Swata on the cannon. I don't know if this is cursed or if this is a blessing.
I mean, again, like, you know, if you've never seen Swata on cannon,
Okay,
then neither has the enemy team.
What was that stock? That was way
Yeah.
too fast. That was way too
quick.
fast. This is XJ, Cool J, and Pavelski going up against Sarmay and Swada, and Sarmay is already knocked out again by Pavelski on those
Wow.
blasters.
And right
Jesus
now you have to
Christ.
wonder, what are you gonna do? You're off stage right now. Sarmay has to play unbelievably slow. Actually, Cool J and Pavelski only now had just lost their collective 1 of 6 stocks in game 1 here. And now, at least they've lost 2, but still, it's not much of a reprieve as Sarmay needs to play so cautiously, and it leaves Swada in such an uncomfortable position. They may have to face 2v1s the entirety of the rest of this game. But that cannon's out right now. Swada keeping them into the air, makes it back onto the stage, but again, great horizontal recovery by Pavelski, a great denial too, and there it is! Side sync comes by from Bryn, and XJ Cool J brings both of these team members on red team down to the last stock.
Pavelski and 2v2 sure is something else. I feel like he's always such an unknown variable. Anything can happen at any time, and it's going to be due to Pavelski. I mean, if you're fighting him, you cannot calm down for a single moment throughout your entire set. You have to be on your guard, which is why potentially Swada and Sarme are trying to take down XJ Coolj a little bit earlier here, trying to focus on him a little bit as they get this 2v1 now against Pavelski.
I like the coverage we saw from Sarme, down on the ground looking for the neutral, end light to try to take down Pavelski. Unable to do so though, still playing it safe. Swada maintaining their distance. Pavelski and XJ Coolj looking for that 2v1 combo, staying in the middle of neutral. Unable to capitalize on that though. Swada goes for the recovery and keeps Sarme into the fight. Otherwise they would have gone down and been out for game number 1. But it was short-lived. Decider comes by. Now Swada's the last one left.
Swada trying to play this very cautiously. He finds that D-line and he chase dodges out of the true combo, and XJ gets the Seer onto his teammates. Pavelski's going to be able to find that true combo though, and that's going to be game 1 done for with XJ Coolj and Pavelski advancing through the set here, being the first team to get a score.
I mean, I think the onus right now is going to be on Sarme to see, well, they lost their first 2 stocks pretty quickly. Are they going to be able to get rid of those nerves? Maybe it was just, you know, downloading the teammates or the enemies, just figure out, okay, what's going on here? Are they able to just maintain those first 2 stocks a little bit longer than not at all in game 2 here? And we do go back over to Apocalypse, away from Lions that we had seen before. So I think this is a better start for Sarme. Might have a little bit more range to work with here for the ground and control. There's that soft platform that can be good to help escape from some options there. But this cannon has been pretty good too.
The cannon has definitely been doing wonders for Swada. You know, when I think of cannon gameplay, I think of massive strings, you know, really locking in onto your target and really just going to town. But we haven't been seeing that much of that kind of gameplay coming out from Swada.
Ground pound.
Yeah, the French ground pound. The crazy out of nowhere call out unarmed ground pounds, sword ground pounds off a stage. They're crazy.
There goes Pavelski's first stock. Sarme, like we said, has been able to maintain it longer, but they're still the first on red team to fall too. It's really down to this 1v1 between Swada and XJ Coolj. The sword over the spear right now. Good for the sider, seemingly out of nowhere. A great punish. Pavelski trying to apply that stopping power, unable to do so.
XJ Coolj doing wonders on this axe right now, dealing so much damage onto the red team. Much needed damage here as they need to get these stocks off ASAP. There's the first one, there's the second one, and they place themselves in a lead here.
Oh, Polly. Sarme lost their second stock so quick again. And now they're at that deficit. We might see a conclusion, again, just like game 1, with Swada facing against a very lengthy 1v2 against Pavelski and XJ.
XJ Coolj on the spear, he was wedged in between Swada and Sarme, but Pavelski coming in with explosive force on these blasters. He's throwing out attacks left and right. There's no waiting whatsoever. Pavelski's dealing so much damage right now.
Oh, but there it is. Okay, a little bit of breathing room. Good weapon juggling now from red team. They have that weapon advantage, but not for much longer. Someone on blue team's gonna grab it, and it's Pavelski. Immediate recovery sends Swada into the sky. And no matter which weapon, Polly, we've been seeing Pavelski just find so much success, like at least 90% with ground pounds and recoveries. Hey, just like that, God. Twice in a row.
Yeah, now do not go off stage against Pavelski. Just don't. Like, period. Don't think about it. Don't try to reason with it. You just do not go off stage against Pavelski, because if you do, you're about to find out what happens.
I mean, let's see if Pavelski can make it 3 for 3. Can we see another ground pound, or is it going to be another recovery? Or maybe Swada brings it back. It's not impossible. It just seems less and less likely when you have both members of blue team with such high-ranged weapons that there's almost no breathing room. They're punishing based off of positioning solely. What a great javelin throw. XJ, the boy wonder it seems. 561 damage in game 2.
This is incredible. XJ, Coolj, and Pavelski, they are hyped up for a reason, as we all can very, very clearly tell. SWAT and Sarmay, a team to be feared, are having a hard time against them right now. As they are jumping into the next game, Sarmay is swapping over to their Mordex. And Keg, I don't know if you're saying ooh for the same reason that I wanted to say ooh, but Sarmay's Mordex, dude, I can't wait.
Oh, I think this is a great adjustment because the last 2 games we haven't really seen the Diana pick do much, like at all. But I think Sarmay now going less towards range, more towards Gauntlet. I know, not a great beginning, Paulie, not a great beginning for this Mordex pick, but I think once we get to see the warm-up there, really get that positioning down, Sarmay could explode with the Gauntlets. Oh, wait.
I mean,
maybe I spoke too soon.
The Mordex pick doesn't have a very big play in, like, getting out of a 2v2 combo. Like, I feel like it doesn't really matter which legend you're on. You know, getting out of a 2v2 combo is still going to be pretty hard. Pavelski with the ground pounds, please, no, not again. Oh my god, he had to be nerfed. He had to be nerfed by his own teammate's weapon throw to spare Swata. Oh my god, no, please. I'm done, okay.
Okay, hold on. The scythe is out. This is good. There's some range, some ledge coverage coming out from Sarmay. Pavelski did fall. This is already a much better start than the first 2 games for Red Team. Ground Pound does connect. XJ falls. Swata's still maintaining the 3 stocks.
Very, very good start indeed, especially as Swata is on this axe and he has the wiggle room to go aggressive, and there it is! There's the axe gameplay I know and love coming out from Swata. What a string, what a knockout. This is starting to look like a winner chicken dinner for Red Team.
Yeah, it really comes down again to the onus of just Sarmay. Can Sarmay, again, maintain this stock? Pavelski and XJ now down to their last ones. Scythe has been good for a pressure tool, but not a lot of connections made. Oh, that was risky. The dare just barely connected from XJ. Sent Sarmay the rotate across the bottom of the entire map. And now there has to be some protection here. Some coverage. Sarmay above the waters now, going for the unarmed plays, but there it is. Great counter from XJ.
And XJ and Pavelski are doing a very, very good job at their resistance here, taking the Red Team down bit by bit. Beautiful conversions, beautiful neutral gameplay, but Red Team, it might just be too little too late here coming out from the Blue Team.
Oh, a lot of these side sticks from Pavelski are not connecting. Barely even have time for a startup. But there we go. Great neutral sig from Swata. Does send Pavelski off stage yet again. Great recovery setup, and maybe we spoke too soon. Maybe we do have a match on our hands. It's not going to be a 3-0.
It's definitely not going to be a 3-0. Sarmay and Swata definitely have a lot of fight left in them as they're locking in immediately. No waiting, no hesitation. Guess what map we're going to, Keg? It's gonna be Apocalypse yet again. What is up with this map? I need a tweet longer from a pro player explaining why y'all love this map so much, because I don't see the appeal.
I really think it just comes down to the blast zones. I think Apocalypse is like that even map where you have a little bit of everything, but there's not one environmental element that allows you to have a distinct advantage. Like Small Brawlhaven's a great map if you're playing small range weapons like guitars or even gauntlets because of the small blast zones and a lot less map like just main stage where you can't really set up with a scythe or a lance as well. But Apocalypse, you can do that. There's not as many ledges too, so you're able to ledge guard but not, you know, too much like other stages. Just a little bit of everything there. But Sarmay does fall immediately once again. The Mordex pick worked well for game 3, but as we approach game 4, it might not be as beneficial here.
Great dares coming out from Pavelski, keeping the pressure onto Swata. Tries to come in and do that sidelight as well. That's going to be XJ Coolj knocked out quite a far distance, with Pavelski soon to follow with the knockout there. And XJ Coolj is in a hard spot right here, able to recover their way out of there though.
Oh, look at this scythe. Down air is just able to remove XJ completely from contention for so long. Isolates Pavelski as XJ loses that first stock.
Swata having all of their stocks so far, and on that sword, they're going to be very, very dangerous. They need to get him out as soon as possible. But even when you're not knocking him out, if you're able to get that one attack onto him that sends him far off away, you're going to be able to get a little bit of a 2v1, which they did.
Oh, but that side stick from Sarmay doesn't connect. Pavelski's there for the punish. Deep right on that second stock for both of those players. It's Sarmay to fall. Not out of the woods just yet. For Sarme, this could very well be tournament stock.
Could be the tournament stock indeed. He has to be careful, but careful is not in Sarme's name, and he is going to... Swada is there to cover his back, dude, with that cannon in air. Sarme is back into the game.
Good ledge guard, good isolated 1v1s from both teams. Swada has full control of the stage, but he runs away! Pound connects against XJ! But Sarme falls in the process. What a chaotic round. A chaotic game.
Haymaker. Oh, I don't even know, dude. Sarme was having such a hard time there on the offstage. It appeared he was never allowed to come back onto the stage, and now we're seeing this 1v2 of Swada going up against XJ Coolj and Pavelski. If there's anyone that can pull this off, it's Swada, but I wouldn't underestimate Pavelski and XJ Coolj either.
Now, I'm going to throw a question at you, Polly. Can it be Swada's cannon that can do it?
Oh my god! Oh my god! What is that combo?
Swada,
what is
can
that
you make it
2v2
back?
combo?
No, the weapon throw, the down
Someone go swerve.
cancel. The recovery, he makes it back, Polly.
Swada's not out. He's not done just yet. It's gonna take a whole lot more to take Swada out. There's the axe there. That's going to be it. And XJ Coolj and Pavelski have secured themselves a 3-1 victory, advancing into the eliminations quarterfinals, where they will face off of Heisen and Simple. That ends the run for Sarme and Swada.
Look, if you look at the bracket itself and see the 3-0, you might think that this game was a stomp. I don't think it really was a stomp. I think the first few games were really good adjustments from XJ Coolj and Pavelski, but I love the thought processes that we saw from Sarme and Swada come out. I love the Mordex pick that we had seen from Sarme in those final games, but all it took was one adjustment from Blue Team. All they had to do was avoid the scythe.
All they had to do was avoid that scythe, and definitely, you know, Sarme having a very hard time on the offstage against Pavelski and XJ Coolj. They were applying so much pressure onto him. I mean, if I was in that situation, I would just be pressing every single button on my keyboard, praying it would get out eventually, because Jesus, they gave them a very, very hard time. They were going down, leaving Swada to deal with that 1v2. It was not an easy situation.
By no means. But that does end the run for Sarme and Swada in European 2v2s for spring. Luckily, though, we're not out of series just yet either, Polly. We got one more for our little block here. It's Blue and Kresu versus Ted and Knees. And Ted and Knees, they've done a heck of a lot of effort so far in this tournament. They've made some almost attempted upsets.
Oh yeah, dude. I feel like you can't talk about Ted and Knees without talking about the fact that us Knees supporters and Knees believers have been getting memed for so long. People tell us Knees has been upcoming for the past 25 tournaments. You know, Knees could have a come up and he would still be upcoming. And it's like, us Knees supporters, I see you, us Knees supporters, we know. We know what this bat is capable of, and we're just waiting for the moment. We've already seen it to some extent. Knees has had phenomenal successes already, and teaming with Ted, yet another player that I at least have been advocating for being one of the best 2v2 players in the region, this is a team to be feared.
Well, speaking of that too, right? We had seen Ted and Knees go into the top 8 lower bracket because they brought Heisen and Simple to Game 5. So close every single game that series. Just barely lost out, but they still made the top 8 regardless. So not only could we maybe see a revenge run later, but we could see utter domination from an already very well warmed up team as we get started with game number 1.
For sure. Blue and Kresu, I have not seen them play that much as a team. I have not seen them I've not seen them play that much 2v2 period. Kresu, we know, of course, has had phenomenal successes in 2v2, getting great placements, being a very, very skilled player, and Blue being one of the most experienced players in the field that is 2v2 Brawlhalla, is also a behemoth of a team, and again, a team that a lot of people at home is going to have their money on. This is going to be one heck of a matchup.
Yeah, and we're going to Demon, which we haven't seen a whole lot of in 2v2s. A big, long stage, just allowing so many opportunities to rack up these 2v1 combos, and maybe even 2v2 combos if they're lucky enough. But it promotes a lot more isolated fights, too. You don't really have an in-between like you do on Apocalypse. It's, you either get one or the other, and within the 30 seconds that we've had this game, we've already seen both.
We've already seen both indeed. Blue and Kresu, you know, it might not reflect very well on the scoreboard right now, on the health of these players, but Blue and Kresu, they have had a lot of stage control so far. They're able to find a lot of good 2v2 combos, and it looks like overall they are coming out on top here. But Ted is on that axe, on that Rayman, dealing some damage.
Gotta give props to Blue and Kresu, though. Maintaining that lead, of course, as I say that, they go way off stage. Good recovery from Kresu, eliminates Ted's first stock. A follow-up from Knees with the Sair almost removes Kresu as well, but the ledge guard wasn't quite there in time. Ted follows up, though, with the immediate punish into a double KO with the recovery. You know what we say about that, too, Polly?
What do we say about that, Keg?
You want to say it with me?
Yes.
One,
3, 2,
two, 1. Holy moly!
Holy.
Say it! You're playing with my
delay, dude.
emotions,
The
Polly.
delay. The delay.
Right. Whatever. I see how it is. It's okay. But you know what isn't delayed, Polly? Unlike you, it's this gameplay. And now it's almost even. Blue and Ted have their second stocks. Kresu and Blue are trying to find the follow-up to eliminate Ted's second, but they're unable to do so. He's hopping around, fishing for dares wherever he can. But this Rayman pick goes for the recovery, finds the 1v1, but it turns out even the side stake from Olgrim's Lance isn't enough to eliminate that stock.
Both players trying to make their way back onto the stage. Nice won't be able to, though, and that is going to be him out quite early, leaving Ted to play this 2v1 against Blue and Kresu. And Light coming out, that's going to be Ted going down to the final stock. One stock against the 3 is gonna take a lot to be able to take this back, Keg.
Yeah, and keep in mind too, Pearl and Olgrim, very high defense on both these legends. Ted has a big journey ahead of them here to maybe take away this game. Axe is in play, good to the fish for the 1v1s. You can already see the positioning of these two on red. They're looking for that final combo to just end this game.
Oh yeah,
But
the maneuvering is on point. They are not taking they are not taking any kinds of risks right now. They're waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike here.
And it just allows Ted to have two options.
Oh my
Weapon
God.
throws and
Kresu.
dares.
Kresu on that axe, able to deal so much damage. Sair coming out, D-Sig not able to follow up. Doesn't even matter though. He's getting so close to finding the final KO now.
Ah, what could have been the start of brilliance there was shut down in its prime. Kresu and Blue, again, a team that you and I haven't really seen a lot of in 2v2s, especially at this higher level. Really solid start, I think, in this series.
Very, very solid start indeed, and we are going to be jumping right back into it. No hold-up whatsoever. Yet again, all of these players incredibly eager to just get in there and start fighting.
No adjustments coming out. Interesting.
The
What to
adjustments are
expect,
in the
what to
gameplay, Keg.
Of course, yes, the downloads. I'm surprised we didn't swap stages. You would think Ted and Knees are gonna benefit more from like small.
No.
Really?
These guys know
Not
what's
even
up.
Apocalypse?
This is the better map. This is the better map. This map is better than Apocalypse. Don't ask me.
For 2v2s?
Yes,
I
I love
mean-
this map. It's so good, dude.
Look, I'm not gonna disagree with that. It's a cool map. I like the vibe of it. I just feel like when you have, blasters, they are long range. I just feel like this is such a benefit for red team here. You have lance, you have axe, you have bow and spear for just that long range setups. With the double gauntlets, you have to be up close and personal, and there's just so much escape room right now for both the red team.
Keg, I'm sorry, but I have to ask you. I have to ask you for your professional esports comment on what is going on with Blue. We were seeing both Nice and Ted in deep red and Blue having took like one hit.
Just dodging and weaving, really just playing for positioning right now. Really big fan of how Blue's been playing out this Pearl pick. Good setups there, just allowing Kresu to succeed. But even in the startup with not a lot of damage applied, that was a good KO coming out from Knees, and now Blue who sang their praises, is now evened up with everybody else.
Evened up with everybody else,
no.
indeed. Nice DC coming out from Knees, catching that recovery back onto the stage. Able to cover up for himself as well when he accidentally hits Ted. Now with that stock lead, they are trying to go as far as possible with it. Kresu is picking up that weapon very early though. They probably wanted to keep him off that.
Kresu's down to that final stock. Has to play cautiously here. Good side air for Ted. The ledge guard is there. The double ledge guard too, no less.
Good end eye coming out from Ted, catching both of them, and Ted is on a roll with that axe. He's going to be going down from Kresu's lands though, leaving these on the edge here. Using a GCN to come back up. But again, we're seeing these isolated 1v1s, periodically becoming a 2v1, but never in blue team's favor.
No. And we saw Knees there trying to go for the follow-up against Kresu, but unable to succeed. A little bit of team KO action happening there. Good lead though was for blue. Kresu falls for the final time in game 2.
Okay. And as I say, of course, no 2v1s in the favor of the blue team. We do see one right here. Ted and Knees trying to finish blue off here as he is orange on his last stock. Ted with the gauntlets trying to find something. Knees tries to cover him up. That's the team damage though, giving them a bit of a hard time. It's getting a little bit chaotic, but they have the stocks to spare.
Blue does have more options than they did in game 1, but never mind. It's Knees there for the recovery. Okay. Very interesting. And you know what? I have to eat my words, Polly. Demon, I thought would be more set up for Blue and Kresu, given the legends that they have chosen, but otherwise, no. Knees and Ted, they played a strict anti-aerial game. They applied that pressure, and like you mentioned, wherever they could, they would find as many 1v2s as 2v1s as they possibly could. And we return again. Back over to Demon, no legend swaps whatsoever. We have to see a new game plan come out from Blue and Kresu.
There's this very, very strange phenomenon in fighting games, especially, where you can feel like one team is losing even though they're winning. I don't know if anyone else has experienced this, but if you fought like Katars or Blasters, you probably know what I mean. You're getting hit like all over the place, you never have control of the battle, and before you know it, you won and you were just yellow, and you know, you've knocked out the other player completely. I feel like it always feels like red team is winning.
I kind of get what you mean. I think I do. It's like a mental thing. And I'm sure the pro players go through that too. But it ain't over till it's over. And I mean, some of these weapons just don't do as much damage, and you have to rely a lot more on punishes and just chip damage away. Blue's doing a really good job at that. Great ground pound, sending Ted off stage for a brief second, but they do land back on. Ledge guard's in play right now. Blue with the extended down sig doesn't quite connect, but no. I'm sorry, it wasn't a down sig, it was an end sig. Still not able to find much from it though. Red across the board, a great sider sends Ted away. Knees playing, though, for the ledge guard control. Good side air, and a down save the boot to send Blue away down to that final, second stock, excuse me.
Now, Ted is stuck in the pseudo 1v2 situation. Knees is going to be able to come back real quick, though. We're seeing double gauntlets coming out from the blue team, and that's just how you know that some funky stuff is about to go down. Especially as Kresu goes down and we're stuck in this 1v2 situation. It's the full-on gauntlets 2v2 combo. They're not going to be able to find that knockout, but hey, that's still a lot of damage.
I love this. The double gauntlets just do not allow any time for startup at all against red team. Blue and Kresu, their only option is to jump into the air, just hope for the best, to play for a punish. But luckily though, the positioning for Ted and Knees, who now has blasters, just did not allow any sort of counterplay against their positioning.
Great offstage play by Blue, knocking Knees out there. Blue team across the board on their last stock. Now Ted needs to be careful, but even though he gets stuck on the offstage there, he's able to find a couple of good hits. Ted is just going in, man. Ted has such an aggressive mentality right now.
You know, you talk about like the Qatar Blaster matchups, right? Like you get so much damage applied to you. Some of that has to do with confidence. And it feels like Ted is just soaring with confidence right now, and that might just be the X factor needed to take this to a 2-1 reverse. Kresu does lose that second stock. Yeah.
He's definitely soaring with confidence, dude. You can see it in his eyes when he flies across the stage with that axe, but confidence isn't going to take down the stocks off the players in the enemy team. He's on the axe, though. It's going to be him out.
I spoke too soon again. Really good setup there for the end of the game, for the ledge guard. But I gotta say, that entire game up until the end of the second stock looked like it was dominantly in the double gauntlet favor. And with us going to, again, another game, no changes whatsoever. It makes me wonder, maybe we should see Knees and Ted predominantly favor the gauntlets now for the entire game, rather just than for the mid-round. Because we did see Knees and Ted swap away to their blasters and axe, and their damage output did drastically go down. I would love to just see double gauntlets through and through.
I would also love to see the double gauntlets through and through. But what I would love even more is for this to come down to a Nice and Blue 1v1. That would be the most legendary moment on this tournament.
And I mean, Blue has had such a miracle run in Brawlhalla history, doing so well in a variety of tournaments. But right now, they're just barely maintaining that lead, barely clinging on to the lower bracket of top 8. They have a 1-game buffer room. They lose this one, they go to game 5. And right now, Knees and Ted, not the same. If they lose these next few stocks, they're out of spring 2v2s. So we have to see what happens next. Knees just barely fighting to get back onto the stage. No positioning there. Krasu, though, jumps and goes for the down air. Ted is there for the sider to follow up and takes down their own teammate.
Now trying to edge guard Ted, but they're not able to do so. Ted is so slippery on that edge. He is so good at getting past. You could have 5 players without a team damage trying to edge guard Ted. He would find a way to get past all of them. No problem.
Oh, but Ted's having issues right now. So, where did that axe come from?
Weapon throw? Okay, okay. Axe from heaven just flying down. A gift from Odin.
Unlucky. Unlucky for Ted. And now they're down to their final stock, again, potentially of the tournament. We talked about how great the ledge guard is, but when you have a miracle axe that comes out of nowhere, you really can't expect that kind of stuff to happen against you. And now Ted is getting punished to high heaven in the process.
What is going on?
Does escape. Good follow-up for Krasu to fall. But you're right, this is just chaos.
This is so much chaos. People are flying to left and right. We're seeing team damage, we're seeing everything right now, but what we do know is that we're going to be left with a 1v2. It's going to be Nice going up against the Blue and Kresu here, and they have 4 stocks against 1. It's not looking good. It's not looking good, Keg.
It's not, but Nice might be able to get it done. Gauntlets, just up close, personal, play for the dares, look for the punish potential, and there it is. Cider wasn't able to be found. Oh no. Wait, Nice escapes the 2v1 combo.
The man to do it, able to get out of that 2v2 combo. Side C coming out though, Nice is getting super low, ground pound coming out, and that is going to be it. Blue and Kresu are going to be advancing. Nice and Ted are going to get knocked out of the tournament.
Yeah, sad to see. Still a banger series that we were able to enjoy, but yeah, the double gauntlets, we just had not seen really too many adjustments. Demon worked out much more beneficial for the long-range weapons, and you know, hopefully we get to see them for the next 2v2 tournament.
Hopefully we do indeed. I enjoyed watching both of these teams play. It has been an absolute joy, and I mean we didn't get to see Nice 1v1 up against the Blue, but potentially we might be able to see the Blue 1v1 against Fozy, which would be pretty fun.
Ooh, I'd be excited to see that. Oh man, but I mean, we are going to be taking a temporary break away from the lower bracket though, because you know what our next series is going to be, Polly?
What is it going to be, Keg?
It's going to be a banger. It's Fozy and Godly against Akno and Blaze. You excited?
I'm very, very excited. We are not going to be casting it though, but I'm definitely going to be joining you all in a Twitch chat, hyping over these games. You're going to be in good hands. You are going to be Flambo and Taz are going to be casting, taking over in a bit. We've had a great time so far today. Great competition all around, and I can't wait to see what else we have in store. Keg, do you have anything on your mind?
I gotta ask you again, man. What are your predictions? Is it Fozy Godly or Akno Blaze? This is a remake of the Winter European 2v2 Championship Finals.
Okay, I'm going to give you a full breakdown of all of the games we are going to see.
I'm ready.
Heist and Simple against XJ Cool J Pavelski. Heist and Simple come out on top. Game below
Okay.
that, Delta TM versus Blue Cresu. Delta TM come out on top. Elimination semi-final. Going to be one probably. I'm gonna say Delta TM. I believe in my boys. In Eliminations final, could be anything. Top 3 could be anything. I'm not gonna be touching top 3 whatsoever, but I do believe top 3 is gonna be Fozy, Godly, Aknoblaze, and Delta TM.
Like a true caster, you're afraid to curse whatever your predictions might be. I get you, Polly. I get you. Luckily, though, we have amazing casters that will be giving us the go-ahead and to go over and see how those next few matches are going to be going. So we'll see you guys in just a few minutes.
Salutations, my Brawlhalla brethren. We are back with more Spring Championship 2v2 in EU. I'm Flambeau, joined by Taza. We're about to hop into the top cut. Taza, how you feeling?
Feeling pretty great, and this is an incredibly competitive top cut. I'm talking like the 4 teams that we've got that were in winter semifinal that all went to Game 5, where really it could have gone either way. Those are the 4 teams that I expect to be in top 4 as well, and we're not quite there yet. We're at top 6, so that means that in this case, going with this narrative that I'm spinning up, the challenging teams are XJ, Cool J, and Pavelski, and Blue and Kresu, who have come in through the elimination bracket, fought their way into this top 6 position, and are going to be fighting against these 2 teams of Heisen, Simple, and Delta and TM to see if they can change that top 4 flow here. Because I really feel like, in looking at Europe, these 4 teams that were in winter semis are the best 4 teams.
Yeah, I definitely have to agree with you there. Definitely, I mean, I think Fozy and Godly is clearly the one that a lot of people are kind of looking at to take the whole thing. I think Acno and Blaze have proven over several tournaments that they can definitely win this one, but the one that I'm actually the most excited for personally is to see how far Pavelski and co can push, because Pavelski, the crowd favorite for a long time, goes for the wild plays, the hype plays. I want to see those plays in grand finals.
Yeah, and that's going to be the first matchup that we've got coming up. And Heisen and Simple took Acno and Blaze all the way to the brink in game number 5. Simple having 2 really clutch wins. They were like down 2-0, and then Simple just carried the entire thing all the way up to that last game. That's going to be their opponents here, who I'm sure are fiending for that rematch against Acno and Blaze. Obviously, everybody that's here in this top 6 is going for the Spring Championship win, but they've got to get through XJ, Cool J, and Pavelski first. And like you said, Pavelski's always been a fan favorite, but there's been a little bit of like after so many tournaments of Pavelski and singles or doubles not getting into the top 8 or being the players that they're hoping to beat, like it's gotten to the point now where I'm like, okay, this will be really exciting if they can do it, but I'm still very much expecting Heisen and Simple to come up with a dominant victory here.
Yeah, I'm kind of feeling the same way. I mean, even looking at the legend picks that we can see, and y'all will in just a moment, we have some
your vote down there.
People that, what would you call it? I didn't know how much cross we were going to see after the gauntlet kind of got, you know, some slight changes, but clearly still popular enough.
Europe is hilarious. Yeah, I feel like this happens all the time. We're getting to game number 1 here, where I feel like there's like this meta pick that happens. It's picked in one of the regions, maybe South America, Spear in that case, or Cross in North America in this case. It gets played for a few months, gets nerfed, and then Europe goes, you know what, I think that's a good idea. And then they pick it, and it's like, wait a second, we're already past this, right? Cross has like gotten nerfed 3 to 4 times, and now we have 3 of the top 6 teams using it as a staple pick here as if it's 2022. And you know what? The character's still good. He still has those things going for him. He's just not quite as powerful in the sense like the neutral sig doesn't knock out nearly as early. The Gauntlet Nair now has a different angle of knockback to make a lot of the things that were being abused by Gauntlets a little less easy to do. Character's still really fantastic. And Pavelski is always done really great on gauntlets and blasters, so the pick makes a lot of sense even after all of the nerfs.
I mean, even looking at what I'm seeing on my screen right now, the red team was having a really good time controlling the stage there, but it looks like are actually going to be the ones to lose a stock first, as Heisen and Simple are trying to extend this lead a little bit further. But I do like the play I'm seeing from this Bryn, and as I say that, immediately gets hit by gauntlet side air, and then weapon thrown, and then loss of stock occurs.
Yeah, Simple and Heisen to that 6 stock to 4 lead. Off of that, let's see how much they can get back off of that. XJ Cool J with the axe side air, batting Heisen away, but Simple getting some extra damage onto Pavelski, and they can't take down these stocks here. Axe down, are not doing it, but the Gauntlet ground pound will. Axe recovery on the way back up, and it's a dead even game after that. Nice job cleaning that up, because Simple and Heisen were not making it easy for him.
Oh man, and already this one's looking like it's going to be quite a fun one, as Heisen managed to pick up a Rocket Lance, and we did see a pretty big string coming out from XJ Cool J, but did not lead to a stock loss.
XJ's been fantastic on the axe here against Tyson. There was a little dropped team combo there where he wanted to go for Sidelight Nair, I think it was, and he hit Sidelight Neutralite instead. Pavelski ends up getting Sidelight Stared off the side of the stage, and now XJ stuck in that 2v1, does get out of harm's way, and Neutral Sig Simple away so that Pavelski can get back on stage, make sure he's got a weapon, and that falling side air almost alley-oops into XJ Cool J. There's so many follow-ups that XJ's doing where I'm like, oh, if only you jumped, that would have been perfect. But nice side air there anyways. Oh, Pavelski's going.
Nice.
He's going for the highlight reel there. I think he turned around So the chase dodge didn't activate, but I wasn't sure if he had chase dodged already. That was an interesting situation. He only ended up doing a regular dodge up and didn't make it to the stage.
I was thinking the same thing. I was like, oh, maybe I thought I was going to see a chase dodge up there, but okay.
It never works.
It really doesn't. It actually does not.
Wow, I can't. I looked at that. I was like, wow. Not only did it hit, it like went through. Because sometimes when you gravity cancel across downsig like that, like it just drops, and then you're like, why did I use this move at all? So I'm like, it hit, and he got the knockout. Wow.
Yeah, rare footage.
And he cleans up with the neutral sig. Okay, they're keeping it close. Simple and Heisen, however, have been in the lead the whole time. They're always taking the stocks first.
Yeah, they're making this go, as close as it can possibly be thus far. I mean, the stock count looks pretty even. Heisen, the least damage taken, and they're trying to get something started. A double side light there. That's good value for your buck there. Blue team looking pretty good right now.
Yeah, Simple struggling to get in with these gauntlets. I'm wondering if he's going to toss them away to go for the sword here. Pavelski goes for a super risky slide charge down stick. It actually gets out unscathed. Actually, Cool J, nice job with that gravity cancel neutral stick. Tries a double dip. Doesn't get the second hit. And now it's anyone's game here. That down stick comes through, and a lot of players on the screen are just a hit away from getting knocked out. Oh, wow, neutral stick. Sometimes it's so sad when it hits, but there he goes. Pavelski goes down first. XJ dodges one weapon throw, but Simple's so good at these corner guards that he just fast falls off to the side, knowing he doesn't have the jumps to make it back. And that's a Heisen Simple victory where the stocks and damage were close at the end, but I never once felt like they had given up momentum to where they weren't going to take the stocks first. Like the whole time I was like, yeah, okay, you're cleaning it up, you're bringing it back to even. But is it really, though? That's the feel that I got in that game.
Tough thing about that game is like the reason that people, picked Cross so much, aside from the fact that like the combination of weapons was so great for team combinations, is that Cross before the nerfs was like undisputed. I don't know who the strongest legend in the game now is signature-wise, but I know that Gauntlet neutral sig for a long time was like uncontested.
Oh yeah, that was the finisher.
The finisher, right? You'd hit someone in like yellow with that and boom, they were gone.
And because of how the charge worked, you charged as part of your spacing, right? Like
yes.
you held it and you were kind of like, okay, where do I need to go based off of the knockback of this attack? And that's what was so great about it. So that getting hit really got rid of a lot of the follow-ups that you would go with the character. And so... And even with that in mind, right? We can't even exactly say that we saw a team combo where that changed, because they weren't even getting far enough for Pavelski to start putting out those neutral signatures or those side signatures. We saw a lot of those slide charge blasters down sigs from the platforms, which were very cool and very creative and very, very risky. And he happened to not lose his stock off of it, but nothing on the team combo sort. And I think a lot of that came from XJ Cool J just straight up dropping a lot of his follow-ups after Axe Sidelight. Like they would set up, Pavelski would hit the blaster's dare, he would get the side light, and then he would neutralize. He wouldn't jump. A lot of those jumps were coming through. So maybe if they tighten that up this game number 2, they'll be able to bring it to a tight set.
And I actually do like that you mentioned that, because Pavelski really hasn't been using the gauntlets all that much. It's been blasters pretty much almost exclusively. There might be like a moment here or two, might throw out 2 attacks, and then immediately back to the blasters. And we're going to see a potential edge guard here on the left side. Can't even make it all the way around, so maybe an ill-advised play right there, but a dropped opportunity. Pavelski's still trying to follow up off of these hits, and maybe a pogo might be enough.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Heisen gets out of a lot of situations where I was like, you should be a goner here. Like I was like, okay, he managed to make it through, and he made it through, and is he going to get the stock off of that? Because that would be huge, because actually caught up with the gravity cancel sidelight. Pavelski didn't get the blaster's recovery follow-up, and Heisen turned it into 2 knockouts, Flambeau. That was 3 times where I was like, Heisen, how did you make it back? And then he made it into 2 knockouts, and they take the lead. That's crazy.
Being a Pavelski fan is tough, man. Because it's like, he almost does the hottest thing you'll see all year, but like in 2s especially, like, he just gets punished so hard for it.
Oh, look at that! Speaking of the devil, right? Okay, he almost goes down there, dipping down so low that Simple hits him with a wake-up ground pound on sword, and XJ has to come in for the save. Doesn't get the nair after that gravity cancel down signature, but I mean, despite as much as we were criticizing the very opening of this, they have brought it back to even here, and in fact, this is the best chance they have to take a lead in the set as they hit that unarmed recovery on the Simple. He tries to go for the double and doesn't hit it, but he's very hurt right now.
Yeah, Pavelski just letting these down sigs fly. Haven't been connecting so much in this game, but I mean, still instilling fear. That was a sick side light.
It's the 6 side light, but that's the cross side sig.
Yes,
that's
true.
the thing. That's where I'm like, it does the exact same thing, but it knocks out. And so I'm wondering if he was thinking that.
I think it was a speed thing, maybe. You had to be like, because I mean, the side light comes out real fast. It does.
It's about It's about the same. I see what you're saying, though, in the sense that the range that it hits and how fast it comes out.
I think just in terms of reaction time, I think it was just slow.
Either way, here or there, they're ahead 4 stocks to 2. They have taken the lead for the first time this set. Hyson's cleaning up the best way that he knows how with the X side airs, and he's so good at it. The down tick almost catches the landing, and Simple gets the punish with the landing there, right? Actually trying to find that dare onto Hyson, and Simple's like, I'll hit my teammate with the D-Light Sider. I don't care. It gets rid of that stock, and they go right back to even.
Oh, man, you can see Pavelski still on these blasters. I can't wait to look at the stats. I'm like, I feel like he may have actually done 0 damage with the gauntlets this game.
I think he hit an air.
Okay.
I think it's close. It might be that unarmed is higher, though. It's definitely like he's picked cross with the blasters in the stat set here. Oh, Daylight Sider, though, disarms him. XJ goes out for the save, and Pavelski tries to get the team combo, and because he put so much effort into that, he wasn't ready for Hyson's ground pound, but XJ evens things up in the 1v2, brings it to a 1v1. Hyson fighting unarmed, picks up the lance, and puts up these nairs. Sidelight nair recovery? No! Goes for the double nair there on the dodge down. XJ Cool J with the D-Light recovery gets the comeback and secures the victory. What an amazing 1v2 coming out from XJ Cool J there. Pavelski fans might have to become XJ fans at this point, Slambo. I mean, he's playing fantastic.
No, I mean, I love some of the axe plays we've seen from...
Look at that. Pavelski literally is so Pavelski-brained that he lost the stock trying to stare from that position. He was like, you know what? I could make it back to the stage, or...
Would have been sick if it hit, though.
Would have been really cool.
Maybe would have gotten a chase dodge or something, you know?
And then we get this D-Light recovery here. So well placed. Making the decision, but the distinction between going for the D-Light Sider or the recovery there on Spear is a huge part of playing the weapon. And XJ is fantastic at it. And now we're tied set.
Okay, so this one's looking good here as Hyson and Simple are keeping things even Stevens with XJ, Cool J, and Pavelski one a pop and looking to see who's going to pull ahead. Game 3 often the most important in Game 5 sets just because of kind of the tone that it sets for the rest of the set from that point forward. And we're seeing arguably a pretty harsh start for the blue team. I mean, Hyson's taken so much damage.
Yeah, he took a lot of damage in the previous game too.
Nice.
When he's okay, well that's a great edge guard there. Because what I was about to talk about was that Hyson does a pretty decent job holding on to the stock in those situations. Pavelski with the ground pound dunk, the down air from XJ afterwards to follow up on the Simple. Pavelski now switches over to Hyson. That would be a much better stock to take at this juncture, but Hyson makes it back, saves his teammate in the process, and they're back to this neutral exchange. Pavelski, however, heard what you said about the gauntlets and has probably quadrupled his damage in the entire set in just that last minute.
Oh. And the unarmed Sair is enough from Hyson to go ahead and secure that stock, and the blue team has a bit of a lead here, but I wonder for how much longer Hyson has taken a decent amount of damage. And of course, I mean, Simple, I imagine, can only hang on for just a little while longer, especially with the way that XJ Koja has been able to find these hits. I mean, got a little assist from Pavelski there, but it's looking rough.
Oh, team combo opportunity. Nice. That was a really scrappy team combo that they made work. They're stacking the neutral light on the spear neutral light with the blasters, and then getting that neutral sig right afterwards because he was locked in place was a fantastic adaptation. Could knock him out if they were able to get that again.
Yeah, I like the fact that the neutral sig was the option there. It didn't KO, but had a downlight been the option, I think it would have been interrupted.
Downlight may have gone too high. I don't really know. Like it was a weird
like a
position.
magnet, though. I don't know.
True. That is true. Oh, but the recovery comes through. Okay, they trade one stock for one. Pavelski goes down, Hyson goes down right afterwards. This is as close as it gets. This match is incredibly close. The whole set has been. Pavelski fighting Simple off stage right now, trying to get that stock. And he neutralizes the other way. Would have been huge. Okay, team comp opportunity. No, Pavelski interrupts, then Simple interrupts that. There's just a bunch of players hitting each other for getting their hits on their teammates. And so far, no one's gone down for it. XJ could be the first, but Pavelski flies into safety.
Oh, man, and we still haven't really seen team combos at all. I mean, Blast is great at it. Instead, we've just seen lots of aggression from Pavelski. Probably going to stay here. And just an SD coming out from Simple. Red team's going to love that.
Way. That one, right? Probably trying to get that fastball to reposition. Holds it a little bit too long. He makes up for it. XJ goes down. Pavelski now at risk here, fighting against Simple's fresh stock. And it's Hyson who has to play very carefully to make this easily, and actually Cool J just hits him with the haymaker. I mean, what a fantastic read.
Just throws it out there, unable to hang on, and now Simple left in the 2v1. biding some time on the side, getting a pot shot in with that down air. Doesn't want to get caught in the middle. We know what happens when they get caught in the middle. We've seen enough crosses and Brins do team combos to know what happens if Simple ends up in the middle.
Oh, and we almost saw it happen there. That was a classic setup. Gauntlet neutral light. The spear player goes through, hits the side light, and then Pavelski would have caught him with the gauntlet nair, but the nair was just misspaced. So they're getting these two-piece team combos instead, but they're working out.
All right, no dodge. Comes down with the down air. Should have a dodge back by now, but just unarmed down airs into the KO zone there.
Yeah.
Says, I'm done. I don't want to do it. Save
I mean,
the mental.
after the 5th combo, he's like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm getting out of these, but I'm not getting anything for it. And he goes next because, much to my surprise, Pavelski and SJ Cool J are bringing this to match points. It's 2-1 in their favor. One more victory here, and they're in top 4. Knocking out one of the teams who I was very confident would be getting into that top 4 spot. Heisen and Simple making an adaptation here. I think that's the double valve that is being brought up after that game because Heisen, with that 323 damage dealt and 621 damage taken, he's really a damage sponge that's not providing a lot more for all the damage that he's taking.
Yeah, you know, you're taking a lot of damage, you're hanging on, but does it really matter if you're not providing much? I mean, I could see how the argument can go both ways, but I'd say in the context of this match, you got to get more hits in.
Yeah. And the double valve seems to be what he's looking for here. Sword and gauntlets on both sides. The trade-off that you get for running a double team comp, like when you think about cross, you're like, oh, if cross is so good, why don't you just do cross and cross? Well, it's because when you have 2 of the same weapons, there's so many more opportunities for your opponent to DI that it limits the team combos that you can do. You have to make sure that one person's on blasters, the other person's on gauntlets, or in this case, one person's on sword and the other person's on gauntlets. Otherwise, you're just like, well, once I use a side air, you can't Sair anymore during that team combo.
Yeah, right. Like, it's like, okay, got to figure out a new way to convert because otherwise, you can't use the same option twice really there. And so trying to figure out a way around that as, I mean, Pavelski and XJ Cool J are kind of soaring into the lead here. We already have a lot of damage on Heisen's second stock. Simple will soon follow in pain, but Simple manages to find a ground pound and a nair. That should be double. Yep, just ground pound again. Weapon throw's gonna come around the side. Jab cancel D-Light. He misses it and gets chopped by his teammate. I think it's kind of worth.
I don't know. That's a tough one. That is a tough call because I think Simple was doing a great job in the edge guard there, and then Heisen was covering something with the side sig, and he just ends up clipping his teammate. We'll see if that pays off because that did just neutralize everyone's lead there. And Heisen's now taking the brunt of the damage afterwards. Pavelski with the weapon throw pickup Sair. That was fantastic. Gets the knockout there on the edge guard, and those are the highlights that we've been waiting for to happen, and now Pavelski's really online, and this is the game where it matters the most, Flambo.
Yeah, no, Pavelski and Boomy, I'd argue, are the 2 greediest players in Brawlhalla. And so they'll just go for these plays that no one else goes for because they just don't seem like good ideas to like that average player, but they know.
He used every resource to jump out there and get that gauntlet. Yeah, like he was like, if I don't pick up the weapon here, I might just lose the stock. And he's going for it again with the weapon throw to Simple, and Simple gets the stuff recovery. And Pavelski getting 2 quick stocks on both Heisen and Simple has really been carrying his weight in this game, because the last game, I mean, actually Cool J was like 200, 300 damage above Pavelski. It was clear that he was doing a ton. And now look at that huge punish that Pavelski gets.
God,
the daylight ground pound. He's gone. That's a 0 to knockout. And Heisen just joins him right afterwards. That was all Pavelski that game, Flambeau. Incredible.
Got cooked up. Man, Pavelski was cooked.
And so in that last replay, when we get to it, that entire stock happened after Pavelski, so we didn't see it there, but that D-Light was because he waited out Simple hitting his teammate, and that entire combo came off of the punish from Simple committing to hitting his teammate in that situation where Pavelski's on a fresh stock. And Pavelski comes right back up, hits that recovery. Heisen's dipping down here to save his teammate because he knows that if Simple goes down, there's no shot that he's going to be able to get that 1v2 against Pavelski and XJ Cool J, and he can't make it in time, and I think he just graces the blast zone before he can start putting his jumps back through, and that's it. They're just out.
No, I love that in that final sequence, actually. I think the key part of that play, aside from the fact that Pavelski got like an immaculate amount of sequenced hits in a row, is actually that chase dodge unarmed recovery at the end, because
Oh, that
otherwise
just hits Heisen from stopping it from dipping
right,
down. I didn't
yeah.
even think about that, but you're right. That was like the finisher of the
because it
team
does two
combo.
things. It stops Heisen, but it also means that Pavelski doesn't end up getting a stock trade there. There's a world there where like he manages to punch Pavelski for doing that and taking the stock back, and at least it's a trade. But Pavelski manages to take the stock and stop it from being saved. So
Yeah,
it's
because
like,
Heisen's whole priority, we saw, he was just like, I'm fast falling as much as possible to save my teammate. And the recovery actually made it impossible. That's, yeah, incredibly played. That was the Pavelski show towards the end there. And they knocked down Heisen and Simple out of the Spring Championship. So they're going to be moving on to top 4 to fight the winner of the next matchup, where we've got the viewer vote down here, which is much closer than the last one. It's Delta and TM versus Blue and Cresu. And this always fascinates me because Delta and TM are established tournament winners in Europe, and yet I feel like the viewer votes never super skewed in their favor as much it would be for like a Heisen Simple or a Acno Blaze or a Godly Fozy team. Even though Delta and TM have they have a gold medal, they've got 3 silvers, right? They're constantly in these top 3s, and the viewer vote is in their favor. So they do have that that backing behind it. But Blue and Cresu, pretty surprised actually that it was about as close to 50-50 as we get there, because I think that even though Blue has the storied history of winning everything in EU for like years, after that split with Simple, I would rarely put Blue and whoever he's teaming with at the time into a top 4 prediction. But Cresu's been doing a lot better in doubles over the past few months. He has yet to get any of those medals, but this could be his first.
yeah, no, I'm inclined to agree. There's something about, I don't know what it is. I'm like, do people just not think they're as cool? Like, I don't understand why, like...
Oh, Delta TM?
Delta and TM, yeah. I don't get it, because clearly they've shown through skill that they deserve to be here routinely.
And I think they've beaten every single team in Europe that's established here. I don't have the stats right away, but I would reckon that they have taken Fozy and Godly, sets off of them, and also off of Acno and Blaze. So really fantastic team here going up against Cresu and Blue. But Blue and Cresu, I think, let's see, they 3-1'd Ted and Knees to make it to this point. And Ted and Knees are growing to be a fan favorite in Europe. So that was a pretty good win for them here. So let's see how this plays out against Delta and TM in the moment, because Cresu is getting edge guarded pretty handedly by Spear, and that was a cool recovery into the downstig, but still really good start for the double Bryn team here for TM and Delta.
Yeah, I mean, geez, double Bryn. It takes me back.
Yeah,
It takes me back.
I mean, EU is kind of going back to their roots here with it's just kind of like, well, we pick our Axe Legend, and then you go Spear or Lance. And that's like really it. And then because we don't have Daiku, we don't have Jalo. Otherwise, that would be the other Axe Legend, I guess. It's like, theoretically, Axe and Sword are the best 2s weapons, but free defense, oh no.
Oof.
We don't get it. Blue and Cresu, it's an interesting game state. I think that in moments like this, even though the stock leads in favor of red team, it's absolutely in blue team's favor, because Cresu could go down at any second, and that could just be the stock there. D-Light Cider doesn't knock out just yet, but that weapon throw forces him to basically take more time than he would like to get back, and a quick following dare coming out from Delta is the stock, and this is really them doing that tried and true strategy of, you know what, I think Cresu's a vulnerable target here, let's get rid of all of his stocks, and then focus on blue later, because he's the tougher opponent.
Yeah, I mean, Delta especially has been having the easiest time dealing with Cresu, and we're seeing why this double Bryn team has been a staple in Brawlhalla 2v2s for literal years, right? Like, they're giving us a pretty textbook example of what this team can do.
Nice side stick from Cresu. Doesn't get a knockout from it. Delta just covers that dodge in. Oh, and then the nair from Blue to interrupt, but he still gets hit, and the gravity cancel side stick, charges a little bit in the air, and you see that dominating thing coming out for. This could be, I think that's 6 knockouts for Delta, or 5. Sorry, 5. That's the 5th one. So Delta's just on a roll. Yeah, this is destruction. This is. We're going to need to see something different happen going into game number 2, because Cresu got destroyed.
Yeah, no, I mean,
okay,
got 1. Apparently that wasn't enough, but maybe like a down air here, and they're not even going to go for it. Delta's just putting on too much pressure. And Blue, going to try to ride it out. I mean, decently healthy right now. It's possible.
I can confidently say that I don't think it's possible against Delta and TM, but let's see. I could see TM's second stock going away.
All right, maybe if the edge guard was gotten there, I'd have a little bit more hope. I always believe in Bo Ground Pound, And so I'm like, ah.
Yeah. Oh, but Delta's so good. He's so good. That's crazy. That weapon throw was purely that time he failed to react to it, but like Delta's so good. Yeah. All right. So that was destruction coming out from Delta. All 6 knockouts were in Delta's favor. I mean, TM played really hot too, but really, like Delta kind of just like let TM play against Blue off the side of the stage, waited for TM's second stock to go away, and then obliterated him. It was like hit, weapon throw, double D-light recoveries. Like I could have done this the whole time. I just wanted to give my teammate some time to fight you. That's the level of confidence that it felt like.
It felt like he was like sitting in the stands in like a tournament of power, and it was just like watching everyone else go at it and said, when it's my time, I'll hop in, I guess. Like really had an easy time closing that game out. And it was like pretty, I don't want to say standard spear play, but like very annoying spear play, because there's a thing where you get hit by spear neutralite and then you know they're going to weapon throw at you and you don't.
Well, you might know. Sometimes they might neutralite 4 more times.
That is true.
and that's part of the annoying spear play flowchart.
It's like,
I feel like,
do I get jab, jab, jab? Or do I get weapon throwed? I don't want to get hit by the weapon throw. Maybe I'll spot dodge. If I get spot dodge, I'm going to get blown up for the spot dodge. So then you jump, and then he comes with the D-light, and then you get doubled.
And if you and even worse, if you dodge up, then it's just you get double D-lighted, and then you're just done for. We're nearing 20XX. There are 3 Brins on the screen.
Yes.
Soon there will be 4, because Blue goes down really fast, and TM and Delta are just hunting Cresu's stock down there. And Cresu charging a haymaker makes me go, all right, what are we thinking here? Because Cresu switched off of the Olgrim onto the Bryn to try and match the pressure that Delta and TM are putting out there. And Cresu gets stuck recovery over the stage, spiked to the left. And TM and Delta are not even letting Blue touch the stage.
Yeah, Blue wanted to get a reversal there and couldn't find it.
Okay, I like that. Not going to knock out just yet, but a good spacing there on the charge on that neutral signature.
Oof, okay, jab, 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 down sig.
He's 1v2ing while Delta comes back.
You know what?
Oh,
with the way they've been playing, why not?
Yeah. TM and Delta, super strong lead so far. Balls in the air, ends up catching it with that, and then neutralite enough force to knock out Delta's first stock. So we're not going to be seeing him dominating this game, but TM, it's his turn, apparently, to get all the knockouts into this game. The D-Light doesn't get quite enough height, or the neutralite, rather, to be able to get the D-Light follow-up, but they're still doing fine. Look at Delta, just laddering Blue up on his last stock here. Cresu, even though he's had more presence in terms of stock duration this game, I'd say he has less presence in terms of helping out his teammate get anything done. This has been very dominant.
Yeah, no, I've been looking at TM intently, kind of seeing what's going on. There was a good period in that last stock where he was just fighting unarmed the entire time. I mean,
he's still fighting unarmed and getting knockouts with it. Blue fighting off stage. Delta was so close to being able to follow up with that D-light. And if you get that dash forward down light off the side of the stage like that, and you get the double, you can just straight up carry people off the side of the stage.
Yeah.
It's brutal.
Oh, man. And now, I mean, we're looking at what's going to be a very tough set for Blue.
Oh, that downer was so sick. Delta's so good. He dodged back to the stage. He did a pivot, fast fall, axe dare. You get the landing animation of the dare. You get the back swing that reaches further behind you. And if you get the tail end of that, that combos into certain moves that normally you couldn't do, like down light or side light. And he goes in for a jumping dare afterwards to get an even bigger follow-up. Blue goes down. Delta goes down right afterwards. That's another 3-stock. TM's breakdancing on the other side of the stage. 722 damage from TM. That's why I said it was TM's turn to show off that game, because they are just destroying their opponents so far.
Yeah, no, this has been yeah, destruction's a good term for that. It has not been close. Clearly, TM and Delta are just on a different level right now. I mean, we're watching Blue and Cresu try their absolute hardest. But I mean, the stats speak for themselves. 356. Not loving that in comparison to the other side. You know, it's like it's not comparable. It's not comparable.
It's not. And Blue and Cresu are bringing out something that's completely different to try and combat what they are losing to, because games 1 and game 2 went from bad to worst. So now we've got the Hattori from Blue, the Val from Cresu. Okay. This is what they're going to do now that their backs are against the wall against this double Bryn force that is TM and Delta. And I mean, at this point, TM and Delta have not even had to play as a team, even though I know they can, because they are just stomping on them individually so hard. It's one of those things where I'm like, this And that's why when I was looking at these top 4 teams, the Pavelski XJ Cool J upset over Heisen and Simple is such a big deal to me because I really do feel like there's a huge gap between the top 4 in EU and everybody else. And we're seeing that here. So let's see if Cresu and Blue with this change could do anything about it. But like they're all right, Edgeguard opportunity here. TM's so good at following up, though, and Delta goes down. A falling Dare could come there afterwards. Blue goes right off stage, and he has to dodge through that ground pound, and if Blue keeps fighting off stage like that, TM and Delta will welcome it. Blue goes down. Crestu tries to go down to save him. I mean, TM's already dominating in this game. Neutral light chase dodge, ground pound comes through the ground pound from Delta into the recovery from TM means that Crestu's already in orange of the second stock, and he does sweep the stage, gets the shutdown, but I mean, it might be too little too late, Flambo.
Yeah, I mean, gosh, this has been so tough to watch for the red team as they're trying to claw their way back into this. We're going to see if the legend swaps make enough of a difference. But, I mean, at this point, Blue has 1 stock left and has been getting annihilated on the side. I would stop playing off stage if I was Blue. If I'm going to keep it a buck, bro, I'm not trying to be over there.
I mean, at this point, I think Blue is just kind of hoping that something goes his way off stage because they're so behind now. He's going to go after TM there almost for sure. TM goes in for the recovery. Doesn't get the fast fall, so the stair doesn't connect. And Delta goes off of this edge guard here. He's been way more successful. Side light, Nair, gravity cancel, D-light, TM takes to the skies, but Blue could go down in a moment's notice here. And they're ladder combo and Crestu in the meanwhile while he's making it back to stage.
And Blue's, slowing down on throwing out hitboxes because he's 1 combo away from losing the stock. And the raw signature from Bryn's going to do it. Crestu, pretty much at this point just biding his time, and that's going to be the set. Delta and TM with a commanding 3-0 victory.
Yeah, that was a 2-minute win. Sub 400 damage for both Blue and Crestu. I mean, you put their damage done together, and you get 1 player. It's like 523 damage. Yeah, that's how much they
It's
did.
Actually less than 1 player.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's literally 1 less than TM did that entire game, right? So that is just destruction. Take notes, viewers. When you vote on a matchup, and Delta and TM are there, give them a little bit more credit. You know what the viewer vote was between Delta TM and Fozy Godly? That went to Game 5, by the way. It was like 89% in favor of Fozy Godly. And I'm like, it's not that one-sided. Yeah. Delta and TM are really, really good. And Blue and Crestu are fantastic players as well, right? They're out 5th for that dominant performance, but that's just how great Delta and TM are. And I don't even feel like we saw their final form. And I was kind of like, it was one of those moments where in a fighting game, it's just kind of like, have you shown them that they need to not do their autopilot yet? Because I didn't see that. If I was XJ Cool J Pavelski right now, I'm afraid of this matchup that's coming up.
No, I feel the exact same way. Like, there is a certain amount of, everyone that's like played 2s before knows about this, right? Mm-hmm. You're going up against, and a lot of times, especially at the more rudimentary level of 2s, it's like, all right, let's break it up into 2 separate 1v1s. Are we winning our separate 1v1s? Okay, cool. We don't have to play as a team because we can just win by ourselves.
Yeah, just let me know if you need help recovering. Yeah, just like, okay, I'll get back to you in a little bit. And that's not to say that they weren't looking for those moments where they were following up with each other, because they definitely were, but it felt so relaxed that not one point where I was kind of like, all right, what are Delta and TM going to do to secure this lead? It was like, it's fine. So that secures our top 4. There's one little difference there than what I was expecting, and that's that Pavelski XJ Cool J upset over Heisen Simple. Really excited to see if they could push this run even further, and we're going to find out if they can a little bit after this break. We'll be right back in just a little bit. Don't go anywhere with more Brawlhalla action after this.
Welcome to Brawlhalla Esports Year 8. $1 million will be awarded across the season.
And it's starting to increase right now.
With 4 seasonal championships.
For the first time. Great.
4 seasonal invitationals.
We're trying to read that dodge diagonal down in, and that's the Russian wow.
3 in-person LAN events. All roads lead to BCX 2023, the open entry Brawlhalla World Championship.
And he's going to put this one away. The weapon toss from Luna, but nothing else. Down line, recovery! So many owls for Impala, but it's a dare to crown our new world champion.
And we're back with the Spring Championship here in Europe. We're down to top 4, and we've got Fozy and Godly versus Acno and Blaze in the winners finals. The two teams who, even to this day, I don't feel confident calling between both of them. It's like, who's playing better on this day? When it comes to this rival of these two dominant teams, I'm just so excited to be able to watch them compete over and over again. And of course, seeds 1 and 2 going into this bracket, they're going to be fighting head-to-head to see who gets in that winner side of Grands. Flambeau, I'm super excited to see what happens up next.
I think Godly and Fozy got it.
Yeah?
I think Godly
You think
and
it's
Fozy got it.
they've like crossed the threshold, and now it's just like, are you saying that just because it's like, you feel like it's a good day for Godly and Fozy? Are you saying this because you're like, at any given tournament at this moment, Godly and Fozy have it in this matchup?
So the thing is that I think Acno and Blaze are a great team because they occupy a space where it's like, in twos, they've proven to know the formula, right? And I'd argue if you take their 2 successes and combine them together, it is much higher than their individual successes in singles.
And I'm arguing semantics, but I'd go even as far as to say as they invented the formula.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
But it's other people can look at it then and put their own spins on it. But yeah, I see what you're saying.
But on the other side, though, I think that Godly in particular, there are some times when I'm watching Brawlhalla and there are very specific players that I'm like, something's turning differently in your brain. And I'm always very excited to see like how far they can push it. And Godly is one of those players for me. And so I think that the combination of Godly and Fozy, if Godly's hot today, I think it's a dub.
All right. It's an interesting note. Something to bring up is that in Winters, Blaze did actually knock out Godly into the elimination bracket in 1v1.
And that's okay. It was a cold day. It was Winters. It was Winters. It's chill.
There's a lot of dynamics happening between these two teams where, depending on in singles or in doubles, there's some interesting head-to-heads going through. And Godly isn't quite having the same start to the year, although he's warming up to a very good year with that win in singles last weekend.
Yes.
But looking at 2022, Godly was just destroying the entire esports season for the majority of it, all the way up until that World Championship situation where Impala just shocked the world.
Yes.
But when it comes to this, I do follow with what you're thinking, and I think it's fair to say I don't know if we saw the viewer vote. It might be too late, but I would be okay with it being like a 60-40 Godly Fozy favor.
Okay.
But let's find out how this plays out, because Acno and Blaze, at any given time, I can look at them and say, you know what, you were a favorite to win the tournament. And that's something that hasn't changed for me in quite a long time. Blaze on that classic Olgrim could switch over to the Brynn. I mean, he's basically you talk about the formula, right? Blaze is the reason why Olgrim or Brynn is picked so much in Europe. And then Acno just kind of playing with strong. I mean, he's like the reason why Godly, this is like I keep losing to this Kaya character, right? It's because Acno and Apollo were having so much trouble with him, but it really does seem like, I mean, maybe Acno's the reason why Cross is being picked so much. He's playing with it here in game number 1.
And that's the tough thing, right? Like Acno, Blaze, Coco, Spyrox, Boomy, Snowy even. They're just like certain team combinations where like if you get tagged by any one single attack, you could be comboed in a 5. And that's what makes Acno and Blaze so terrifying. And also part of the reason where I'm like, if Godly and Fozy aren't playing hot enough, like they will fall behind quickly. And currently right now they are in that position. They're not able to find their hits.
Nice hit.
Oh.
Gets a little bit back. What would have been a guaranteed edge guard. Team combo opportunity there, and Acno gravity cancel downlights. If that hit from Godly overextending, the recovery that would have followed would have taken out Godly at any damage. Like that was a terrifying position. It was a really cool idea from Acno. He goes for the dare. I think that was such an interesting idea. He went for dare, land on plat, downlight to try to catch the bounce off of the ground. That was so sick, but no, Godly, even sicker, gets the dare. Fozy, I mean, that was such a small space and then to miss there, but he saw he was going for it. The downlight follow-up afterwards.
Because like even like 5 more damage on the opponent there, and it might have given just enough knockback to get the timing right.
That's so much damage. Godly gets a 3-hit combo on Axe on both Acno and Blaze. Acno now in the yellow. Fozy goes down to Blaze. Blaze goes in for the down tick, covers everything except above his head, and Godly gets some extra damage on the Acno before he gets sent flying. It's a very deceptive lead for the red team here, and they had to put all their focus on the Fozy. Blaze goes down, and now Acno has got to run for the skies until Blaze can make it back to the ground, pick up a weapon, and stop this damage from coming through, and the blue team may have done what they needed to do. Edge guard, ground pound, weapon throw, Godly goes in to save him, gets stuff recovery, it's all on Blaze now to put this pressure. Acno goes to the side of the stage and goes, all right, Blaze, just disrupt something. Give me an opportunity here with the blasters. I'll make it so that I don't get hit. And he doesn't stop that combo.
Okay, yeah, and that Sair is going to be enough, and Godly and Fozy 1 hit away, and that should be the game as Dalsim swings with the Yoga Flames to secure game 1. Fozy and Godly were able to turn that one around. It looked pretty bad in the beginning.
It did look pretty bad at the beginning, but you were talking about when the Godly's on it. That damage was so high, 6 knockouts, holy cow. I mean, I know Fozy has got what it takes to be the support and sometimes even the carry that Godly needs, but it's got to be nice when Godly's playing this dang good that you don't really have to worry about how your performance is going, right? As long as you got those setups, Godly's going to get those follow-ups, and that game 1 goes over to the blue team here in the winners final.
Okay, and it looks like they know what their game plan is. Acno and Blaze trying to recuperate a little bit, but great. Man, Fozy's so good at just interrupting the mix of things with these down airs, just pogoing around the stage and getting 2, 3 unanswered pogos into eventually a down tick at the end there. Fozy is playing hot.
In the meantime, though, while Fozy was doing all of that, Blaze was getting 1 stray hit at a time. That added up to 5 to 6 on a Godly until Godly's stock was just eliminated. And while Fozy's getting all these nice hits on both Acno and Blaze, they are taking Godly down in the midst of all this fray. Look at Godly, already so severely damaged on the second stock, while Fozy's trying his hardest just to get 1 by himself.
Yeah, it's tough because Godly needs, oh no, accidentally KOs Fozy there. The last lingering hitbox of that side air just managed to catch Fozy and take the stock, but they're not behind by too much. Need 1 strong blow each to go ahead and bring this back, and they're looking for it. That's 1.
That's 1. Acno waits for it. I love that game of chicken right there. They were just kind of like, okay, who's dash forward, neutralizing first, and Acno ends up taking the bait. Godly gets the punish. Fozy gets the finisher with the Sair, and Blaze has got to be really careful here. You can see Godly and Fozy posturing for that team combo. Godly goes so far off the stage as the gravity cancel on neutral light, but he dips low, and now Fozy's got to cover his head to make it back to stage because he's so severely damaged.
Oh, and great chase dodge coming out there to go ahead and dodge that attack. This is looking to be extremely close as Godly and Fozy yet again are able to kind of make things seem a lot more even than they initially looked.
Oh, Fozy
again
slides off with the ground pound, catches his teammate of all players off guard, and Godly goes down. I think that's 2 team knockouts for the blue team going into this game too.
And it's still close.
Yeah, it's close-ish. Let's see if Fozy can hold on to this pretty well because Godly has been getting hit by Blaze quite a bit. Blaze's axe against Godly seems to just be completely dominating.
Oh, no!
Ah.
That's unfortunate. Godly's sidelight interrupts the dunk that would have taken the stock there from Fozy, but they're still going ahead and keeping this one active. Things are extremely close now as the damage starts to get as even as it can possibly be in just a moment here if they're able to get some hits on the Acno. But now we do have a stock deficit on the blue team as the red team's trying to maintain their lead. It's going to be up to Blaze to try and hang on and just barely manage to survive that gauntlet recovery.
I'm like kind of scratching my head about this actually because I feel like Blaze, Blaze, I'm surprised he takes all that time to make it back to the stage, just get knocked out again.
Did the down air the wrong direction.
He's so lucky.
Neutral air.
I mean, it still might be the stock. There's a pretty severe mishap here that leads to Acno's stock. Let's see. I don't have too much confidence that Blaze wins this 1v2, but let's see if he can get on the Godly because so far that's 2 clean hits. But basically what happened was that neutral is so great. Fozy hits Blaze off stage. Blaze spends 5 seconds recovering just to land and get hit by a down sig, and then spend another 6 seconds coming back from the sidekick, bringing him back to the stage. That entire time, Acno's fresh stock is deleted, right? And it's one of those cases where it's kind of like, Blaze, you're so deep in the red that if you make it back, you're not going to do much anyways. You should have just dive kicked off the side of the stage.
Yes,
like
exactly.
And so I think that this match was a direct result of that. He gets hit by that sider as he goes high, and Godly and Fozy, I took a moment to look at you instead of the screen because it's kind of like, they're not going to drop it.
No, I feel you.
It's going to take a severe mistake for players of this caliber to drop it. And we saw that moment where, like, that was after Blaze spent 3 jumps in the dodge, making it back to stage just to land into a Fozy down sig. And then the neutral sig afterwards, catching Acno, he was so severely damaged. Really well played from Godly and Fozy. And this was a game where they knocked each other out twice, Flambeau.
You know, they just got it like that, I guess, with the way they've been playing. I mean, they start the match off with a team conversion. We see some DI on that second neutralite, but it doesn't matter because at that point the combo is over anyway. So they were just doing that for the little bit of added damage.
Really quickly want to note that Acno is now evidence to me that he was picking cross for the Blasters because he switches over to the Barasa, which is a legend that I rarely have seen him pick, if ever, in competitive play. Godly goes down pretty quickly, but this could be from Blaze talking to Acno and saying, hey, Godly is struggling against my axe a lot right now. And that's like what we're seeing. Because when Blaze had, before they lost that game too, I was going to talk about how it's like, wow, it's so remarkable to me how much of a read Blaze has on Godly as a player. Because Blaze was keeping it close because of his axe against Godly, and this might be like an adaptation that Godly might be vulnerable to the weapon right now.
Okay, and now, I mean, they definitely look a little bit more sizable in this game, but Blaze falls, and now things are back to even stock count-wise. But Godly does have a fair amount of damage racked up here, but this axe play has been immaculate. But look at these blasters from Acno. Doing pretty good.
Yeah, downlight cider hits, falls down with that dare, doesn't fall through the platform, though would have caught Fozy, and Fozy just staying grounded, waiting to follow up off of Godly. Nice job with the neutral, like gravity cancel, wake up neutral signature, gets punished, a little bit of friendly fire there as well, and Blaze with that dash jump pivot, ground pound into Sair on the landing, no, goes to the downlane instead. Godly's low on jumps, by the way. He does make it back. Fozy's taking a ton of damage too. This is the best the red team looks so far, but I'm still like wary. Like even with this lead, I'm like,
Yeah, no, I feel the same way. I feel like Fozy and Godly have been in this exact same position pretty much in all 3 games and still managed to come out on top here. Is Fozy going to try to recover against Acno?
Okay,
yeah,
nice
but it's hard to get around that. It really is. You gotta. It's a 50-50 essentially. Is he going to Sair or is he going to down air? And the Sair covers so much more.
Yeah, it covers a lot more, and you can drift back while doing it, drift forward. Spacing on is fantastic. We talked like yesterday about how Blaster Sair with movement speed is pretty nice, but even without it, it's pretty.
It is just like a massive hitbox, especially if you have to recover low and you have to come up at some point.
Oh no, Blaze is weak.
Oh, big drop. Bigger drop from Fozy, and he loses the stock for it, and now Godly has to do the 2v1. We'll see if this one's possible. I don't think the blue team's going to be able to come out on top here, but we're going to see if Godly has something else to say. The answer is no. We're going to game 4. Acno and Blaze managed to clean one up. The swap to Barraza seemed to help immensely.
I think it's the axe. I think that was something that I think I can only do so much assuming here, but from Acno and Blaze, I think they communicate about what they think that certain players are vulnerable to, and Blaze is definitely the kind of player just kind of like, hey, look, I'm playing axe. I know, Acno, you have a good axe. It's working so well against both Fozy and Godly. We've talked many times about how we like Axe into Lance.
Yes.
And just think that's a generally good matchup in whatever. And Fozzy's been playing a very Lance-heavy Orion as it is. And then, meanwhile, Godly is just going down first almost every single game.
Yeah, Godly definitely going to try to sit back a little bit more here as Bozy had been doing a great job of playing support in the previous games. And geez, the sound of axe swings
it's never stopped
in my headset.
Godly, however, getting the better edge of it with that recovery hitting both Blaze and Acno. Blaze goes for the edge guard on Fozy. They switch right back over to Godly, tries to get that landing with the neutral light. And Blaze, even on the way back, was trying to find that nair on the Godly off of the hit stun. And a side stick, one of the first to rip from Godly there, connects with the landing on the Acno. Godly follows shortly afterwards. Let's see, can they get this knockout onto Fozy? Fozy instead gets the Sarah into Blaze. And that's a great edge guard as well.
Man, Fozy playing so well with this Rocket Lance. You know, having to deal with the double axes now from the red team, still playing around it phenomenally. And Godly seeming to do a much better job this time around, hanging on and maintaining that stock at this point in the last game was, I mean, still has a fair amount of damage racked up, but isn't like clearly taking more time to plan the hits. Look at Godly, he hasn't run out of hitbox, and like there we go. That's the first one in like 20 seconds.
I want to call this out. There's some maneuvers that are so cool that Acno and Blaze do. They had Blasters and Axe, and they both did dash forward. So Blaze did dash forward neutral light on Axe, and Acno did dash forward side light, and they both like moved forward, and they just made a mega hitbox that didn't hit each other but covered like everything. And that was just so sick. I've never really seen that. They're just really good.
Yeah, they just understand like the dead zones of their weapons extremely well and just make so that they can be like so close to hitting each other but not, and then put out this immense amount of pressure but make it hard to punish as well.
Blaze goes in for the wake up gravity cancel downlight, forces Fozy high. Fozy gets the D-light recovery,
That
not
was
gonna
a
knock out just yet. Nice job from Godly. Friendly fire from Fozy though on the down sig, and this is super close. Blaze more at risk of going down than Fozy is, but I'd say it's about equal in terms of the strong hits, and Blaze doesn't get hit by that Lance Dare. I don't know if his recovery was gone. That was...
I think he was charging it at the end, but you know how the start kind of drifts you back a little bit?
Either way, I think back to our conversation from the last game, that's the right choice. The fastball when you have that much damage. Oh, but Blaze just came back and he's like, look how damaged he is. What the heck? What happened to you?
Who? Blaze.
Oh no, that's rough. Godly's in the same position though.
Oh man, this one's gonna be tough. I mean,
nice dare, sidelight, nair, goes for recovery, baby. Fozy's taking Acno on the left side of the stage though. Blaze has got to help him. Nice falling dare, gets the recovery on the way back, and Blaze with the double knockout has brought it to a 1v2. But we see BCX. Fozy wins these, right? This is us like, okay, Fozy's the most terrifying to play against. Whether it's the Orion or the Zariel, he's got some tricks up his sleeves for dealing with the best teams in 1v2s. Acno and Blaze have got to get their combo starter, and they've got to take it to the bank.
Yeah, they need like a neutral light or a D-light from those blasters ASAP, but I think Acno has an Axe queued up. Yeah.
Oh no, okay.
It's going to be an Axe team combo though, so they can't get like
They can't go too far, yeah. If you hit with the same move in hit stun, you can DI the other one dramatically. Gravity cancel neutral signature. Acno doesn't get the alley-oop. Fozy's got one more chance, and Blaze goes out there, forces the dodge. Acno gets the landing, and that's game. They bring it to a game 5 with this Barasa Ulgrim team combo, and do a really good job with the two because that was scary. And it's Blaze, honestly, with the Axe, really carrying the team, I feel like. We saw that double knockout there in an edgeguard scenario, and then Fozy just couldn't get a hit in.
Yeah, and even this last sequence, you see the forced dodge out of Fozy here by Blaze. He tries to fastball. And the tough part is there, I think the only way you get out of that situation is you don't drift to the right at all for a little bit, fastball, and then you have to do like unarmed down air to touch the side. It's the only way.
I mean, it's tough because Blaze forced Fozy's hand by going out that far. I was a little surprised, but I was like, man, you're really damaged. You want to risk this? But he did it in a way that forced Fozy's dodge, and then all you have left is the drift.
Yes.
Like you said, you have to drift out far and hope that your dodge comes back up or something. But Acno is out there ready to catch the landing with the neutral light, and that was the game. Now we're in game number 5, on to Apocalypse. Acno taking a ton of damage, uses his dodge. Fozy, it was like rookie mistake. That was like, your dodge is gone, you're drifted to the stage, ground pound's going to take you down, and that's an early stock off of Acno there. I think there was like an orange.
Yeah, you always... Oh, that's going to be just...
That's an early stock too, though.
2 bullets to the face.
And he gets the Sarah off the neutral light.
Weapon throw, forces the dodge,
and
but
Fozy, he sees that he's sweating. He's done. Godly's in no position to help him.
Yeah, that's tough because if the dodge wasn't forced there, you might have the opportunity to like drift in, do the late dodge, or like maybe even get a GC side sig to get a little bit of extra distance, but all that gets taken away by the weapon throw.
Godly gets that side air. Fozy underneath with the silent himself. Blaze taking a ton of damage here, but had to remember that he's on his first stock. Acno went down super early and then took no more damage after that. Godly, nice job with that fade back. Doesn't get the Sarah afterwards, but Acno could have been in trouble there.
Okay, and things are looking pretty good for the red team right now as Fozy and Godly are trailing behind. Oh, the ground pound from Blaze is not going to get punished, but that Sair will be enough. And a 2v1 opportunity won't be able to get in position to Sair, guaranteed. But that's a great punch. He has no dodge for a little while here, and that's why I love that Blaze goes in and hits him with the uppercut, because it buys him time.
Yeah, it buys him a lot of time. Fozy gets the recovery, though, and Acno's been spending his entire
dodge.
stock. I think it's been 20 seconds now.
There, he just holds it down.
Oh, it's like 20 seconds that he was recovering. And then he goes right back over and hits Blaze as well. Godly gets caught in the team combo. A little bit of friendly fire. Luckily, Fozy doesn't follow through with that downlight. But a great position for the blue team so far.
Ooh.
Oh,
what a spot dodge!
And then Blaze combos off of it with the gravity cancel side stick. They're insane.
Nah, bro, that's called playing with fire. You should never do that.
He stared at Orion and said, I am going to react to this. That is so crazy.
Wow.
They got the knockout off of it, though. That's why they're one of the best teams in the world.
And now this is as close as it can possibly be. The weapon throws coming up for the save.
Okay. They've got to get this knockout on a Godly, and then it's a dead-even game. Game 5, last stock situation all across the board. Can they get it? Godly goes up the recovery. Blaze puts out a risky unarmed recovery. Falling Sair from Blaze here could do it. Godly goes all the way in. There's the team combo, but he dodges. He gets interrupted by Fozy.
2 axes on the screen. Godly's going to be able to pick one up here. And now we have 3 axes on the screen. Blaze
and the recovery! They're incredible! They take out Fozy's stock and a deletion and a gravity cancel follow-up. The Sairs come through. I cannot believe it. Godly, 2 stocks to 2 here, but it's a 1v2, and he gets caught by the neutral light raised up into the Sair and Acno and Blaze. Flambeau, they could do this. They could get this reverse 3. Oh, with the switch over to the Barasa, Godly has to perform a miracle here to stay in the winner side of the bracket.
Yeah, now luckily enough, got probably the best weapon spawn he could ask for while coming back with invulnerability. So didn't get starved. So he actually has a weapon to play with here, which makes this 2v1 a lot different in terms of how better he can maneuver around it. I think this is possible. Godly needs to live up to the name here. Wants to swap over to the axe. Thinks he can do the 2v1 better with it. We'll see. It's going to be tough just because, you're throwing out Sairs. Yeah, you might not get punished, maybe. But if Acno gets one hit, I mean, he's following up from anywhere.
Look at that. Yeah, sidelight and air, and Acno was already in position for the cider.
Already in orange.
And they know that the way Godly's playing, they're not going to get the classic black hole setup that they're looking for here. Oh, that's scary. That's scary. Godly gets through. He's got some good damage
Blaze
here.
is sweating.
Oh, and he gets the side air. I think Blaze just might be down. He's got to be saved by Acno. And okay, the weak hit. When you do the friendly fire, the recovery's not going to do as much damage. He does stop Godly from getting that knockout. Godly doesn't get the blaster. The gauntlet side. Okay, he gets the side stick. Acno more damage than Godly. Here gets him with the dare to recovery. And Godly gets the double knockout. He gets the win. And off of the 1v2, I can't believe it. He beats Acno and Blaze at their own game and knocks them into the elimination final.
Lived up to the name. Tyler, we were talking about this yesterday. I was like, that gauntlet down there, everyone's like, oh, it got nerfed. No. Did you see how he just won that game?
Yeah.
That conversion did not exist before.
I wanted to see what they did because there was 2 amazing things that I was like getting ready to say, like, this is how Acno and Blaze won this game, right? It was the spot dodge off of the Orion side sig into the gravity cancel side sig follow-up from Blaze because Acno got the neutral light punish off of it. And then did we gloss over the replay of the amazing team combo that they got to bring Fozy down to 0 stocks? I wonder if we have that. Because I want to see that afterwards because there's just so many incredible happenings that happened in this game 5. I mean, just that dash forward side sig, the Sarah afterwards, Godly in complete control over center stage, and then the dodge up, down air into recovery. Yeah, that is fantastic.
That didn't exist before.
Okay, so we're going to get this here. Look at, oh wait, no, this is...
spot dodge, bang, bang.
Yeah, so that was already wild. We're going to get the zoom back there where Acno's just posted up. He's like... Wait a second. Oh, neutral. And Blaze was like, I've seen this before. They're so amazing as a team. By the way, this is the team that lost.
I know.
And then they've got Fozy that struggles. Look at how much damage he's got. Neutral light comes through. Blaze knows exactly what to do. Sidelight Nair. Acno's already buffering the recovery at the right angle to get the knockback that goes straight up. That's the only one that's going to knock out. And then Godly wins anyways. I love Brawlhalla. It's so sick. I cannot believe this. That was, wow, what a set.
I'm
oh my
feeling
God.
great. I'm feeling great. I was
What?
like, if Godly's cooking today, bro, they about to win. That's
I mean,
what I said.
I mean, it
was he not cooking?
I guess.
Was he not
He
cooking?
was, but it was like cooking in like a hellfire, which at any point in time he still could have fallen into the flames and burnt to a crisp.
But that's
right?
what makes it
Like,
a good, entertaining show.
Oh.
You know, it's like someone that juggles fire or like, you know,
What?
eats knives.
I guess, but,
It's
but
like,
they're-
at
they're
any
not- they're-
moment.
I like see what you're saying, but in that situation, it's still a game where they're kind of battling against themselves. Like,
That's fair.
like it's not like there's another person that's trying to get you to miss juggling the knives, right? Like it's different when like, yeah, you're juggling knives, you're doing the eat fire thing, but like what if it was somebody that's like, I'm trying to make the fire burn you, or I'm trying to hit you with the knives, and then Godly still succeeded at his act,
Fair.
right? That's
Fair.
why it's like taking that single player game and then putting it to a whole other level because somebody's literally, you got two people trying to make you fail the entire time, and then you still performed. That's how good Godly is. I mean, okay.
Godly. Yes.
Tournament's not over.
Yes.
Although that could have been Grands, and it might be Grands.
It felt like
Because
Grands.
Acto and Blaze are playing really freaking
Yeah.
good. We're going
still
to the
thinking about that
elimination semifinal, and it's TM and Delta, who we've already talked up a ton, going up against XJ Cool J and Pavelski. Fan favorite team, goes without saying, I feel like. I'm actually interested to see what the vote is. Like, how much are people willing to bet against TM and Delta after that last game? All right, that's fair. This is actually okay.
Woo!
Even though I think that it should be like 70-30, if we were like looking at it as like a skill matchup, I still think
Okay.
I still think that's fair from a viewer vote perspective. What are your thoughts?
The viewers, I think you can never. If the viewers vote 50-50.
Oh, it was 51 for a second.
Oh,
there it is.
Pump fake. You know.
Anyways, what you're saying, the viewers, what?
If the viewers are voting 50-50, I think it speaks volumes because it means that, you know, the average person watching Brawlhalla does not know a lot about what's going on, right? We as casters, we try to kind of
Try to
bring
help,
them in,
yeah,
but like
yeah,
the
yeah.
average Brawlhalla watcher is not going to be a diamond player, is not going to be in the
average
top
Brawlhalla watcher is honestly
0.01%.
watching things on YouTube. to be honest.
That's true.
And that's why Pavelski gets as much as the vote as he's. That's why I said, like, when I look at that, I'm like, this is probably about a 20% buffer. Of,
Exactly.
Like, people being like, who actually want their channel points to go up, and the people betting for the team that they know. Because opening up into this game one, I'll tell you the 50-50 is feeling pretty good right now.
50-50 is good. It means even the people watching to the naked eye, it looks even. You know, they can't figure it out.
Yeah, right.
That's good.
What I'm hoping for is that they've just listened to me enough about TM and Delta. Just like, please. They're going to do really well because this is under a minute destruction so far. TM's just barely started taking damage, but the double Bryn from Delta and Team is so fantastic that they make it look like Double Axe doesn't have the problem of DI. That's just how well they sequence their attacks. Neutral takes out actually cool check it. Oh, their speed run Flambeau. It's so who knocked you know what, you take the reins. I gotta see who knocked TM and Delta down because I'm like
This is looking real rough. I'm not gonna lie.
it was Fozzy Godly Game 5.
Okay.
So it's like the team that's in Grand Finals right now is the reason why TM and Delta are down here as early as they were. Okay.
Oof. Yeah, I mean, granted, Pavelski and then XJ Cool J actually swinging back a little bit. I just think XJ's a little bit too hurt at this point. Probably needs to, like, play a little bit campier. Getting a few hits in without getting retaliation, that's perfect, actually. And nice, some team damage. Nice chase dodge down.
That was beautiful. That was some great awareness. I thought he was done.
Same.
I was like, you're not going to avoid this there. You like sealed your fate by hitting that down light, but instead he makes it out, and they actually get a stock for it. Delta goes down.
Again, you're seeing XJ Cool J use that chase dodge down to avoid getting punished after getting some of these hits in, but a little bit too late, I think.
He went for some finesse there on that down stick.
Oh?
Like if he just went for X recovery, he just got the stock, but he went for side stick instead.
Yeah, Pavelski needs a Pavelski stock right now. Is what we need. He needs a Pavelski stock.
A little bit more than that. Pavelski stock is some change, right?
Oof.
Like that's, how many Pavelski stocks would it take to beat TM and Delta? Nice
doesn't KO.
but he doesn't even charge
Oh, but
it.
that-
He had time to charge? Okay,
Well,
he's
felt the
he's
nerfs
kind,
there.
he's kind of like,
Felt
all
the
right.
nerfs there.
Yeah, like literally 3 times. There was like 3 different things. He was like, why am I picking this character? It's 2023. You know?
I was like, man, yeah, no,
What?
I definitely
What?
remember what that used to do.
Somebody told me that this was supposed to knock out. What is going on? Oh.
Was it fair before? I don't know, but it used to.
He stood there and he side sticked. He was like, what the heck? You were in red. And then he went for the neutral stick. He's like, what the heck? You were in red.
Like, come on.
Yeah, look at that. Like, that neutral doesn't send you anywhere anymore. It's like, oh. He might have well threw the gauntlets away and haymakered him. I think they would have done better.
Oh yeah, and then gets caught. That was entertaining. No, I mean, try to make something happen there. Maybe if he was able to get a stock taken off of Delta, could have tried to go for the 1v1. Still would have needed a little bit more than a miracle though. But
they're sticking with it. The damage, obviously. Look at the team damage from TM. I love it.
Yeah.
You know what's funny about that stat? I like that we're showing that because it kind of gives us room for either criticism or for highlights.
Yes.
Which is that TM's team damage came from him hitting Delta while he hit a red player on the team, right? So like you hit those sidelight and air stacked, and if you're in the lead, I'm almost certain they have the like, go ahead, keep hitting me. We have a stock advantage. The damage that we're doing is worth doubled if we have a stock advantage. That's just like, it's like if I'm on 3 stocks and he's on 2 stocks and you catch us both with sidelight and air, just go for it. You're never going to knock me out with that. And that's probably where a lot of that team damage came from.
Just like, why not? You know, just like the trade is always in your favor, so you may as well take it, especially in a game like Brawlhalla, where sometimes even the slightest advantage can lead to your victories.
And any team damage that you take, while the damage is the same, the knockback is reduced.
Yes.
And so you worry about those knockouts a lot less. XJ Cool J is the first to go down. Pavelski could follow after that Sarah. Goes for the edge guard there. Delta goes right back up to just actually stop XJ Cool J from interrupting. And we saw TM ready for that dodge through Pavelski. It was a little too early on the neutral signature, but the idea was there. Pavelski gets hit by the neutral light. He's out of there. XJ Cool J gets hit by 1 dare. TM tries to get a second one. That one doesn't connect, but the recovery from Delta comes through, and every time Pavelski goes in to try to help out, it just leads to nothing. And now the pogos into ground pounds from Delta could lead to a lot here, but Pavelski's stock opportunity was showing itself there. See that recovery?
Not enough.
Oh. I don't think that's a cross-related.
This one should, but gets interrupted. It's tough.
Nice ground pound, interrupts everything. We see that TM friendly fire there. Delta goes down to a second stock, right? That's where, like, I feel like TM recognizes when Delta's got a lot of like, he's like, all right, you're a stock ahead. I can hit you as much as I want, and he's cool with it. Like, he'll do something with it. He'll make it into an opportunity.
Something I liked about that last team combo we saw between XJ Cool J and Pavelski is that Pavelski recognized that like a recovery wasn't going to KO and actually jumped off stage, did a reverse down air to send it back, but the pass wasn't received. But I like the quick thinking.
Oh, the backswing of the recovery hits Pavelski. Delta's in complete control over center stage. Recovery does hit. It's not going to knock him out just yet. Sidelight and air puts Pavelski so deep into the red. Any attack here. Side air does it. XJ Cool J gets hit by the sidelight and air. D-light recovery coming through it. That's almost TM's last stock off of a fresh stock, by the way. Pavelski sends TM flying over to the right. Weapon throws are exchanged, and he just goes, fades off, goes, all right, let's reset. Focus down on XJ Cool J, and we've got the 2v1 against Pavelski. That's what I imagine is going through their heads right now, but actually they're just hitting Pavelski. And I guess that's fine too. Oh, air. Another air can come through. Delta's fighting Pavelski off stage. TM on the other side.
Oh, XJ Cool J needs some assistance here. Oh, couldn't get back to the stage. Tried to do something there. You know, dodge up worked. I don't know if there was a way to bide for more time for Pavelski to save. I think he was just kind of in a tough spot. Hold on, Pavelski.
TM loves side sticking through his teammate. I like this too. I'm a big fan of this playstyle actually, where if your teammate has moves that they're holding opponents in place, you're just kind of like, all right, I'm going to use a very strong move and it's going to hit you, but it will hit them too.
Yes.
I think that's a really solid way to play the game, particularly if you communicated that beforehand. And it's so obvious to me that they practiced that. Delta doesn't tend to go for it, but TM is just kind of like, all right, are you there? I'm going to clobber you. And
oh, man.
And I love it.
Yeah, I mean, it was a little bit of a rough one for Pavelski and XJ Cool J. Almost managed to make something happen toward the end.
I think we see the side sig here. No, okay, the neutral sig goes for the knockout there. Yeah, nice job from Delta. No switches, I think, coming out for this. This is game 3, and XJ Cool J and Pavelski are just going to try to make the team comp that they've got prepared work.
Okay, let's see. TM, Delta, having an immaculate run thus far against XJ Cool J and Pavelski. Pavelski trying to get something started. Same thing for XJ, and they're just not having the best time. A neutral light is found, but that's kind of all that they've been able to find, and even some team damage as well. It is not looking good for them.
Yeah, weapon throw forced XJ Cool J to come back to the stage a little late. Delta does that chase dodge turn on D-Light. He's going to go for the triple recovery. He's going to land on the stage. He lands with the side sig. They switch right back over to XJ. Ground pound hits. Delta's going to ground pound again, probably. I mean, why not, right? He's low on jumps. No, all right, that's good. Gets the neutral on the way back in. Delta babysits with the Sares. And then it switches right back over to XJ. You wait for the iframes to go away, and he's like, you know what? I'll edge guard Pavelski later. Let's get a lot of damage on this fresh stock from XJ Cool J. And I'm almost certain that, like,
they're leaving Pavelski alive on purpose.
Yeah, I mean, there's why bother with it, right? When you're this good as a team, you start to recognize that any fleeting hit's going to knock him away, and if he spends a million hours trying to make it back to the stage, then you just get to focus on his teammate, right? And that's exactly what they're going for right here with the double pogo. Stares him into the stage. Pavelski does save him, and TM's ready to go for his own save. Nice angle on the knockback, too. They're just playing phenomenally.
Yeah, now they look like they're on a new level. Pavelski and XJ Cool J are going to try to fight their way back into this set, and it's going to be a tough one. There's so much damage on XJ that I don't know if he'll be able to hang on much longer. I love the interrupt there. I love these use of grounded chase dodges. Clearly, he doesn't want to jump into something, so he's trying to use the chase dodges to stay on the floor. But they'll catch on soon enough.
I need to ask a pro player, because I'm not sure, what they get from deck stance on Brim. Is that 3 deck stances right now that we see? See that? All 3 Brim players are running it, right?
You know what it might be?
Yeah. Is it for axe or spear?
It's probably for spear. It's probably for like D-Light recovery.
Okay. Okay. That's okay.
That's my guess.
Yeah. Because we talked about stats a little bit yesterday, right? You only dip into decks when you're getting something that you normally wouldn't if you didn't have it. And if all 3 Brim players are on deck stance, they're getting something. Okay, Pavelski. That was something. Slide charges off with the neutral signature. Delta tries to get that falling stare. Oh, the fully charged side stick hits XJ Cool J out of his jumps, and Delta hits him with the recovery, starts hitting Pavelski as well. This is a wrap, Flambo. This is, at this point, it's just how they want to knock out their opponents, I feel like.
Jeez. Yeah, no, this one's really tough. XJ, it is possible. I won't count him out just yet, but it's going to be tough. Ooh, clean side sig. Hold on, they need a 2v1 combo right now. Pavelski has no weapon, can't find the hit either. XJ gets something. That's actually good value. I can't believe that ground pound splash didn't catch the spot dodge. Because he wasn't trying to hit immediately, you know?
Yeah.
It was scouted.
It was a really well-timed spot dodge. Gets the stare, XJ goes down, Pavelski tries to get back to the stage. Okay, opportunity to get the 1v2. Godly's done it. Can Pavelski do it? Nice alley-oop off the neutralite. He's got to use everything to get back to the stage. Dodge comes back. It's available. Side light. Okay, TM.
Nice bait. Nice bait.
Yeah, he's just sitting there charging the neutral sig, and Pavelski's like, I can't land on the stage. And what do you know? He jumps up so high that the recovery is enough to take him down.
It's silly because it's like, especially when someone charges a sig like that in the 2v1, you're thinking, can I punish it? You know, especially Pavelski, right?
Yeah, like this was like, and Pavelski was great. He was like, I feel like almost automatically double jumping around it so that he could land behind
on the other
him
side
and get the punish, and that just did not work. So, yeah.
Body bag.
It went about as well as I thought it would go. TM and Delta playing pretty fantastic. Getting that, I think it was a 3-0.
Yeah.
It was definitely a 3-0 over Pavelski and XJ Cool J, who already, I think, overperformed from what I was expecting them to do by getting that win over Heisen and Simple, who I thought was going to have that matchup against Delta and TM. Instead, we got to see that, and Delta and TM are just kind of crushing their way. That's 2 3-0s in a row now into top 3. Really well played by them. And they're going to be fighting against a team that they have not fought yet today, and that's the Acno and Blaze team.
Yes.
Who I'm actually interested. I'd say that from watching both of them, they're both playing pretty incredibly today. I don't know who wins against this,
I think
this matchup.
Top 3 for today feels pretty interchangeable. You know, like it could be really in any order. Acno and Blaze we got to see of a little bit right beforehand, and their conversions looked as good as they normally do. You know,
Yeah, that's the one thing I think that they have over Delta and TM, at least that they've demonstrated today.
I agree.
Is that they're doing the team combos, and that's how they're staying in the game and sometimes winning those games. Whereas, I mean, Delta and TM haven't really been forced to even have to do it yet.
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll see. We've got top 3 coming up, and we'll be getting into that after a short little break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more Brawlhalla action after this.
Welcome back, Brawlhalla. We are here with the losers finals of EU 2v2 of the Spring Championship. I'm Flambeau. Welcome back, guys. That's Taza. We're here to do the thing.
Yeah, we're here to do the thing, and we're going to see if Acno and Blaze can do the thing of making Delta and TM look beatable, because no one else has done that today. And I'm watching Delta and TM, and I'm going, maybe you guys are going to win the championship. Even though Foze and Godly have that 3-2 win over them, I'm like, they're playing incredibly well. And with the double Bryn as well. And Acno and Blaze have already been put in a position from Godly and Foze where they had to like switch up the characters that they were playing, how they were playing, and they brought them to the brink as well to that game 5. So now we're in this area where these three teams, I feel like it's a toss-up, but my gut says Delta and TM are going to win it and move it into that grand final. That's what I'm feeling.
Yeah, so is that a prediction based off of fact? Like, is it like
it's just what I've been watching. When I watch the two teams, I feel like Acno and Blaze are struggling, but their fundamentals, like the formula that they got, the team combos that they've got going through, are what's carrying them and keeping them in. And Delta and TM are just destroying their opponents on an individual level and a team level. So it's like it's what gives me the edge at the moment. But I have to see the head-to-head here, and that's what we're about to see here, because we're in the elimination final here in Spring Championship 2v2s.
Okay, and starting off on Apocalypse, we're seeing, Acno rocking the Kai for this one. And what a popular legend now. Shoutouts to Impala, really showing what this character can do. And Acno,
another character like Cross that's kind of gotten some hits though.
Yeah,
but still does what she does best, just a little bit more honest about it, I feel like. Oh, okay. I mean, you could punish the neutral sig now.
Barely.
Like, theoretically, you can react. It's not reactable anymore. Yes, Acno, basically, Impala's been playing the Kaya for quite a bit, but in his region, the only player.
Yes. And so far, Acno and Blaze having a pretty commanding lead over TM and Delta. It looks like the Tyrants of EU are having a pretty good time here, but I think TM and Delta are starting to figure it out. That was a great edge guard, stuffed out the recovery there with the down air, and now trying to set up 2v1. See Acno doing the thing where he decides that in the time that my teammate's respawning, I'm just going to camp the edge a little bit.
Yeah. And TM went in there to try to pressure that and ends up getting some friendly fire instead. This is where I find out if my theory about TM's friendly fire on Delta is like BS or not. Because I'm like, they're at a deficit for the first time at least we've been casting in the day, and I still see TM occasionally hitting Delta in these stacked scenarios where I'm just kind of like, oh, maybe you just aren't very mindful of his position.
Yeah.
And that could be true. We'll see, because Acno and Blaze are starting off pretty darn strong here. It's 4 stocks to 2. It hasn't shaken my feeling of how the set will play out, but it has definitely got me doubting a little bit.
Yeah, they're definitely not having the best time here. Acno and Blaze, the way they're playing this neutral game, they're barely getting hit. That should be 2 stocks taken, though. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on.
No dodge off of that.
Ooh,
Grab
Delta's
to
hurt,
cancel
though.
neutral signature. Delta's a Sarah away from Blaze, and Blaze is super good at hitting this move.
Yeah, I can feel it coming already. Ooh,
I mean,
D-Light.
he might as well just D-Light one more time at that point. Nice dodge away. Acno gets the edge guard on the TM, I think.
Double
He makes it
nair.
all the way back. Delta gets dared to the stage. Recovery will catch him. Send him flying. You see that smoke trail on fire, basically. Down sick drop.
Oh,
He's
back
like,
to
hold
back.
on, wait a minute. That's not what was supposed to happen. There we go.
Said I like my drink with 2 ice cubes.
Ugh. First ice cube just literally falls out of the drink. It's like, okay, try
Yeah,
again.
no, really.
He's got the waiter from the other side that's just like, throwing the ice cube into the. Anyways.
Man, no, that's tough. And we can't even see because I think the first final stock taken here was with bow recovery. It's
It's gonna look even goofier here with the heads.
Yeah, wait.
Look at this. It's like
One ice.
it
Hold
just
on.
literally hits the big head. And that time it gets a little bit higher.
Not icy enough.
This is what I was wondering about, right? And you know how I told you about how in fighting games, platform fighters in general, there's the can you break me out of my autopilot mentality that some people might have.
Yes.
And so Delta and TM were doing the double Brin. There's some just obvious disadvantages to running 2 of the same character on the same team, which is that DI thing that we talked about. The fact that your opponents can play around the same moves no matter who they're spacing against, and so on and so forth. So seeing TM switch over to this Ulgrim, which he has had immense success with through his entire Brawlhalla career, makes me go, all right, now things are serious.
Yeah, I think this is definitely a very great pick. I mean, especially this is wow. Okay, what a trade on both
cleans the
sides.
board, yeah.
This is as even as it gets, really.
Oh, he slides off a little too far. The recovery ends up interrupting the down signature, but Delta gets the spear recovery and takes the lead. It's a very small one, but let's see if they can get some extra damage on the Blaze with it.
Ooh, Acno not getting punished for that unarmed neutral air, but we'll get caught. Actually, dodge is in there. That's pretty terrifying to do in a lot of situations.
Delta's doing a lot of these dash forward and jump forward weapon throw pickups that interrupts whatever his opponent's doing, and then he follows up with a spear neutral air, and it's working out fantastic in this scenario. That's 2 recoveries now that just hit on Acno, falls to the sider to stop Blaze's follow-up with the side signature. TM still on 3 stocks on the Ulgrim since the switch. He has not lost a stock on Ulgrim yet, and Delta just barely whiffs the alley-oop there on that Sayer.
Oh, okay.
He's getting another stock. He's okay, there we go.
Yeah,
there he
about
finally goes down.
Jeez.
But an entire 2 Acno stocks went down, and maybe 2 Blaze stocks will go down too before he lost 1.
You can see Delta trying to get a little cheeky with that grab cancel D-Light, man, just to find an unarmed recovery as well.
Acno took so much damage from TM there. That was 3 clean hits. Delta goes down to 1 stock. Game evened up in numbers alone. Damage still in favor of blue team.
Okay. This one's looking like it's going to be pretty interesting here. Clean Sayer from Delta to go ahead and close out that stock on Blaze. Now the red team decently behind here. They need to rack up some damage or alternatively KO, get the 2v1 on Delta, and then remove him from the game and then swap over to TM. But they're making that a hard task to accomplish right now. Patience.
Oh, there. TM gets to the side air. Okay, he goes down. Delta's fighting in the fray with Acno right now. Okay, good choice to go back to center stage. Don't fight Acno off the side, even though he's really damaged. That neutral games with clipping Blaze. And the recovery up the nair. He's always ready, even in the midst of getting hit. Honestly, I am convinced now that Delta's just so used to getting hit by his teammate that he turns it into combos. Because that's what happened. TM was just hitting him with nairs. and Delta turned it into a knockout onto Acno.
Oh. And yeah, now this is starting to look pretty precarious here as Blaze trying to find some hits. And the aggressive recoveries, it was not something I was expecting. Gets disarmed, though. Hard to recover here. Yeah, you just get a ground pound trying to buy some time.
I want to see the team damage numbers on that, just to see if it's like still hilariously high. After the replays, of course. Let's get into this. It's 1-1 in the set now after that switch to the Ulgrim. TM's Ulgrim was just so hard to knock out. It was fantastic.
Oh. That was a good little team sequence there as well. And then the final ground pound. And that's tough. Yeah, Blaze just like, there's a certain amount of when you're recovering that you're just trying to like use your resources to bait your opponent to do something so that you can touch the wall safely.
Yeah.
And especially in the 2v1, if they decide to just be patient and ground pound, like you really, like if you dodge through the ground pound, then their partner's going to ground pound you.
I really thought that he hit him with an air there. No. I did a little bit. He did 30-18 damage. Delta with a 0.
Ooh.
Delta's never hitting his teammate. We're going right into game 3 here. So nice to look at that. Wasn't as high as I thought the team damage was going to be there. We can, I think.
Okay.
All right, so here we go. into game number 3. It's 1-1. And so far undefeated for TM and Delta when they've got this Olgrim Bryn team composition. Although that could change pretty darn quickly here if they keep up the pressure here with these signatures, because that was a great hit coming out from Acno and Blaze.
Yeah, Acno just finding the double neutral sig on the spear, almost finding 2 KOs, but they ended up finding the second one a little bit later. That was a beautiful down air from Acno, playing on TM. Jeez, this is a lot of Demaglio that we are seeing. Acno and Blaze are putting up the heat. I don't know. I don't know if TM and Delta are going to be able to come back from this one with the way that Acno and Blaze playing. They seem like they unlocked. Beautiful down sig.
Oh, and TM, I mean, I saw him hold that
again.
damage a lot before. Okay, Blaze is he's pretty pissed. He's playing really, really good this game. He's getting all the knockouts the second that the damage is lined up. I'm surprised that's not a shutdown after how many down sigs that I saw from Blaze connect and lead to knockouts. But hey, goes down. Delta might follow shortly afterwards, though. Blaze tries to fall down, get that dodge in read, and Delta just boxes him away with the spear neutral light. But TM without a dodge means that they could go off stage here. No, Acno just covering with down sigs and neutral signatures.
Oh, yeah, this is looking like it's going to be tough for the blue team. I mean, Acno and Blaze are playing so well. TM's one hit away. Yeah, that Pogo might spell it. Can't quite get the edge guard.
The D-Light. They get the edge guard there, but Delta goes down, falls with the side air. Edge guard opportunity. Blaze dips super low. Delta with the save. That could be huge. They could turn this around to something monumental for them, but I don't know.
Yeah, it would take a lot, even still.
Side sig. You like ground pound? Okay, he has got to go for the edge guard. Okay, he valued the weapon over the edge guard because he knew how much harder it would be able to get in the 1v2. Oh yeah, Acno's not even last stock here. Okay, this is just
tough. No, this is. People call this often curtains, but we have seen it happen in Brawlhalla history. They're rare. They're rare, but they do happen.
How far go in history? Okay, like I gotta.
I didn't say recently.
Okay. It's like yes. Well, players used to be a lot worse at the game mode, and when they were, that happened. But Acno and Blaze,
not really the ones to.
Yeah. I wonder if they're going to switch back to double Bryn after that one, because that was destruction. Blaze adapted quite well. And he was perfectly fine just letting Acno go off stage and do whatever the heck he wanted with a lead that huge, because Acno had 2 stocks. It was really well played. They're going to be going to small Fortress of Lines with this. And yes, it's going to be the double Bryn with their backs against the wall here. Acno and Blaze have been staying with this Kaya Olgrim against them very specifically the whole time, and it's been working out really well. I wonder if that's like, let's say they win this 3-1 or 3-2 and they get that rematch against Fozy and Godly. I wonder if this is the comp they're warming up for Fozy and Godly again, or if the blasters are specifically for them, right? Because Acno did not leave the blasters that entire Game 5 set, but he hasn't touched them here against TM and Delta. He's the kind of player that I would expect to be like, okay, I want this weapon against this team.
And yeah, you just mash that down. So, Acno has been doing phenomenally with this Kaya. So I can understand why you don't even, like, with the way that things have been playing out. Yeah, I don't need the blasters. With the way, I mean, side sig comes out. We've seen like multiple down sigs on the lip of the stage lead to knockouts. Sometimes even comboing into itself.
Yeah.
It's been an interesting day.
Nice neutral light on the fall there from onto Blaze. No stocks have flown just yet, but I could see Blaze. Yeah, Blaze gets a Sarah on one side of the stage. Nice pivot there, and a weapon throw forces the dodge. See that ground pound whiffs, though. That could cost Acno the stock, and it does. Gets the edge guard onto TM as well. All right, so Acno and Blaze, slight lead here. Let's see what Blaze could do with it.
Okay. And I like the retaliation from Blaze back onto the stage with the charge recovery, trying to keep this stock around for as long as possible. The recovery from Delta is not going to be enough, and Acno's going to go ahead and swap over to TM. And what an immediate follow-up from Blaze, already having the Nair out, prepped and ready, finally dropping that stock, though. But Acno and Blaze, I mean, untouched. Acno taking his first few bits of damage right there from those double Nairs. Honestly, quite a few hits now. Hold on. TM answering back.
Let's see. Delta falls in with that down air, falls again with the down air, tries to go for a third. Close game. TM the weak leak. Acno tries to snipe him with that side sig. D-Light dodges the Sair follow-up that would have came out from Blaze there. Pretty nicely done. Acno gets recovery on one side of the stage. We got 2 different edge guards going on, and TM just falls. Delta falls right afterwards. That side-light side air from Blaze. If you're not quick enough about it, don't have your dodge, you could just lose your stock to it. Doesn't matter that it's not a true combo. It's still pretty darn fast as far as X follow-ups come and go.
is slowly escaping TM and Delta a little bit. I'd like to see them bring it back, but they'd have to get control of the center of the stage, and here's an opportunity for them to do that. Oh, but that doesn't lead to a KO. Well, it does on the other side, so that actually still might be worth it. The Sayer is strong enough, and now we have things even a pop. I think this is the best case scenario. Unable to stop that weapon pickup, but Akno actually getting tagged a bit. Not the optimal play to get in between stocks, but still getting some damage is not bad at all.
Any damage is great here, and they're tacking a ton of damage on the Blaze as well. Okay, TM barely survives thanks to the angle of knockback from that attack. Akno gets a down signature. Delta with 2 dares, almost into a side air, but Akno gets the D-Line Sayer. Delta disarmed. Edge guard forces the dodge. TM goes down for the nair in case Delta needed it if he couldn't get the drift. And the recovery off the dare. TM and Delta have a chance to bring this to game 5. It's so close. The Sayer hits. Akno flies to the left. Blaze, Sayer's left and right. Delta tries to go for that pickup recovery.
Blaze is so good.
TM's down. Delta, he gets hit by some friendly fire. The D-Line recovery, he waits it out and he gets it. He waits out Blaze's save, and now it's a 1v1 between Delta and Blaze. Spear versus Olgrim's Axe. Who's gonna do it?
Oh, and see, this is interesting because I'd argue that Akno and Blaze should have won this match already, and I'll get back to that in a little bit.
Yeah, because we gotta see who actually wins it, and he do. Blaze gets the recovery. Delta does what if Foda was casting right now, he would be screaming furiously, because in the 1v1, a last hit scenario, what does Delta do? He goes for the Hail Mary, he throws the weapon. If it misses, he's disarmed, and that's exactly what happens. If it does hit, maybe he gets something off of it, but we're gonna see the moment that Blaze was like, hey, I could throw it an attack now. Because Delta, I think right here, Delta loves to go for these dash jump, dash forward weapon throws, recovers high, goes, uh-oh, where's the weapon spawn? Blaze doesn't give him a time to even look for it with that recovery afterwards, knowing that even if it whiffs, what is he going to hit him with? That's a problem. That weapon throw really cost him that 1v1 there, and Blaze took complete advantage of it, and they win. So let's hear, I want to hear from you about what you were like. Blaze and Akno should have won this already. What happened in your eyes?
So I don't know if Toast can pull it up, but it's in the sequence right before Blaze loses the final stock. That's funny. That's funny. 99-1. Wow.
Right, so
okay.
So maybe we could get some extra replays, but we might be just barreling through it. But so the sequence where Akno Blaze loses the final stock?
Right beforehand, there's a big whiff that happens, right?
Yeah.
And the thing is that Fozy and Godly, or rather, Akno and Blaze, right? They need to make a decision about like how is the stock going to be taken, right? And so like if you get Olgrim Rocket Lance side air there, it actually just KOs and wins you the set right there. But alternatively, if your partner comes in and tries to, it was one of those like, who's gonna take the punish moments?
I see.
And it was like, the game was done right there as long as you just picked one person, but that did not happen. And so it was like, we had like a scramble, the stock was not taken, and now it's a 1v1 when it should have just ended right there.
I see. And the result was just kind of like, now your 2v1 is way harder because of the options that you picked. Well, luckily, Blaze is clutch. He's incredibly clutch in twos.
That's
like,
great.
That's something like Akno can always rely on when teaming with Blaze, is that in those moments he can pull out the win, and that's exactly what he did. TM and Delta are out at third, betraying my expectations. I really thought they were going to go all the way, but I'm not upset about the grand final that we've got here, Flambeau. I could watch this matchup between these two teams in the grand finals of every EU championship, and I will never get bored because they are constantly pushing each other to new heights. It is Fozy and Godly in the winner's side of grand finals going up against Akno and Blaze. I think they're still technically the winningest 2v2 team in Europe.
Yeah, I mean, that'll be for a long time.
Not like recently, but if we were to put up the stats, the medals just go on forever. And they're going in to this grand final from the elimination side. The viewer vote has equalized a lot better to what I think I literally just said this is what I would expect it to be. Is it 60-40? Yeah, this is about what I would give it at the moment.
I guess they just like you.
Well, or they're learning after how close that last one was, right? Because that was, I think, a stock or two away from being an Akno Blaze victory. So here we go. Akno and Blaze versus Godly and Fozy. Godly and Fozy have a set to lose. They don't want to, but they have one. That's what the W stands for next to the names there in the bracket. If this best of 5 goes in Akno and Blaze's favor, they're not the champions yet. They have to win another one. That's the benefit that Godly and Fozy get for never dropping a game here in the Spring Championship. Here we go, game number 1, and Akno is back on the Blaster. So it was what I was thinking, Flambeau. It's like he's playing Blaster specifically to fight Fozy Godly, and when they're fighting Delta TM, they were like, the Kaya is the play.
Oh, man. Okay, Yoga Fire. Hold on. All right, things are looking a little bit precarious there for the blue team, but no, you're right. It looks like it's just like very particularly designed to go up against this team, and I'm going to see how it's going to work. I mean, Godly has been really the only person we've really seen playing the Rayman today.
Yeah.
And like, which is interesting to me, because I feel like, you know, you think about weapons that are good in twos, gauntlets, axe, yeah, Rayman makes sense. I'm surprised we didn't see more teams running it.
Yeah, Godly has not really given up on the gauntlets at all, even after a lot of the changes, and we see that he's actually optimized them a little bit, right? That 1v2 comeback was off of the dare, different angle into recovery,
Yes.
right? Like almost looking like a Blasters combo in a way. So it's cool to see that he has settled on this pick, at least going into spring championships for this 2v2. And Fozy, who normally switches a little bit between his odd, they're odd picks. They're not exactly things that you see all the time in doubles or singles. He has those switches between the Orion and the Zariel. We haven't seen the Zariel even come out yet in these matchups, so very interesting to see. Very close game one so far.
Yeah, no, they are keeping this very, very neck and neck. I mean, the down sig's not going to be enough. Fozy throwing out these down sigs exactly the way we saw him doing it earlier, and not quite getting the KOs with them yet, but I'm sure in enough time. Has the Rocket Lance in hand now. The down sig's going to come out. That move does not have a whole lot of force with it, but that Sair from the axe does. And if you rack up enough damage, surely enough, the stocks will fall.
And the stocks are falling. Blaze goes up to that recovery. Fozy goes for that sidelight gravity cancel D-light. Acno sweating just to get back to the stage. Godly greets him with an axe side air on the landing, and now that weapon spawn is in the worst possible place for Acno. Acno not feeling confident enough to spot dodge that Fozy side sig, but Blaze goes in with the help for his teammate. Weapon spawn perfect this time around, and Acno picks up an axe. Let's see if they can take down Godly's second stock and bring it to an even game.
Yeah, Godly, I mean, racking up all this extra damage with the ask and comboing. This is actually looking so bad for the red team. We got a 2v1.
Yeah, it went from bad to worse real quick. Oh, and the recovery off the ladder combo. Godly and Fozy are incredible flambeau. It was no hesitation. One side air onto Acno, and Blaze didn't even get an opportunity to play the game. As they're saying, we don't want a bracket reset. We want a 3-0 and take our win. And if Godly gets this, he wins both events in the spring championship.
Yeah,
that's a great great way to continue the year for him. I feel like doesn't really get better than that. Look at this. Side light nair, side light nair, same buttons, different weapons. Best result. All right, get that recovery.
Keep it simple. Keep it simple. Just know your spacing and keep it simple. That combo's gonna work on anyone, you know. So we gotta keep that one in the bag. I mean, they looked really good there. I'm not gonna lie.
So Acno kind of breaks the rule a little bit for me, where he's kind of like, all right, the Bros has lost 4 times now, right? Like, or 3, I guess, because he started with the Cross.
Yes.
The Kaya, which he had great success with against Delta and TM, got them the 3-1 victory, has now been brought out for Godly Fozy. So he's given it a shot. Even if the Blasters were like the theoretical play to go up against this team, maybe the Kaya is what they need to be able to get a better chance of getting these wins, because that game did not look great.
Yeah, no, they definitely, I think Acno's thinking the Kaya probably feels the most comfortable, probably feels the most effective.
Oh, God,
there is no way that's the thing, right? Like, you got the dodge, so you're like, maximum punish is double D-light, but in doubles, you think the other guy's just going to sit there and watch you do it?
You think Godly's just going to sit there and watch you do it? Yeah, that's not a million years. And that was what was interesting about that team combo, is that Blaze and Acno both kind of disrespected Godly in that sense, because Blaze wasn't even thinking about stopping Godly and just letting him because like finishing the double D-Light Sarah recovery would have been good enough. Blaze just kind of had to stop Godly, but Blaze was getting ready to like side sig afterwards. It's like Godly was just like, I'm not going to sit there and take it. They equalized the game shortly afterwards there, so it's 4 stocks to 4. Really close so far.
Good punish from Godly, but also nice return punish on the return punish. You know, that's what twos is all about, getting those trades. And that's a double D-Light into the dunk.
That was huge. Yeah, Fozy brings out these neutral sigs. I consider Fozy a pretty conservative player with the signatures, but it's so awesome when he just decides to go, you know what, I have like a soul read on you here. You're not dodging out of it. You're not going to do the right jump to avoid this neutral signature, and he goes forward, and he gets it. That side air, oh, Godly not in the right position to get the follow-up. Side air, D-Light side air into recovery. Godly once again whipping it, and Fozy goes, fine. I'll do it. he goes off stage and gets the double knockout. Godly being like, I'm sorry, Fozy. He's missed like, what, 2 combos now? It's
like, bro, let me take the wheel real quick. Oh.
Okay, that time they get it. And Godly not in position to be able to interrupt. Much higher that time on the stage. Another D-Light Cider comes through, and the Pogo, double Pogo. He was ready with the neutral light there too. Acno and Blaze. Is that Godly stock? He can't make it back. They destroyed him.
What was that? I've never seen that before. I've casted a lot of Brawlhalla. But,
You know, it could have been even more brutal if Acno got what he was saying. He was cooking up platform cancel neutral light. Like, he landed with that for the double Pogo, and so he was going to poke them back off stage, and it whiffed, and then Blaze was able to keep it up, and then he went back in for even more damage. We gotta watch that in detail again. All right, let's see if Fozy can do this.
Yeah, Fozy.
He's got a nice weapon spawn there that Acno is guarding very hard. Okay, Daylight into neutral light. Every little bit of damage here is like ×4 at this point, because if Fozy can't get anything in return, you've got 2 opponents that you're fighting here.
Burn the dodge. Should be back now if he wants to use it. There it is. Burns it.
Ooh, I respect it. You got to risk it sometimes. Nair comes through, weapon toss to cover his head. Has to get around the ice.
Pogo. Oh, no punish on that, but Fozy's going to be all right. Down air is going to be your best friend in this 2v1. You got to bounce on the heads and just keep going from left to right. Throw out those recoveries every now and then, but recovery can be punished. You got to be careful. Nice catch on the landing.
Yeah, that was really good. A little bit of an extra charge, too, to get the right timing. All right. All the other replays, it's fine. We knew Acno and Blaze won. Let's watch that combo.
Yeah, no, I feel you.
Okay, so we're going to get it here. So Godly gets pogoed, the Nair, the backswing of the
Dodges
Nair.
down Pogo again.
Oh, wait, look at that. Oh, wait, we're just doing a big reverse. What's going on here? Okay,
Boom,
neutral light. Here we go.
Pogo.
This
Pogo.
Nair was so good.
Nair.
He got the Nair right before he landed. He didn't even jump for that Nair, right? So that's why that was so surprising to us, I think, is because Blaze didn't fast fall, then hits the Nair, gets the Nair afterwards, and then Acno keeps Fozy occupied while Blaze goes for this edge guard and Godly can't make it back. It was just an amazing punish on Godly's fresh stock, and they take the game for that and bring it to an even set here in Game 3.
Yeah, I think the most impressive part about that sequence for me is the fact that there's actually a read off of Fozy's friendly fire. You know?
Oh,
yeah.
I didn't even think about that. There was a lot. There was a lot of layers to that.
It's like got hit by the Rocket Lancer, and then he dodged away. He read him dodging off his teammate hitting him.
When you think of it that way, oh, that stings. That stings even more. Blaze goes for sidelight Sair, and that was unfortunate. Godly, really immaculate play there. Blaze went for the sidelight, and the end of the sidelight landed off the stage, so he like drifted down. So when he went for the jump Sair follow-up, it was way too low, and Godly just destroyed him. Same thing happens there to Godly right afterwards. Okay, nice side sig, just being like, I know you're not going to go to ledge. It looked like Fozy was willing to hit Godly for that, and he just messed with the gravity cancel.
Yeah, because the Pogo was def the D-Light gravity cancel. Yeah, 100%.
I was like, he was like, I think the friendly fire would have been worth it there, Fozy. It's okay.
Especially that high, you might be able to go into recovery.
Or have your teammate, because if you do recovery, Godly wouldn't be sent as high.
Right, he's going to recover faster.
Yeah. So he'll be able to get the follow-up there. So it would have been cool. They don't get it. Fozy goes down. Blaze, however, really damaged, and Fozy's really letting these side sigs rip now. Blaze has to put out a fully charged Lance recovery to make it back. Acno helps him through the stage, and a good sidelight Nair to punish Godly hitting his teammate. But that side sig alley, even a little late, I feel like, on the reaction, it's still good enough to be able to get that knockout. Blaze trying to make up for it right now, though. Fozy and him fighting off stage. No recovery means Blaze is just done for.
I like the attempt. I like the attempt there, because there might have been a world. Where you get like the magically timed side air at the perfect height, where you get like 1 pixel to touch at the top. But I don't think so. I think going for the dare was a smart play.
Oh,
but it was
like
just
to
a
get
good
the hit for the chase dodge?
Yeah,
I agree. Because at that point, he was once the stuff recovery happened, there was no chance that he was making it back. He had to go for the hit, and they make up for it pretty fast. That was a great edge guard. They start getting some damage. The fall, you saw him like inch forward to get the fastball dare without the jump to catch that unique spacing on Godly. That's fantastic. Any extra damage they can get is amazing. And now they've got Godly juggled in the air here. Last game they won off of the back of them just like obliterating Godly, and maybe they can do it again.
Oh, so far, I mean, the red team, Acno and Blaze, looking like they're poised to take this game 3 with the way they're finding these unanswered hits right now. A little bit of friendly fire might be the scramble that the blue team needs.
That's like the third time he's gotten that. He's so good at getting those edge guards, or not even edge guards. It's just like Acno or Blaze will stand on the left side of the ledge. And he just lands side sigs, hits them.
I love it. There's few characters that have sigs like that, where they're just like, they catch the backdash button, you know?
Yes, that's a great way of putting it.
Oh, man.
Where you like want to stay on stage, but you don't want to go off stage, so you're punishing that area where where you're catching them in the backdash. Is exactly what you said. Oh, who's going down first? This is so close.
Can the blue team get out the corner?
It's even the first stock that flies, I don't feel like decides the game because the 1v2 is so close. Posey goes super deep off stage with that cider. He has no weapon. He has no weapon, and Akno's guarding the weapon himself. Blaze, I mean, who's gonna do the first like crazy side sig? That's what I'm wondering. Who's gonna throw?
You think they're gonna press that button?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's gonna happen.
That was enough.
Oh, I can't believe it. Godly, what is it? Gravity cancel?
No dodge.
Stage?
Is he about to do it again?
All right. The Dulcim side sig would be pretty nice. Oh, there it was. He did die for it though.
Recovery's gonna be enough.
He's not gonna do it again, is he?
Bro, never say never. Okay.
Oh,
I was getting ready to gas it up.
Godly gets. Okay, that was good.
That was good.
Close.
Good props. Good props. No, that was sweaty. I love sweaty Brawlhalla.
And in those last stock situations,
feels like Florida.
I mean, oh my goodness, yeah, look at that. Goes in for that side sig there. He's right in the middle of everybody.
I can't believe that
with the
recovery didn't hit him.
It's like exaggerated by the fact.
Yeah, that head's so big. True. Probably didn't look that close on his screen.
Here we go, game 4. All right, Akno and Blaze 1 game away from the reset. And the switch over to the Kaya is the notable thing here. Really huge team combo that brings them to the orange. But once Akno and Blaze have switched over to the Kaya, they've gotten 2 wins.
It's true.
And that was like, I was like, okay, what were the Blasters doing? Oh, what's the Kaya doing? All right, come back.
Yeah, reel it in. Returns back to center stage like a Pokeball.
And D-Light Saracen gets a recovery, hits both players on the enemy team. Very nice. After some rest and recovery, manages to do some good damage here. Who's going to go down first? Blue team, despite the team combo at the start. Oh, ground pound weapon throw.
Yeah, nice.
He's got. He had to. He couldn't make it back if he didn't do the recovery there. That was just. I wonder if it would have been worth if they just both fell, and the trade would have been good there.
Right, it's like a judgment call.
Now we're like in this weird state. All right, it looks like it was worth because Akno goes down anyways.
Yeah, and you know what? I think there's a degree of like, if you are the person recovering that situation, you're always going to bet on the fact that you think you're just better than the other person you're playing. And
I mean, at least you should.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Exactly. They're just like, we can both live because I know I'm going to come back and win anyway because I'm better.
And they get the knockout. Blaze wasn't the one in that situation, but he is the one with 3 stocks still on the screen.
Nice.
Which is a little rare for this matchup between these 2 players. I feel like the teams just tend to get swept when like one player goes down, the other one goes down shortly afterwards, and then we're in an even game. So, and it happens, just a little bit delayed. Now team combo onto Akno, however. Side light, double side light, D-light gets the side air from Blaze trying to get that save, but Akno took a ton of damage while Blaze came back to the stage. And maybe the teams getting swept is just like a good thing for those teams, because if you get your respawn timers disjointed.
How did Akno get that nair?
Yeah, he still goes
Felt
down.
like he was hovering there for a bit, you know?
Yeah, he waited a long while, because I think Fozy was waiting for him to do something as well, but the patience from Akno won out. And then he lost the stock anyways.
Ooh. Akno and Blaze, are they going to fall here?
Ooh,
or are they going to get the reset?
I think that it might be going to a game 5, and then we can ask that question, right? Like, that's
I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I mean, granted, if you're looking at the stocks, Fozy and I don't think Fozy and Godly are winning this one. I don't know why. Something in my bones just says it's not going to happen.
It's going to be the 3-1? Let's find out. That D-Light dare, the burn into the dare as well. Side air, Akno low on jumps. Fozy knows it, goes in for that D-Light. Joystick at the alley-oop on the Blaze.
Hey.
Ground pound comes through, and now Akno's a hit away, and he does it. He books it. He's like booking it, he runs off fastballs. He's like, I ain't coming back until Blaze hits you with something.
It is the best play to go for.
Oh, nice. Gets the recovery. Although Fozy's got 2 stocks still.
Oh,
the dodge was so smart. And then he catches Akno trying to recover back to stage. Side air, catches Blaze on a jump, forces the dodge. D-Light ground pound. We've been missing out a lot today, guys. What's going on?
Oh, you had a 1v1 for a little bit. We got to do with the rocket lance.
Yeah, against the axe. Not your favorite.
I think you're right. I think we're going to a game 5.
Down sig. First time Fozy puts that out. Neutral comes out as well.
Oh.
Okay, all right. Oh,
jeez.
Just smacked with an axe and lands.
Right? Like,
it's like literally throwing apples and
tough.
oranges. Yeah, that's only. It was like a double bladed axe and a giant lance.
Yeah, I can only imagine.
If it's in big head mode, does it hurt like 5 times as much?
Oh no, definitely. It's critical hit. Critical hit. Yeah.
Okay.
That's like sweet spot damage for sure. You roll that with advantage, you know.
Yeah, that's brutal. Game 5's coming up. And this is grand final. So Godly and Fozy, I wonder if Acno locked in the Kaya. We see Blaze doing the bans right now. And that's what's interesting to me is because that was the first loss they had on the Kaya. He's keeping it here for this game 5. Okay, so he's believing the Kaya is what's going to take down Fozy and Godly and go into this game 5 with the win and get the bracket reset. Because if they don't get it, that's going to be Fozy and Godly winning the spring championship and Godly taking 2 crowns back to back before Lan Diego, right? That's coming up next week.
And definitely going to give you the kind of the morale boost you need to go ahead and make you think you can get another tournament, especially. I don't know, lands are different. Lands are different. Either way, as we go into game 5 of the grand finals here, Fozy and Godly need to secure one more game to be crowned the champions. On the other side, though, Acno and Blaze looking to make that another set if they win right here.
Godly hitting a ton of these neutralites on landings. Oh, the friendly fire from Fozy. And he just keeps going as if nothing happened. Downstick comes through. Godly's had a lot of neutralites, a lot of side airs. Fozy makes it back, but then Acno edge guards him. Can he make it back to the other side? Blaze ready, and Fozy baits out the neutralite, then recovers back to the stage. Everybody it's the brink of losing their first stock here, but nobody wants to give it up just yet. Acno spot dodges right through that land side air, and Blaze will take the first stock. Can they get the second? On this corner guard here with Godly. He goes through, dodges in place again, but the recovery, and Acno could go down next. Oh, that side air doesn't do it.
Oh.
Whoa.
This is tough here. That down air should be enough. Godly's pretty far toward, I was going to say, Blast Zone is, you guys are friends at that point. And now Blaze gets caught by I always call that the gold ground pound. Like, there's something very specific about that exact ground pound.
I feel like it might be mid-plat because literally he was on the plat when he did it. It's different than when you're just in the center of the stage and you jump and you ground pound. You're like, I'm gonna just cover the stage. Like Fozy was thinking about little things after he was like reacting to a recovery.
It's just more.
But I agree. It's what you see. Like it's like Spearmain's first idea.
This is the option that once Spear players hit a certain level, they don't use it to KO that often. Right. So then when they do use it, it always comes as a surprise.
Got it. Well. It's pretty close here. I think favor is in Acno and Blaze just by the numbers. Godly goes down, and now it's really different, right? Like if Godly held on to that stock a little bit longer, I would say that the matchup could go either way. But I don't know. The beginning of this game was a scrap in a way where.
Sorry, you're saying?
Godly might not make it back. Oh God, he's been trying to get back this entire time. All right, we're going to a bracket reset at this rate. I don't know what
how does Godly finesse?
How does Fozy bring this back? Because Godly's just got he's playing survival.
Yeah.
He is not. Okay, weapon throw. What happened?
We went up.
Wait.
It was a grounded.
Last ground pound hit. Okay.
Wait, what? Yeah.
I don't know. I think a weapon throw shenanigan happened there. Fozy's not bringing this one back. Sidelight neutral sig. Okay. Blaze waits at the dodge. Fozy lands onto the stage with the dodge himself. Acno picks up the bow. Neutralite connect. Gravity cancel neutral signature. Fozy with no dodge. Acno, that's the wrong punish. There we go. Hits him with the down signature. That's the grand final bracket reset as Blaze and Acno take game 5. And we go into the final grand final of the spring championship for EU. Off the back of this Kaya Olgrim team combo coming out from them. And I'm wondering now that Fozy and Godly have finally dropped the set, will Fozy switch to the Zariel at some point? It's not happening here in game number 1 because it was just so darn close, but that was the most dominant victory from Acno and Blaze so far.
I agree. That would be an interesting swap, though. I do think the Zariel, I mean, it's good. But we're going to see as we start up game 1 of the grand finals reset. Acno and Blaze already coming off to a pretty decent hot start, but Godly and Fozy are not trying to make things easy here as Fozy almost gets this edge guard and Godly's able to pick it up and Fozy follows up. Godly doesn't even know that he's going to take the pass from him.
Yeah, that ground pound comes through for the edge guard there. Godly's trying to cover the stage with the neutralites, the nairs, anything. Blaze, unarmed, Acno's. I imagine that weapon's taking a lot of damage at this point. Sarah dodged through and Fozy waits it out. Downsig puts up the laser beams. Blaze makes it back with the Sarah. I mean, Blaze took so much damage at the very start, but at the end of the day, if you don't take the stock, they can just take the lead from you. Okay, Fozy's really... Fozy loses one set and he goes like, I'm only pressing signatures now.
Yeah,
so
right,
that's what I'm talking about. Fozy, like, typically, I think, is pretty conservative with signatures. And then randomly, he'll just downsig every other attack.
No, it's because, like, Orion... Oh, wow, that's unfortunate.
Yep,
but
I don't blame him for that happening. That was
just one of those moments. But Orion he sits in the Lord Vrack zone or the Scarlet zone where like the signatures are just good. So if you mix in spamming them and then not using them at all, it'll work.
I love how it's always a lance. It actually is always a lance.
It is. It is.
Now the characters are designed. Yeah, he does fall into that I'm a lance player area, doesn't it? you just use a lot of signatures.
Oh,
you spam
man.
them, some might say. But anyway.
These guys are doing a great job. I mean, Agno and Blaze falling behind by a little bit, but if they can get Godly here, they'll have things back to even. So all things considered, pretty even game.
Yeah, it's looking great. Posey puts up the down sig. Falls down into that D-Light Cider. Nice job dodging out of the way. Seeing Blaze coming at him with the Rocket Lance. Avoids the stare, hits him with a little bit more.
Oh.
Puts out that ground pound. The second one works. And I mean, he's good with the ground pound where it counts. Falls the stare because of Blaze's missed spacing on that recovery. Team combo onto Acno. Okay, that was...
I kind of like the only thing about it is that the hitbox on that move is actually pretty thin.
That's going to cost them
that's
quite
better.
a bit, actually.
That's better.
that
one KO'd.
I mean, like, even if it hit, it's hitting them on the end of the stage, like the bottom of the stage. You can just side sig there. I'm pretty sure the angle's pretty good. It goes high enough.
It's decent. I don't think it'll KO. That's the one thing.
Definitely not KO.
About, because I thought it was another pass is how I interpreted it.
Oh, like he bounces it and then...
You do something off of that. Just because Orion can't KO vertically like that. That's the thing most Spirit Legends have, like... Oh, well.
Oh,
okay.
well. I mean, Godly side sigs one way and then neutralize some of the Fozie's neutral sig the other way, and they take the win. Maybe fixated on that team combo a little bit too much, but that's okay.
That's okay.
I was just really, I was like, Fozie, really?
Well, I just, what is it?
Because it was like not even close, right? Like side air, he positions. Okay, the big head is betraying us. It's betraying us. It was not close.
And then they were like, here's something we can do better. But the difference here is that Kaya's neutral sig sends up. Like,
it also is like a giant mammoth.
Yeah, it's a lot harder to miss with it, right?
But then we see this, I think, the side sig dashes in, side sigs, neutralites, and Fozie blasts him on the right side. We didn't get to see the blast, but I promise you that team combo led to a double knockout. And game one goes to Fozie Godly. We're back in Apocalypse here for game number 2.
Which I think is actually really good for them because I feel like if you're the team that's been reset, you can kind of get into a mindset of like, oh no, we haven't won in a while. Did we like lose our mojo? Have we been figured out? And so getting your dub at the start of the reset is really good for knowing that you're still in it.
Sidelight D-Light came through there. Acno getting a nice 3-hit combo on the bow. Fozie goes in for that sidelight a little hastily and gets punished for it. Acno sliding around with the neutral signature. Oh, he did like a dash jump landing dare, and the dare just didn't hit anything, and Blaze goes down in the meantime. Team combo maybe here. I don't know. Godly being awfully aggressive on arms. Maybe just doesn't want to pick up his next weapon because he's so damaged. Okay, never mind. He just does.
No.
Then goes down. Oh, the weapon throw barely clips him.
Oh, interesting. Weapon throw coming out from Acno there. Nice little neutral and retaliation. Blaze finds the cleanest Sayer of all time to go ahead and secure that stock. And now we have ourselves a slight lead for Acno and Blaze.
Nice Sayer all the way through. Sidelight Nair. Waited to see if Acno was going to hit anything with the falling. Another Sidelight Nair recovery. Godly's out of there. 5 stocks to 3. They're so good with that follow-up. And there's something about Blaze on Axe. It's like, it's literally not RNG how the Axe recovery hits you away. It's just very, very difficult to space it. And he consistently gets the spacing where the knockback goes straight up every time on those combos with the Axe recovery. And he steals those stocks away in orange constantly.
Okay, and now, I mean, the team is looking pretty poised here to go ahead and secure this game, too. Looks like this might be a back and forth. Seth might be a game 10er. You know, we might be in for a long haul.
Ooh, well, we'll see. Acno goes down to that Sayer there, and if Blaze goes down as well to that neutral signature, they've got a team combo opportunity onto Acno. He goes for the weapon. The weapon spawn was pretty darn good for him. And then Blaze just jumps right in with the unarmed Nair, disrupts anything that Fozie and Godly have got started. And then every time that Fozie spends recovering now is time that Godly has to spend running away for his life. That recovery almost just takes him on its own.
All right, now Godly pretty much having to play the game of how long can I keep this stock intact. I mean, D-Light recovery away. That Sayer is going to go ahead and clean out Fozy. They can go off stage for Godly here if they want to, but they don't want to risk a potential turnaround. And yeah, Godly's going to run to the other side, and he has those gauntlets in hand, so you really don't want to play with them. So they have to figure out a 2v1 on Fozy.
If Fozy got that D-Light recovery, I think that may have just been it for Blaze's stock. That was spooky. Let's see what he can do.
I don't think Blaze beats Fozy in the 1v1, and it's making it really tough for Acno to decide what to do here. Oh, he got snatched.
Oh, I don't think you want to do that, where you go off stage against gauntlets unarmed. That doesn't. Yeah. I don't feel like that's ever the play.
Oh, big punish opportunity. So many recoveries here. We are floating around. Godly being so elusive, and the red team can't catch him.
Oh, he's going to the down sig. Okay, it's a triple. It's time.
No,
one more down sig. One more down sig. Come on, Fozy.
Nice weapon throw to force Godly off stage, but Blaze is not having a good time against Fozy at all.
On Fozy, he's just got complete control over the 1v2, and the attention is split enough where I can see that it's bothering Blaze and Acno that Godly's still there.
Nice.
Okay, they finally get him, but they got so much damage during that moment where Godly was playing keep away.
Acno needs to lead.
Oh, Acno's just on the ground. He's not helping Blaze get down, and it costs them.
And they were sitting there getting juggled by Fozy for a while there, but I guess Acno wanted to swap weapons maybe. So now he has the opportunity to do the 1v1. He's down in damage though, but he does have higher defense, so it kind of balances out.
One sidelight misses, second sidelight hits, D-Light side air. Fozy now at a damage deficit. Acno getting 4 good hits. Dashes forward, dodges back. Fozy has to get back to the stage. He doesn't want to switch over to the land. Sidelight, D-Light recovery, or Sayer. That's it. And Acno, with immaculate neutral game, holds on to center, whiff punishes Fozy, and says, all right, not a big deal. But it is another example, like I feel like we were talking about this in Winners Finals, where Acno and Blaze made that win way harder than they had to be from a position where you were like almost ready to call it in their favor, and then it became a 1v1 that he almost lost, right? Like it was like, it's the same exact thing where Acno was a little too relaxed, spent too much time picking what weapon he wanted to play with, and Blaze is just kind of like, I can't get down, and then he dies to spear recovery, right? So it was precarious, certainly.
And it's tough because, like, I don't know, we even saw, like, we can't forget the Winners Final set, right, where we saw Godly get the 2v1. So it's like they both have moments where, like, clearly both teams are capable of clutching on the other. And so it's like you never really know till it's over. It's really hard to decide between these two because they are just so even and they're so good at pushing advantage once they have it.
Blaze going for these backswing dares. Godly approaching with that weapon throw, dash forward downlight, and Fozy interrupting the fray with Sares and Nares. Gets both Acno and Blaze. That's huge. He just goes right off stage with that. If he could just get one player, that would be great for this game 3. Down sig hits. Sends Godly flying, but not enough yet. Okay, that one was weak. He's like, I need a little bit higher ground for that down sig to knock out. Fozy on the other side, however, Pogo's Acno for going for that gravity cancel neutral signature. And no,
I thought it was going to be a down sig. That's what I thought was going to happen.
Well,
there.
I mean,
there it is. Yeah,
it did happen. That was so good. Fozy, at times, I'm like, what were you thinking with that downlight? And then I go, well, that's exactly what you were thinking. He combos downlight off of unarmed recovery at like white.
Yeah.
That was fantastic. And he's brought Acno's fresh stock to deep yellow. Almost orange already.
Oh, wow, like look at the reactions.
Yeah, Fozy's like, Fozy's. Fozy with that crowd pound hit, that would have been incredible. He's playing so dang good.
The thing I love about Fozy is that like it's so clear on both teams who the support is. You'll watch them just jump and hover around and wait for, like, you know,
the Fozy Blaze dynamic.
Right, exactly. It's so cool to watch. It's so cool to watch how ready they are to snap.
Right. Neutral sig comes through, dodges that. That's pretty huge. Acno not quite ready for the hit stun that comes from an unarmed combo in that case. Picks up the bow. Team combo, not the right angle from Fozy, but definitely the right idea. I think if that recovery hit, that would have just been it. Wow, what a ground pound. I feel like he got this interesting animation because it connected, but he wouldn't have gone off stage with that ground pound. He would have gotten like the grounded landing animation. So.
Yeah, exactly. That grounded animation is so interesting.
Nice there. Blaze goes down. Fozy damaged. Although, great angle on that recovery. Could go for another one. Fozy doesn't get the landing on Acno, and Acno's doing this thing again where he's just waiting for that weapon spawn pretty patiently. Blaze is fighting well against Godly. Nice dare on a Fozy. Opportunity.
That spot dodge was sick.
Neutralites like the one bow attack.
How did he manage to squeak around that ground pound?
Yeah, I don't know. But like, if you hit with bow neutral light, you're not going to really get a team combo set up there unless they're already high in the sky. Fozy gets the same ground pound on Acno that Blaze got onto Godly. That was the exact same one. That was.
It's uncanny how that happens, you know?
Wow. And now we have a 1v2 with, like, as you said, the support player for Acno and Blaze. It's gonna be tough.
Oh. Okay, yeah, Blaze.
Whoa.
Swinging here. Hold on. You
Slide
get one more
charge
Sarah on
down
Godly.
the right side of the stage. Let's do it.
That might work. If
I
it
mean,
hits at the right angle.
signatures are pretty good because they. Okay,
Yeah,
it
one
actually
more.
almost worked.
It
I mean, you slide like there's no. Blaze is so good.
Blaze is
Flammo.
doing it
How
right
is he
now.
doing
Hold
it?
on,
Ah,
nice.
the recovery.
It's not enough.
Disarms him, weapon throw, and a recovery will get it. That was close. Like, Godly was 5 damage away, probably, from that down sig, knocking him off the top. And then Blaze was also winning in neutral against Fozy during the time that Godly was recovering. This is a nail-biter of a set. Oh, what?
And you can see it right here, the weapon throw.
You know what else you can see? Acno switching to the Koji into this game 4. So it's a elimination match for sure. Acno and Blaze can't drop another game. They've got nothing left. So they've got to win this one.
I'm not mad at it.
And win the next one. Acno is no stranger to the Koji. He likes the bow quite a bit, and he's probably thinking, all right, the spear is not what I want from Kaya right now. He was bringing out the sword. And Koji Ulgrim is a combo that Acno and Blaze have played quite a bit in doubles. So let's see how this plays out here, because this is their back against the wall. You can't get closer to the wall in a tournament like this. You lose this game, Godly and Fozy are going to be the champions. You win this game, you go to game 10.
Yeah, I mean, if there's a time to try something new, this is definitely it. Acno, I'm a little scared just because you lose a lot of defense in the swap over to Koji, but you do get so much bullet power. So we're going to see if that matters, as Acno doing a pretty good job with his partner and staying relevant, but until the first stock falls, good interruption there on the neutral sig. It wouldn't have KO'd, though. It doesn't have that much force.
Yeah, it's still huge. Like, just being mindful about being able to get that edge guard that could have came afterwards would have been massive. Wow, players are playing like
Nice
game
use for
10 already.
movement.
Nobody wants to give up that first stock. Blaze gets it. Fozy
At
gets
the
the knockback.
exact same time.
Yeah, that was about as good of a revenge knockout as you could get. And now it's Fozy versus Blaze, and Fozy gets the advantage here. Can he get the hit onto Acno as well?
Every jump.
Easy.
Still hasn't touched the floor, gets the platform.
Yeah. Acno finally gets back, picks up a sword, falls to that sider, the neutral light hits, and Fozy, I think, got hit by Godly there, so he didn't sent as far as he could have been sent. Oh, wow. Okay, Fozy's still holding on here. He's definitely carrying the lead right now.
Yeah, I don't know. This one's interesting because Acno and Blaze, like, it doesn't look particularly great, but they're going to get Fozy at any moment, and Godly's taking a fair amount of damage. So then when this swap happens, if they gang up on Godly and get the stock, what a sidelight! Oh, and a beautiful catch on the other side from Blaze. And look at this team combo. They almost get the read on the dodge. Acno putting on so much pressure with the Koji. This is what we love to see. They're trying to force the game. What, 5?
Yeah, game
5,
10.
Game 10?
Game 10. Yeah, it would
game
be game
10.
10. And Godly in this position isn't typically the best. He's not typically the best player at playing on this last stock scenario when he's behind like this. He tends to get hit by like Blaze's axe like 50 million times, and then Fozy's like stuck in this awful 1v2. But he gets that recovery into Blaze. Takes that stock. Fozy fighting off stage though.
Acno gets the recovery.
And disarms him, but I think that honestly was in Fozy's favor. Fozy was close to not even being able to touch the stage.
Fozy. Oh, gotta be careful here if you're Acno on the other side. Nice weapon throw to assist to Blaze from across the screen.
He's like, I'm edge guarding Fozy, but I got you. He goes down to 1 stock.
He got caught, no dodge.
Oh, and he goes to the gravity cancel, neutral, the grab out, hits the Blaze, touches the stage.
Still has the recovery, still has it.
Acno has to go for the save, and he gets it. He can stare back to the stage. Acno with nothing left. Fozy still on 2 stocks. I can't believe they both make it back. And now Godly's at risk of going down here. Blaze so damaged that Fozy gets the double dunk on the neutral sig. Acno barely makes it back, but that certainly made the game almost definitely their win. But okay,
Acno
has
can
to
do
get
it.
He's got to get the stock in like 10 seconds.
Nair's not going to be enough.
He didn't pick up the weapon. Okay, he's got his bow. Slide charge, side stick, or something wild.
Yeah,
here.
delay recovery
Godly is
take
the
too
one
long.
kind of player who will ego this.
Yeah.
He won't run to the side of the stage.
just Sair's
the
him.
Sair hits.
Are you going to go for a ground pound on somebody?
Oh, D-Light into neutral light on the Fozy. Does some extra damage there. Falls to the dare. Chase touches up. Gets the nerf. Godly now. He's not going in, and Fozy isn't getting any wins on the Acno.
Oh, they're sweating. Watch the dash delight happen. I will be so livid.
Oh, Godly like dashes forward. He's like, I can't do it, Posey. If I go down, we could lose.
You got 4 minutes. I got all day, baby. I'm trying to win this tournament.
That 4 minutes is in Acno's favor. Godly does not like what's happening right now. He's like, I want to go in.
Oh.
There's the Sair. The
Big
down air
punish.
hits. Acno could go for the edge guard here. Falling Cider would be huge. Godly goes all the way over, and that's a risk.
If Acno gets disarmed, he loses.
Side light hits both of them because it hits the second hit, goes super far. Recovery hits, he's disarmed. But does he lose, Flambeau? Is what you said true.
They let him get another weapon.
It's not it. That's not it. Okay, D-Light side air, D-Light recovery. He bounces off the stage. I have no idea how
Gravity
Acno
cancel
keeps
down
avoiding
no.
this.
That's going to be it. You're going to have Fozy and Godly are going to be your EU 2v2 spring champions in a nail-biter of a set. They did not let it go to Game 5. They ended the dreams a little bit earlier. I know I was on the edge of my seat. You were on the edge of your seat.
I can't believe Acno did 783 damage, took 643. Blaze took 626.
So
almost everybody took almost over 600 damage there. They were playing like that was the last game of their lives. Like, that was so spooky. And I could see the moment where, like, after the second Sair hit Godly was like, I hate that I have to do this, but I can't go in. And then after like 30 seconds, he started going in again, and it almost became Acno's win. And I can only imagine that the comms there where Fozy was just like, please, just let me lead. Let me lead, please.
Save and the chase dodge through the ground pound.
The last time that Fozy got in that 1v1 with Acno crushed him, right? They could not afford that to happen. He needed Godly to be alive to have that pressure. Look at this dunk. And he got I thought the stuffed recovery was Acno. It was Acno. Acno just barely made it back. Fozy was just like, we got one stock. He didn't want to continue that edge guard there. Oh, this was so close.
He jumps into it. He jumps into it.
I think, okay, recovery comes out early. Jump. Okay, it caught the dodge, and then even if he jumped, he wasn't making it back.
Yeah, because that's the thing. I called out because I thought he was going to gravity cancel down sig to recover there because it would have got him away from that angle of the weapon throw, and he'd get the wall touch. But, like, if the opponent is just a little bit more patient, you just get pogoed and lose your stock. So
I can't believe that it caught the dodge.
Because it was like a dodge in that still got caught.
If he diagonal dodged up and in, would it have? It was so close.
I think
it was so close
it's
to
a
avoiding
timing
the weapon
thing there,
throw.
right?
Yeah.
Because Spear's hitbox is just so large that, like, you got to time it perfectly.
And Fozy's fantastic at that timing because if he Spear or Lance, it's about the same with how he gets
But with
thrown.
your question, though, I think the answer is yes. Like, I think it makes it easier just because in terms of, like, the angle that the weapon throw is coming from, you want to go directly toward it to make your dodge time the easiest because then you're like, you know.
Because if you dodge straight forward, you get hit by the tail end of the move.
Right.
Oh, it was so tough. Acno played it so well, but Godly and Fozy played it better. They win in the grand final bracket reset. Godly takes 2 championships as of this weekend, right? Taking singles and doubles with Fozy as his teammate, and Fozy playing phenomenally. Really well played to both of them. I'm super excited to see how they do at LAN. And that does it for Europe, right?
Yeah.
What a great top 8 this was. That was fantastic.
I'm extremely happy with that. I mean, LAN Diego is going to be wild.
Yeah,
it's going to be wild. I cannot wait to see those players on LAN going up against everyone else.
Yeah.
But with that said, because I'm curious how they'd fare against South America, but we're going to find out how South America is doing against South America first. In a little bit, we're going to go ahead and throw to a break, and then we'll be back with more South America 2v2 Spring Championship.
Yeah, Delta's so good. Yeah, all right.
It was a good experience.
I just know I want you to be on me, living in the moment solely. And maybe we can go somewhere far. Out in the moonlight,
That hair's gonna be enough, and Godly Fozy 1 hit away, and that should be the game as
so crazy. It's a lady, like feeling on your body underwater. You're amazing, you got me craving every little thing. I'm loving it, I'm loving it. La, la, loving it. La, la, loving it. I love it, I love it.
We gotta see who actually wins it. And
Picking up all this extra damage with the half game comboing. This is actually looking so bad for the red team. We got
in the dark.
I went from bad to worse.
You know you got me
Oh, and
going
the-
so crazy. It's elating, like feeling on your body underwater.
He was ready with the new.
You got me craving every little thing about you. I'm loving, I'm loving, I'm loving it. Loving it. Loving it. I love it, I love it, I love it. Loving it. Loving it. Loving it. I love it, I love it, I love it.
I kind of like the only thing about it is that the hitbox on that move is actually just because of a ride, you can't KO first. That's what they mostly do. I just have like a weapon.
That risk of going down here. Blaze so damaged that Fozy. Oh, it's not it. That's not it. Okay. D-Light side air. Recovery. He bounces off the stage. I have no idea how.
Gravity cancel
keeps
downside?
avoiding
No.
this.
That's going to be it. You're going to have Fozy and Godly are going to be your EU 2v2 Spring Champions in a nail-biter.
3, 2, 1, brawl!
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to 2v2 South America. My name is Keg, and I'm joined by Pauly. We had just done Europe not too long ago. Now we're over in South America, and we've had a heck of a journey to get into the top 8.
I am so excited. Of course, we just got through a roller coaster of emotions coming out of EU 2v2. And, you know, SA is about to come over here and be like, emotional roller coaster, but, you know, this is just the start. We're about to show you what really is an emotional roller coaster as we are moving into top 8 for South America. I'm very excited. Are you excited, Keg?
I was always excited, but I gotta say, South America is gonna hold a special place in my heart right now because unlike Europe, but unlike Europe, all of the top teams have been completely shuffled from winter champs over into spring champs. So our first matchup of the day is gonna be Lores and Kaina versus Lily and Juniror. Now you might be thinking, oh well, I know Lily and Juniror, I've heard them before, and you have. They're the only team that we're going to be seeing here on this block that should be remaining as their normal team from the last go-around. Lores and Kaina, brand new duo who haven't played with each other up until the spring championships, because before, Lores was with Use and Kaina was with Fiend, and now they're all shuffled around.
Trying to keep it fresh. You're trying to, you know, maybe trying a different teammate, trying to push yourself, trying to push a new player. Maybe you've been scouting out some new talent. You got that one friend of yours that you know is really cracked at the game, and you know that you're going to be able to elevate them to that level. And obviously, all of these teams have been able to get elevated to the next level. This is top 8. This is top 8 in one of the most competitive, I'd say the most competitive region in Brawlhalla.
Yeah, I mean, we said this at BCX, you and I, when we were able to work together there. It was, you know, we thought like our top 3 placements. I even thought number 1 of winner of all of BCX globally would be a South American player, just because it's so up and coming, not only just in Brawlhalla, but a variety of different esports games. But regardless, though, every single time we're lucky enough to cover South America, there's always these wild, overly aggressive metas that just somehow work. It's like magic. And that's why South America is just such an interesting and brilliant region to watch. Again, in all of esports, but centralized now inside Brawlhalla, it's going to be even more fantastic to see as we do get into the stage bans for our very first series for today.
I made a tweet not too long ago saying I firmly believe that SA is going to be the best region by far in Brawlhalla. It's just a matter of time. SA has the passion. They have the dedication. They have the training. Going through anime training montages, and they are ready to show us what they're capable of as we're moving into our first game of top 8.
Of course, starting off, we're back to our favorite stage in the whole world that we never really get to see, of course, Apocalypse. But I gotta say, let's take a look at the lay of the land right now. Lores on the Kaya, Kaina rocking the Luke. We saw a lot of crossplay in Europe, especially towards the later end into the grand finals. And
First Bulba, though, I think.
True. But Juniror on that Olgrim, also pretty, seen a lot of Lance and Axe today. But I have to say, the most interesting choice out of all of these is Lily on the Bodvar. And Lily loves to play Bodvar, but we have not seen Hammer at all.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, I was about to correct myself. It's not that we haven't seen Bodvar, it's that we haven't seen Hammer, period. Now, if that's for a good reason or not, you know, Lily is about to show us. So far, it's looking pretty good. They're sticking to that sword a whole lot more, though, with great success, but they have the hammer in hand now. I'm excited to see what they're going to be able to do.
And up until now, Lores has not had an opportunity to set up anything with either the bow or the spear. Luckily, though, Kaina's there to kind of help alleviate things just a little bit. Both the blue team now down to their second stock, but Lores is in deep, deep trouble, potentially. Starting off now on their final stock of Game 1.
Starting off at stock 1 here, indeed. Lores is going to have to be a little bit careful here. You see Lily is trying to commit onto Lores. Now with the hammer in the hand as well, this is starting to get dangerous. We're seeing these nairs flying. Maybe it's time for this hammer to shine.
Absolutely great setup from Lores there, keeping Juniror into the air. Lily tried to follow up to get rid of Lores' position, but it didn't work. Lily does fall, and so does Juniror. Kaina, through all of this chaos, has not lost their second stock yet.
kind of doing a very, very good job sustaining that stock for sure. And it looks, they're showing no signs of stopping. And that's the that's the first proper 2v2 combo, almost sending Lily out of this first game here. They are very, very fortunate to still have this stock, and they're gonna make good use of it as they take Kaina down. Still, again, they're blessed with not getting knocked out.
Oh, that recovery was a little dangerous. Laura's now probably safely one signature away from going down in game number 1. Has made this final stock work so well, but another recovery keeps Laura's in the game and never falls. A double KO from Kaina. How many KOs was that? 5?
Please tell me we get a graph, because this went from being like 100% dominant to like completely even, and like seeing at what point those two graphs meet each other. I don't even think we have enough time for that. These guys do not care about our graph, Kag. They just want to play the game.
Can we get like a transparent overlay on top of the gameplay? That'd be really cool to see. But at the end of it, Laura's, I really feel like, turned it around at that second stock. They had a really shaky start to this series, but was able to turn it around once Kaina just started taking that onus of the pressure onto themselves. Really impressive to see. Love the anti-aerial spear gameplay that Laura's was bringing out. But now going into game 2, I want to see a tempo adjustment from blue team. I want them to operate faster, play more into those 1v1s, and now we're seeing that come to fruition at least a little bit, and Kaina's taking a lot of damage.
One thing I'm noticing so far here, just from the first 25 seconds of the game, is we're seeing a lot of separate 1v1s.
Yes.
We are not seeing it. I don't, but you know, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe we've actually seen a single 2v2 combo so far. These are just, actually, there's a conversion, but you know, compare that to first game, this is a very isolated game that we're playing.
No, I think right now Red Team is just banking on the fact that they can isolate these 2v1s once one player goes down. It was a big benefit in these early stocks, but now again, it's back to 1v1 city. Population, well, I guess you could say 4. But Laura's unable to make that recovery, still maintaining that first stock longer than last game. But now everyone's down to the even 2 stock line. This is a lot better for Red Team in game 2.
For sure, and they are not going to be able to find that much damage while the other team tries to get themselves a weapon. But they did find a little bit. They are getting closer and closer to getting knocked out here, though. There's the first one. It's actually going to be a team KO. Lily taking down a Junior there. Oh, man, oh, man.
Oh, boy. Here we go. Laura's is way far away near the brimstones of Apocalypse and falls. It's still somehow even. Lily's been putting in so much work in this second game. Up in the air, wildly swinging, nairs, dares, sares, whatever airs you want. Lily is there for the coverage.
Lily is indeed there, and they are still very, very healthy. They are going to be losing that stock, but they still have an entire stock completely healthy to go. They're on that sword, and they're ready to put in the work. It's all dependent on Junior not getting knocked out early here, and they're able to find the 2v2 combo. That's not going to... They're not going to be able to find the KO, but that's so much damage.
I loved the sides they kind of had brought out, just eliminating Junior temporarily. Tried to enable the 2v1 against Lily. Unable to find the follow-up, though. There's a missed neutral sig coming out from Lily in the revenge run, but it's now deep red for everybody else. It's all down to this next setup, but no! What could have been the final hit? The final Sair was shut down by Junior, an ultimate sacrifice, and Lily trying to crawl their way back up to the ledge, just barely evading the gravity cancel neutral. And there it is. Down sig comes out from Lily. Laura's up into the air. Side airs not connecting at all.
Oh, no. Oh, yeah, that's it.
Combo.
That's it. Great combo. See, that's the thing. Kaina and Loris, they don't mess that up. Your first mistake will be your last mistake in a 2v1 situation whenever you're entering top 8 keg. More often than not, at least.
You know, even though we've seen Red Team take the first 2 rounds, I'm still really impressed with the stage control that we're seeing from Junior and Lily. And I think that's only going to get better now that we see Junior move away into the Pearl pick. So now you have Spear for coverage, you have a little bit more setup time with the bow, and going to a stage like Demon, that's going to enable the Kaya picks even more. So even though Laura's had a bit of a shaky game 1, had a much better game 2, I'm expecting this to be the Junior Laura show for game 3.
I am keeping my eyes very, very closely on Lily here. They have had great maneuvering throughout this set, and the hammer, I've got to say, I'm loving the hammer. Look at this. Look at them just flying, soaring through the sky, throwing out these aerial moves.
I like the hammer, but I know the hammer's in a bit of an odd spot right now when it comes to the meta, but the signatures, maybe I'm wrong, Polly. Look at that double follow-up. We had seen the unarmed recovery send Laura's away, but now with a sword, the skating side stick into the side air collapses red team.
Beautiful execution. They might not have the best circumstances going into that situation, but the execution was flawless. Not a single mistake within the time span of like 10 seconds from Junior and Lily. And that's what's allowing them to find these efficient KOs and get ahead of Loris and Kaina, something that they're having a very hard time pacing against.
Yeah, and I'm glad you mentioned that too, because pacing has been a difficult option for blue team in the last 2 rounds. But this time, having a bit of a bigger stage, having a legend swap in tow, seems like pacing's a little bit slower.
Okay, that's last stock.
Benefiting blue team so much. And Laura's, like you said, down to their final stock.
Junior are going to the underworld and back to find that spear there, while Loris was like in the what do you call it? In the magnifying glass. That's insane.
And Loris is playing a dangerous game. Ledge guarding, Junior Roar. The setup there from Kaina, the gravity cancel D6, so clean. Wow, I just love these 2v1 setups that Loris and Kaina are bringing out. And although there are newer team composition, you would be able to tell just watching this.
I love how well they have the 2v2 combos down. With surgical precision, you can tell by the way that they are executing them that they are not stressed out whatsoever. They're just like, you know, they've inputted all of these combos thousands of times before, and there it is.
Wow.
Loris and Kaina with another game.
And it's one of those series, again, where you look at it and you say, oh, it's a 3-0. It must have been a stomp, but not really, no. I feel like more of the criticism that you and I had were more on Loris and Kaina. And a lot of that did have to come down to game number 1 with probably a lot of unfamiliarity and maybe even nerves with this new team combo going into the top 8. But I gotta say, Luli and Junior, they looked clean, they had the setups there, but they simply just got outpaced every single game when it mattered most. They just couldn't win those 1 or 2v1s.
Definitely a team to be feared in the eliminations bracket coming down the line. If I'm a competitor and I just saw that on stream, I would be a little bit nervous for facing them. As you said, you know, 3-0, you look at the bracket, it doesn't tell the full story. Both of the teams definitely had their moments, and I think they both played fairly solidly. Loris and Kaina are going to be securing themselves a spot in the top 4, though, as they're advancing into the winter finals.
So, Polly, do you want to hear some drama?
Yes, I'm ready.
Or you want to hear some of the hot tea? So, Wes and Power have teamed together for a long, long time. They're not teamed together this time around for the Spring 2v2s, but they are playing up against each other. So, I don't know what happened behind the scenes, why they had broken up, but now it's going to be Wes and Fiend versus Power and Use. And again, we had talked about how some of their previous partners on other sides were facing against each other in our previous set. So it's just a big mishmash everywhere you look of different professional players in South America, teaming and re-teaming up with different players. But again, how do you think it feels to go up against your former teammate?
Now, this is something I've seen a lot and I've thought about a lot, especially, you know, I don't know how the clan scene looks in South America, but especially in NA and EU, when you're like, oh, these people are like super tight in like this clan or like in this friend circle. They've known each other for the last 4 years. They play customs every single day, or like, you know, even looking at 1v1, like it's pretty funny to see Akno versus Blaze or like Fozy versus Godly. All of these different situations, and I don't think it faces them mentally. What I do think will play a pretty big part, though, is that especially now that we're in 2v2, you know, these guys know how the other player plays 2v2. Like, when you play a lot of 2v2 together and you become a very, very solid team, you gain that level of synergy where you just know what your teammate wants to do. That's an ability that you need to acquire to become a very good 2v2 player. And, you know, imagine having that kind of reading against your opponent.
Yeah, I mean, it's a compounding issue too, right? Because not only do you know how your other teammate plays, they know how to counter-strat you too. So you have to worry about a whole variety of different things. Are you able to just play better and brute force your old teammate, or do you have to bring out something completely new? And if you do bring out something completely new to kind of blindside your old teammate that you're going up against, is that going to work? Maybe it just falls apart horrendously and you start costing games.
Thing is, like, when you're talking about top 8 competition, I don't really know if there's a universe where you can throw them off. Like, if you have played together for that much and you have that much experience, like, how many aces up your sleeve do you have that your teammate of X amount of years wouldn't already know about, you know? I guess time will tell as we are jumping into this first game here of Wes and Fiend versus Use and Power.
Oh, we have not seen too many Atoris yet, but one thing I like about South America is that, you know, unlike other regions that we cover, it feels like predominantly the legends that are being brought out have less defense overall, which does mean greater speed, which means more acceleration, more energy being brought out too. We have a Jala and a Hattori going up against each other, and I feel like this could be such a great glass cannon comp to go up quite literally against a real cannon.
Yeah, I'm looking at that Jala and I'm getting a little bit worried. Of course, Onyx has great defense, so if Power wants to take kind of that tanky position and, you know, try and support Use, but we're not really seeing that. We're seeing Use just rushing into enemy lines again and again and again with great success, mind you, with great success.
It's working so well. I love Power's coverage, just completely taking care of the anti-aerial and grounded gameplay with their side airs at the same exact time. Whenever someone attacks Use, Power's immediately there for a dare and follows up against them, so Wes is not able to set up whatsoever for these Lance plays.
Fiend, though, on the sword, starting to look pretty clean on it as he's able to find plenty of grounded attacks onto Use and Power. He's going to get knocked away a little bit there, trying to find potentially another knockout onto Use. They don't even appear to be going for Power. Oh. They don't really need to. I mean, they got Olgrim DCing on X. Let's be fair, Keg.
But what's interesting is that Power goes down, and yet Wes and Fiend do not engage in the 2v1. They're playing still. They don't want to over-aggress because, I don't want to say they're afraid of Use, but they recognize how little damage they have left in these stocks. Fiend already goes down, and Wes, even more so, does not want to squander the second stock.
Very, very dangerous position. As we've mentioned many, many times, even if Wes isn't knocked out here, just knocking him away far enough could give the blue team enough time to create a pseudo 2v1 against Fiend and just completely annihilate a stock from him. They need to play this very carefully.
Oh, speaking of carefully, Wes gets taken down. Use had me nervous there for a second on that ledge. And everyone has got their weapons now. Recovery sent back into the air. Both the blue team with their second stocks still remaining intact. A big buffer room for this first game to work with.
Very unfortunate for Fiend and West coming out there. Fiend setting up with the GC daylight recovery off the top, gave them the perfect opportunity to gain those KOs, but it doesn't even really matter that much because they're gonna find it fairly quickly either way. Now looking pretty even across the board. Even though Fiend is on orange, the blue team doesn't have a weapons here. If they're able to get a lot of damage onto them before, they do get them, but they don't, unfortunately.
Everyone's got their weapons now. Use was the first to acquire the axe. Wes sent up into the sky. Use not gonna go for the punish though, instead side airs away. Fiend falls.
Oh, and what's that? The Endlight probably would have been able to set up the KO, but the weapon throw will stop it. Now Wes trying to 1v2 this situation against Power and Use. They're trying to set up the 2v1 combo. But maybe they're getting slightly overconfident as Wes starts hitting them back and forth with this lance. Power tries to go for a read on his own, goes for the Seer, follows up with the weapon throw. That's it.
Would you agree with me that this is probably the best coverage we've seen in 2v2s across all the regions you and I have covered today?
I would say it's definitely up there.
Yeah. I mean, I guess we can't really like quantify if it was the best, but every single engagement we had seen where Use was that primary, you know, initiative force of going for those attacks, Power's Onyx was always there for the additional coverage. Just made sure that there was always a follow-up, extra damage, and most importantly, would normally be that factor that send either Wes or Fiend off the stage.
Indeed, we are going to be jumping into the next game with that in mind and try and see what these teams have up their sleeve to try and change up the game here. So far, just a scramble.
It's a scramble for now, but it's Apocalypse. Anything
It always
can happen.
is.
Yeah, I know.
It always
I know.
is.
It's a
I've said this
before.
I've said this before, and I was memed for it. I think that openings in Brawlhalla, like the first 10 seconds of a 2v2, they're like chess openings. Like,
oh, yeah.
everyone knows what you're going to do. People have played the beginning of the game so many times. You have the positions. Usually, you're gonna see something that you've already seen.
Well, I mean, you could say that for Brawlhalla in a nutshell, that like it's barely about connecting attacks. I mean, it is, don't get me wrong, but it really is like a chess game. Like, okay, if I position myself here, how can I condition the enemy to do this next move? Or how can I place myself to capitalize best on these attacks? And already, Yu's and Power have gone down. And look at this, look at Yu's positioning. Dancing around, trying to evade away Fiend from the far right, and Wes is there for the potential follow-up. Fiend, though, playing off stage, looking for maybe a ground pound or a Sair, but unable to do so. Power finds the right positioning to take Fiend away. But Yu's in the process of all of that gets ground pounded down to that final stock.
Amazing game so far from Wes and Fiend. Wes is going to be going down, leaving Fiend in a dangerous situation here, but he is going to be able to stay out of enemy lines. He finds that D-Sig, but he will be hitting Wes with it now with a full stock lead. Let's see what they're going to be able to do.
Oh, the tail end of a recovery connecting for Wes. Yu's still somehow maintaining prowess in the game, keeping Wes in the air, allowing this 1v1 between Power and Fiend to ensue. A good side air from Fiend takes Power off stage, but no weapon now for Power. They overextended, they can't get back on stage, they're down to their final stock.
The Lance D-Light into Enisig? Okay, I might just be a noob, but I have not seen that all too often. Wes, you are impressing me with your Lance skills today. Jesus, we got 4 stocks versus 1. Power, it's gonna take a true master to reverse this. He's already thinking about the next game.
Yeah, Wes has been just a nasty, nasty Ulgrim today, and we've seen some Ulgrims kind of be hit or miss in some of the previous series, but you know, this time around, this Lance has been the most consistent. Great coverage yet again, outmaneuvering the cannon, not allowing Power to find much momentum into these matches. But Power still survives. A ground pound to stifle momentum there. Stuck in a 2v1, surrounded quite literally. 1 stock to 4. The weapon throw doesn't connect. Fiend with the recovery sends Wes back into the sky. No one's losing their stocks today. Just barely evading away from everybody else. Power, though, off stage. Gets back onto the stage. But Fiend is there for the side air. The javelin throw is out. And that's going to be a 2-0 so far for Team Red. No, I'm sorry. I'm wrong. It's a 1-1.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, what a turn of events. They went from losing the first game to literally 4-stocking. Like, how? How does that happen?
And it's wild because we've been seeing that a lot based off of legend picks or swapping stages, but no, this was just a complete turnaround in terms of tempo and just counter-stratting from Wesley and Fiend. We have not seen anything like that so far today, but we'll have to wait and see if there's going to be adjustments into the next game here. Not a lot of damage applied on Yu's that last game. They really struggled to get things going with either one of their weapons, and for the most part, because of that early stock takedown, they had to play mostly an evasive defensive game.
You know, as we mentioned last game, you can really look at Brawlhalla like a game of chess. The real magic happens in between these games when they're talking to their teammates, strategizing about what they're going to do. And I think Power and Yu's might just have what it takes to come back from getting 4-stock. Even then, like, if it's going to be back and forth, how crazy is it not to go from getting 4-stocked to then winning?
Yeah, I mean, that's a really big confidence booster.
For sure. We have definitely seen crazier, though, and I mean, if it's anyone that can do it, it's definitely going to be Power and Yu's. So far, they've got a very good start for themselves. Fiend and Wes both quite damaged here. They have the stage control, they're knocking the enemies away. This is looking good for them, Keg.
Yeah, really good stage coverage right now from Power especially. Uses there for the anti-aerial to make sure that no one could comfortably land back on stage. Some team damage applied from Fiend's end onto Wes. But again, just fishing for these 1v1s worked out very beneficially. But Use again,
Oh my
caught off
God.
guard into a
Fiend.
double KO. Beautiful
Fiend.
work from
Oh
Fiend
my
again.
Am I the only one that feels like when I watch Fiend play Hattori, I wanna open a Brawlhalla and I want to play Hattori. Like
Yeah.
Fiend's Hattori is there's so much satisfaction in
Yeah.
every single combo that is hitting. You know, he's going for these crazy options, chasing players across the screen just to land that one in air that will be enough to get that knockout. But enough talk about Fiend. Wes is now back on the battlefield with a fresh stock. They're going to be knocking Power away, throwing them into Fiend, but we're going back into a scramble here, Keg.
Yeah, and my eyes are glued onto Use because these last 2 games have been a struggle for these early stocks. The final ones lasted a long time, but it's really this over-aggression from Fiend that Use has just not been able to deal with. Whenever it's not Fiend, Wes is there for accompanying few hits to get that chip damage to just help Fiend capitalize even more. But there we go, good neutral sig sends Wes into the sky. No follow-up with the recovery though. Attempts to go for another signature, but instead, oh no. You don't want to go for team damage when Use is that low.
Definitely don't. Use is going to be able to find that there, though. Not enough to KO, but that's going to be a lot of damage and stress put onto Wes. What did I say stress for? It's Wes, man. His mental is solid. He's not getting stressed. He's as calm as he'll ever be. He's hitting signatures left and right.
Oh, but I'd be stressed right now if I was in this matchup. Power's the only one on their second stock. Perhaps I spoke too soon. Great horizontal recovery with the cannon, great for 2v2s. Use on the back end, allowing Power to take the primary hits. He's got that dummy room to work with, but no! Now the buffer's gone.
Power 2 is so satisfying to watch. He will isolate into a 1v1, and then at the moment you least expect it, he will swap over to the other team. And oh my god, they were all off stage for so long. They are gonna manage to get some ground under their feet though. Use is so damaged and Wes is looking for that knockout. I'm starting to get worried here, Keg.
Fiend is not letting go of the gas pedal. There it is. Right side save from Wes. Use is caught in the middle. Maybe able to eliminate Fiend, but it's far too late for them. Oh no! They're backing out to 1v1.
Use got back? How? Oh my, I don't even know, but I'm not gonna question it. We have the off-stage encounter immediately. Use going for the ground pound. That could have been a knockout instantly. Wes is gonna be able to get out of there though, and he will find that access there to finish that game off.
Use had every opportunity in the world to take it back, but missed that final side air. The double recoveries from both Wes and Use did not connect. That was such a close play. And with Fiend going down, there was a glimmer of hope, but not anymore. Or at least now, or at least we could be, depending on how this game goes, guaranteed a game 5.
Time will tell. We're still seeing no legend swaps, Keg. At what point in a time in the set do you think we're going to see a legend swap? Are we going to see a legend swap at all? I mean, we're approaching game 5 here.
We go to game 5? Yes? Well, I don't know, actually. It's a tough call. It's a tough call.
That is the most unsure yes I've heard in my entire life, and I feel that sums up how I feel as well. That sums up how I feel as well, Keg.
Like, no one's underperforming on their legends right now. You could point to Use and be like, yeah, Use is going down kind of early, but I think Use's clutch factor at the end of that last game proves to show, okay, well, maybe the Jala has a lot of working with it, right? And I think
the
there's
great
great coverage.
Signatures.
Yeah, the Jala signatures, such a fast start time, really good coverage again for the recoveries, and just great at catching people like Wes off guard with that neutral that we had seen, what, 2 games ago? So good. But I don't know if it's worth swapping legends just yet. I would honestly say, if we do go to a game 5, it would be Wes or Fiend that swap.
You know, I feel like in general, throughout this entire set, there's not really any one player here that is struggling. All of these players, I mean, we are literally able to find things amazing about all of the players on the screen here.
Like that! Wow, what great coverage again! The Jala takes down Wes and Fiend. Again, solo on defense, just like Use's Jala. Has to hold on, but not for much longer. And look at that, Polly. perfect case in point. We talked about how Hughes had a slow start this series and now is leading the charge in terms of stocks.
Absolutely, all of these players playing so incredibly well. It all comes down to that one mistake that you make, or that one sequence of mistakes that you make, that allows for the other team to get a massive upper hand. And so far, the upper hand actually isn't massive. Use and Power, their lead is very fragile.
It's fragile for now, but Hughes did take away the victory in the South American 1v1s for Spring. They're feeling real good to maybe run it back. Not once, but twice over now for both tournaments. The neutral sig is not going to connect, though. Attempted follow-up from Power doesn't quite connect, and there's the fast sig we're talking about. Hughes is warmed up, a well-oiled machine, and now potentially Wes and Fiend. They don't want to go to a game 5. They have to hold on to their final stocks.
Oh, Sidesig coming out. Hughes wanted to punish it, but got stuck in it instead. Now offstage, trying to run away from Fiend and Wes. Actually, scratch that. Hughes never runs away, man. He's immediately returning, trying to hit Fiend with a Sair. Still on their second stock. Hughes is the MVP of this game.
The game's not over yet, Polly. We'll have to wait and see if maybe Fiend and Wes can turn it around here. Eliminate the second stock. Hughes is a problem right now. Look at that positioning. Anywhere Hughes goes, purely for evasion. Fiend only now able to get one hit. The follow from Wes is there. That's why Hughes is jumping around so much.
GC and Light could have been massive. Not able to connect it though. Wesley. Oh, I think Wesley tried to swap over to the Lance there. That's very unfortunate. Axe dropped just a little bit too early, so we picked that up instead. Great weapon throw to cancel that cannon N-Sig coming out from Onyx. He will get hit. They both actually will get hit by Hughes' amazing swordsman skills.
Look at Wes off stage. A great follow-up. Racking that damage against Hughes, but it's not enough. We thought maybe something was starting up, but it got shut down. We're going to game 5, Polly.
Game 5, Dream is alive, and yet again, I mean, we both tried to call it. We both gave it very, very unsure yeses, but we are, in fact, not going to see any Legend swaps here, okay? And I think that might just be record time in getting ready for the next game. I think Legend selection and map striking took maybe around 2 seconds. We're already back into it.
It's like deja vu. Literally every single game this series has been the same stances, the same stage, the same legends, and the same players. Well, obviously, but like nothing has changed. It is like a
same game,
same computer, same internet, same planet, but not like it's like a scientific experiment. It's the same results. Well, same.
We're just running a simulation over and over again. You know,
yeah,
seeing what the outcome is going to be.
We're gonna break it.
Which team will be first to break the simulation, though? They're both very, very hungry for it so far.
Oh, no!
Hughes with that N-Sig taking down Power. Very, very unfortunate. It's recoverable. It's recoverable. The main thing here that I'm afraid of is that we've all been there. You just knocked out your own teammate. From here, you regress. You get scared. You don't want to throw out as many signatures. If Hughes gets stuck in that corner, there's no coming back.
But I mean, if you made it this far to the top 8, I hope the mental's better than that. And it looks like so far the answer is yes. Wes and Fiend both fall. Hughes still maintaining that first stock. And compared to game 1 to game 5, Hughes is playing so much more evasive, letting Power do the majority. I don't want to say of the work, but being that entry point and Hughes playing more support to follow up for the acceleration against Red Team has been such a great dynamic change.
Great dynamic change indeed. Hughes now finally going down 1 minute and a 30-second stock. Wes and Fiend are surely having a very difficult time with the Hughes right now. He is definitely giving them a lot of trouble. Oh my lord, what a 2v2 combo. Completely improvised.
Oh, and it almost kept on going. Power's able to find these random dares that are just catching Red Team off guard.
Fiend!
No!
The D-Lights N-Sig! You gotta stop
no!
it, Fiend! This is not okay. You can't keep hitting them with the D-Light N-Sig. They're not expecting it. We're not expecting it. The viewers don't know how to cope with it.
I don't know how to cope with it either, Polly. And Hughes.
It's such a crazy option. It's such a ballsy option. I love it.
And that's one of those things where you have your former teammates going up against each other. They may have learned new tricks that you're just not aware of. And Wes now, the former of those teammates up against Power. is taking that lead, only by a little bit.
Wes now without a weapon has to be very careful. He is in fact going to get knocked out there, leaving Fiend to try and make it out on his own. Wes is going to be back, but he's not able to pick up that weapon. And just while in the search of a new weapon, he's gone all the way down to orange.
Great
Keg.
recovery. A great recovery. Power for the neutral game, shoving Wes as far off the stage as possible. Look at that damage. It doesn't matter how much defense you have. You're close to a simple signature to end it all there, but no. Use shut down before it can activate. You have to be afraid of Use right now. Fiend, also Deep Red, both have the capabilities of turning the tides of this match. This best of 5, sending one team to the lower bracket right here, right now. Use is off stage. The ground pound doesn't connect. Both of Red team on the ledge, trying to make something work, but the neutral comes out, and Power eliminates both of them.
And there it is. Use and Power are going to be advancing to the winner finals, where they're going to be facing off against Loris and Kaina. We have a winner side at top 4. And that does mean that Wes and Fiend are going to get knocked down to the elimination side, where we will see them later. But before that, of course, we have many other wonderful games to watch, Keg. What a set. All of the sets we had so far have been crazy.
Oh, absolutely. And again, that's just a South American moment. Like we always see fantastic gameplay. Even when we're on Pro Brawlhalla and, you know, a little bit lower in the bracket, it's still wild to see what the outcomes and the overall strategies can be from these players. But we are going to the lower bracket now, which whenever one of these teams cannot win the best of 5 will be eliminated from 2v2s. And of course, next on the block, there's going to be Nuez and Hunter versus Sack and Facina.
So, Sack and Piscina, I do know both of them as individual players. However, I personally have not seen them play that much together as a team. I can tell you, though, from a first-hand experience, we were in for one heck of a show, okay?
Absolutely. And Sack and Facina are the only other team that we have seen that are the same partners from the Winter Championships. But you know, I'm getting tired. I think you're tired too, Polly. Why don't we go for a quick break and get things all set up for the lower bracket of South American 2v2s. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back, everybody. And now we're not butchers, but we are on the chopping block right now. We have one of these teams not able to make it past forwards in this series. In the South American 2v2 Spring Championship, my name is Keg, and I'm joined by Polly. What's going on with these teams?
These teams are all playing out of their mind tonight, Keg. I said it before. You already know it's top 8 in a Brawlhalla tournament in SA. There have been so much practice leading up to this point, hyping up this one moment that will decide it all for these teams. They are nervous or just very, very excited. Maybe a mix of the two. All I know is that we're about to jump into some gameplay, and these guys are going to play their hearts out.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what kind of matchups we can have this time around. Again, we have Sak and Vicina versus Nuez and Hunter. We are going to be going, wow, I've never seen this stage before. What? No. Can you believe it? We're going to Twilight Forest.
What? Twilight Forest?
No, I'm kidding.
Oh my god! I wasn't watching the game, but for a moment you gave me a heart attack. Jesus Christ! Never. Okay, that's okay. You had your April Fool's moment. You had your April Fool's moment. Now please do not do that again, or you will have contact with my lawyer.
I got you. Well, that's okay. No lawyers here today. They're the most fearsome legend of them all. But look at this, though. Early stage control. Handedly in the favor of Sak and Vicina. Now, we only got to see a brief glimpse of it before we went into game, but the chat viewer poll did say, I believe is over 70% in the favor of the blue team in this matchup.
I would say that's a very, very fair viewer poll. I would also say like chances of blue team are probably 70%. I would definitely vote for them winning, but do not underestimate Hunter and the Nuez. These guys can make anything happen.
Absolutely. But early off, though, we do have the Ogrim and Brynn combo. We haven't seen this combo in particular, but we have seen Brynn quite a bit, and we've seen a lot of Ogrim. But combining them two together, there does feel like there's a bit of a disconnect in the beginning, allowing more 1v1s, but Nuez is making this work out so well with that recovery.
I do believe we saw it one time with TM and Delta before they swapped over to the double Brynn, but you are completely correct in the fact that we usually see way more of this, so I don't blame you there. There's usually a whole lot of more Brynn and a whole lot more Ogrim in the bracket.
And we don't know, outside of TM and Delta, again, we don't really get to see those two together. They're more of like the, I guess you could say primary attackers, and then there's usually that secondary support. But right now in 2v2s, it feels like there's two primary attackers in. Good golly.
That's the South American style, baby. That's the South American style, baby. You got two attackers going ham, just rushing in there, dealing as much damage as possible. I mean, speaking of two primary attackers, look at the other team. We got a Jala, a Glass Cannon, and literally the strongest legend in the game.
Very true, very true. Let's see. Are they going to be able to make that strongest legend in the game work?
Yes.
Okay. No, Vicina.
Okay.
Okay. News trying to prove all of chat wrong with that viewer poll. The axe, the double axe, no less. So strong.
What is going on?
Pulling a TM
oh my God.
on stage, off stage, in between the stage, and sack the fall. And hey, the 25% wonder, making it work pretty well for game number 1.
I think for 15 seconds, News just became the best player in the world. What was that, Keg? What did we just see?
That was just coverage.
The definition of a flow state. He was just going from point A to point B, doing the correct option at the correct time. No misses, no mistakes, just finishing them off. And with that pop-off, they're gonna find the first game. Is he gonna be able to do that one more time, though? Or are they even gonna need to? I mean, that is the real question. I mean, Sak and Vicina, you know, they are gonna come back stronger.
True, very, very true. But Nuez is playing a very, very much like TM from the European side, which was an amazing Brynn that we had seen earlier today. That same stage, same legend was in that flow state too. But now we're seeing that counteracting, like you mentioned, Polly. Of course, we're going to see that coming out from blue team. These 1v1s, much more aggressive, much more axe heavy this time around. I believe every single legend here does have an axe to work with. But Nuez is the first to fall on the red team. Hunter not too far behind either. Their lead might be short-lived.
We're seeing a very, very high-paced game here with players going all over the place, attacking everything that moves practically. And I'm not gonna lie, King, I'm having a little bit of a hard time keeping up, and I feel like maybe these players are too, which is why we're not seeing too many 2v2 combos at the moment.
Well, if you're in a situation like this, it's not about strategy at that point, it's about punishing mistakes. And so whichever team makes more mistakes will be the ones that lose, and Vecina jumped right into the ground pound of Hunter on that rocket lance, down to their final
Zac?
stock.
Zac is popping off on this. Oh my god, I feel so bad for News. News got hit by the N-Sig, then the side Sig, then the Dare, only to come back to get hit by Vecina, only to then now being stuck off stage. He does get a hit onto Vecina, and he does get a little bit of revenge onto Zac. And he is sustaining the stock. He gets hit by that Sare, though. He's going to be able to come back.
Vecina's
never
follow-ups
mind.
are so good. Look at that Dare. That was all because of the setup from Zac on the other side of Apocalypse. That is exactly the teamwork that you're looking for. And this is such a great way of turning around game number 1 where teamwork kind of was put to the wayside for 1v1s.
Indeed. We still got Zac here. With that additional stock, it will get taken away from him fairly quickly with an axe. N-Sig coming out from use. Now they're trying to focus their efforts onto Vecina. They're not able to get that much work done, though. That's a side sig onto a friendly force as well. What is going on, Keg? That's going to be a knockout onto Vecina. Now with the 2v1 against Zac, this is a tough spot.
It's not out. It's not impossible, though. Improbable, but not impossible.
They're low. They're low. It is definitely possible. Both Hunter and Hughes are low. If he's just able to find that one KO, but Hunter with surgical precision on the offstage with his aerial moves and the weapon throw is going to be able to find that knockout. That's going to be game 2 finished.
I mean, what an impressive effort from both Zac and Hunter there. 600 damage, 500 damage respectively. Really the big playmakers there, but you know, one person we have to highlight is Vecina. A very poor stock 2 in that last game, had 0 impact there, immediately ground pounded, and I love this change. Now, going into the Sidra, I think this is a great choice. You move away from the axe, you gain the sword, you have a ton of space and coverage, and you're still remaining with the cannon.
Now, we are seeing a little bit of a pendulum effect set into motion here as it's 1-1 on the board now. I'm going to be interested to see if this will be kept up and the other team is going to be able to adapt and take it back from here. That could be quite a long set, or if we're just going to get a sweep from here on out.
Yeah, it's a big question. It really comes down to how Vecina plays this Sidra. I want to see what the sword can do, and I think a large part of it is that Vecina was afraid to approach offstage, and when they did go offstage, it was against their will. But I think with the sword, there's a lot more ledge guard potential that was a lacking factor for Blue Team these last 2 games. But right now, great follow-up potential. Vecina's sword also good for stopping power without too much damage against Zac if need be. And already Nuez has lost that opening stock, and so is Hunter.
That daylight recovery was so clean from Vecina. Punishing a Lance Enlight with a GC daylight on the sword. I would love to look at the replay later and look at the hitboxes on that, because I swear to God, you could screenshot that and complain about the hitboxes. Jesus, that was close.
Oh. News was overextending off the stage. Vecina does not engage. Keep in mind, too, sword down sig. There it is. Could have been a great ledge guard, super punish against Nuez. But Nuez was reading into that factor even from halfway across the map. Spot dodge perfectly. Now for the punish, the recovery sends Vecina to that second stock.
Endlight coming out, that's going to be the 2v1 combo. They're not able to finish it off. Actually scratch that. Hunter is committing for it. Still, though, aren't able to find that final blow. Now, just trying to play the scramble. Hunter, this is a dangerous position for Zac, and that's going to be them out with Vecina soon to follow. News going massive on that axe, but they touched. They're still not out. They're not giving up. They still got some fight left in them, Keg.
We almost had a repeat of the last game where Vecina had gone down so early stock 2. And that would be even worse, considering Zac is down to their final stock. Hunter and Nuez have been popping off this series. They do not want to get eliminated in the lower bracket round 1. Not yet. But now they're down to their final stocks too. It's up to Vecina to be that onus, that X factor, to maybe keep Zac and Vecina in the game.
Oh, this is dangerous for Hunter. You gotta get out of there. You're against a pair of gauntlets. Muse is there to cover your back, but still, you get knocked down by Vecina, ground pounded by your own teammate. Hunter is having such a hard time. He's getting stressed out here. He is able to finally get some ground under his feet though, but he took a lot of damage, and blue team are running away with a damage lead here.
Oh, Vecina's in such a prime spot to turn this around right now. Hunter was all set up and distracted with a signature, but didn't want to follow up just yet. Great attacks, but no follow-up. The gravity cancel. D-Seg is good to take down Hunter.
The surprise attack, and now just one final 1v1 to decide it all. News already has an offstage set up. Able to only find one Adair out of it though. Still, axe in hand, trying to find these aerials. Vecina playing very, very grounded here. He's looking for either the aerials in the air or yet another surprise attack. First the GC D-Sig and now the GC D-Sig again, but with another weapon. Vecina is able to throw anyone off guard, man.
I just can't believe that ending there. Great adjustment. The level 100 Sidra coming in clutch. A snipe, absolutely. And again, I think the biggest change that we're seeing for Vecina have been those signatures. They haven't come out too often, but just like a game of chess, not every attack needs to connect. It's good for changing the positioning of red team, and we saw a lot of instances where Nuez was completely locked off stage, forced to respect these down sigs that Vecina was bringing out. Had the spot dodge, look for the connect, but still took them out of battle.
And we are actually going to see a different map now. It's going to be a small fortress of lions, which is a very interesting pick actually, because I'm sure you've noticed both of these teams, they really like playing offstage. And this time around, if you look down there, there's no opportunity of going to the other side. And in fact, we might be seeing some funny angles here if you get knocked against that slant. And that's going to be 2 knockouts already.
And keep in mind, too, the blast zones for Lions are slightly different than Apocalypse, too. You have to account for that as well when you play almost exclusively offstage. But you're right on the money, Polly. Offstage has been the name of the game, and the biggest punish opportunity against Sak and Vecina. Nuez and Hunter, they made a great choice choosing into the stage. The Cider is out, though. Nuez falls. But Hunter, a lot of damage applied to them as well. Deep in red on 2. They want to stay in this series. And if they fall here, we could be looking again at Game 5.
Could be seeing another Game 5 indeed, if they have that much fight left in them, and I mean they do. I mean, it's not even a question about if, when, why, or what. Look at the game right now. Sak and Vecina, they are hungry.
Oh, a nervous duel between the two axes in mid-sight. Good to see right now. The neutral game fairly in the hands of what was once Sak, now offstage. Almost a double elim there. There's a great ground pound. Nuez falls. Hunter, the ground pound applied to them. Oh,
that's a 5-stock game. I don't blame him. I don't blame him.
I can't do this.
Yeah, no, I get it. I get that completely.
Oh,
but
Polly.
that's a 5-stock game, man. That's a 5-stock game.
150 damage for both of red team. 150.
Yeah,
both
no,
numbers.
that definitely.
And more combined
damage.
damage.
The most important part here, Sak and Vecina, News and Hunter, their mental, it needs to stay intact. This is what will really throw them off.
Oh,
it's the mental game now.
This is good though. We're not going back to Lions. So that mental that you're talking about, Polly, might be risen back up now that they're going to a stage that isn't Lions. But Nuez is not going to be Brent anymore. Instead, it's the double Ulgrim. Okay. Interesting.
Ulgrim coming out. Actually, only 2 Ulgrims on the stage as well. Would have loved to see a 3 Ulgrim game, 4 Ulgrim game. That would have been...
no. You just hear the lance nonstop.
That would make for some beautiful clips on Twitter. But it is going to be the double Ulgrim coming out from Hunter and News so far. Working out quite well for them.
Yeah, I mean, this is an even game. News still able to hold on to this first stock. Vecina there for the overextended ground pound. News does not immediately go for the punish, plays for safety instead. Power in numbers, the 2v1 as Sak falls at Vecina. Possibly soon to follow. Lance back in hands of Hunter. Game 5, both sent off stage. Red team, double lance, able to survive horizontal pressure. Recovery is out, and Vecina cannot capitalize.
Now Hunter and Hughes, they have a good lead, but Zac is gonna take that stock off of both of the players actually quite quickly with that axe, and he picks it back up, ready to swing against these players, creating 2 isolated 1v1s, which both players seem to be performing quite well in.
Now the onus on Vecina. What can this cannon do against another horizontal weapon? There's 2 of them now. And Zac, at times, left on an island, quite literally on Apocalypse with Vecina off stage. Forced to fight sometimes these 2v1s. News is there, though. Down air doesn't quite connect, puts them in the midst of the battle, though. Good coverage to help protect Nuez to get back onto the stage. Vecina's there for the cannon, though. Just looking for that place to go for a follow-up. Great spot dodge. Great gravity cancel down Sig. Sending Nuez into the sky, no longer with a weapon until now. But Zac caught off guard by the recovery.
Oh, Vecina able to find that KO. But can we talk about the fact that Zac was hunted down by 2 lances and was able to make it out pretty much scot-free for like 5 seconds? That's crazy. Zac's maneuvering has been on point so far, and that's gonna be the 2v1 combo. NSIG only able to catch one of them. It doesn't even matter. That's so much damage. They have a solid lead now, Kagan.
This is it. The final stocks for lower bracket round 1. Hunter and News had a 25% chance of taking this home according to the chat. If they can prove all of chat wrong, anything is possible for the rest of this tournament. But Hunter falls. It's down to News. The change to the Britain wasn't enough. And despite all the odds, the reverse sweep comes out from Zac and Vecina. They move on the lower bracket.
The double D-light Sayer in both directions, able to close it out. And oh man, is there any team that has deserved a sweep any more than Vecina and Zac? Look at their gameplay. That NSIG only catching one of them. I mean, small letdown. Would have been very funny to see the KO immediately. But they were able to pull it together. They were able to pull it together so well, Keg, and the execution was on point.
I was just so impressed with Vecina's Sidra. It provides so much spacing that was necessary to counteract the lance, and, you know, at the end of Game 5, the double lance that came out too, and you were right on the money. A lot of offstage play was applied, and if you have 2 teams that love to go offstage, why don't you play Sidra? You have a lot of ledge guard denial from such a safe distance, and Vecina helped play that to a T.
100%. All in all, amazing game. I'm loving how incredibly dynamic these games so far have been in terms of like upset potential and in terms of, you know, able to take over the other player, all of that kind of stuff. The first game and the second game and sometimes even the third game, you still can't predict who is going to be winning, because even I'm not going to lie, I wouldn't be surprised if a team gets a 6 stock and then the other team comes back and does a full sweep and the scoreboard just ends up being 3-1. Like, these teams, these sets are so dynamic, man. They're so back and forth.
We almost had that last game when we went to Fortress of Lions in Game 4. Nuez was just like, you know what? I'm good. Let's just go to Game 5. He just jumped off the stage. But that was a 5-stock win.
That was indeed a 5-stock win, and I mean, still, man, yeah. What is there left to be said? We've said it all. We're going to be jumping into the next game here and looking at the viewer vote. I think this might be the closest. Oh, it's on this side. This might be the closest we've seen. And as I say that, he actually nudges a bit now, heavily in favor of Ian and Razire.
It went from 50-50 to now a 71-29 split. Oh, okay. It's evening back up a little bit more. That's good. But, I mean, Ian and Razire, everyone believes in them right now. I gotta say, sometimes Twitch is right on the money. Sometimes they're not. We'll have to wait and see if the chat vote is gonna be enough to bring it through yet again. Here we go. Demon Island, a move away from Apocalypse. Is this the first demon we've seen in South America today? I want to say no. Oh. It might be. No, it's the second.
I gotta say, I have to mention, it's incredibly satisfying the fact that in this lobby, we have a PR 12, 13, 14, 15. These guys, if you look at the PR leaderboard, they are literally next to each other. All 4 of them. And we're seeing 2 Queen and Ice.
Yeah, that's interesting. We have not seen any Qatars in South America, at least for the lower bracket, or at least in the top 8. That being said, though, both Qatars are doing fairly well. Oh, but the double Elim to start things off, not the best start for either one of these teams, but also good to maintain that sense of evenness. Nagi falls, though. Ray the only one left with their full stocks intact. Heavy attack, heavy defense on this Nai. Great for the ledge guard.
Ground pound coming out of the dare. It's gonna hit Razire, and Razire is the only one to go down there. Actually scratch that. Nagi going down as well. What an encounter. Ian and Maxi still going to be coming out on top. And actually pretty advantageous position here for Razire and Ian. Maxi's getting knocked off to the right side. They can't seem to get back into the center of the stage, and they just keep taking more damage.
Ian and Ray right now playing a strong anti-aerial, just waiting for the prime punish opportunities against anyone on blue team. Neutral sync from Nagi did not connect. The immediate punish was out. Already deep orange on this final stock, whereas only the rest of the teams, everybody else in this game, are just nearing towards the orange. But up until now, great 2v1 combo. Nagi falls. All that's left now is Maxi.
All that's left now is Maxi indeed, and it's going to be a mountain of a challenge. It's 1 stock against 4. It's gonna take a true master to reverse this. He's already thinking about game 2, Keg. It is possible though. Don't give up for us just yet, Maxi. You got this.
Okay, good ground pound, good 1v2 actually coverage. And Maxi playing almost exclusively off stage, just looking for maybe a gravity cancel to send at least 1 stock away. But I mean, we talked about how impressive it was to see a 5-stock game not too long ago. This was a really good 4-stock game from Ray and Ian.
Definitely very, very solid 4-stock game. Looking incredibly confident. And again, you know, it is going to be very interesting if we're gonna continue seeing this trend of very dynamic games where Maxi and Nagi potentially make the comeback from here. What do you think about these Queen Eye picks, Keg? Because I didn't see the stance picks, but this is a base 3-speed legend, and both of them are pulling it off really, really well.
So the good thing is that both of these Queen Eyes are playing the speed stance. I mean, look, it doesn't make that big of a difference when you're at 4. No. But it's better than nothing. You can get rid of 1 defense, even it up with the attack. I like the Queen Nai pick. I've always been very biased towards Nai since way back in the days when she was practically brand new to the game. I think she's fantastic for 2v2s. You have extra defense for that coverage, you have high attack, you're a tank as Queen Nai, but that speed and that lack of dexterity is a big factor you have to consider. But because both these teams are playing so chaotic and so much off stage, there's a lot of potential for either one of these Queen Nais to have just enough oomph into their firepower to turn the tides of battle. But it can also go the other way. We saw that happen to Nagi in round number 2. See what I mean?
Oh my god!
Off stage!
They tried to go for the save, but Maxi with the double KO. Able to commit fully. Jesus. And you just don't get there anywhere else. They won't stop, King. 40 seconds into the game. 40 seconds into the game. 3 stocks are gone. Are they going to find a 4th? They are trying to find it onto Nagi. They're not able to fully close it out, but man, was that close.
That is the Nai diff right there. You cannot deny what we just saw. It was unbelievable. And Nagi here still has that burst. No! Well, okay. I spoke too soon. Now they're
you
on
definitely spoke too soon. It's the casting curse, man. We all know about it. There's
yes.
There's no shame. There's no shame. There's no shame in jinxing. Well, you know, once or twice. Completely charged NSA coming out from Ray. Not able to connect it though. Nagi throwing at a couple of N6 of their own. This is just a Queen Nai Sigfest right now as Ray is trying to find these knockouts.
Well, the Queen Nai Sigs are so, for the most part, except for the side sig, it's just such odd angles. You're able to catch out so many people on punishes in 2v2s. Great case in point. D-Sig there. Great ledge guard opportunity. No one's focused on a Nai halfway across the stage. And Maxi now down to their final stock. This is a Nai Sig Fest. How many signatures do you think is going to be counted up at the end of this game?
At least 30.
30? Okay.
I would say 37. That will be just Queen Eye. Only Queen Eye. Only Queen Eye 37. Actually, no, total 37.
Yeah,
that was me. I'm
sense.
exaggerating.
I'll go down a little bit. I'll say 32.
32. You know, fair enough. Very fair guess. So far, though, Nagi still has that additional stock to their name. They're going to try and make the most of it. We see them trying some stuff there on the offstage, but this is dangerous. You have 3 or 4 speed, and you're knocked out. You're going to have a hard time getting back onto the stage, and you're going to leave Maxi in a 1v2 situation for quite some time, but they're dealing with it super well.
Yeah, I mean, Maxi had a really good shot in that last game in that 1v2. Playing almost exclusively offstage in those scenarios, doing that again when they're face up against the corner. Ian, though, hit by that spear. Could have been a great opportunity for a punish coming out from Maxi, but unable to do so. The dare will solidify game. Oh, number 2 against Maxi. And now Nagi's the last one alive in this 1v2.
Is the comeback dream alive of turning this into a 1-1? It all comes down to Nagi here as he's trying to pull off this 1v2. He has the Katars in hand. He doesn't have a lot of speed. The maneuvering will be difficult, but your blows will be fatal.
Oh, how many recoveries is that? Far too many. Remember, Queen Dai is a powerful, powerful legend. All you need is one good signature to possibly just eliminate both of Red Team.
It doesn't.
That's
it
why
doesn't look good.
There's no space being allowed here for Nagi, let alone getting a weapon.
How's not okay?
There it is.
Great knockout by Ian, but I have to also say, for being on a slow legend in a 1v2 situation, he survived for a very long time, Keg.
Yeah, I mean, part of that has to do with the low damage that we had seen from Ray and Ian, playing it incredibly safe. You're dealing still with a tank no matter whatever number V number it is. You have to be very cautious when going up a Queen Nai.
And signatures? Team
Let's see.
signatures. We got 10 team signatures, and then the other team we got 20. So we got 30. We were actually pretty close. 30. What would you say? 32 and a 37?
Yeah, I mean, you know, you bump up the
we
score
were
a
right
little
in
bit.
the 10s.
It's
it
like a
wasn't
college
the 30
exam.
range.
They bump it up a little bit.
even it out, you know. Even it out, it would be, our guesses would be 30 and 40, so one of us would be correct. I feel like that's pretty good, pretty solid.
Whew. But what can we expect now? I don't know. We have to see some legend swaps probably come out. I don't want it to be the Queen Nais, but I hate to be the spoiler here, but one of them was one of the Queen Nais to swap off. And I don't know how I feel about this, because you see what I'm seeing, right?
I like it.
You like it?
I like it a lot, Keg.
Okay.
I like
How
this
come?
bit. You
Without
know,
saying who it
why I
is.
like it. I don't need to explain why I like it. I'm from Europe. That's the one clue I'm going to give. That's the one clue I'm going to give the viewers. I'm from Europe, but I like the pick that they have swapped to.
That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. Well, I guess we'll spoil it here. It's going to be the Queen Nai from blue side. Nagi now swapping away into a Taros pick. I mean, look, it was Signature City last game. Taros is also Signature City. Population 1.
It doesn't have to be, though. That's the beautiful thing about Taros. You can play Taros without any signatures, and it's still like one of the most strong legends in the game. And what is going on? Why are we always off stage at the beginning of the game? Please calm down, guys. You're allowed to be on the stage. Why are you trying to give us a heart attack?
Did you see Maxi's positioning off stage? That was just pixels away from the blast zone. 10 seconds in. But you're right. Look at that follow-up. Maxi in the air. The Taros follow-up down below. Straight from neutral, eliminating. Not even the Hattori low on defense for stocks. It was Ray's the fall.
Maxi is so good at playing from uncomfortable positions. Like, you could put Maxi in the worst position theoretically possible in a Brawlhalla, and he would play it off incredibly well every single time. Maxi is built differently when it comes to that, and it is showing, but they are given a little bit of a hard time here as Ian and Ray are able to even out this set here. Maxi is starting to approach barbecue HP, and that's going to be the knockout.
What a follow-up there. I love the teamwork that we're seeing from the double spears from Red Team right now. Ian and Ray really working just in tandem with each other, like one symbiotic mind. Working out so well here for the follow-ups. Great D-Sig, just barely getting past the dead zone of Ian. Almost connected for the ledge itself. And we gotta talk about the Taros pick right now, Polly, because it really hasn't done a lot outside of the first 30 seconds of this match.
Yeah, no, this Taros pick, I'm still very confident in it. Oh, that's going to be an unfortunate NSA coming on to Nagi. But still, this Terra's pick, it can make wonders, Keg. You can't lose faith.
I mean, I'm not losing faith. It's just that I was hoping to see a little bit more. But we may very well see more. Maybe the signatures need to start coming out. But look at Nagi. They have to play a lot more cautiously, allowing Maxi to find usually the primary initiation for these hits, playing off stage again, but it's leaving Maxi in those 1v2s.
Coming back to the Terros, because you already know I'm going to defend my boy who's playing the Terros. The one thing is that Nagi doesn't necessarily have to do that much on the Terros, because it is on weapons like axe and hammer that if you're trying to do too much, you know, you're kind of setting your own fate in that you're gonna be vulnerable a lot of the time. Trying to play from behind, I really hope they're gonna be able to find this knockout soon, or they don't have a chance here.
Oh, Ian does fall, so there is a little bit of reprieve for the blue team. It's not a lot, but if Ray goes down here, it looks like they're one simple signature away from that happening. That could be a chance for Maxi and Nagi to get one round in this best of 5.
The dream is still alive for Ian and Ray to find the 3-0. As they still have their stocks remaining. That's going to be Ray going down though, leaving Ian left on the field, and Nagi, see their Terros pick coming in clutch, D-Lights here. That's going to be an efficient KO, sending Maxi and Nagi to their first victory of the set.
All right. I will concede the Terros pick. Well, Terros pick was really good towards that second and third stock. The first stock in the beginning, Nagi was forced to play a much more defensive game, and again, it just left Maxi completely exposed. But again, a lot of props to Maxi there, being able to maneuver themselves so well to allow a follow-up from Nagi to go for these punishes that ended up being devastating almost every single time.
Yeah, ended up being devastating a lot of the time. Indeed, I really wish you could see the you could see the individual signatures from all of the players, because I really want to see where they're coming out from, who's throwing out their signatures to try and bait and stress the enemy, who is really executing these perfect knockouts. Because I feel like we talked a little bit about the Terror signatures. How many Terror signatures did we see? I remember
Not a whole lot.
vividly I remember a GC axe side sig, and I think that's about it. This is stage, Keg. We gotta talk about this stage.
Yes. So, I mean, again, you don't have a lot of downwards mobility to work with on Miami. The blast boxes are a lot smaller, and there's a lot more hovering platforms that we haven't really seen in too many other stages that these two have faced up against. But again, the stage control is so small, and for a team that loves to play off stage, they're playing a lot more grounded and neutral, and it's almost like going into a blender. Maxi's the first to fall. Nagi may soon be the follow-up there. No follow-up side air though, connecting from Ray's Ire side. The recovery doesn't as well. This might be, again, some breathing room for blue team to work off of here.
Ian and Ray are slowly but surely building up a pretty solid lead here. If they're just able to find those, you know, those few additional attacks, those few true combos to really solidify a lead here, because so far it's looking fragile, especially as Ray is getting closer to being knocked out. Maxi punishing the N-Sig, and now with the 2v2 combo, this is bad, Keg.
Yeah, and again, we talked about Terro's signatures. The hammer neutral sig would have been fantastic had it connected, but the spot dodge from Ian comes out, and that could have been an instant KO. But we didn't get to see it. Maybe next time, though. But look at Nagi now, playing much more centered than we had seen in the last two stages. This time, looking for those signatures, even the spot dodge does enable Maxi to go for a follow-up there. And it controls the space of Ian and Razire so well that they don't really have any safe positions to be in. And if they approach, they get hit with that neutral sig.
Liking these signatures coming out from Nagi, Keg. They're starting to show the aces that they have up their sleeve. They haven't used any of the signatures before, so red team aren't... They're not anticipating them, and before you know it, you're getting hit by an axe D-Sig left and right.
Oh, but there it is! That was a great nair. It sent Ray down to their final stock. And things are looking so dominant now for the blue team. This stage, much more their comfort zone. Talked about it being a blender for the first stock, and it wasn't great, but the adjustments for the neutral game now have been so anti-ground, forcing into these aerial-centric plays that I feel like Ian and Ray may not be as comfortable with. They're centralized on Nagi's Terros right now, allows Maxi to get that chip damage in, and this is such a great dynamic for the blue team to follow up upon.
game.
No!
Oh, that's going to
What?
be a 2v1. That's going to be an early 2v1. But the game 5 dream is still alive. Maxi's not out yet, Keg. They've still got some fight left in them, but Ian is giving them a hard time. And that's going to be it. Ian going all the way down. And that's going to be Maxi eliminated.
Wow. We were singing the praises of Maxi and Nagi so much that in the process we cast or cursed them yet again, and the small turn of tides had happened. And we had seen the turnaround into success. I gotta say, Miami, such a devilish map at times, so evil,
I love
but
it.
in a good way.
I
I
love
love the
it.
chaos of it. I do. I remember when it was an ice cream cone of a map, but it has just evolved and turned into be such a hectic hassle for so many of these teams. But unfortunately, we don't get to see any more of that Taros. We do have our red team members moving on forwards into the lower quarterfinals against Lily and Junior there. But man, South America never fails to impress me.
And again, I feel like one of the greatest parts about casting in this segment of the stream, we get to see all of these players as they're entering into top 8. Now really seeing these forces beginning to clash with each other even further. This is the beauty of esports, able to follow, you know, the line, the succession of the bracket, seeing how they're progressing through it. This is when the fun starts. This is when the fun starts for real, Keg.
Absolutely, Polly. But it won't be us doing the rest of South American 2v2s. We'll be on the sidelines cheering on different teams and maybe poking and prodding with our own analysis in chat. But we have plenty of more action, though, for South American 2v2s. I'm excited to see how it's all going to turn out. And I'm going to ask you that question again, Polly. Who do you think is going to win it all?
I've got my money on. Actually, it's difficult. I think Loris kinda or use power. I think I would have to lean into. I'm gonna say Loris Kana. I'm gonna say Loris Kana. That was a coin flip in my head. Okay, I'm not confident in that whatsoever. Okay,
It's a tough call.
It will definitely be fun watching all of these players competing. You will be in chat providing your analysis. I will be in chat just periodically screaming Vamos.
Yes.
You are going to be in great hands. Duke, Taza, and Flambo are going to be joining you guys later.
Absolutely. So have fun, stay safe. We're going to go to a small break, though, to get them all set up and for the rest of the games to get going as well. So we'll see you guys in just a few minutes.
to me, you can't win. Too slow. I can do this all day. I can outrun lightning. Shocking, right? Ah! I'm on track for victory! Ha-ha! Ready, set, go! Winning is great, but winning quickly is the best! I'm ready to run this tournament. Ha! Welcome to Brawlhalla.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Spring Championship 2v2. This time we are taking a dive into South America. I'm Flambeau. I got Duke. I got Taza. What's going on, guys?
You first. Yeah, you looked at me like you wanted me to talk. No,
Turned to me and said, "You first."
I'm
Is it working though? Hey,
I'm looking at
is it-
production to be like,
check?
it's working.
Oh,
okay,
okay.
we're good. Hi, everyone. We're doing a triple cast for top 6 for South America as we're getting into the nitty-gritty of this region. EU just had a fantastic top 8. It was a blast to watch, and South America is certainly not going to disappoint either. We've got Wes and Fiend in the elimination bracket, surprisingly, after a really tight Game 5 against Hughes and Power. And then we're going to go going up against, double check what this is. Sack and Messina. Oh, yeah. You don't have the graphics for you. This is Duke.
See you later, Duke.
You like ducked out there in the
There's chairs
heat
now.
wave chairs. Yeah.
But like you said, we got our top 6. Laura's Kaina, Use Power, Wes and Fiend down in the elimination side. Sack and Messina are going to be their opponents. Might see a graphic of that later. And then we got Lily and Junarar versus Ian and Ray Zyger. Ian and Ray Zyger coming hot off their win over Maxi and Nagi.
Okay, so we got a lot of familiar faces, I think.
Yeah.
Kind of curious. I mean, at this point, you know, we've gotten to see a few different regions now and kind of how the meta has shifted or not shifted or gone back in time, I guess. There's been a range.
Europe's looking pretty comfortable back in like 2019 era right now with a lot of the characters that they're picking. And it looks like we're seeing some familiar legend picks from South America as well, with Fiend and West on Olgrim and Hattori. I mean, it's about as classic Fiend West as you can get. I mean, Fiend's teamed with about everybody that can compete in South America at this point. But I love this team dynamic in particular because it's this really explosive playstyle of West just like fighting with reckless abandon and Fiend constantly trying to reel him in and make sure that he doesn't go so off the wall that he takes his own stocks while fighting his opponents.
I really like this comp from Fiend and West as well, just because like this was the mid-season invitational 2022 like team comp. And again, they're coming in getting ready to go into San Diego next week. This is one of the few teams that are coming out for South America. So I'm looking for good things from them, but also they're here on the elimination side going up against Sack and Vecina, and Sack's been having a great time in South America overall.
Yeah, I'm actually pretty excited to see more Rayman because we got to see what Godly could do. And I was thinking, why is no one playing Rayman aside from this person? But here in South America, looks like we have another fan.
Yeah, Sax played. It's interesting to me because they might be switching.
Yeah, so Vecina just did the taunt at the top, and then usually that's a sign for like, hey, I'm having connection issues, and I guess since it's early enough, they're like, we'll just wipe it.
I want to talk a bit about the pick from Sack though, because Sack I think might actually be the one that's not connected right now. Yeah, there's the reset showing up. Sack, to me, there's like 3 tiers of guitar players in South America, and that was Kaina, then Sack, then Ian. Ian on the other side of the elimination bracket. So it's curious to me to see Sack on the Dulcim going in right away. I mean, he also played Tesca at the Royale.
Yes.
But as you were talking about having a really good time in South America, also out of South America, because in the Royale, he was one of the 4 players to make it out of that round robin into that top 4. Played phenomenally there too. But yeah, it's pretty cool seeing him open up with this character.
Yeah, it is interesting. Again, South America kind of like was one of those regions who really stuck with a Surrey, especially in like the singles space. We saw a lot just last week. But again, like we talk about it in doubles, like Katars aren't really used a lot.
Yeah.
It's really not the most popular 2v2 weapon.
And it looks like we're finally going to go ahead and get things started as we see these two titans of teams go up against each other. Now, granted, I'm excited just to see Fiend on Hattori and Wes on Ulgrim. To me, those are just like two players in their comfort zone.
Yeah, and here we go into this game one on APOC, which is apparently where they wanted to play. Sack going in for the recovery there, and here's Wes going off the stage, doing crazy offstage things, and Vecina stopping Fiend from helping him. But what I was expecting to happen was Fiend going onto the corner there and helping him out as he goes for that pressure. Instead, Wes is actually the one that's playing save his teammate there, and it worked a little bit, but that edge guard goes over in favor of Vecina's cannon play, and the lead goes to the blue team at the very start.
Yeah, that was some solid pressure coming out from Vecina, launching Fiend over there, and Wes had to come and make that rotation. Good damage put out onto Sack, though. Potential for the red team to even this one up, but Wes is in trouble on the left side.
Oh, wait, hold on. He might be able to get back. Yes, he does. And we're taking a look here as Wes has regained center stage, trying to do something with the Rocket Lance, and immediately gets caught by Sack, coming in with the D-Light Gravity Cancel neutral signature.
Okay, that was a nice side sig follow-up from Sack there. Does get the knockout onto Wes as well. Vecina just, I guess, unable to be knocked out here. And any extra nairs that come through, oh my goodness, Fiend goes down as well. And the team combo, Vecina stacking the damage onto Sack. Doesn't really matter. I know Flambo, we talked about this a ton in Europe, where it was just kind of like TM and Delta had this playstyle of when you have a stock lead, you don't really care about the friendly fire as much as long as you're hitting your opponent, and that seems to be the case here for Vecina and Sack too in game number one.
Yeah, I mean, that's a solid strategy. You do less damage to your teammate, and again, when you have that health advantage, it's totally worth it to build up that damage onto your teammate. But a great team combo came out from Wes and Fiend that's brought them a little bit closer. If they manage to take the stock off Sack like that, then suddenly everything's looking good.
Yeah, just need to find a hit right here. A nice side light nair from Wes, and baits out a dodge, and Fiend is able to follow up with a guaranteed hit because of it. A nice little pass right there as well. They're getting a sick combo, and it's going to end right there, but that's a lot of damage added on.
All right, Vecina going down once. Okay, this is like
okay,
that moment where I was about to talk about how Fiend could have been a little vulnerable there, but Sack going down that early. Now team combo here. Vecina could take Fiend down, but I don't know. I guess it's like it's doable.
I feel like you're very hesitant to say it, but like, come on, if he gets Fiend right now, it's a pretty clean 1v1.
I was about to say I don't think Wes would lose even if he gets down to the 1v1, but Vecina's actually still pretty healthy. Okay, this could be.
Oh, another chance.
All right, you're right. Another chance.
That's it.
All right, well, that's going to be game number one, going over in favor of Wes and Fiend, who I feel like were on the back foot the entire time until Sack lost his stock there off the bottom of the stage. We'll be able to see how that played out in just a little bit.
The heads are ridiculous. Especially with this Hattori skin, like, I can't not.
Oh, yeah, look at that. Like, every time that she attacks, she's just, like, screaming in terror.
Angry face. Yeah.
Oh. That's horrifying.
Well, no swaps on either side, not too surprised. I mean, Fiend took a pretty solid beating at the start of that game, but he managed to slow down the stock loss, and that's one of the reasons why the red team ended up closing out game number one.
Okay, we are already getting into the thick of game numero dos, and already we're seeing Sack and Vecina coming out swinging. Wes and Fiend have yet to really win an interaction a while. There we go. Fiend gets a few jabs in there, but can he get more as they're trying to regain center stage here?
Ooh, nice job from Fiend. Oh, in the corner guarding. Oh, I feel like this is something that I highlight every time that I watch Fiend, and I'm not going to stop, which is that when he gets his downlight side airs off the side of the stage, many players retreat back to the stage, and Fiend just, maybe he'll do that for a second to get his jumps back so he can go back out there and stare the people that are coming back, especially when they're recovering high. He's so good at getting those knockouts, and even though they took the brunt of the damage at the start, they're in a lead. No, they're not. Well, they were kind of in the lead. Let's see if Fiend
can still be a lead again. They just got to take down Sack, but
yeah,
Fiend's definitely the target of the blue team right now. He's incredibly damaged, kind of like you were saying.
Ooh, and Sack almost gets the unarmed recovery. There we go. I'm glad that South America kept doing that. I felt like the other regions stopped for a little bit, but...
What are you talking about?
The D-Light Gravity Cancel and Sig.
Oh, yeah. That's like one of the examples of this styling when you don't have your weapon. You're like, not only am I hitting this D-Light, I'm going for the super risky but ultra optimal attack.
Right.
Right afterwards, yeah.
interesting interactions there. Vecina was like kind of just launched, and everyone just kind of paused and was like, he'll come back. Nice down sig from Wes, and Fiend
just
will
a
get
quick
the extra.
dare. That was all right. That was clean. I was looking at that edge guard and being like, this could be really messy, and it was like, no, Wes does one down sig, and he kind of like hit that part of the down sig with Olgrim where like the I don't know. It's like the Sentinel down sig hitbox on Katars.
Yes.
Do you know what I'm talking about? Like,
yes, because it like semi-spikes.
You never really think about using it that way, but that's how he used it. And then Fiend just did the pogo, which was really nice as well. So Vecina's the one that's at a deficit here in game number 2.
Okay, he has to watch out. I like the use of the recovery there for the aggression, but honestly, Vecina doing a pretty great job trying to stay alive right now. We'll see how long he can hold on, though.
He's swinging. Wes in the red, trying to chase after Sack. Interesting option there to go for the chase pivot nair instead of maybe like a sider, which would have had more KO potential.
Oh, sideline Sarah just barely missed. Down to come through. Fiend just wipes the board clean, and then Wes gets the neutral spike on Vecina. It's so interesting watching Fiend and Wes play, where it's like, well, you're getting destroyed in the first 30 seconds. You got the first stock, and then they 4-stock the team that they're fighting against. That's what I feel like the momentum's going right now. They're just so great at capitalizing off of these not team combos, but we call them alley-oops sometimes, where you just get the one hit and then you follow it up and just make that hit have that much more value. But talking about team combos, here we go. Downlight did not lead into much else, and Sack actually gets the knockout, maybe? I don't know. No, Fiend makes it back.
I might get this one. Psych. I was joking.
Oh, Fiend loves that down sig.
Yeah.
The Hattori, pivot down sig, slide slightly down, but still get on top of the stage.
I do love that the team combo that happened there a second ago from Fiend, though, because he did slide off the stage to make sure that that end sig was a little bit more optimal instead of going just raw on stage for it.
Downlights. Oh goodness. Okay. Ow. Sack making this difficult. Honestly, I was so ready to write this off. I didn't even talk about whether this was doable or not, but Sack has brought this back pretty decently. Wes had 2 stocks, and now he's in orange.
Yeah, no, this was a 4-1 at some point, so Sack actually did an immaculate job, but I mean, that's a great display, but also sometimes people have to bet whether or not they think the amount of energy they consume trying to make that happen versus just going next is.
Oh, you're just talking about being in the 1 stock to 4.
Yeah.
Is it worth trying to mash out the rest of the set or game there?
Whoa.
Or go to the next one.
Sack on the Jala. All right, this is cool. Kind of goes against. Flambo and I had a huge discussion about when do you break out the theoretically optimal 3 defense legend pick. And it's usually you lead with it instead of doing it when your back's against the wall. Because if your issue is I'm losing my stocks too fast, typically switching to the Ada or the Thatch or Jala in this case might not always be the best bet. It's one of those characters where I feel like when Axe is strong in 2s, I feel like Jala is one of the best picks if you can pilot her correctly, but people tend to stray away because she has so low defense and also really high dex, and people don't typically care about dexterity with Axe.
Yes.
Yeah, the risk reward not always there, but really I think this was just something to go alongside Vecina's swap over to the Sidra, because he put out 285 damage in the last one, so he's looking for a little bit more here in game number 3.
And so far, Fiend and West doing a great job commanding the stage. Are in the red, though, so the blue team should be able to find a KO relatively soon. But there we go. The tentacles from down under, almost enough, but not quite enough juice. But a follow-up D-Light Tear will close out that stock. And another D-Light Tear on the opposite side of the stage. So clean sweep for the blue team.
Yeah, Vecina also stock tanking this time around after the Citra switch, which is pretty big because he went down really fast in the previous game. Let's see if they can clean up that stock, though. And Sack, while on his second stock, isn't too damaged, so really getting a lot of value out of this Jala pick. Vecina goes down, but Sack is damaging West all the while. Whoa, Fiend all the way up there with that Nair, and he's still low on jumps. He's sweating all the way down. Finally lands. Oh, and the good side sig. That was fantastic. Man, Sack went from being healthy to almost getting knocked out so quickly. Okay, Wes.
Oh, Sack.
All right. I love... It never fails to make me crack up when I watch an Axe player hold ground.
They just hold.
You have to instill the fear of the gods within you. I mean, it does hit pretty dang hard.
And right after that, Fiend did 3 sidelights in a row just trying to catch one of the dodges from, I think it was Sack.
Oh, that's a good point. Vecina, off the side of the stage. Nice sidelights there. Catches West. I'm not even sure if he had the dodge.
I think he dodged right before that. Might have dodged up and then got hit by the sidelight.
Everyone's flying. All right, we got some shutdowns. We bring everybody in 1 stock. Vecina the one with with 2 stocks left on the board. This is interesting because I feel like Sack, if Vecina focuses too much on surviving, and Zach gets stuck in a team combo, you are very vulnerable to losing that stock very fast at 4 defense.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, like, the red team's shown they've got those team combos. If they take down Sack, just team combo Vecina a couple times, and they're good.
And we can already see, trying to get these follow-ups here. The red team trying to reconvene, but West with an aggressive recovery back to stage.
All right, here we
Manages
go.
to go ahead and push this. Everyone's down to the final stocks.
what
A
was that
nice
angle?
spike. Sack, can you make it back? Tries to save. It might be a double KO here. No, Vecina is still kicking.
Nair?
What is that?
Nair gravity cancel neutralite. That's so
Yo,
sick.
Went
West
for
is
the
so
active
good.
frame so the teammate could come over. You saw Fiend rotate, try to get some damage there.
That was so sick. That was amazing. And that was
Cheaters, man.
like ground pound comes through, tries to silent him as well. It gets a neutralite on the dodge and the weapon throw. That's just West. That's just, West just being so aggressive. Gravity cancel silent Sair. That was brutal. Like in cases like that, I feel like I would say, oh, they're both in red. It's possible to get this 2v1 comeback. But actually, Fiend and West are just they cannot be contained in this situation. They just completely destroyed them. They were playing so fast that all Vecina could do was try to survive, and it only lasted for so long. And they get that's a very quick 3-0.
Yeah, the second they saw the offstage engagement on Sack, it was like, all right, time to just hit the gas pedal, just full throttle for this one.
Oh, that was D-Light neutral sig. Classic. I was wondering what hit him. I was like, how did he get spiked at that area? That's why Fiend's so good at Tori. And then that's just a Fiend special. I was saying it was on Spear, but really just babysitting with Sarah on the way back to the stage. He's so good at that.
Oof. Force dodge. Nice response and reaction. Ah, man, West and Fiend, they are filthy.
yeah, they're good. That's why.
Putting it politely.
That's a nasty team.
And in the elimination bracket this early on, it was like, how did this happen? Well, it's because they lost Game 5 to using power. So it's like, we have like a very similar situation in EU where I said in EU there was 4 teams that I thought should always be in top 4. I think in South America it's 3 at the moment. That's that Lores, Kaina, using power, and then whatever team Fiend's on. Like that's usually what the case is.
Fair.
So that's why I'm curious who their opponent's going to be coming up, because the next matchup we got is Lillian Juniror versus Ian and Ray Zyger? Yeah,
Ray
that's right.
Zyger.
Yeah. So Ian, last seasonal, kind of had I don't know if it was exactly his first breakout performance, but it was the first time that he started beating some players that I think was him punching above his weight. Yeah, it's adjusting. I'm surprised because Lillian Juniror had a good performance last season as well.
They're very heavily discounting Lily. Okay. The whale came out and was like, no, we got to even this one up.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a little bit more believable. Okay, cool.
There we go. Oh!
Did they ban the whale? It's like, no.
I think another 250K went on it had to have been another 250K on Ian and Ray Zyger.
This is one of the most volatile viewer votes I've seen in a hot minute.
Yeah, I was going to say, this might be an all-timer.
Lawrence and kind of 3-0'd Lillian Juniror, so that's something to look at, too.
Do you want their number to get smaller?
It went down 10% after I said that.
Hey, well, there you go.
I mean, not really.
Speaking directly to the people, Bowser.
I think Lillian and Juniror are going to do great. They had, I think it was, well, they're not hovering Barasa this time around, so I don't know who I was thinking about, but it looks like they're going to be doing Bodvar and Olgrim. What year is it? why are we seeing? We saw Bodvar with Southeast Asia as well. It's just like, all right, I guess Hammer's okay enough now. Hammer's been getting some things back, just not in the way. I guess it's getting things back. It's been getting some buffs. That's inching it towards
some slight
stuff.
ones, but
they have not touched what everybody dropped it over, which was when Downlight got a bunch of whiff frames on Mist. Everybody said, I'm never touching the weapon again. And then I think Nair lost some stuff on Drift, and now it's starting to get a little bit more mobile. So maybe people are feeling comfortable with it. What were you saying?
The things that made it a good 2's weapon are still there, right? The fact that you get those handoffs that just chunk really hard, that still exists. You still have the KO combo of downlight side air. And again, in 2's, like, the fact that your downlight is less safe is fine, because in 2's you have someone to make it safe. And so I see the reasoning behind it.
We talked about what you said you get with Hammer that you don't get with Axe. Do you remember?
Yes, because you have X Factor.
Off stage. You were talking about the off stage.
Yes.
So you can do the reversals up or down, which Axe never gets to do. Recovery.
Because you like scoop them and you send them down, and it's like, because that's what I mean. Like with Axe, you're never gonna get that. The most you can get is like maybe reverse Axe recovery, and then like you might get the spike on it. But like that's what I mean by X Factor. You can be like down the entire game and still have a hammer off stage and win. Like I will never count that out. That never got nerfed.
All right. Well, the viewer vote settled on the 75-27. And Ian and Ray Zire on the Hattori and the Queen Nai. I do feel like you get a huge viewer vote bonus when you lock in Queen Nai.
Definitely a lot of people like the Queen Nai. Queen Nai is an interesting one. Again, one of those picks that you see more often in 2s than 1v1s. And specifically, it's like you're just going for those big handoff into Sigs onto the Queen Nai. But if Queen Nai gets left in the 1v2, that's a really tough spot to be in when you're coming in with base 3 movement speed.
Yeah, Queen Nai, such an interesting character in 2s. I definitely have seen more Queen Nais in 2s than probably the average person, just because one of the people that I play with often is a Queen Nai main. And it's she does have some really nice stuff that she can pass with the spear. Oh, jeez. God. Oh, see? Look at that.
Oh, yeah.
Disgusting.
Lily going down first. Gets the ground pound, though, and Junor goes down as well. And Ray Zyger is now the only person with 3 stocks on, and that's a Queen Nai stock at Orange, right? So doing pretty fantastic as long as Lily can keep up this pressure. But Lily taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, meanwhile, like you said, Ray Zyger's he's just been chilling on this first stock. You see the blue team not even over-focusing on either Ian or Ray Zyger. They're just trying to get whatever damage they can. No follow-up from Lily there, though.
Yeah, this one's kind of tough because, I mean, Queen Nai gets the damage in, but if you get her off stage, you can really do some damage. But they're not really making the move to push Queen Nai off the stage at all. So it's it doesn't even matter.
Oh, man. Ian going down relatively early there. Oh, Ray with the weapon throw. Is that enough? Okay, yeah, you have Lance. You can make it back. I'm surprised you didn't edge guard Junor a little bit harder there, but the down sig coming out from Ray Zyre, super fantastic. Lily getting hit by that neutral over and over again. She gets that side air on the way back to the stage. Just dashing around with the Sares in general. Let's see if they can get more of this because it's a deceptive lead. Ian's taking a ton of damage here, and Queen Nai in a 1v2 is not the fastest character to maneuver around that situation.
Yeah, this is what I talked about at the beginning of this matchup. When you saw the Queen Nai, great in 2v2s as a follow-up character, but if you take out the teammate, Queen Nais can struggle a lot, and that might be the MO of the blue team here. If they can just take down Ian, go for some 1v2 combos.
Yeah, it's so frustrating. That was a beautiful side scan share. Now they have an opportunity to get 2v1 and a nice Sair to close that out. So now this is the exact situation you were talking about where yeah, she has the damage, but alternatively, if her partner is getting beat up, you got titanium boots on. It takes you so long to get over there. If you get swatted away, it's just all this 2v1 time.
Yeah, and also with the 4 movement speed, there's that much less room to drift, but also Queen Nai hits really hard. No, that's not what the moniker is, but that is true. That side stick comes through with the gravity cancel. Ray Zyre, there's no way you make this.
Oh, wow.
Down sig, side sig.
Queen Nai never die.
Neutral sig time. He's right there. Pick up the guitars. Oh, side sig.
Oh,
that's
you
not the
did a neutral sig?
That was the wrong one.
Okay, pick it up. Gets hit with the recovery. Queen Nai actually never die. Okay, finally. There we go.
Can only last so long.
I absolutely would have won if he side sig there. Yes?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah,
I felt it in my bones. I was like, here's the side sig. I saw the purple snake energy and it went the wrong way. And I was like, what the heck?
But honestly, I'm not even mad at that because Queen Nai's neutral sig will hit grounded if you're close enough. So I think it was trying to be an option select to cover both a high and a low option.
I see what you're saying. I think it used to hit a lot more grounded in the past.
I think in NA that would have hit. Because an NA player would have jumped. You whiff and you jump. NA players do that.
I thought you were saying an NA Queen Nai works different.
No. Okay. An NA player would have jumped after the whiff, and that's what Ray Zyger was like. You know what? They usually jump after the whiff, and Junor stayed low.
That's what he gets for preparing for the Royale this far ahead of time, right? Game 1 goes over to Lily and Junor. And, I mean, it's like we were talking about this in EU Flambeau. It was the same case with Acno and Blaze, where it's like, yeah, blue team won, but they should not have been that hard to win that game off of that 1v2. It was a lot harder than they had to make it because of how they piloted it. And then the save from Junor could get Lily back. So I want to see if Lily and Junor can continue with this because Ray Zyre is not missing his signatures anymore. Edge guard opportunity, he's just fighting. That's it. Pogo hits, Junor jumps, fast falls, and it's 6 stocks to 4.
Okay, man, this was kind of a clean clap in the beginning here. Ian and Ray Zyger are going to have to fight back a little bit harder, but so far, I mean, it's looking pretty tough. I don't know. I feel like the first game felt a lot closer, and this one, things are kind of getting away from, I don't know. I'm Lily and Junior. I just realized I said Ian and Ray Zeiger. Wow.
Yeah. 6 stocks to 4 still. Could be even worse at this point, right? Ian hasn't taken damage this entire stock since they took the first 2 stocks.
Nice. From that distance, I'm surprised you knew where to do the gravity cancel, honestly.
Yeah.
Wow.
Positioning right along the track, and man, red team has a absolutely massive lead right now.
Yeah, this is a really great adaptation from game number 1. I'll say that much. Ray Zeiger's still living. Queen Nai, what the heck?
Nice mix.
Oh,
Great
man.
trade,
Clashes.
honestly.
It clashes. I cannot believe it. Are they going to take the Lily before a single stock goes away? How is Ian still living? All right, shut down, finally, coming out from Lily here.
Ooh, okay.
Who, while she switched over to Xavier Woods, it's still up to crossover for Bodvar, so the moveset's still the same. And there she goes, off the top of the stage. Finally, Ian goes down as a revenge knockout. And, well, can Ray Zeiger do it again?
We're going to see. Okay, yeah, I guess that's going to be it. Jeez, yeah. No. I was abrupt.
The much more dominant game, game 2. I'd say a game 2 that reflects the viewer vote.
I will say, like, it really felt like Ian and Ray Zeiger, they knew that they were one decision away from winning the last one, and that just kind of fires them up more than it was like, oh, we made a mistake, and they're, like, really downtrodden about it. They're just like, all right, let's just play even better. But it is forcing out the swap from Lily and Junimar. We're getting the Bryn Olgrim. Again, the classic EU 2v2 strat.
Yeah, this is interesting because definitely was a bit of a clap in the last one, more than they probably were expecting to run into this game number 3. But on the other hand, I'm happy to see this team combination working this well. There was so many more team conversions in that last game in comparison to the first.
Yeah, and even talking about like the neutral sig where he like jumped, gravity canceled it, charged it, and hit it from like deep red to get it off the top, right? Like the team conversions are just coming from their fundamentals there, because that you could just do that with any character. So fantastic play from them there. Surprised to see that we're back to Fortress of Lions, honestly, after this. And you know what? I guess you're right. I think Ray Zeiger actually just likes to cover both grounded and air a little bit, because that neutral sig came out there again. Even though he didn't hit it, I feel like he was thinking about that in that moment. Nice double knockout coming up from the blue.
A good swap from Lily. Ended up getting the KO onto Ian. Immediate turnaround for the NSIG to get that second KO.
Okay, should be lead to a combo. No, doesn't get the scoop on the neutralite there, and actually ends up losing the stock because of it. But you know what? Things are looking really, really solid for everyone, actually. I felt like at this point in the last game, the body bag was so already established that it was like, all right, I guess we're just moving on. But it seems like they're keeping it a little bit closer this time around.
Yeah, and I think the switch from Lily over to the Bryn is a really big deal here, because the Bodvar didn't do so great game 1, did a lot worse game number 2, and now that Lily has axe in her hands, she's been doing a lot better here. Ian goes in for some friendly fire on the Ray Zeiger, and it works out, actually. They've got a double edge guard opportunity here, falling there, no recovery. I thought Ian was going to follow up with that. Goes for the gravity cancel sideline Lily instead. Who is going to go down first here? Is it going to be Ray Zeiger or Junimar? Both pretty beefy legends. Ray Zeiger with just a little bit more defense. Let's find out. Junimar goes super deep. Okay. And Lily actually takes down Queen Nai. So that's huge. That neutral stick has more power behind it than I thought.
Real middle of the map. Ian hits that side air, downlight side air, but still both blue team members survive. They're able to get back to the wall safely. Ian's really trying to play that sword edge guard.
D-Light recovery is going to get one off the top, and then we see a little bit of fighting coming out here from Lily, but she needs another weapon and does not get the chance to procure one. And look at all of this aggression from Nai, but...
Ouch.
I thought you were going to finish that sentence with Olgrim.
I didn't expect that. I didn't expect that was like the meanest wake up ever.
Yeah, that was pretty incredible. Oh, and then there was a little bit of a mean friendly fire there with the Sarah, but Lily not really bothered by that. Okay, Junimar. Is Junimar making it back from this?
Trouble though.
He gets Sarah. Okay. Luckily, it's not Demon Island. But the Pogo from Ian could just end it here. Nice. Dive kick does touch. One more Pogo, I think, just has enough knockback.
No, I think he's good. Yeah.
Oh, this is a really...
Yeah, he's good. He's fine. But like the whole time that Junimar was fighting Ian in the offstage, Lily soloed Ray Zeiger.
Ian is 1v2 weapon starving. Okay. Finally, they break it. I was like, how is Ian doing this? I don't know why it feels like all the pressure is in Ian's favor. I thought that was Sarah recovery. I thought it was that for sure.
Oh, missed Sarah.
Nice use of the D-Light to go off the stage, keeping it safe.
Oh! And Ian able to clutch it up, wins in the 2v1, and that's going to give them the lead 2-1.
Oh, and now it's like back against the wall. What do Lily and Junior do? I think you just stay with the Bryn Ulgrim. It didn't feel like it was the problem. And in fact, Lily was really popping off on the Bryn. 5 knockouts, 525 damage. Really putting in a lot of work there that game. And even with more damage taken than damage dealt with that 562, it's just in that 1v2. It was really tough because it occurred when both Lily and Junior were like trying to recover back to the stage. So even though it was 1v2, Ian never really gave up stage control, and Sword just fantastic at capitalizing that, especially if you're not positioned in a way to be able to punish that D-Light Sider, because you kind of travel with the move as it combos when you're playing as Sword. You're not just standing there in place like with Lance doing like a D-Light neutral light. Like you're going to be following your opponent there, so it's a lot harder to get that revenge knockout. And they bring it to match point, and Lily seems to want to go back to the hammer. The Nash pick is coming out, and Junior I think completely switches it up to Pearl.
I think this is the second time I've seen Nash. Yeah, and I'm still intrigued by it, but I mean, Nash is kind of one of the similar legends in terms of just like, my things do what you think they do, right?
Yeah.
The one that hits to the right, hits to the right. The one that hits up. I think down smash on hammer is probably the biggest, like, because it does a dive as opposed to hitting both sides, you know, but...
And it's got the grounded and aerial differential.
Right.
Like you hit it in the air, it's not going to do a lot. I think what makes Nash a little ambiguous to play against, unless you have a lot of experience, is that like the side sig and the neutral sig on both weapons tends to cover the same area, just in different ways. And that's something that I think
it's so hard.
Nash and Thatch kind of share. Like if you think of like Thatch blasters, your neutral sig and your side sig, you're just kind of like covering the same area but at a different cadence. And that could be something that can be difficult to play around. So we'll see here. I know Nash players in particular love using that hammer neutral sig to get that little jumping attack that hits right behind them. But wow.
That was almost the illest thing I've ever seen.
Yo, it's still going though. Junior might have swapped to Pearl, hoping to survive longer, but might not survive for too much longer here. Okay. You know what? Didn't want to get caught by Ian. Gets everybody with that side sig, though.
Yeah, that side sig. And then after Lily hit that one side sig, was just like, she's just going to let it rip again. So Hammer get knocked out of her hands there. There's the recovery. Ian just gets a D-Light recovery, and I'm surprised that had enough knockback. Ray Zeiger goes down right afterwards, and now it's a battle between Ian and Lily on who can hold the stock the longest.
Okay, we got a little bit of offstage play here, and immediately Ian says screw it and runs to the other side to get D-Light aired, I guess, but things looking kind of close. One more pogo. Doesn't even need it.
That was a really good punish from Ray Zeiger there. Came in underneath Lily and was like, all right, well, I'll at least make this a trade out. Caught him with that end sig.
Okay, got a falling cider coming out from Junior, but I mean, it's not really connecting. They're trying to get a little bit of an advantage, but each team's doing such a good job of keeping them at bay. Looks like the red team has control of the stage here, and it looks like Ian finds a nice D-Light.
Oh, that down sig came so close. Lily dodges right through it. Neutral sig being thrown out, and there's the Ray Zeiger finally gets that neutral sig that you said was. I'm now like absolutely certain it was deliberate, right in that moment, because he got that grounded like dash jump area with it right on top, and it was a great amount of damage. And now they're up 4 stocks to 2 and such 4 stocks to 1.
Save?
Oh, did the
Try
save
again?
last long enough? Okay, Ian goes down. Ray Zeiger I think goes down 2. No, got the Sarah and the chase dodge. That is clutch.
Queen 9.
Okay.
Okay, yeah.
Shut that one down. Like, all right, you did a little too much there. Roll back a little bit, because this
That's South
is
America, though.
I mean, that works. That works for blue team's favor. I was almost certain that was going to be like a 4 stock there. Lily super damaged though. What can she do? Just goes down.
Nothing.
Okay, this is wild.
Oh, both players just jumping to catch the landing. All right, Junior. Trying to
Jump
do
scare.
doing his best Acno impression there, where we win a 1v2
Man, I hate
neutral
fighting against
sig.
that move.
That's
Ian and Ray
probably-
Zeiger, they're chilling, man. They just got to get a couple more hits. This one's going to close out 3-1 in their favor.
Imagine.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Yeah,
nice.
good punish.
That down tick did not hit nearly as hard. I don't remember if it got force.
It definitely got a damage nerf.
It got damage
It
nerf.
used to be like
'Cause
those.
I
Like,
looked at that and I was like,
multi-hit
is that
moves
it?
used
And
to do more damage.
It sent nowhere. So
It's also Queen Nai though. Like,
True. Oh, man.
dude, when Lily went for that
Stuck
dare, I
up,
was like,
man.
okay, you don't want to be safe. Like, you're just trying to take someone.
okay, that Sarah was the lightest hitting Sarah ever. Because I was like, where did Ray Zeiger get his chase dodge from?
I really feel like Lily was scared there. That was like twice where she did a stomp into nothing.
I mean,
and like
she
I don't
was-
blame her
she
for
was
being
deep red.
afraid, but like that's twice now that she's like, I'm not gonna do the combo.
Yeah, look at that down stick. That's out of nowhere. Tiger's like, wow, that's not even a move. Also, you're just queen nine. I mean, there you go. Fantastic. Wins that match. I think it was a 3-1.
Yeah, 3-1.
With the first game going over to Lily and Junaror in a way that it was pretty clutch to begin with, right? It was one of those matches where I was like, I don't think you should have made it this hard to lose to begin with. And then after that, Ian and Ray Zeiger just never let that happen again. Very well played. They're going to go up against Weston Fiend next. And Duke, I don't know how they're going to shape up against Weston Fiend. I think Weston Fiend are looking like they're playing really, really solid right now.
Well, they got some time to figure out how they're going to do that matchup because not only is their match not the next one in line, because I think we're going up to the winners final, but also we're going to take a short little break. So stick around. We've still got more top 4 South American Spring Championship action coming at y'all in just a little bit, but we will be right back. Yeah, Taza, it's a white sheep.
Oh, I didn't even make that connection.
Yeah, that's why.
I was just talking about the glasses.
Yeah, it's got cute glasses too.
Yeah.
Taza was admiring it, and our mics were hot, and I couldn't say it. I was like, Taza, yeah, it's a sweater.
Oh, it's glasses.
White sheep with glasses.
I thought I just had a really big nose.
Well,
like the bridge started so high up. It's just like,
Is it wearing,
you know.
like, what do you call those hats?
Is it a beret?
What I'm talking about.
I thought it was a
it could
beret.
be.
Maybe it's not.
I don't know. It's kind of ambiguous at this point. But either way, what's not ambiguous is our top 4 of the South American Spring Championship doubles. Lores, Kaina, Use, Power. That's the top side of the top 4. Wes, Fiend, Ian, and Ray Zeiger are the bottom side of top 4.
Yeah,
how's it make you
and Lores and Kaina, I feel like we saw the viewer vote right now, would probably be the favorites to win. But Use is my favorite player to watch when it comes to doubles and singles in general because he plays really cool legends. Oh man, power
Why'd you
on
have to
the Onyx.
qualify that?
Huh?
You could have said you said my favorite player to watch in doubles and singles, which is like the only 2 places that you're gonna you're not watching them in Kung
Because sometimes I have a player that I like to watch a lot in singles, but not in doubles.
Oh.
So he's like, I just like watching Use play in South America
Okay.
no matter what. It's
I
a lot of
see.
fun, and mainly because of vector bias. But
Vector's
he's
cool.
not locking in Vector right now. But Jala's pretty cool, too. They talk a lot about how Jala is actually a pick that I feel like you should start your doubles adventure on, and he might be doing that this game, Flambo.
No, I feel you. It's like I don't know. I think it's a good idea, especially considering. I mean, many people have done it. Pugsy, right? You always think of Pugsy when you think of Jala, and you're like,
I unfortunately think of Daiku.
That's an
Sorry?
old head mentality. That's an old head mentality. Pugsy's the new age, all right?
True.
But apparently now it's all about Use coming in with that Jala alongside Power on the Onyx. Kind of an interesting mix-up, of course. We're used to seeing like Onyx Cross, like the Chronix was like really popular. It's what won BCX.
Chronix.
But now we're seeing the Jonix, I guess, Jala Onyx versus the Lores
I
kind of
didn't
combo.
know. You know, it makes a lot of sense that it's called the Chronix.
right?
You just got that?
It's pretty good.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I know. I got it immediately, but I never have actually said it or heard it be said.
Oh, okay.
And hold on now. We might have an edge guard coming out from Loris here with the spear. Pogo, that didn't connect. Wow.
Wow. It's just Cross and
Kaya?
I almost said Impala
Raya?
3 times.
Oh, yeah.
I was like, this is Cross and Impala. It's quite a strong team comp. No, Kaya. Yeah, this is interesting to see because I feel like usually you would pick one or the other in your doubles team comp. Like you would see Kaya with a Bryn or an Olgrim, or you would see Cross with a character of a similar case, but seeing Cross with Kaya is very interesting. This is that ground pound there as well.
Uh-oh.
That
side.
doesn't miss that one.
Double?
Ground pound.
Chasing,
okay.
yeah, use full disengage. Like, no, I don't want a triple. That's good.
I respect it. Bow ground pound, you can't play with that move, so I understand making the decision just to run to the other side of the stage, but at this point, I'm waiting to see some of these cross conversions.
Ooh. Yeah, we were talking about that in Europe as well, where it's like Cross technically, like the Cross's purpose and how he plays in doubles has not changed. His moves are just weaker, and yet we still haven't seen a single gauntlet that connect. And no matter how many good players have played the character, and that's why I'm like, wow, this is interesting. Double edge guard coming out from Power and Use. That was beautifully done on Lawrence. That was fantastic.
That was a good kind of handoff from Use and Power, where Use is like, all right, I did like all of my options. I'm good. Now it's your turn to finish off the stock, and Power Rangers comes over, dips down, hits the ground pound.
Okay, we can see, gravity cancel neutral sig from Lores, trying to be a little bit cheeky here. Kai's love that quick one, but both members of the red team sent off stage. A nice Sayer to cover one, and Use is going to go for the save. No, actually just goes real deep.
It was very hesitant there,
Yeah.
and the hesitance actually costs him his stock. Evens things up here. Loras and Kaina were a bit behind before that double knockout.
Nice.
All right, Use picking up the axe. Everybody on the final stocks here. Red team had a slight lead, but blue team really managed to bring that one back.
Oh, man. You're just seeing Loris swinging, swatting, but gets clapped a little bit there by that side air as Use coming out with this axe, trying to find that fine finishing blow with Jala, but really haven't seen those Jala sigs connect like that either.
Nope.
Nice.
Wow.
Thank you.
Okay,
Appreciated that.
connects,
Ask
and
and receive, man.
that's the knockout. All right, let's see what Kaina can do.
Oh.
Man, just barely misses that Sayer. I don't know if it was like
Whoa.
fastball timing or something, and Power does not want to mess with that down sig.
Oh,
See that recovery?
Uh-oh.
Oh, Kaina's gonna do it. I can't believe both of those didn't knock out. Onyx is so tanky.
High defense on that Onyx. Weapon denial now. Kaina has both in the red.
Man, didn't get the pickup there.
What? Oh, he gets the alley-oop off the right side of the
shot.
stage. Pretty clutch. That was clutch. It was necessary because Kaina was making that 1v2 look possible.
They're so good.
And I don't think that final hit, I think it was a neutral light. I don't think that was going to KO. So Power had to get that final blow there.
Yeah.
Man.
It's going to be. Oh, dude, Onyx is so goofy. the big headbutt.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Because Onyx's rig is already kind of like.
Have you seen Jake?
I have. I have
love
seen
Jake.
it.
Big head Jake's hilarious to me.
Side air. Ooh, catches it. So wait, did? Okay. I
Yes.
thought that Power like went into the blast zone with him, but I don't know because the magnifying glass is kind of. Anyways, here we go. Game number 2. I don't think we see anything swapped up here, so it's still going to be the cross Kaya going up against Power and Use here, who Use is still really confident with the Brawlhalla. That was a very close game 1. I don't think there's any other way to talk about it, and kind of could have easily made that 1v2 happen. So it's going to be like a matter of if momentum wildly goes in one team's favor that I think we'll see any swaps. Because I think everybody here has proven that they've got about 4 or 5 characters that they feel pretty comfortable with competitively.
Oh man, and now right in the thick of things, we see some good blasters play coming out from Kaina. Gets stuffed a little bit there, but do want to see if you can go ahead and push someone off the stage and start going for an edge guard, but we got a lot of juggling. Oh no, friendly fire!
Oh, ground pounds right past the Sair. D-Light side air. Kaina doesn't go in for the save. Nairs from Power are keeping Laura's on off the ground, but Use goes down first.
Yeah, good down sig coming out from Kaina, ends up leading to the first KO, but still a lot of people damaged, so yeah, easy to clean up.
Oof.
And Use with the side sig.
Yeah, Power sliding with the down sig on Onyx. Be fun to see.
And I'm wondering, is the down sig on blasters like stronger than side sig or something now, or people just like it more? I'm like, I feel like I've seen no side sigs at all.
The honest answer is that you don't have to worry about whether they dodge in or out. you just cover both ways, I think, and whether it's stronger or not is not the case. I think it's just easier to hit.
It's also like it's more disjointed from your hitbox, right? Like the side sig throws your body forward, whereas the down sig just puts the blast out.
That is true.
Yeah, I think the only player that I really think of that constantly hits the side sig reliably is Boomy. But it would be nice to see. So far, it's been a lot of down sig heavy play coming up from Kaina. Nice attempt with that sider there. Power. Ooh, what is he doing? He's staring up the side of the stage. I feel like this might be the last time, Duke, that we see the Brawlhalla, because Use has been going down pretty early on, and I haven't really been seeing it do too much that's convincing me that it should stick around. Although
How about that?
recovery
Is that
can stop
convincing?
it. Yeah, you could do that on Olgrim.
That's facts.
Yeah, but like the higher decks.
Higher decks. Very fast twirl of the axe.
Yes.
Oh man, nice little recovery from Kaina. And Use, I don't know what that recovery was for. Maybe a misinput.
Maybe thought. Yeah, honestly, I don't know.
Yeah.
That
was odd.
Oh,
Okay.
ground pound hits, but it's now only even up the stocks here. Oh, kind of goes down here. Use is almost certainly staying up the Brawlhalla.
Almost got that edge guard too. Kaina was going up with that recovery, and if Power had gotten high enough or timed it correctly, could have ground pounded right inside of that.
Power's popping off. Falling, rising Sarah catches the jump. Use goes down. Team combo opportunity, but kind of just jumps into the nair from Laura as Power. Gets the sidelight. Sidelights the other way. These 1v2s have been struggling between these two teams on either side. But that should be
no
it. I don't think
touch.
he drifted. Yeah, that was like, sometimes it's not clear to me, but it was obvious to me that he did not hold right there. He just got
Right,
hit by the
yeah,
down
it's
air
like
before
it
touch.
almost recoiled off the corner.
You could see the animation of
Like
the
bounce
wall
off.
touch.
Well, it's
Yeah.
like you didn't see the cloud, and also like you were saying, Flambeau, that recovery bounced him off that corner a little bit, so he ended up kind of sliding away from it instead of like sliding along.
Right. Oh man, we're gonna be able to see it probably right here. Little pogo, and then side air, jump, recovery.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Like the move was still active, didn't drift far enough. And that's the pogo, and Laura's with a little bit of a celebration there as we go into game number 3, where a little bit to my surprise, Use is staying with the Jaw all the way through, so I feel like it might be a back against the wall thing, but we'll find out. It could also just be the pick that Use believes in the most going into this best of 5.
I mean, it's still topside, still a chance that like if this doesn't work out, they can practice something in the elimination side of things. Yo!
Oh. Not enough Kyle with enough defense to survive there, but very aggressive chase from Power toward the top blast zone.
Falling with the nairs there. Power goes in for that dash jump turnaround cider. Nice catch. And the side air off of that as well. Goes for the weapon throw, forces the dodge, kind of has nothing to land with. D-like ground pound, no recovery afterwards, so he gets some damage for that landing, and okay, he's really putting out these down sigs at the moment, trying to get up the tail whip.
Oh!
The air catches Loras with no recovery, I think. Goes all the way around the other side.
All right, yeah, we get out of that one.
Combo.
Combo.
Yeah, that was a good setup.
And kind of comes in, tries to break it up, still putting a lot of damage onto Loras, who might dip down to that last stock here in a hot minute.
Oh, neutral light. Obliterates kind of first stock there. And Loras could get down to 1 stock in under a minute 30, and that would be a huge shift of momentum for the red team.
Yeah, you can see they're fishing for those finals hits. That neutral sig, so strong. I don't know, so pugnacious even.
Is it me, or does Cross's Blaster's recovery hit less hard than other Blasters characters?
Are you really?
That might just be just you. Yeah, I don't know, bro. You're not going to catch me on air saying that.
I'm like, why is this move not sending anyone anywhere? I know only Downlight got like adjusted for Blasters like the past 3 patches. It's wild.
It just never has been a super potent KO move.
Interesting option there from Hughes. Opted to go for the side swap into the side sig instead of trying to keep that combo going onto Loras there.
Nice down sig.
Chops his feet off.
I think Hughes and Power have both realized that they can just use the down sig here on these landings, and it's working out pretty nicely. Weapon throw after the neutral light is a good bit of extra damage. Power looking for these nairs to catch the jumps. Duke, I don't know what Loras is thinking there on the side of the stage, but kind of could go down pretty quick if Loras can't break up the pressure. It's awkward because kind of has the stock lead, but so damaged that he can't really play the role of the one that's engaging, and now Loras might just go down shortly afterwards.
Yeah, Loras is definitely in that kind of like, I just want to live. I want to not get KO'd so fast right now, but also like he's just leaving kind of to these 1v2s against Power and Hughes.
You see Loras using that down sig button more, trying to just get the hitboxes to connect. Can't get the edge guard there. Nice little recovery, but it's not enough to take the stock. And at this point, Loras one more probably good hit away from losing this stock.
He got denied the weapon there.
Yeah, that Dare Sarah not hitting was a pretty big deal. Loras has survived quite a long time. And at this point, you really just have to be a nuisance on the screen, getting ready to be able to follow up for the hit of your teammate. Team combo opportunity, the ground pound. I mean, whoa, okay, that's still going. And that's the high-risk maneuver that Hughes went there with that slide charge, neutral sig, fresh stock. Loras does go down for it, but Loras had a great opportunity to steal some stocks there, and now kind of in this 1v2, could barely survive the Axe neutral light.
Oh, there we go, D-Light recovery. Yeah, we'll see ya. That one gets cleaned up as Hughes and Power are able to secure that game number 3.
Taza, you've been so critical of this Brawlhalla. Has your opinion changed as we get into game 4 now?
It's like formative. I don't know. I don't know what to think about
It's such a big dad energy. I'm just like,
what do you mean?
You know, you could have gotten a higher grade. Like, you could have done better.
I think that Power is doing a phenomenal job on the Onyx, and I think that the weaknesses that I thought were there for Hughes, I didn't see happen just because Power and Hughes did such a phenomenal job destroying Loras' stocks. Like, Loras was down to 1 stock in a minute 20. And it was at that point I was like, that game, you've already decided the game here because you were able to focus Loras down so hard. So I'm not really sure. It's working well enough that they can play at that level, right? Like the falling cider there, slide charge, that neutral signature. If Loras decided to dodge up, that was Loras' stock gone in an instant. They're both not helping each other out here on these edge guards, but they're winning them, and that neutral sig comes through. Doesn't knock out, but a great idea. So yeah, I'm enjoying what I'm seeing. I'm just not totally sold on it.
Well, Power comes in, hits that side sig. Some fantastic edge guards from both red team members onto their individual blue team members. As the down sig, you don't see that too often, but it will launch kind of there, and the side air finally finishes off the first stock.
Okay, we might have another stock taken here as well. The weapon throw forces a dodge, and you see Hughes aggressively going off stage with the unarmed side air to go ahead and close out that stock. And a nice little team combo during the respawn as well. Perfect.
Yeah, that was like 4 hits that brought kind of from white to deep yellow, almost an orange now after that sideline air connects again. And that is a huge thing that's coming out here from Hughes in the Brawlhalla. The recovery comes through, but like the Brawlhalla is one of the hardest hitting Axe legends in the game outside of like blocking and Terros, but you get all of that speed as well. So Hughes really taking advantage of it, except that could have been the stock.
D-Light, side air rather, is enough to take the stock, but don't know if Hughes going to be able to hang on for too much longer here. I mean, granted, things are fairly even. Good little breakup of the conversion right there from Hughes using that side air, but no one's really finding a way. Maybe right here from Power?
Yup, another side air, and Laura's going to be down to that final stock again, a little bit earlier than everybody else. You still managing to hold on despite the pressure from Kaina in that 1v1.
Ooh, down lights. Lots of X attacks there. Yeah, Laura just can't land. Yu's holding on a lot longer with the stock than I'd have. Oh, God. After that recovery hits, dude, I'm convinced Cross is like 2-4s.
Dude, are you a Cross fan? The Cross propaganda,
right?
man.
It is wild right now.
I don't know what's happening today, but when I watch Cross the doubles, I'm like, this is not the Cross I remember. Gauntlet recovery not taking out Jala at deep red at any point on the stage? What's going on?
You're just channeling the Kaina energy right now, but Kaina's deep red. Still, you know what? The stock count is technically even.
Okay, this is getting a little closer here. Nice little neutral light was going to hit your top part. I'm not really sure what happened there.
What stopped Kaina's recovery? That was weird. All right, that downlight will send Kaina flying.
Okay.
Hughes has to run for his life right now, and he somewhat succeeds. Spear recovery comes through, kind of puts out that neutral signature, gets the nair, Power's a danger, has to go for the weapon throw, does not pick it back up again, but that was a good recovery.
Good decision to go for that weapon toss. Unarmed was going to be a little bit safer, and again, those hitboxes. And there you see him use start to run for his life.
Power's crazy.
Got the scoop with the neutral air, but no stock's going to be taken quite yet. The aggression's coming out here. I mean, Laura's one hit away. That downlight, barely not enough, so maybe one more hit away, depending on the hit in question. But I think that's about most. That's, D-Light side air.
Now, Power has got an interesting decision to make. Oh, that recovery doesn't do it because
team damage.
I want to say team damage, but I was going to say
you're going to say Cross. I know, but it's because team damage.
Recovery just can't knock out anybody. No, it's not actually true.
This is tough because Power needs to get horizontal in order to find a KO, and they just keep staying below him.
Oh, and yeah, he does not have the movement here. Oh, wait. It's high enough?
What?
Okay.
Wait, what?
Sared into the stage, I think, right?
Yeah. It looked like it was Loras' hit, but the KO went to Kaina, so that had to
because I was like, there's no way down heavy hit from there.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, that's huge win for Kaina and Loras. Very close, like incredibly close.
Oh
Let me
man.
see that replay.
Oh, here it is.
I was so focused on Loras.
And Kaina, bang.
Okay, yeah, you're right. It's just a quick stare.
It's hard to tell with the giant head in the way. But
Yeah, fair.
everything works out in favor of a game 5, which of course you love to see. It's been an exciting set so far, so we'll see who ultimately wins. Use not dissuaded by all the hate that Taza is putting out here. You're so anti-use Jala and so pro Kaina's Cross that you're just like out here. Like I get it.
Look,
you're biased.
I'm a huge Use fan. I just feel like I don't know. At least on Apocalypse, a lot of the strengths of Jala is not really coming through here. And a lot of her weaknesses are kind of highlighted. So it's just interesting to see. But we're going here into game number 5 between both teams where Lores and Kaina did a phenomenal job surviving off of that last game. And we'll see how this plays out.
Yeah, so far not going too bad. I mean, seeing the blue team doing their best to control center stage. Nice side airs coming out from Kaina to push Use even further into the corner. Almost had an edge guard potential there. And Laura's getting a little reverse on both sides of the stage. 2 separate edge guards, and both teams win on opposite sides.
I do got to rewind the clock a little bit to the last game where Loras went down to his final stock really early, but still managed to hold on to the tail end of that last game. I think that's going to be something that's really critical is Loras' survivability. Yeah, Taza? Yes?
Did you watch what happened? You got hit by cross recovery. Whatever. I'm done. I don't care. It's fine. Jala is apparently an 8 defense legend. Oh, that was so close to getting that down sig. Use side lights, kind of off the side of the stage. Okay, Laura, you've got an idea right now, and it's not working. It's like, I know this down sig is the way.
It's like, just walk into it.
Just panic.
You hold it longer. It's like a chainsaw thing.
Yo, but a nice recovery. Will take down Use. It went to someone. I don't actually know who, but another Sig takes down Power. Kind of still holding on to the stock, and there's the dare going for the combo.
That would have been so cool. I love that. I love that so much.
That would have been lit. I don't know if it would have been enough to KO outright, though.
Is it
I don't think so.
because Kaina didn't jump that it didn't work? Oh, I don't know. Kaina goes down.
I don't know if Kaina had jumps to spend.
Oh, like everything was used during the combo?
Yeah, might have just not had the jump to line it up proper, so was kind of just hoping the knockback worked. I don't know.
Well, here we go. Power Ranger blasting away with the cannon. Team combo opportunity, but Power gets out of it. Use in the red, Laura's in the orange. See who goes down first here as Power gets a little bit of friendly fire and kind of uses the hit on the Power to get down to Use. Laura's wants that to work so bad. Oh, team combo.
Too high.
Yeah.
Who scoops? Oh, Haagen-Dazs.
Kind of. He wants
Nice.
to finish this one out. You can see he's playing a lot more aggressive, really chasing down. Yuz, though, down in that final stock alongside Power, and Lores isn't the first one onto the final stock, so things are looking real nice for this blue team.
Okay, we're trying to see who's going to fall first here, but it's probably going to be used by the looks of things. And as we say that, Lores does go down, finally sent to the final stock, and the red team is trying their hardest to come back from this. They could get Kinda any moment, though.
Nice down sig there. Gets a little bit of extra damage. Yeah, Kinda could get Kinda at any moment. Kinda's been pretty tough to lock down, though. Power goes off there, gets punished for actually even chasing after Kinda's second stock. I think that the goal here might be to focus onto Lores. Okay, the opportunity here to just win the whole set.
Grab that weapon.
Ooh, but that recovery is going to launch Yuz really high. They need to take down Lores ASAP, and Lores is not quite in that KO percent, so it is not going to be easy. Ground pound.
Oh, weapon
what a
throw
weapon
stops
throw.
the dare. That's
right.
incredible. Okay, a little friendly fire from Power, but the sidelights will never knock out. The recovery
Nice.
hits both.
All right, this is close now.
Oh, Yuz just dumped all the way out now. The Nair hits, but it doesn't knock out.
Yuz is trying to find a way back down to the base platform. There it is.
Oh, it's so close. Kind of the only one that's not one hit away from losing his stock. Oh,
No!
I said that, and I missed it.
Okay, 1v2.
Oh, Kinda goes for the dare. All right, Kinda's a blaster sider away from both knockouts.
It could be a double sider.
Oh,
no
no
way.
that situation.
You're wild. Nah, no shot I'm doing that.
We're all in agreement that that was a really low reward, high risk maneuver, right? Okay.
No.
Of
See,
all the moves Blaster's got, that's not the one.
If he hit, though, like, all right.
What do you, if he hit?
if he
He's
hit-
still stuck in the animation.
If he hit,
there's two people on the
if
screen.
he hit, Yuz is on the other side of the map.
And you
Yuz is
have
on the other
time.
side of the map.
He could walk instead of dash and make it.
Watch. Show the replay.
Oh, man.
Look at this. He's not on the other side of the screen.
He's on the other side of the map.
He went to the other side of the map because he was reacting to the downlight. He was like, well, my teammate's going to hit him. So
He's
it's
over there. But yeah, honestly, like a very risky decision, not the best decision, but ultimately can't fault him too much because it would have potentially led to a KO. And either way, Yuz and Power do end up going home with a dub here.
Well, it's a win. They're not going home because I was on the winner's side.
Okay, well, they're going on to the next set.
Yeah.
They're already okay.
Captain Semantics
you look
over
so
here
good.
with his cross propaganda.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I didn't know you were such a kind of fan.
I'm
I would've
actually
thought you were
just
Sparky.
perturbed about the whole thing because I was like, Cross actually can't knock out off the top. I didn't see it happen once. So that's why I was just kind of like, I'm just genuinely trying to seek information. Man, there's no
seeking
bias.
information.
Yeah, just trying to learn.
I'm just asking questions, all right? Like,
But all the other Blasters legends.
everyone else can KO at the top, but
Look at that viewer
Cross.
vote right there. Look at this.
Wes and Fiend versus
Wow.
Ian Ray Zeiger. I will take the bait and change subjects so Taza doesn't have to feel embarrassed anymore.
Ooh.
Wes and Fiend, yeah, not too surprised on this viewer vote. How do you feel about this?
I mean,
Flavor?
I'm kind of in the same boat.
It
I
should be
mean,
95%,
especially
actually.
from what we saw a little bit earlier, like they are clearly cooking up today. Ian and Ray Zeiger, of course, didn't look too bad either, but I just think that one of these teams has a resume that kind of speaks for itself, and so this is no shade to Ian and Ray Zeiger. I'm just saying it's in the numbers.
One of these teams has a queen eye, though. Does that affect anyone?
I mean, I'm
hyped
hyped for it.
11%.
I'm hyped for it.
No, I think that's why it's 11%, like 13%. That's the queen eye factor. If this wasn't there, you chop off the one.
Yeah, and it'd be 3%. That's Taza. You got such hater energy right
Well,
now.
I mean, I'm just saying how it is. I think Wes and Fiend barely are in the elimination bracket to begin with and are playing so good right now that there's like just two other teams that can possibly contest them, and those are the ones that were in winners finals. That's how I feel at the moment. I would love to see an upset from Ian and Ray Zeiger, but I need to see it to believe it because right now I am on the 90% side of the viewer vote here. I think Wes and Fiend are going to do very, very well.
Man, I'm in the same boat with you. I don't want to verbalize it, but I'm like, I think one of these teams is gonna have a tough time, but I'm like really hoping that it's not as bad as I think it is in my head. But we shall see. But the hating man in me says this is a 3-0.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think coming into today, in terms of South American teams, like, again, we kind of talked about, like, there's these big 3 teams that are at the top of South America, and everybody else is just kind of, like, hoping to be in that conversation. But because somebody has to be the contrarian, I'm going to be rooting for Ian and Ray Zeiger. I love the way that Ray Zeiger's coming out with those SIGs, those Queen Nai and SIGs were hitting time and time again. And when Fiend's coming in here on the Hattori, base 4 defense, going to be coming in defense stance for 5, he's still going to get chunked really hard if he's getting caught by those 6.
Yeah, and as far as like talking about the performance of the team that's coming up against them, Ian's rocking that Winter Finalist 23 tag because up until the Winter Championship, Ian wasn't really talked about in South America, and he had breakout performances in both singles and doubles, and has made it as far as top 4 here, right?
That's true.
To go up against Wes and Fiend. So it's a really phenomenal performance. I just think it's like one of those things where the gap between top 3 to 4 and 5 and 6 is just a little bit wider than anywhere else. Like then, so I'm interested to see how they play out here. Maybe we get Fiend matching Ray Zeiger's Queen Nai at some point, because that's a legend that Fiend has put a lot of work in as a spear main in general. I think it was like Queen Nai and Hattori since the beginning of his competitive career, but we'll have to wait and find out.
Yeah, no, that's kind of what I was thinking about as well. I was like, if the first 2 games go cleanly, I would not be surprised if Fiend decided to play Queen Nai just for a statement.
To be the South American Queen Nai. I mean, he's definitely been the South American like face for a really long time. He's played a lot of spear characters. Could see him just switch it up for the sake of switching it up. Even a Thatch would be like, I get it. That's a Fiend pick. But on the other side, Wes, I'd like to see him swap over to Orion. Just saying.
Wes?
Yeah.
I think Wes is like only.
He's gonna stick to the Macho Man.
In doubles.
But I'd like to see the Orion. Orion's been looking good.
In doubles, all he wants is as little dexterity as possible, and then 2 really good Sairs. Right, and that's
Kinda.
Like, this is what you get. Who has the lowest dex for spear? That's Nash. It's Nash, right? Like if you're looking for like a spear legend that has low dex.
That has low dex? It would probably be Nash. Yeah. It's probably
I think Nash is another one of those 3 base.
Yeah. Well, he won't be picking Nash here. We're going to be going into game number 1 of this elimination semifinal. Winner of this will be going on into top 3. Here we go. Fortress of Lions for game number 1. It's going to be the Hattori and Nai versus the Hattori and Macho Man. Epic crossover for Olgrim. So we've got that Lance and the Axe coming into game number 1. Let's see how it plays out here. Viewer vote, Duke, very much in favor of Wes and Fiend. And I think we're all kind of in agreement that's who we expect to win. But what I'd like to see is what Ian and Ray Zeiger got cooked up for this particular matchup.
You know, when you're coming in as that underdog, the worst that can happen is the people are correct. But you always have that potential of upsetting, right? There's like, the worst that can happen is like, oh no, we lost the match we were supposed to lose. But you could get that sick upset. You can make a lot of people very salty, and that is a nice feeling.
Man, I always get shocked when I see a Qatar main go for a ground pound read off a dodge. I'm always like, man, you know something. You know, you're feeling confident
I don't
doing
know
that
what
one.
patch it was, but ground pound from Qatar has actually specifically got buffed to where it's like true out of specific scenarios. I don't know. Player downlight.
I think it's off of Nair, and also it's the most damage on single hit move for guitars.
That is true.
Yeah, it's got its purpose.
Damage in quotation marks.
Yeah.
Okay, nice side air coming out from West, and we're going to see Ian get a retaliatory one as well. Drops D-Light recovery.
A little bit of tournament nerves here. West still holding on to that initial stock, but he's deep red.
Oh, West just fighting both of them there. That neutral light dash forward weapon throw finally goes down. Keeping it really close between the 2 teams so far. Fiend fights his way back to stage with the sword side airs, and West is looking for a weapon. Lance picked up, goes right over to help out Fiend, and let's see if anything can start for either team. Ray Zeiger is the one that is the most damaged. Wow, that was a double jump to avoid both swings of that side sig.
I mean, he needs all those jumps coming in again. He's on that 4 because he's got 4 movement speed. He put in the speed stance, but he has to use everything to get away from things.
Oh, and that's just enough. That's just enough force to take him down. Took so much damage from Wes's Lance. Team combo just barely doesn't send him far enough for that neutral signature.
And now we see that at this point, Ray Zeiger has 1 stock left. Hasn't been touched yet, though, but, I mean, on that Queen Nai should be able to last a long time as the red team, Fiend and West, just looking for the final blows here onto Ian. And Ian manages to get the wall touch. Okay.
Get the edge guard. Oh, Fiend just literally drifts right past the Sair.
Oh,
West is down there to help. Did West's recovery hit Fiend? I wasn't sure.
I think it did. Like, he kind of got bounced up there. Either way, good cleanup there from Ray Zeiger on the West.
Oh, that down
gosh.
gets everybody into the recovery, and just like that, a team combo for the red team means that they are poised to win this game. West hitting all these neutral sigs, or neutral lights, goes for the down sig as well, and that's again off the bottom of the stage.
Wow, drops that one. The down sig almost enough with the
again.
slash down the middle.
Gravity cancel down
A
sig.
D-light. GC D-light.
I'm surprised that KO'd more than that it hit. Like, that's a common thing for Axe players. Like, you do side light, nair, D-light. But, man, the fact that that KO'd onto a Queen Nai at the top of the map, that was a lot of damage that was needed.
Yeah, it was just high enough.
I want to see.
Yeah, that hit both.
He hit off the nair, right? On the side light nair here, side light nair, down light. Yeah, Axe nair has been over time getting a lot of really nice additions to its stun duration, which is pretty niche, except for situations like that where you can get the gravity cancel downlight afterwards, where it's a lot harder for players to get out of that situation. I don't know exactly how many frames that you've got. I just know that it's a really tight window. And if you can get that to connect on high damage, Nair doesn't really ever send you far enough to where you wouldn't be able to connect with the downlight if somebody doesn't dodge or jump right away.
Here we go into game number 2. Wes and Fiend pretty handedly won that last one, I would say.
Agreed. Yeah. Well, I mean, it was very close until the double team combo happened, and then after that, it was.
Almost saw another double team combo. Oh man, we're seeing a lot of damage. A neutral sig from Queen Nai. That's gonna be big damage coming out. But this edge guard from Fiend just swats her away. She's too slow, and it can make these edge guards simple.
Yeah, that's that movement speed of Queen Nai showing its face there as Ian picks up a side air. Or sorry, Wes picks up a side air onto Ian and gives the red team a significant lead here.
Okay, hold on now. Nice little neutral airs from Wes. Almost gets the big swing with that recovery. But with that said, I mean, it's still looking phenomenal for the red team. Wes and Fiend are just absolutely destroying our competition right now.
Oh, trying to catch the landing of Ian there, but Ian stayed right above that Axe neutral light. Gets back to the stage, dashes forward, gets the recovery on Ray Zeiger. That's like the perfect angle you want when you can't knock it off the top. No edge guard comes afterwards, but Wes is just waiting for that fastfall through the platform, and that's still not the first stock of Fiend. And you get hit. Wow. He gets hit by Wes's weapon throw, and Fiend still makes it back. Is he still living? Okay, no. There, finally the double knockout for Ian.
Yo, but Ray Zeiger is taking the brunt of the damage here, coming in as the highest defense and still struggling against all of these attacks from the red team.
Yeah, you're definitely feeling what makes Queen Nai in this match, and that side air is going to get a sick, clean knockout, almost a catch on Ian, but Ian somehow is buttery enough to get through.
Nice side sig. Not going to knock out just yet, but Wes is at this point where I can tell he's just having a lot of fun at the moment. He's doing these slide charge down sigs, putting out these really risky maneuvers that's not getting punished because he's so far ahead and he's feeling so confident in this matchup. I mean, he's just like sidelighting the platform up there. Kind of interesting to see. Okay, almost gets that follow-up. Does he make it back?
Yeah, he's chilling. Okay, the ground pound, but Fiend is in position, so Ray Zeiger can't overcommit
I think
here.
Ray Zeiger's just done for.
Yeah, he might be. Yeah, Fiend.
Fiend is
guarantees it.
relentless.
Fiend's so good. Oh, Wes is so good.
That was objectively mean. Like, it was just mean.
He's like, what are you doing here? Get out. Nice punish from Wes on that ground pound from Ian.
Nair him again. Let's see it. Oh. Gravity cancel neutral signature. Not the safest thing to do on stage.
Okay, well.
Ends up costing Fiend that stock.
Not too much wiggle room for Ian here, as Wes still has 2 stocks, but gonna try to make it happen. Maybe a Pogo or a Sayer can't line it up, and Fiend gets a little punished with the recovery. But Ian, ooh, this is gonna hurt. How do you get through here? Nice. Finds a way.
Yeah, Wes goes too low, Fiend goes too high, just threads the needle. But that should be it.
Combo.
Yeah.
Yep. Into the end, Sig. Wes and Fiend get another one. And again, convincing fashion, showing why the community had so much faith in this team.
Yeah, no, they're definitely, I mean, that was a pretty tough game. I felt like they had a pretty commanding lead early on and then just kind of played the game with it the same way, right? There was never really a moment where you're like, I think they're going to lose this one.
I can't believe that Axe ground pound didn't hit from his head. No. That's gay.
The slow-mo
slow-mo remix? Yeah.
Is always hilarious. All right, game number 3. Still no swaps, no disrespect from Fiend going to a Queen Eye to try to
Fiend's
take ownership
definitely
or
the
anything like
last
that.
player that would do that.
I don't
Like,
know about the last. No,
I
definitely not.
think actually the last.
I wouldn't switch to Queen Eye in this situation.
Fiend switches to Queen Eye on occasion in singles when he feels like it's an appropriate switch for the matchup. But like that's how I at least my analysis of Fiend is like he plays what character he thinks is appropriate for who he's fighting against, or for how he's losing or for how he's winning, and he doesn't change characters for anything else.
I think he has more swag. That is my thesis.
Well, at least not in this game. He's not showcasing it, or he's like, you have not unlocked it, right? You haven't unlocked the pressure to make me even want to go for that. So here we go, Game 3, Demon Island. Not picked as frequently as we might see in like North America, but there's that recovery. Takes him off the top, perfect angle on that Sair. Could take West down as well.
Nice pogo.
Okay, wow, it got cleaned up pretty easily there. Now the blue team with a decent lead. It's not a phenomenal lead, but we're going to see how far they can stretch it here. Nice little extra damage off that neutral light from Ian and Fian trying to close it out here. Wesley just mashing that Sair. Yeah, that was relentless.
He's just riding that rocket all the way to the left side, taking out both blue team members, and basically evened up. Didn't really get to stretch that lead as much as you likely would have wanted.
Yeah, let's see if we can do some more. There's one Sair, just goes for the neutral light, but Ray Zyger dashes in. Ian is getting a good amount of damage onto West, and Fiend's taking some friendly fire, but the lead's still very much in blue team's favor. Okay, neutral state goes unpunished because of the defense from Ian, and West dips down super low. That's just going to be the stock, right? He's got
a dodge?
Still touched.
Okay.
Nice.
Another one?
He
Try
just
again.
keeps coming down with the pogo.
Ooh,
Fiend
okay,
this
Fiend
time with
gets
the
in there.
save.
Wait, still pogoing. Still pogoing?
Jeez,
Nope,
what
went for a
is
ground pound.
this?
Tried to change it
Are
up.
they going to survive this?
They're surviving.
Not only are they going to
so
survive it, they're going to get the stock. They're going to get the stock. Oh, he messes with the delay. That's how you go down? All right, Fiend could get the edge guard.
I love South America.
After all of that, with Fiend's effort to save it, they take the lead. That's huge. It's a small one, but it is a lead.
Down Sig West, not able to interrupt, not able to save Fiend there, and it basically evens all up. But top of the map, West still swinging on to Ian.
And Ian and Ray Zyger, they have to win here to stay alive in this elimination bracket. Meanwhile, Wesley and Fiend are looking like they're just trying to cook him. What's going to happen? Wow, gets interrupted out of that gravity cancel neutral sig, but Fiend always seems to love to pick the aggressive option, and it always works.
Oh, that was like 3 nairs coming up from Ian there. Balls with Sair just in the center of the stage. Silent hits
Oh.
Fiend. Ray Zyger does get the neutral sig on the West. Let's see if they can get a final blow
nice.
here. Fiend the most healthy, but for how long? So many neutral sigs flying around. West barely lives.
Ooh, Fiend rolls underneath the down Sig. Ian doesn't hit the ground pound. It's all left to Ian in the 1v2 against Fiend and West. That's 2 exclamation points and about to be a stock.
Oh, recovery hits. Ian in
watch
the
it for the
1v2.
down sig.
It's the most doable 1v2 so far. Recovery. Wait, wow.
What the heck? He's so good.
Downlight
Gosh.
fake out into recovery. Fiend and West with a 3-0 victory. Close it out over Ian and Ray Zyger.
Ian with the 716 damage, though. Really, really great performance. So Ray Zyger on the Queen Eye was fantastic, but Ian is just one of those players who I feel like every single seasonal, it's like, okay, soon I won't be saying what I said today, which is all right, you're doing great, but you're not going to beat West and Fiend. I think Ian's on that trajectory to being one of those top players who's constantly getting in those top 3s, and he's just going to keep entering because he's been playing fantastic. But yeah, West and Fiend, really, really good. Won that game off of the back of their edge guard scenarios where I think, West got hit by like 5 pogos and still made it back. And
Yeah, that was a phenomenal sequence. It's rare that you get like such an extended edge guard scenario like that where people are just like, it feels like they should be hopeless, but they just keep managing to find a way through. And like, especially I think when it comes to saves, right? Where it's like people are getting so good at punishing the save that you're like, I got to save you in a way where you don't get punished, and then you can save me. And they're going back and forth to the point where like trying to keep track of who's saving who and what resources they have becomes hard.
Tells us having fun.
I'm trying to
learning
find
how
if I could
iPads work.
see. I was trying to see if I could find the
That's
visual
the end of the stock.
of where West was getting pogoed on the damage.
Oh.
And I couldn't. It does not show up really nicely, honestly.
I mean, it was probably
Was
like,
it
it was
here?
the second
So it was
stock,
just this,
right?
like,
Yeah,
weird
it's this
little
like really
ladder.
clean
We're
angle.
looking at
Oh yeah, true.
at
There's like a
stats.
step ladder.
Yeah, he did actually just take like the smallest.
He took
hits.
a lot of down airs to the face. But of course, that will bring us into our top 3. We've got grand finals. We've got the elimination finals coming at y'all in just a little bit. But before that, we are going to take a short little break. So stick around. We've got more action coming at y'all in just a little bit. Two sets left to determine who our champion's going to be. No one pointed at anyone.
Yeah,
no one pointed.
I thought when nobody points, it's just going to be that game of chicken that
Yeah.
you and Flambo played for like 5 hours.
I was very tempted
I mean,
to do that.
I thought Duke was ready. I saw Duke
I was thinking about it.
I saw this, and I was kind of like, is this just you being like, haha, you're all, whatever.
You know.
Okay, fine. Yeah.
You know,
it was a display of
2
confidence.
sets left, maybe 3.
Maybe
3.
For
But
recent
perhaps.
But these 3 teams are so closely matched. I think everybody here has gone game 5 with each other. Let me take a look. Fiend, and Wes went to Game 5 with Using Power. And then Using Power went to Game 5 with Loras and Kaina. So at least when it comes to South America in the Spring Championship, the matchup that we're about to see, this is the first time that they face in the bracket, and it's going to be that elimination match to get into Grand Finals. And that's going to be Western Fiends versus Loras and Kaina, which I think will be probably a Game 5 too. Honestly, it's going to be very close. I think they're super evenly matched. And I'd be surprised to see if that wasn't the case.
Yeah, I think I saw a 62% there. I was trying to see which team that was in favor of.
Oh, are you talking about
Bring
the
it back
vote?
up, production,
Yeah.
quick. We got time. They're getting into it. Oh, they'll
right,
just
well,
tell us.
bet, bet, bet.
You don't get to see a chat. You're not. Yeah, you saw it already. Fine. You're paying attention. We aren't. Here we go.
Let's get into it. Elimination bracket again. Things looking dire for either team that loses here because they're going to be going home with that bronze medal, and they'll be done for today in doubles. But we'll see how well they both do as we get into game number 1.
Okay, and the blue team already starting off pretty decently here, but a nice retaliation for Wes and Fiend. And it looks like it was 62% in favor of Loras and Kaina on the fan vote. But I think people might wish that they
Down
bet
to
a little bit
54%
differently
now
after that one.
Side sig.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was, another side sig. Sends kind of flying. You know what? I'm surprised the viewer vote is that high when everybody knows that Cross can't knock out off the top.
Still on this.
Everyone knows. He remembered. He saw a cross on the screen, and he's like, wait, my propaganda. I've got time.
I just watched
Start printing the posters.
Saw what happened to him. Oh, these poor crossmates.
Jeez.
Definitely never picked the character because it was meta.
Okay, and the team combos again. Dude, Wes and Fiend have hit so many team combos onto Loras and Kaina.
Man, Fiend is awake right
Dude,
now.
Wes is so good about Nair follow-ups into downlight. That time he didn't even gravity cancel it. He did it off of the Nair auto cancel on the platform downlight. He's fantastic with Axe so far. It's been really fun to see. Loras is already a Sarah away from just losing the stock completely.
Yeah, I'm looking for it. Fiend is too.
No,
Thinking
that
about
side
maybe a
sig was
downlight.
close.
Oh, a neutral sig. Interesting pick. And Fiend just mashes that side sig right out of hit stun. I don't think Kaina was expecting the wake up.
I think you could have just said he's just mashing that side sig, and that would have been true there too. They saw it 3 or 4 times. Okay, neutral sig actually, wow, beautifully spaced. That was fantastic.
Yeah, like 4 of the last 5 options Fiend made were signature options, but goes for the double downlight there onto Loras. Unfortunate that he didn't get the second one.
Yeah, now things are starting to slip a little bit for the blue team. I mean, Kaina is 1 hit away.
Oh yeah, side light goes for the Sarah, dodges away. Nice job from Loras. Gets the neutral sig on both red team opponents there. Kaina has been 1 hit away for a while. So once we're like said that for like the 5th time, okay, there he goes down. It's gonna be like if you say 1 hit away for a very long time, you're making that stock worth it most likely, as long as your teammate's not going down. Fiend makes it back.
Okay, some friendly fire there on the neutral sig, but otherwise, red team looking pretty good. Fiend decently healthy, going for an extended edge guard here and gets caught by the arrow and loses the stock for it. But on the other side, Wesley actually had a pretty good sequence, so all things considered, not too bad for the red team.
Oh, that recovery could have been it.
Gotta watch out.
Kind of had one of those earlier, but that time Wes was ready, decided to Sarah to get as far away as possible, but still good pressure from this blue team. Get some damage put out on the Fiend.
Oh, that side sig. Fiend went for that dash forward, wait side sig there, hoping to catch him off guard. That neutral sig goes punished. Do that recovery to both red team members. Can't knock out though because he's crossed, so that means that Loras is probably going to go down.
Orange.
What?
Oh my gosh.
Nice, the neutral sig, the side sig, Wes and Fiend gonna close out game number 1. You know what? Why don't you just DM Kaina and tell him to switch characters?
I thought D-Light recovery was a knockout combo, but it turns out you're just doing it for damage. Really, doing it for damage and then you lose the game.
Maybe they gotta go to a stage that got a lower ceiling.
True, it actually has just been APOC every single time, and this is the one stage where I feel like unless you get them on the platform, you're not, like Blasters actually kind of have it rough here. Let's see if they change it up. What other stage would it be rough on?
Oh,
Not even Demon Island. I feel like on Demon Island you still have a pretty good chance.
Yeah.
So here we go. Small Fortress Alliance. I think it's a little bit smaller. I don't actually know exactly, but we'll see if this changes anything here. Because so far, Kaina and Loras not having the greatest time when they go over to APOC, and now we've got change of scenery.
Okay, nice little breakup on the team combo right there. Fiend doing a good job with these sidelights, but Loras punishes him. I love the counter punching we're seeing from both teams right now. And that spot dodge from Kaina was crisp too.
That was smart spot dodge, saw the approach coming in, and then ended up downlighting the opponent as well. Some good damage being put out from this blue team.
Oh, balls with Nair, D-Light recovery.
It doesn't count.
It's not going to knock out. You guys think D-Light recovery blast knocking out? What? 2023?
Oh, man.
I've actually lost my mind. I've seen that combo like 5 times now. What's going on, dude?
Yo, he's doing it too early. Or
Is
he's
that
doing it?
it?
To, like,
Is
West.
that
Yeah.
it? Am I just so used to people knowing when they knock out with blasters, D-Light recovery that... Anyways, here we go. They've got a lead. Fiend went down. It didn't matter. Look at Wes. Popping off with down sigs. Put out a third one. Side air,
Jeez.
down sig that landing. Yeah!
Jeez.
Let's go, Wes. I love down
Nice.
sig.
Baited with the movement and then spot dodge right alongside him and then throws out the down sig. Wes and Fiend with that slight lead.
There's
Okay.
something about like when Wes is like, oh no, we're behind. He just starts down sig. And it works. And then they take the lead and then he goes back, okay, time to play, you know, some honest Brawlhalla again.
Oh, I can't believe that bow recovery didn't snatch, but Fiend's still having a tough time getting down. Finally gets on that platform, not without taking a bit of damage from Lars, though, and kind of trying to get this D-Light so we can see the recovery not lead to a KO.
You're absolutely right, Plan Bro.
But look at the damage. It's not enough. They got to be like in red, you know?
Yeah.
Okay, recovery's coming out from West, launching both blue team members. Kind of not even able to think about a downlight recovery because he's got no weapon in his hands, but the side sig from West.
Yeah, and then the side sig from Fiend cleans up right afterwards as West like side sig one way, side sig the other. Kind of thought he could get the punish, but just does not work out. That's a good amount of damage there, but West
Yo,
stuck the
Flores.
recovery. Oh, is that it? The
Okay,
chain
save.
dodge.
Yeah.
Oh,
West could go down for that
West
too.
goes down.
All right, good reversal.
oh man, now things are looking a little bit rougher here for the blue team still, though. I mean, Fiend has another stock to play with and is still staying alive quite a bit. But at some point, it might be easier to get the 2v1 on a Wesley if they just kind of hit him away. We were kind of talking about that a little bit earlier, how, like, you know, sometimes when you have so much damage, the amount of time you take recovering is valuable time. Oof.
Yeah,
He's not worried about it right now.
Doing a ton of damage there. Loras and kind of both taking damage evenly here. West can get the edge guard here. That sider came so close, but Fiend goes down. And now an opportunity here from Kaina and Lores. Oh, I thought if the Blaster's D-Light came there, surely the recovery would have knocked out, but no, Kaina does not get it. And West goes for that landing. D-Light side air, repositions, hits Fiend. Fiend taking a ton of damage, and West has got to let Fiend be the aggressor here in this situation because if West goes down here, Fiend will be in that 1v2 in no time.
This is going to be a close one.
Nice side air. Ooh, big side air from
Speaking of
West.
nice side air. Oh,
Jeez.
oh, double nice side air. Okay.
It can really look that simple sometimes.
Let's take a look here. Down sig. Oh, yeah.
And then bang, and
down
then
sig.
jump gravity cancel.
It's so good because you get them in a high stress situation like that just by moving and dodging. Sometimes players will dodge in reaction to you just doing anything different other than being in drift. And West baits that out, gets the gravity cancel down sig afterwards. We're going to game number 3 with a 2-0 lead for West and Fiend here.
Laura's making the swap over to the Hattori for game number 3. Doesn't want a bow anymore. Wants a sword to match Fiend's.
Oh, okay, and an unarmed neutral light, trading back. Ooh, okay, carries the side. I like that because it actually keeps him further away from his teammate and allows him to keep comboing. So that was very smart awareness.
You got to go for those split ups. Keep Wes and Fiend from stacking up because their team combos have been incredibly effective.
Oh, yeah. And West off stage has been incredibly effective, too. Flores manages to make it back, though. You know, has that heightened movement speed now, playing on that Hattori. Recovery does not connect. Nair doesn't hit either. Kind of gets hit by a little bit, but so far so good for the blue team at the start. But I feel like that's usually how the pace of the match goes against West and Fiend. They're a little slow to start the game, and then the stocks start to fly, and then they just roll away with the win. But this is the best start for the blue team so far since the swap over.
Okay, we got a good amount of damage being racked up here as Wes and Fiend are trying to go ahead and bring this back. But D-Light's air is not enough and kind of is in the wrong direction.
Yeah. Let's see if Flores can make it back. Okay, he does. I was surprised that Fiend didn't go for a pogo there. Just want to get back to center stage. Now's the time in the game where I feel like the side six and down six start going crazy. Yeah, let's go, Wes. Come on, do it again. Get back to the stage. Because like there's just a moment where like the damage is too high and Wes is like, I'm sick of this. No one's lost their stock yet. Neutralite ends up actually doing it. That's how high the damage was. And that means the lead goes over to the red team barely. There's the down sig as well. And it's like, all right. We've got ourselves. Actually, Duke, I didn't realize the Fiend was 2 stocks red. That's crazy.
I mean, really credit to Lores, who was sitting on that first stock, basically untouched for a really long time. And all that is just to even things up. And like you said, Fiend in the red, has to try to play that survival game, but Lores still tapping away on him.
Okay, and Fiend Trying to juggle these blasters. Doesn't get the D-Light there, though. Got the spacing to outmaneuver kind of correct, but couldn't place the hitbox in the right spot. But either way, I'm doing a great job extending the stock. And as I say, that finally gets taken out by a final blow.
Oh,
but
dare, side air, West charges the recovery.
The classic.
A little less of the charge there. Oh, he gets the recovery though
Nice.
off of Fiend's double D-Light side air, and suddenly West and Fiend bring this back so much better. Gets the Nair recovery as well, and West is carrying this game number 3 off of the back of Fiend being at a little bit of a deficit. So much damage coming out from his lance.
But the blue team has an idea. They have the potential team
that
combo.
might be it.
Down light into the down sig off the down air from Loras, and now it's all left to West in the 1v2.
I believe.
I mean, I kind of believe too, honestly.
Oh, I mean, look at this. Look at the movement.
This is scary.
My boy's gliding.
What do Loras kind of do against West in 2v2s? I guess he blasters there then. I love that kind of just accepted that recovery doesn't knock out anymore. I don't think we've seen it in like 2 games.
Okay, but West doesn't have a dodge here for a little bit. This is going to be a tough part. Can West get a weapon? That's the question. I don't know that he does.
Well, they're not full-on stealing it away. You can see it's left on the left side, but Kaina and Loras, they're like, we'd rather just stick with our current weapon
Like
set.
a
but
second
Loras
one's
gets
going to
disarmed.
spawn. Yeah, there it is. On the left side, though, which still sucks for Wesley.
A little bit of friendly fire coming through here.
We won like 3 seconds-ish.
Oh.
There it is.
All right,
Finally
that,
got it.
that
Oh,
was something.
ooh.
That he gravity cancels that one, so
Yeah.
that was an obvious punish coming out there from Kaina. And there's the D-Light neutral sig, which you said you're such a huge fan of Flambeau, and he gets it. And that's like one of those things. It's such a, it's a skill that I will never fail to appreciate, which is when a player recognizes that a dodge was burned off of a gravity cancel and gets the most optimal punish.
Yes.
Every time that I see it, no matter what skill level, it's like good. You've got that ability to recognize that and react to it accordingly.
I'm always happy to see it. Even if like they mess up the execution, it's like nice seeing the awareness, because then they're like, all right, you knew what the right thing to do was. Sometimes you mess up the execution, but that goes to show you're a good player. It's just like no one can play perfect all the time.
Here we go into game number 4. Immediate team combo onto both of the blue team members, but Cross is the one to survive.
Oh, is he?
Well,
I thought Wesley was going to follow up off of that. But
Oh, I mean, he's still gonna get a weapon. Oh no, Lores with this assist. Let's go. Neutralites into Fiend's side sig.
Man.
It's like, come on, that team combo needed to get the double knockout there.
it's not
Whoa.
fair that I'm the only one who fell. Kinda though, already getting chopped up by West at the top of the map with that axe.
oh, no big conversion there, but it's looking pretty rough for the blue team now. I think that one big team combo might just be the difference for this set. We're going to see if they can bring it back, but another side sig from
Charges
Wesley.
it. Oh, a down sig. Okay, neutral sig time, right? We just gotta hit him with the whole kit. Side airs Lores. Wes is not happy with that last game. He is playing out of his mind.
Come on. I'm staring hard, trying to see what the blue team can do here, because the red team just has their
There it
number.
is.
Wow, and that was just active enough to pick up.
Hit him with the whole kit. Down sig comes up from Fiend, gets punished. Side sig from Wes. Takes kind of the other side of the stage. I mean, Wes isn't dominating yet. He's surely he will be after that attack. Okay, finally goes down. Knockout streak ended there. Fiend goes down as well. Very dire for the blue team right now, and this is match point. Loser of this is out at 3rd.
They needed that team combo in the power play on Fiend, but could not find that opening shot onto him. And Lores about to join Kaina in that final stock as he is deep red.
Oh man, will they be able to do it here? I mean, do have a stock deficit and Fiend almost securing it. Wesley picking it up where he left off though, but it does seem as if Lawrence is going to find, and they get Kaina. They get Kaina so early. This is pretty much all she wrote now. I don't know how Lawrence is going to be able to do this. He's going to need a miracle.
Lawrence is also thinking about that right now.
Oh, I don't think he's going to.
Oh,
they dropped it.
I think he was expecting Wes to go for like a nair there.
Okay.
Lawrence could take a stock off of this.
Nope.
Oh.
Nice
Try again.
dodge. Wall slip almost activating.
Okay.
Wes still
Keep going.
living.
All right, there's
Dose.
Like the follow up with the weapon throw there. D-Light, side air, edge guard time, ground pound maybe from
Oh,
Wes.
just pogo.
I mean, Wes is actually just playing this so smart. Yeah, turns around. And
Oh,
then
you're
I
disarmed.
say that, and then he does the neutral light. Okay, there it is. Neutral sig and Fiend celebrating there at the very end as they get their way into grand finals. And I said that this was the one matchup where the teams haven't played against each other, so they're getting their rematch that went all the way to Game 5 in the winter semis now after that win over Kaina and Lorenz.
Yeah, no, that was kind of destruction in that final game there. I mean, that team combo that we just saw the replay of, like, pretty much set the tone of the match from the jump, and they just never really were able to recover.
Yeah, they really started off that game 3 in destruction, or sorry, game 4 in destructive mode, and they kept it going. Solid damage put out, 543 and 470 from Wes and Fiend respectively. Kind of got relegated to 208 damage in that last one, so he kind of got. But either way, Wes and Fiend going into the grand finals now.
Yeah, it was a pretty brutal game 4 for them. And Wes and Fiend, like you said, getting into that grand final side. This went all the way to game number 5. Use walking in the other 3 defense legend that we said that you should start off with. Here's the Snake Eyes, epic crossover for Thatch. So that's very exciting to see to go along with Power's Onyx. Yeah, this grand finals is going to be very fascinating indeed because Hughes is just showing that, like, as long as the character's niche, I guess he's got it.
As long as it has 3 defense,
3 defense or transforms into an airplane, right? That's the requirements, I guess. Like, it really, Hughes actually only picks niche characters.
He likes what he likes.
Yeah, that's cool. It's exciting to see. And he's got some very interesting ideas with all of them. So I'm wondering what the idea is coming out here with the Snake Eyes for this game number 1 as we're getting right into it. Wes and Fiend, they've been carrying this Olgrim Matori comp all the way to Grands. Power and Hughes are up there undefeated so far, but this is the team that took them to the brink last time. Let's see how it goes here as we get into game number 1 of this grand final.
One thing that's nice about the swap from Hughes over to the Thatch is going to be closer to the Chronics because it has the blasters that the Cross has.
That's what I was going to say. That's exactly what I was going to say. I was just like, maybe Thatch can do what Cross couldn't.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, because it's not Cross, you get so many more options. You get D-Light Recovery as a knockout option now. So that's going to be really exciting to see. Here we go. Ooh. Nice job with that side sig.
Doesn't quite KO on the Fiend just yet, but Hughes chasing high with that sword recovery.
Oh, okay. Yeah. You can get so many great knockouts and team combos with the neutral signature coming out from Thatch as well. Falling side air, edge guarding West, goes right out there like he's Fiend with that babysitting on that side air. Power now looking for, I guess, a new weapon if they can. No, wakes up, gets the recovery, Fiend goes off the top, and this is a huge lead. I think it's a gravity cancel neutral light to get the team combo, and that would have been so amazing. The D-Light was such a great idea, interrupted by the red team.
I'm glad they gave Thatch that back.
That's right.
Okay.
Grab it again. You have to.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't go for the third.
I thought he was just going to keep going until everybody was wiped off the screen.
He might have thought Fiend was done for, but Fiend did have enough jumps, got back up safely. Only a 1 stock difference. That is Wes onto his final stock. Everyone else on their second.
Okay. And so far, I mean, Hughes just wants to get that weapon, manages to snatch those blasters. Okay, Power with the chase dodge to get through Fiend and get the reverse neutralite.
I am loving the Thatch play coming out from you so far. Does that dash up pivot dare. Gets hit by West, but Fiend can't get the follow-up right afterwards, and Power's right in the middle of the fray, trying to catch him with these gauntlet nares so that Hughes can follow up with some really nice attacks. And I don't know how Hughes is doing it, but Hughes is managing to be right in the middle of the fray, not taking any hits and still putting all these blasters attacks. And neutral sig almost takes Fiend off the top. Power gets the recovery, and Fiend goes down to 1 stock. And now Wes is trying to survive here on this final stock in game 1.
That's twice now where Power's done such a good job of chasing an opponent really high into the sky for a gauntlet recovery.
Oh man, D-Light tries to go into the end-sig, was unable to get the conversion there, but that's okay because Hughes still looking good on this Thatch. Buys a lot of time for Power to get back and throws out a Hail Mary side sig of Justice, and it doesn't connect.
Oh, was that down sig?
That was down sig, yeah, got interrupted.
That down sig would have been fantastic there. The angle it sends it at is like the Fiend's so good with that. He loves going for that pivot down sig, where you slide off the stage, cover the edge, and then also get back on top of stage. And they bring it back to a last stock scenario here. Very damaged, but still doable.
Okay, it's going to be a tough one.
Light launches West, but you see Power wanted to go for Fiend instead. The side air finally takes out West. Neutral air, one more. Another one.
Yeah. Uno más.
Ooh. No, okay. Fiend. Wow. Yeah, you don't want to get hit by that.
That's why it's good, you know? It's because it forces people to do a defensive option like that. You don't even care if it hits.
2 cannonballs instead of 1, right?
Yeah.
Sure.
Like, if they were like twice the size.
Yeah, they both shoot cannonballs. Good job.
I mean, those are Those were grenades.
Okay, yeah.
Grenades, you know, fair.
Look at that. See?
But they also dip down a little bit.
Yeah, it's a great move. I love thatch down sig.
And they don't disappear if you get hit. That's
Yeah,
nice.
you can start moving, I think, before they even explode in some cases. So, very nice. And, well, asking you shall receive. You wanted to see the Orion Duke.
I do like a Wesley Orion. We'll see how well it works out, though, because Yu's thatch is just looking so clean, putting out 426 damage. 329 of it was on his blasters, and his blasters play was looking immaculate in that last game.
Yeah, very happy that blasters are just pretty much like a staple in 2v2s now. Before, there was a time where they felt like a little bit more of a niche pick, and now they're just like cemented as, no, these are great for the format.
Yeah, blasters have some moves that, like, when you're playing singles, you're like, what do I do with this? But when you're playing doubles, you go, oh, this is the move. And I'm talking about neutral light, right? You hit that neutral light, and in singles, it's like, well, I have 50 million reads that I can do after this, but I'm not going to usually get a guaranteed hit. But in doubles, it's the perfect setup tool for every single weapon's dash jump snare.
Right now, it's all about that dare game. Yu's coming in, catches Wes with a down air, but
Oh!
Sig from Wes off the setup from Fiend gives him the stock advantage.
Oh, can Power make it back? Oh, do you like ground pound to recovery? Can Power take him off the top? No, all right. Everybody manages to survive that exchange.
Down sig was enough, and Yu's going aggressive off stage. No dodge on Wesley. Manages to get the wall touch, though, so has some options to work with, and just decides to run back to center stage and reconvene with Fiend.
Team combo, neutral light, gets the down air, doesn't get the dare afterwards, though. Not enough knockback on that attack. Another chance.
Second try, yeah, but Power got caught up into that, so it's just great damage onto Fiend's second stock.
Oh, and Wes gets the down sig, takes Power off the top. Fiend, the most damage so far, but Wes trying to make up for that onto Yu's. An early side sig like that on the thatch could actually just take him down, so it's a good thing Yu's dodged through that, and Power now starts putting some damage on the Wes.
Okay, you can see they're kind of flailing around here a little bit. West throwing out these neutral airs, trying to catch some of these jumps. Oh, goes for a read on the neutral sig, not going to find it.
Highlight, recovery, Fiend fighting his way back on the other side of the stage. He's done a great job coming back from this, and Yu's very damaged. Dare, just to keep Wes off stage, puts out the grenades, double down sig there off the side of the stage, and that neutral sig hits Power, and now Power after that down sig, double down sig. Wes might do it again. He's definitely one of those players where it's kind of like, okay, if the signature worked 4 times in a row, I'll just keep going.
I think you forgot that the N-Sig was also working.
Well,
so
yeah, true.
He's definitely going to just keep using both of those. Oh, the pickup with the save from Fiend there. Yu's does manage to pick up the recovery, but it's not enough to take down Wes.
Okay, and West goes for the down sig. Oh, tries to get the cheesy one off the top, but not going to be able to get it. And now we have ourselves a close match as they come. That's not going to be enough to get the KO. Power.
These nairs from Power have been so brutal where they hit, and he hits another one to Fiend, and Fiend just barely survives them every single time. Sider's not going to be enough there, and Power can't get the alley-oop.
Lights there, goes for the recovery. Wes tries to go for the turnaround there.
And Fiend still surviving. What a close game, too, that we've got here on our hands.
Oh, man, you can see West just trying to find a way down, but Power in hot pursuit. Wesley comes back with the spear recovery. Gets them every single time. It's tough. You don't expect it.
All right, good damage. Neutral light doesn't get interrupted by Wes. Gets some good damage in
Neutral
there, but the
sig.
neutral sig just catches him off the top.
Yeah.
Oh. That was so early.
You gotta be careful here. I mean, Power trying to make this 2v1 happen. It is possible, especially with these gauntlets in hand. Sider doesn't get punished as well, so that's good damage. But here, Fiend manages to give him a punish of a D-Light tear. And Power probably can't get caught again. It will probably be comboed into maybe a neutral sig. Or maybe a down sig from Orion.
Misses the sideline. Wes not able to cover.
Ooh.
He's playing this 1v2.
Yeah, he's moving.
Yeah, it's actually, they've got Wes and Fiend so nervous here. With how they're moving around. Power, he's doing such a great job. Does get
lost the
there,
gauntlets.
Though. No weapon from Fiend means a spawn's coming in pretty soon, and Power steals it away from Fiend, actually.
Wow. All right, one more down sig from Orion might be enough to close out the game here. Power is going to need like a D-Light Nair or something. Needs to find a hit. Has to expend a lot just to recover. Tries to delay the side air. It's enough. No neutral air?
No, he's still living. No dare. No
Neutral light, and he doesn't get punished for that. And Nair comes through, avoids that, gets the Sarah to West. There's no way, Power. He's so close to making this happen, and he sidelights right over the ledge. West with the recovery, hits him with the tail end of the move, takes him off the top. Yu's really off the map there in that game number 2. And West having some really clutch knockouts with all the signatures he goes for. Black Knight and Big Head Motors.
It's hilarious.
Yeah, I mean, like, Hughes kind of spent the last 25% of that match just watching. He got taken down so early, and yet he's still sticking with the Thatch. He still wants that low defense. He wants those blasters, and he's hoping that he'll just pick it up a little bit.
Which I hope that he does. I mean, we haven't seen we saw like 2 attempts in the first game of D-Light, Neutral Sig with Dash. One of them connected, the other one did not. And then it seems like ever since then, I haven't really seen the conversion be gone for. But maybe I think it's just because in 2's blasters, players like, I don't know, they either are throwing out moves on the ground all the time or they are strictly jumping. There's really like an in-between. And I think that last game was a bit more of a floaty game for him.
Yeah, well, we'll see how this changes here as we're back in the Fortress of Lions. So the only thing that's changing really is how they're playing this matchup. I know that Wes has got a change of cosmetics, but it's still the same character. Playing on that Orion, and because we're not switching between APOC and Fortress of Lions, it's just a matter of how these team combos play out. The law of the damage has been even so far. That's a great follow-up on that neutral signature there, and Hughes goes right over to attack Fiend. And Power's trying to get an early knockout here with these attacks. But so far, they're just being able to get these these combo starters. That's a great side sig, however, though. And even though there's a little bit of friendly fire, West goes down first.
Yeah, saw that he had the damage advantage and also, again, doing less damage of force to your teammate, so he went for it. Ended up taking down West. Downlight recovery from Fiend, not quite enough to take down Power.
Okay, you can see Wesley just waiting for a moment here. Probably going to throw out a neutral sig in the near future. Trying to find something on Hughes, going to buy some time. There's a neutral sig. I can't believe it doesn't connect, though. Definitely going to go for it again.
Yeah, nice job of these siders and the edge guards. And West just gets right, cleans up the entire game there with one Sair. And no damage taken from the red team, basically.
That was such a good side air. Caught both blue team members as they stacked up, and the Nair juggles from West as well.
4 Nairs. Can't believe it.
Big damage, good value. Fiend finding his way back onto the stage. Might have an opportunity for a team combo. No, Wesley's able to find it. Get some friendly fire, and here's the conversion. Good damage, but doesn't lead to a knockout.
Hughes tries as the use that neutral lights, chase dodge in to hit Fiend after connecting with West. Doesn't work out. Power in the center of the stage. Sidelights once and gets out of the way. Recovery comes through onto West, and that could be it. No, Power misses the Nair. Neutral light into Hughes' neutral sig. That was phenomenal. What a setup.
Yeah, that was a great follow-up coming out from Hughes, putting a lot of force out there. West down to his final stock. Fiend in the deep reds, probably going to join him in a hot minute.
Yeah, I think West maybe going to go for that down sig on Spear if he can find a moment, but first has to bide some time. Fiend coming around, forces a high recovery, stuck the recovery.
Power, though. I was like, that down sig was a little weirdly timed, but doesn't hit his teammate.
Oh, and Fiend being very careful here. Doesn't want to throw out an attack unless he knows it's going to hit, but Power just keeps poking him.
That downlight recovery from Fiend, not going to KO, but West hits that down sig that you were asking for. Power still holding down that stock, but the recovery from Fiend, and suddenly the red team has a tiny lead.
Oh, it's way bigger now, Duke. That's like the team combo onto Hughes, especially when he's on Thatch, is such a huge deal. Went from fresh stock to orange right away. West has to run away from all these attacks from Power, but Hughes can't be the one starting any of these attacks, and they've really shut down Hughes' hot streak on the blasters after game number 1.
Okay, you can see West going off with this Rocket Lance right here. But hold on, Hughes gets a turnaround. It's enough to actually KO. This is what we were talking about,
That's
Taza.
Right. Yeah, it works on this character.
It's also off a soft platform,
What
so
do you,
it's higher.
I guess. whatever helps you sleep at night.
Yeah, I'm the one on the copium right now. Side air from Power. Fiend still has the opportunity for the 1v2 as he dances around that end sig.
Oh, no follow-up from Hughes. I thought Hughes had it like
Exhausted
almost autopilot for him to go for the neutral signature after the end light on cannon, but maybe that's only with blasters, because I think he had a sword in that moment. Because I was like, why didn't you follow up after this? You did it last time. Still gets the win, regardless.
I know, that was good. They were able to go ahead and bring that one to a close in a pretty happy manner. So that D-Light recovery, like orange, light orange, ends up in the like very bright red, still enough to KO. And then exhausted recovery, that means use like mashed recovery there, because he got stuffed on one of them and then just they were just going
immediately.
Yeah, the only thing exhausted about the recovery is the distance that you travel. It still hits pretty hard. So
yeah,
it was a very good idea to buffer that attack. And all right, you wanted to see a little bit more of the Rayman flambeau. Wes is locking in the Dalsum Rayman crossover going into this game 4. And this is elimination a match right here. Fiend and West cannot drop another game. If they do, Use and Power will be the champions here in South America for the Spring Championship.
Final opportunity. Wes and Fiend locked and loaded, and like you said, that Dalsum is here. We'll see how well it'll do. It doesn't have too much carryover, although he will have that axe that his Olgrim did.
Yeah, I mean, Axe has been, once again, a popular weapon in 2v2s again. Looks like he's finally making his comeback. And we're watching as the West and Fiend are trying to make great use of it, but Power has been so good with these aggressions. Look at Use on these blasters, absolutely putting all these bullets in the Fiend right now.
I just feel like Wes's Lance is what was equalizing the stocks every single time that they were behind. And so I'm wondering if he's going to be able to have that same power here on the gauntlets. So far, not so good. That side stick from Use catches Wes on the recovery. He goes down first, and Fiend could follow shortly afterwards. Power is the target here for the red team to equalize the stocks.
And they're bullying Wesley a little bit, have him in the corner. And maybe that's the way. Maybe you just gang up on Wesley and then decide to switch over to Fiend later.
Okay, the side air almost does it. Wes was really effective earlier at taking out stocks with those side airs. Down sig not going to go over the corner. And the interrupt from Power keeps Use alive.
Oh, the side light, the recovery once again. Power not getting any knockouts, but so much damage onto Wes. That's like the third gauntlet recovery that doesn't knock out. And Fiend does get that down heavy. West gets the edge guard on the other side. They have a small deceptive lead here. If Fiend goes down, West is at risk of going down to a team combo himself. He's got to find a weapon. He's been disarmed for most of this game.
Oh, no.
It's a teammate.
Not like this. And yeah, Fiend's going to go down for it. They have an opportunity to get a 2v1 on West. Doesn't place the neutralite properly, and that's their shot.
2 nairs, though. That's good damage. Let's see. Fiend with a side light, barreling both opponents off stage. Okay, West could get a really early kill here.
Backed away. Had to use his dodge defensively, so he couldn't look for that second down sig on to Use.
Okay, it's going to be a close one. Starts it up. A nice side sig to the left coming out from Wesley there to carry Power towards the left side KO zone, but it's actually getting really even now.
Yeah.
Nice.
That side sig though, that's twice that he's gotten that D-Light side air. He goes for the side sig a third time, and that time the friendly fire from Power will connect with both Fiend and Use. Use sweating, goes back to the stage. Fiend without a weapon, hits the nair. He's doing a great job holding on here, and this stock extension from Use is meaning the world to the team right now, but that's going to be the stock, and now it's looking good for a Game 5, Duke.
Very real possibility, but in a similar situation to what happened on those second stocks, right? Where Fiend had that slight health advantage, but at the end of the day, eyes are on West. If West goes down, it leaves Fiend into a very dangerous 1v2.
Oh. Yeah, this is starting to get a little bit precarious as the blue team is racking up all this damage on Wesley, and Fiend is one hit away. Use not going to get the KO with that neutralite, but basically one more should be enough.
I love the down stick from Use. You can't slide charge it, so seeing him being able to get that extra little bit of damage to hold it on the side of the stage is huge. Fiend goes down. West super damaged. If he goes down here, Fiend's got to hold that neutral stick, just has enough force. And now it's a 2v1 for the game, and Fiend's got to get this win and then get to Game 5.
Ooh, this is gotta be tough. It looks like Use and Power are poised to come out the champions here if they're able to KO Fiend, and they're looking for the final blow. We might see that static of justice. Almost a team combo right there.
Too much damage, flew past the side sig, but still Fiend is very hurt. Another side air, Fiend off stage. Still touches.
Oh, can he make it back?
Gone. There it is. Use and Power are going to be your doubles spring champion team for South America. A convincing finish, 3-1 after going to Game 5 against Fiend and Wesley in the winner's side. And, that time they had it.
And that was, it was interesting. I was curious to see how the West Dalsum came out there, but really, I just missed the Lance. That's what ended up happening towards the end there. Fiend played very well. West is same thing. I mean, they were double eliminated by the team that won the bracket, right, and got second. At that point, that's as much as you can ask for when going into a championship like this. But Use and Power, they are a very dominant team right now, and Use is doing it on characters. It's like, yeah, I know I gave the Jaw a little bit of flack, but like he's doing it on a bunch of characters that he's obviously got some really great things that he's got set up here, and Power and Use executed.
Yeah,
great win.
I don't really know what to say. Like they played better, you know? They played better. The stats, absolutely phenomenal. I mean, the D-Light recovery to close out the tournament. Nice, simple, and easy Use, showing us with Power why they do the do, I guess. Yeah, I couldn't really think of a great phrase there. It's just like, I don't know, a PG one anyway.
Yeah, had to censor that halfway through the phrasing. But either way, I mean, a convincing win. Of course, they came in as the top seed. A lot of people actually, wait, no, they weren't the top seed. Hold on. Using Power came in as
I think Laura's and Kiner were top seed.
Yeah, Laura's and Kiner were the top seed. Using Power, though, I mean, like, Use has been looking good. Power's been looking good. So not overly surprised to see them do incredibly
I really
well.
do think that like when it comes to seeding at this point, at least in South America and at least in Europe, you seed the teams 1, 2, 3, and 4 so that they don't fight each other until winners. But I wouldn't say that this first seed is like definitively way better. It's more of like at this point just who won the most recent tournament, and any of them could be doing it. And that's what it felt like when watching this top 3 here today. Really well played.
Congratulations to Use and Power. Congratulations to Wes and Fiend for going home with that second place finish. And then, of course, congratulations to Laura's and Kina for your third place finish. Flambeau, we're not done yet for Spring Championship. What else is going on?
This is true. We have more 2v2 Spring Champion action. Tomorrow, we're going to check out what's going on in North America, everyone's favorite region because they're biased, but not mine. I love you, South America. But anyway.
NA. Doesn't me. I'm biased.
Am I supposed to pick Europe at
yeah.
this point?
I mean,
I just love
you can pick Australia or Southeast Asia or Japan. All right.
Fake it, dude.
All right.
Like,
Well,
dude,
I'm
I have
excited
to be the one to get
I
Europe.
have to take
I'm excited to
EU.
see what happens in North America because we talked a lot about how, all right, Cross is being picked in a lot of the regions, and we kind of thought he fell off a little bit. And also, we still see that Onyx pick coming out from Power, so that'll be a lot of fun. North America will start tomorrow. That's all I've got. Duke, anything else?
Thank you all so much for watching. Again, that's another day in the books for the Spring Championship. We've got one more coming at y'all tomorrow. Mark your calendars. Check out brawlhalla.com/schedule to find out when it starts because you don't want to miss the action tomorrow for the North American Spring Championship doubles. But for tonight, we are out. Thank you all. Have a wonderful rest of your night. Bye-bye.
Everyone's down to the final stocks. A nice spike. Zach, can you make it back?
Take down Ian. Go for some 1v2 combos.
Yeah, it's so frustrating. That was a beautiful side screen share. Now they have an opportunity to get 2v1 nice.
Right? Ian had to take advantage of this entire stock since they took the first stock. Now they're at 4 stocks. One.
Safe?
Oh, did
Try again?
last long enough. Okay, Ian goes down. Trey Zeiger, I think, goes down 2. No, got the Sarah and the Power goes for that dash now.
Sig takes down Power, kind of still holding on to the stock, and there's a dare going for the combo.
It could be a double-sided.
Oh, combo!
Phenomenal lead. We're going to see how far they can stretch it here. Nice little extra damage off that neutral being trying to pull out here. Wesley. Oh, watch for the down tick.
The most doable 1v2 so far.
Oh! What the? The blue team has an idea. They have the potential team combo. Down light into the downs. Go into game number 4. Immediate team combo onto both of the blue.
Snatch that back.
That's right.
Oh!
Okay.
But again.
Definitely going to go for it again.
But still, Fiend is very hurt. Another side air. Fiend off stage. Still touches. Gone. There it is. Use and Power are going to be your doubles spring champion team for South America. A convincing finish, 3-1 after going to game 5.